Chapter 1, How It All Began. Cheer. 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 In a large arena, sounds of cheers could be heard coming from the audience. Some were cheering while the others were chanting the name of a person who had just arrived on the battlefield that was displayed on the huge screens. Large square-shaped screens projected a battlefield that was riddled with destruction at different corners. A group of 5 were seen backing away in fear as a young man approached them. The group of 5 were laced in green upper battle vests while the young man approaching was in red. He was about 6 feet tall with dirty blonde short hair and a slightly built body. He wasn't too buff, neither was he too slim. He seemed to have a perfectly toned body. He slowly walked towards the group that was backing away, in an elegant and suave manner as his hands glowed crimson. His eyes had a look of coldness and aloofness as he spoke. "Your journey ends here." He stretched out his right palm after saying this. Vray. Crimson. 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 Chants of the young man's name that had just appeared could be heard from the audience as a battle ensued between the young men and the group. "Yes, that's me. I'm Gustav Crimson. My journey to this moment had been nothing short of painful, disastrous, and dangerous, but also adventurous. I was nothing but a useless trash at the beginning, so how did I become powerful enough for people to chant my name in adoration and for opponents to back away in fear upon my arrival? We will have to take a trip down memory lane for you all to understand. Let's start at where it all began. 3 years ago. In a mountain area surrounded by a dense forest of tall trees, mild winds blew about, giving the atmosphere a serene vibe. At the top of the mountain, a modern city glowing in the dark of night could be seen northwards. From the view up here it was extremely enchanting, and the lights looked like clusters of fireflies. A particularly brightly lit tall tower could be seen far ahead within the heart of the city, extending straight into the skies above. A teenage boy in a maroon-colored school uniform stood at the edge of a cliff with a lifeless look. His hair kept changing color, first red then blue, and green, and now it was currently blonde. There were tears in his eyes as he stared at the city in front. "What is the point of being born into this world when I cannot pursue my dreams?" He spoke in a devastated tone. "Ha ha ha, what am I saying? People like me don't even have the right to dream." He laughed in self-ridicule as he answered his question. "I sure have lived a shitty life, hope I get reborn into a better one," he added as he reminisced. Gustav was born in an age where bloodline was everything. His parents were also mixed blood who could use their bloodlines to perform superhuman feats, but their bloodline was a low-ranked one which solidified their status as average in the society. When Gustav was born, his parents believed he would awaken a high-ranked bloodline due to the fact that mixed bloods coming together to reproduce always brought about an evolved bloodline. Evolved bloodlines were always high-ranked and very powerful. Since bloodline determined your fate and status in society, they had high hopes for their child. Unfortunately, Gustav awakened an evolved bloodline that was the most useless in the history of evolved bloodlines. He could only manipulate his hair to change color. Gustav's parents were extremely disappointed when he awakened his bloodline. Gustav, who was only 6 years at that time, noticed his parents' attitude towards him changed for the worse. All the love and care that they had been displaying since his birth disappeared. Sometimes they would not remember to feed him throughout the day, and wherever he complained of hunger, "Useless trash. You only know how to eat," his parents would shout at him with contempt. It was hard for him to understand at that age, but as he grew, he noticed that he was treated the same way in the society. He couldn't make friends in school and was always bullied repeatedly. His peers and teachers would always point fingers and laugh at him. No one gave a care about him because his bloodline was the trashiest of trash, to the extent that others that were considered trash thanked their stars for the bloodline they awakened. Gustav's dream of joining the MBO Federation and exploring the stars and different parts of the galaxy died with his bloodline awakening. Gustav's mother took in and conceived another boy when he was close to being 8 years old. The same boy was only 2 when he awakened a high-grade bloodline. Gustav's parents were so joyful that they totally ignored Gustav and gave all their love and attention to his junior brother. He loved his brother so he never hated, but it wasn't the other way around. "Why do I have trash like you as my big brother?" As his little brother grew, he displayed the same contemptible attitude the society shown him. His brother became appreciated more in the society, especially in school where he was known as a genius, while Gustav was shown the opposite. Gustav was hated, treated unfairly, and bullied day by day. He would always come to the mountain located at the west of Plankton City and try to commit suicide, but no matter how he tried, he was still scared of death. He could never go through with the suicide even if he knew that no one would notice he was gone. Whenever he stared at the bottom of the cliff, he would gulp down saliva as he imagined how his bones would be broken to pieces after making contact with the hard ground. My head will be turned into mashed potatoes. He would always back away and come back the next day with a newfound zeal for committing suicide, but the same situation would repeat itself. He would back away after his imagination went wild again. Today he had decided that he would definitely jump down. He stood a few centimeters from the edge of the cliff and stared down at the forest and the ground below. The ground was more than 1,000 feet away from the cliff. Gulp. This is where the journey of Gustav Oslov ends. He raised his head to the sky and shouted out. His voice echoed across the vicinity as a star in the sky glowed brighter as if it was replying to him. Gustav noticed something and gazed at the sky intently. The star that glowed brighter was increasing in size. What's wrong with that star? Why does it keep getting bigger? For someone who was about to die, Gustav was very observant. The stars in the skies were countless, but this particular one located at the northwest kept increasing in size. Gustav's eyes widened as he realized something. Fuck, it's not increasing in size, it headed towards my location. Gustav turned around to run after realizing this. I don't want this kind of death, my body will be blasted to pieces. He screamed in fear as he turned his neck to stare at the projectile headed towards the cliff. Blam. The glowing projectile slammed into the side of the cliff. Crumble. 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 The impact first caused cracks that surrounded a space of more than 50 feet. Gustav had only moved about 7 feet away from his initial position, so he was still within the range of the impact when it started crumbling. Kairar. Gustav screamed like a pig being slaughtered as he fell along with the pieces of the crumbling cliff towards the bottom of the mountain. In the process of falling and screaming like a pregnant woman in labor, Gustav fainted in midair due to fear and shock. That was the reason he didn't notice a small crimson glow fly into his mouth that was wide open from all the screaming. Chapter 2, Unknown Man. I'm not dead. Gustav woke up to find himself lying in the middle of the forest. He slowly picked himself up and dusted the dirt on his clothes. He was still in his school uniform. I'm not even injured in the slightest, he noticed after checking his body out. The sun was slowly rising from the east as rays of light shone through the spaces within the leaves on the tree ahead of him. An entire night has passed. Gustav's eyes widened in shock after realizing this, but in the next second, it went back to normal. It's not like anyone would notice that I was gone anyways, he muttered dejectedly. He turned around to glance at the mountain where he fell from when he noticed something blinking in his line of sight positioned at the left corner. His eyes focused on the blue rectangular blinking light and something unexpected happened. Welcome host. Characters suddenly appeared in his line of sight. What's this? Gustav voiced out with a look of astonishment. He turned left and right, but he still could not get the characters out of his line of sight. Thinking he was dreaming, Gustav closed his eyes. I probably hit my head when I fell. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes back only to see more characters appear in his line of sight. Idiot host, you have been chosen to wield great power. Idiot host. Did these characters just insult me? Gustav questioned. Wait, host, he asked in confusion. You have 10 seconds to decide if you accept this power or not. Power? What power? What is happening? Why am I even replying to some weird characters? Am I dead? Is this retribution for committing suicide? Madness in the afterlife? Gustav threw out a series of questions at a fast pace as he doubted his current existence and sanity. As if it was answering his question, the characters changed again. You may choose to decline this power, but that would spell death for you. Gustav held his chin after seeing these characters change again. So I'm alive, but the price for that is this madness, he wondered out loud. Wait, it just threatened to kill me. 10. 9. It just started counting down. Gustav noticed the characters changing every second it counted down. 7. Will I truly die if I don't give an answer or decline? Gustav was a bit scared of facing death again after what happened the night before. 6. You shall die. The characters answered with bluntness. Gustav. 4. 3. Gustav could feel his heart rate slowing down as the countdown got closer to 0. Ba, dump. Ba, dump. 2. 1. I accept. Gustav shouted out. The countdown paused immediately after he said that. Huff. 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 This thing was truly gonna kill me. Gustav breathed heavily after the countdown stopped. He placed his right hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat. He sighed in relief after feeling it slowly returning back to normal. Dash, congratulations on accepting this power. Your fate has now been turned around. The characters changed again. What power is it referring to? He stared at the characters with a confounded look. Dash, your body shall now undergo constitution examination and evolution. Yawn. Gustav noticed that his eyes were getting heavy after seeing the last message that the characters formed. Host shall be transported to his abode and remain unconscious for the next 24 hours. What AR? Before Gustav could complete his statement, he noticed a dark silhouette streak from tree to tree about 100 feet away on his west. Zui. 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 The speed was fast and kept dashing from tree to tree surrounding Gustav. It was like a dark shadow. Who's there? He recognized that it was a person immediately. As if to answer his question, a 2-meter muscular-looking male clad in a black tight-fitted bodysuit appeared 20 feet away from him. He had a green mask covering half of his face. You're coming with me, kid. The voice sounded a bit hoarse. 10. Who are you and what do you want? Gustav questioned with a look of fright as he took several steps backward subconsciously. 9. I only need for you to come with me. No questions asked. The unknown man stated with a commanding tone. 8. What do you plan on doing with me? Gustav questioned as his heart started beating in a fast manner. Just come with me willingly. Don't try anything funny or I will have to hurt you. The unknown man threatened with his eyes furrowed. 5. Badump. 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 With every passing second, Gustav felt more drowsy, but he was determined not to be caught by this unknown man. A kidnapper. A mixed blood trafficker. What if he sells me? Tortures me? Cut off my organs and sell them? For someone who wanted to commit suicide, he was really scared of the horrors he might pass through if he was caught by this unknown person, so he didn't notice the countdown. 4. Run. Immediately this thought came to his mind, Gustav turned heels and ran in the opposite direction. Fool. The man snorted as he dashed from tree to tree, making a circular streak around Gustav, who was kept running. The man suddenly dashed down from the middle of a 600 feet tall tree towards Gustav. Gustav, who already knew the man was a mixed blood and calculated his movements, decided to drop his body to the ground immediately the man dashed out. In the process of his body descent, the man was also in midair, dashing towards him with speed. Gustav realized his calculations were not accurate, as the man's hand was only a few centimeters away from touching his shoulder as his body was in the process of descent. It was as if time had come to a stop as the unknown man's palm was about to make contact with Gustav. 0. Host shall now go into deep sleep. Gustav immediately felt his vision darken as the notification appeared in his line of sight. A flash of bright light suddenly appeared and surrounded Gustav, and in the next second, zing! Gustav disappeared right into thin air as the unknown man's hand phased through light particles. Dumb. His feet landed back on the ground and slid some feet forward due to his immense speed earlier. He turned to stare left and right repeatedly. He's gone. The man questioned with a disbelieving expression, a spatial bloodline. How rare, he spoke with a low voice. But at most, that kid will be a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. His abilities wouldn't have matured yet, which means he can't get far with that teleportation. He must still be within the vicinity of this forest. Immediately after completing those words, the man dashed out like a phantom, jumping from trees to trees with an unimaginable speed. He decided to sweep the forest from the north just in case he might come across Gustav again, but it was futile because, at this moment, Gustav had been transported into his bedroom. The winds within the forest kept blowing mildly as if unaware of what just went down. What Gustav didn't notice was, the tall mountain he wanted to commit seppuku from was now half of what it used to be earlier. 30 minutes ago. The day had started to brighten up as the sun rose, declaring the end of the previous night. The night was meant for sleeping, but it would seem like it was the opposite for a group of people gathered around a particular mountain within the forest at the edge of Plankton City. The group gathered here were suited up in medical-looking garments. A large saucer-like technological-looking device floated above the mountain. Rays of blue light shone from it, scanning the mountain inch by inch. A man sporting dark brown hair clad in an azure-colored suit stood in front of the mountain with 4 bodyguards in dark tight-fitted bodysuits positioned on his left and right. The officials suited in medical garments kept moving to and fro. They seemed to be investigating the weird phenomenon of the mountain being halved in one night. Chapter 3, System Interface. One of the people suited in a medical garment with a spectacle on his face walked towards the man in an azure-colored suit. Apart from the point of impact, nothing else can be found here. This is a waste of time, he reported in a low voice. You're telling me that nothing can be found here after the large energy surge detected in this area? That's impossible. The man in the azure-colored suit spat. It may seem impossible, but that is the current situation, the medical man replied. No form of energy whatsoever can be found here since we've been searching for an entire night, he added. The man on azure-colored suit had a look of contemplation as he walked forward slowly. Lock down this forest and do a clean sweep of the entire surrounding. He commanded. No one is allowed to come in or go out of this forest. Anyone found within this vicinity must be brought in for observation and questioning. Immediately he finished giving out this set of instructions, the 4 guards behind dashed off in separate directions, heading deep into the forest. I need every ounce of resource and power I can lay my hands on right now. The man on azure-colored suit stated with a solemn face as he placed his hands behind his back, interlocking his fingers. The medical man behind shook his head and sighed after hearing his last statement. This same event led to the situation Gustav experienced. In a dimly lit room. A teenage boy in maroon school uniform lying in a small tube placed in the middle of the room. He was currently in deep sleep as his hair kept changing color repeatedly and his eyes trembled slightly from time to time like something was making him feel uncomfortable. Completion of system update into host, 12%. Host has received blessings of the restoration. Host has received recreation. Host has received toxin immunity. Completion of system update into host, 24%. Host has received the function bloodline upgrade. Host has received the function bloodline downgrade. Gustav could hear the ringing of notifications in his ear as he slept. If he was awake he would have seen this process. 12 hours later. Completion of system update into host, 97%. Host has received the function QUESTS. Host has received the function daily tasks. Completion to system update, 99.9%. Completion to system update, 100%. System update completed. Immediately after Gustav opened his eyes, this was the first thing that popped up in his line of sight. At first, he tried backing away before hitting his head on the side of the tub he was lying in. Ouch. So that wasn't a dream? He asked rhetorically as he recollected the events that happened in the last 24 hours. Congratulations host, you have now received this power completely. Gustav stared at the characters with a dumbfounded look still. What power does this character keep talking about? To check out what this power entails, call out, System Interface. Gustav stared at the characters change again. He looked around his small room to be sure no one was in the vicinity, which was obviously stupid since he was in his room. System Interface, he muttered with a low and partially sleepy voice. Immediately after saying that, he saw the characters change form again and table out a list before him. Host attributes, skills and abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop. Seeing the outline before his eyes, Gustav felt this looked a bit familiar. Host attributes, he seemed to have started getting the way it worked, so he called out. After saying that, the rest of the characters disappeared except for the host attributes. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 1. Class. EXP, 0/100. HP, 100/100. Energy, 30/30. Attributes. Strength, 1. Perception, 1. Agility, null. Speed, 1. Bravery, null. Intelligence, 4. Charm, null. Attributes point, 0. Gustav had a dark face on staring at some of the information displayed. Agility, bravery, charm, null. This damn characters. He was having a hard time digesting the information displayed. As if to answer his grudge, a piece of information appeared above the table of information. These attributes have been properly calculated, and it would seem the host is lacking in various aspects, especially charm and bravery. Gustav had the urge to curse upon seeing the bluntness of the system. I have brave. He wanted to shout out that he had bravery when he remembered everything that happened last night. Him wanting to go commit suicide again but running for his life upon noticing a life-threatening projectile headed towards him. Okay, I get your point, he admitted with a voice of defeat, but I have ch. Never mind, remembering his sad life up to this point he knew he truly lacked in both these aspects. But why does this thing look like an old-age gaming system? Levels. Points. He recognized this from ancient games that humans used to play long before the Slarkovs descended upon the earth. He knew about this since he read books a lot. Skills and abilities. Gustav called out. The host attributes panel disappeared only to be replaced by skills and attributes. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 1. Regeneration, level 1. Morph, level 1. Toxin immunity, level 1. Recreation, level 1. Bloodline acquisition, level 1. Locked. 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 Gustav could see a large number of locked skills and abilities extending downwards. It truly is like those old games. Gustav held his chin as he spoke. Everything seems to be on level 1, but does it increase with leveling up? I have a general idea of what dash, toxin immunity, and regeneration are supposed to do, but what about to others? Recreation, bloodline acquisition, and morph. What are those? Just as he was wondering, some hidden information suddenly appeared below the skills. Dash, level 1. Ability to increase current speed by 20 for 10 seconds. Regeneration, level 1. Recover from injuries 10 times as fast. Morph, level 1. Bloodline ability, change hair color and skin tone at level 1. Toxin immunity, level 1. Protection against not so serious toxins. Recreation, level 1. Bloodline acquisition, level 1. Ability to steal bloodlines and pair them with host if the right requirements are met. D, F rank. Ability to change skin tone seems to have been added to my bloodline, but why is it named morph? Still, is there any difference between that and the same useless changing hair color? Gustav sighed in disappointment upon seeing the information beneath morph, and his eyes moved down. Gustav's sight got to the recreation part and squinted his eyes in suspicion. Apart from the rest, this was the only ability without a piece of information beneath. He stared at it, his sight traveling from the top to bottom and from the bottom to top. Could this be a glitch? Why won't this one show anything? Gustav stared at it with his eyes squinted, but no matter how long he did, nothing popped up beneath it. I guess I will just have to find out later. His left palm was still holding onto his chin as he inspected. I still don't know if this is all just playing tricks in my head. Gustav decided to move to the next ability after seeing that this one wouldn't show any information. His eyes narrowed down on the last one, bloodline acquisition. On reading the information beneath, his eyes widened. What? Gustav couldn't believe what he was seeing. A bloodline stealing ability. His eyes widened with disbelief. This must be a joke, right? He asked rhetorically as he gave a light ridiculing chuckle. My bloodline has always been useless, and now this thing says I can steal bloodlines. Gustav subconsciously stood up and started prancing around the room. He remembered all those years of bullying. All his mates showing off their cool and powerful bloodlines. Him always having to hide due to the shame of only being able to change his hair color. If this is legit, then... Gustav paused as his eyes became fierce. I will become the #1 bloodline robber in the world. Chapter 4, Non-Existent Family Bond. Hold on, maybe I'm getting a little too excited here. Gustav sat down on the edge of the tub and held his chin again. I mean, what if this is all just in my head? He questioned his sanity. How do I confirm that everything I'm seeing here is real? Can I try using these skills and abilities? If this is real, wouldn't it be too good to be true? He questioned with a doubtful tone. To use unlock skill, call out the name of the skill in your mind while adding activate behind or in front. A notification appeared in his line of sight above the skill and abilities panel. He read it out and his eyes squinted. Activate, which skill do I try out first? Gustav wanted to know if his mind was just playing tricks on him, so he wanted to confirm the authenticity of the so-called system as soon as possible. He stared at the skill and abilities panel again. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 1. Regeneration, level 1. Morph, level 1. Toxin immunity, level 1. Recreation, level 1. Bloodline Acquisition Level 1. His sight scanned through it, and after a while he noticed that only dash would be a plausible skill to try out for confirmation. Gustav stood up and walked towards the door opposite the tub. On closer inspection of the room, there was literally nothing to be found except for the tub he slept in placed in the middle and a small closet placed at the east corner. Close system interface. After he called out, the panel closed up and the words and characters disappeared. He had decided he would try activating dash skill outside. Gustav left through the door and arrived before a small passage that led to the living room. "Endrik, Mother trusts that you'll do well today." A light female voice filled with tenderness could be heard ahead. "From what I heard, those inspectors will be giving out scholarships to MBO Academy." "Yes, Mother, I'll make you proud," a tiny male voice replied. "Those inspectors would be blind not to notice me since I'm the highest graded mixed blood in the entire school." The male voice was laced with pride. "That's a good son," the female replied. "Now let me drop you off at school." Just as she finished saying that, Gustav appeared in the living room. It was a small but well-structured living room. The walls were coated with blue tiles that glowed slightly. Green sofas arranged in an L format and a cabinet several feet behind. On the cabinet was a round orb that projected a 7-foot-tall image in a holographic form. This was an image of 3 people. A middle-aged looking man with a square-shaped face sporting dirty blonde hair, a woman who looked to be in her early 40s sporting brown long hair, and a young boy that looked similar to Gustav. He sported beautiful curly black hair. The female who was speaking earlier was standing at the doorpost, and beside her was a 5-feet-tall kid clad in maroon school uniform just like Gustav. Their faces were the same as with the woman and boy in the holographic image. These were Gustav's mother and junior brother. They turned around and noticed Gustav coming from the passageway. "Let's go." They totally ignored him as the mother pushed open the door while speaking. Endrik nodded. "Mom, are you not going to drop me off too?" Gustav quickly asked before they could step out. His mother paused her steps and turned around to stare at him with a look of disgust. "I have told you to stop calling me that. I am not your mother. I have only one son and he is right here," she said while rubbing the hair of Endrik. "You are just a liability without any form of usefulness," she stated harshly. "You should be glad that my mother and father allowed you to remain in this house and still pay for your school fees even though it's a waste," Endrik added. "I don't know how I and Liam ended up creating a useless creature like you." His mother spoke again. Gustav stared down dejectedly as they ridiculed him. He was all too used to this, but it still felt as bad anytime he heard them speak this way to him. He would be able to bear it if the world treated him like this, but when it was the people that were supposed to be his family, it hurt in a kind of unexplainable manner. He couldn't blame his junior brother since the kind of society he was born into shaped his character. "Trash like you deserves to walk to school," Endrik stated and turned around while pulling his mother by the arm. Slam. The door was slammed shut after they walked through it, leaving Gustav to wallow in self-pity as he stood in the same position for many seconds. He remembered when Endrik was 5, they would play outside a lot, and at that time his little brother was warm, loving, and playful too. There was a time Endrik got injured when they were playing hide and seek. Gustav was blamed for the injury and received more than 200 lashes from their father's whip. He could never forget that day. His butt bled and he begged for forgiveness, but his father didn't listen. "You trash. You want to kill my only useful child." In the process of getting whipped, his mother shouted from the side. It was only a minor bruise that would heal in a few hours, yet they whipped him like he committed a grievous offense. In this age, even if a person lost an arm, it could be fixed, talk less of a minor bruise. Gustav remembered when Endrik was 8, which was around the same time, his attitude towards him was becoming like that of the people in the society. Endrik used his bloodline abilities to attack Gustav, giving him a bloody 7-inch gash on his back. The same parents who gave him a lashing after causing Endrik a minor injury 2 years back laughed and praised Endrik for increasing the mastery of his bloodline abilities. Gustav still had a bloody scar on his back till today since no one attended to him. After standing in the same position for a while, Gustav finally started walking again. "What was I expecting? Haven't I been doing this for a long time?" He laughed dejectedly and walked out the door. "Inspectors from HBO will be arriving today. I must get to school on time," Gustav stated with an excited look as he ran. At this point, he had even forgotten about the skills and abilities he was about to test out. His priority right now was to get to school as soon as possible, since those inspectors would be visiting their school today, after testing out the students in the middle school area, which was where his brother's class was located. They would definitely visit the high school afterwards. On the streets, Gustav could be seen running like a madman and sweating like a criminal about to undergo trial for a murder case. This was the 34th Street of Plankton City. It was a commercial area at the edge of the city, so there were mostly short buildings, but most of the buildings were shaped in an octagon-like format and had a sci-fi look. Some of them could even transform their shape and also bore into the ground if the owner wanted it to. As Gustav got further ahead, he was closing in on the area of tall buildings. Vehicles that moved through the air could be seen ahead, giving a splendid view, but this was all too common for people like Gustav born into this age. Plankton City was one of the 6 most technologically advanced cities in the world that came into existence after the descent of the Slarkovs. Tall and enchanting buildings that gave off a sci-fi vibe could be seen. Some of them had videos playing all over the structure, showing commercials and different things they did within the business buildings. A particular one ahead was shaped like an upside-down conical flask, and on the body of the building, shone the commercial of a new medical product. A young female sporting blue hair, clad in a medical outfit, spoke while holding a 3 inches red bottle. "We at Photon Lab have created a new type of grade A solution to help in bloodline strengthening." The audio traveled into Gustav's ears as he streaked across the street, but still he paid no heed and kept running. He smiled when he looked ahead and saw a circular blue glow on the walkway, close to the road. People on the walkway could be seen entering into the circular blue glow, and immediately they got in, they disappeared. The circle was large enough to fit in more than 50 people, so those on the walkway entered without needing to slow down or stop, since the number of people walking wasn't much. "After this, I just need to go through 2 more teleportation circles before getting to school," Gustav muttered as he entered the circle. This was a teleportation circle that was located in different parts of the city for easy transportation. This particular one was for pedestrians, and it led to another location in the city. It saved about 2 hours of trekking since the city was very vast. So long as the number reached 10 and no other person was within 7 feet of the circle, the people within will immediately be teleported. As Gustav got in, the number of people within numbered around 30. Another man in business suit walked in and stood beside him. As more people who were within 7 feet walked in, the man's face could be seen twitching in discomfort, and after a few more seconds he moved away and went to stand beside a woman. Gustav wondered about the reason for the man's strange behavior when he finally caught a whiff of himself. "Eck! I haven't taken my bath today, due to his idiocy," he exclaimed out loud, and the rest of the people within the teleportation circle turned around to stare at him with disgust. Chapter 5, Echelon Academy. Gustav, realizing his mistake, felt bashful and stared at the ground in embarrassment while smiling like a retard. "I think I'll just go with the next set," a man within the crowd said, and proceeded to walk out of the circle. He moved more than 7 feet away so as not to disturb the circle from transporting the people within. Some others followed him, and in a few seconds, there were only about 7 more people left within the circle, Gustav included, making it extra spacious. Zwing. The teleportation circle activated and the people within disappeared. 30 minutes later. Gustav finally arrived at school. It was pretty large. It was comparable to the size of a university, whereas it only had middle school and high school students. A big sign hung up at the first entrance. Echelon Academy. There were tall silver-colored structures within. Different buildings for different academic purposes. Cars and different luxurious-looking vehicles that floated few inches above the surface of the ground could be seen streaming in. Since Plankton City was one of the 6 greatest cities in the world, every school located within was high class. Echelon Academy had the 2nd highest population and was known all across the world for one reason. Great mixed blood in the MBO organization attended this school at their young age. The MBO, Mixed Blood Organization, was an organization set up by the government to handle situations related to bloodlines. Since mixed bloods could perform feats out of the extraordinary, normal means, and people wouldn't be able to handle them. Imagine trying to shoot down a mixed blood that had the ability to move faster than the speed of light. It would be an impossible feat for normal people, so the MBO was there to handle situations like criminals that use their bloodlines for bad. The MBO had different branches that handled different situations. Some were like cops, always roaming about the street to prevent mixed blood from committing or getting away with crimes. Some handled mixed blood terrorists and traffickers of mixed blood organs. The most respected branch were the ones that traveled across the galaxies. Ever since the Slarkovs appeared, it had been confirmed that there were alien life forms outside of Earth. Using the technology of the Slarkovs, the Earth had traveled to different parts of the galaxy and made a pact with different planets. Thousands of years had passed, but humans were still exploring the universe. Gustav had always wanted to join the MBO since he was young because he wanted to travel across the galaxy, visit different planets and meet different species, but without a high-ranked bloodline that would be an impossible task since MBO was said to possess the most powerful mixed blood in their ranks. They faced a lot of dangers in space exploration, so they always recruited and trained people with high-grade bloodlines. At least your bloodline had to be C-grade before you can be considered for recruitment. They would still have to undergo 4 years of training at the MBO military camp. Gustav ran into the school as fast as his legs could carry him. Unlike the others who were being brought to school by their parents, he had to walk to his class building. It would still take him close to 20 minutes of running before he could get to Block C, which was located in the east part of the school. Apart from training, Mixed Blood Echelon Academy also taught normal school subjects like mathematics and English. It was only after graduating from high school that Mixed Blood could decide to attend a college or university that was for Mixed Bloods only. If they ended up being picked, their classes would only be about training their bloodlines, but at high school, every student, regardless of whether you were a normal human being, a Slarkov, or a mixed blood, were taught normal school subjects amid the extracurricular activities for mixed bloods. Gustav running within the school had already garnered attention. People started giving him weird stares. Oh, it's that trash again. Why does he still attend this academy? Some of the students headed towards their classes within their parents' vehicles stared at him in disgust. Although there were normal human beings without any special abilities that attended the school, the difference between them and Gustav was, they would never awaken any abilities due to their normal bloodline, so they didn't garner attention. But as for Gustav, he was ashamed to mixed bloods with the bloodline he awakened. Even though there were different grades of bloodline which determined social status, no matter how low a person's bloodline was, they were still respected by those without bloodlines, but Gustav was despised by mixed blood and humans alike. His bloodline didn't even have a grade or a name, unlike the others. There was another reason he was well known throughout the academy, and that was because, in junior high, he confessed love to the most beautiful girl in the academy, Yuhiko Kaira. Yuhiko had always been nice and treated others fairly. According to what he noticed, this caused him to develop feelings for her. He didn't know where the courage came from, but he walked up to her when school was over about 3 years ago and confessed to her that she was his crush. This was when she shone her true colors. Gustav was crushed by his crush. Yuhiko's bloodline granted her the ability to turn matter into whatever she wished. She was so mad that Gustav had the guts to profess love to her that she transformed her hairpin into a boulder and dropped it on Gustav. Gustav's body was crushed from the weight, and he broke more than 100 different bones in his body. Like literally, he got crushed by his crush. He was saved by a teacher who was afraid of the school receiving a bad name from a student dying within. If not for that, he would be dead today. TCH, he still came to school today again after I asked him to commit suicide 2 days ago. Wait till I break all your fingers. A male within a blue car that streamed across the school road mumbled with a look of hate as he stared at Gustav from the small screen within the car. Gustav, who was currently jogging while panting heavily, had no idea that he was being watched by someone in the car that just streaked past. After running for close to 20 minutes, he was finally closing in on 3 large buildings joined in a U format. It was also silver-colored like the rest, but more luxurious looking. They were all 3-story buildings. Looks like I made it on time. How did I manage to get here without resting one bit, and I'm not even feeling as tired as I used to? Gustav wondered as he walked forward toward the building. This was the special block for mixed blood attending the school. Gustav was currently a student of Class 3C. This was his 3rd year of high school, and after this year he would graduate from the academy. Subject-wise, Gustav was very smart and intelligent. He easily beat all the mixed blood in his class when it came to passing exams like English and maths, but this almost meant nothing at this age. Even if you were extremely smart and wanted to become a scientist, without a good bloodline, science universities wouldn't pick such a person unless they had connections within the circle of the rich and powerful. Gustav finally arrived in front of the class, which was in the middle of the 2 buildings. On getting inside, everyone within the class turned to stare at him, but in the next second, they turned their faces back towards the teacher standing in front of them. Hisses and snorts could be heard as he walked to his seat that was positioned at the southwest corner of the class, way behind the rest of the seats. The male teacher didn't even spare him a glance, almost like he was just a gust of wind passing by. The class was arranged like a normal class with desks arranged in rows and columns. There was a projection on the wall. It was like a body chart showing the internals of a mixed blood channeling power from his bloodline. Gustav sat down at his usual lonely corner and listened to the teacher speaking. Apparently, the male teacher was talking about how they would be having their last exams in the next 6 months, which would determine whether they would be picked by higher institutions that trained bloodlines. Gustav was paying attention when a notification sound rang in his head. A blue rectangular blinking light appeared at the top left corner of his sight. "Damn, I forgot about this," Gustav exclaimed loudly as a message popped out in front of him. Daily task completed, 1/3 travel 3 kilometers square route. Daily tasks. Gustav stated with a weird look as he stared at the message. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, like something was prickling his skin from every angle. Sensing the sudden silence, his vision focused on the classroom again and he noticed everyone staring at him. His eyes widened as he realized he just shouted out his words instead of saying them internally. Not only is he trash, but now he's a mad trasher. A female student muttered. The class had a look of disgust as they stared at him. The teacher went back to explaining after Gustav stood up to apologize. "This damned thing," Gustav muttered internally in discomfort. Host is the definition of a damned thing. Immediately Gustav saw the message appear in his line of sight. He nearly puked out blood. "This." He almost shouted out again, but he controlled himself. After calming down, he remembered the message that appeared earlier. What is daily task? Chapter 6, Bloodline Channeling. After calming down, he remembered the message that appeared earlier. What is daily task? Daily task can be found in Quests panel. Quests. Gustav remembered the rest of the system interface. "Oh, I didn't check everything. Quest was after Bloodline, I think." Gustav wondered and proceeded to call out in his mind, "System interface. Tunum. Host attributes, skills and abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop." Immediately the panel appeared before his eyes. He called out in his mind again, "Quests. Quests. Daily. Weekly. Monthly. Yearly." Gustav scrutinized the list properly. Aren't quests like missions? Gustav wondered, things you do and get some kind of rewards from according to those old games, but why is there a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly? Gustav kept squinting his eyes as he thought. After thinking for a while, daily. Gustav called out in his mind again. Quests. Daily. Today's task, 1/3. Run 3 kilometers, status, completed square route. Climb to a height of 20 meters, status, 0/20 m. Carry a total of 150 kilograms, status, 0/150. Rewards for completion, +5 attributes points. Punishment for failure, hidden. Will be revealed when the host fails to complete the task. Gustav almost had his eyes bulging from their sockets upon seeing the second and third quests for the day. Climb a height of 20 meters. Carry 150 kilograms. Who is this damn thing trying to kill? I can't even lift 20 kilos, talk less of a full 150. Gustav nearly screamed out again, but he controlled himself. Mixed bloods were stronger than the average men regardless of their rank and grade. Gustav instead was weaker than the average 17-year-old. His physical abilities were extremely lacking, but what he didn't know was, after the system paired with him, he was now as powerful as an average full-grown man, which was why he was able to run down to school without taking rests even though he was panting. Gustav angrily closed the system interface so he didn't notice the part that mentioned rewards and punishment. At the moment the teacher was rounding up with their class and another teacher could be seen coming in. It was a female teacher sporting a gray-colored hair clad in a tight-fitted green gown. An unbuttoned brown leather jacket hung on her shoulders. Miss Amy. The students exclaimed in excitement. This teacher was the most beautiful and powerful mixed blood in the entire school. She was a kilo-ranked mixed blood and her bloodline was a grade B. So long as a mixed blood had a bloodline graded above D, that person would be respected by everyone. Even the male teacher who was leaving bowed his head a little in respect when he got to her front. She nodded back and walked to the front of the class. Gustav had an excited look on his face upon seeing her. Unlike the rest of the teachers, she never shown a detestable attitude towards Gustav. In fact, she never showed any attitude. She had an uncaring and aloof face. She was always professional in her teaching and never did favoritism. She was the teacher for bloodline channeling. Gustav admired her because her teaching was one of the best and easiest to understand. Even if he couldn't channel his bloodline like others, he still understood her teaching properly. She didn't even waste time or bother to answer their calls. She went down straight to the teaching of the day. I have been teaching you about channeling your blood to the third point for the past 3 weeks now, she started speaking. If you have been doing as I instructed, your bloodline must have connected to the third point, she stated while staring at the students. When you hear your name come out for bloodline channeling inspection. Most of them had looks of excitement as she mentioned that. Ria Rota. Miss Amy called out. A short female student sporting green hair, putting on binoculars, walked out from the first row. She got to the front and stood opposite Miss Amy. Stretch out your arm. Miss Amy commanded, and she complied by stretching out her right arm. Miss Amy grabbed it with her right index and thumb fingers. In a second she released her grip. Successfully channeled through the third point, Miss Amy stated with a slightly pleasing look while the girl smiled in joy. Dash, oh you, that's Ria. Dash, I knew she would have gotten past it. Cheers could be heard coming from the mouths of some of the students. Mostly females. You can go back to your seat, Miss Amy added, which the girl complied. Gila Andrews. Miss Amy proceeded to call out the next person, who was also a female. It was the same result. This student also completed the bloodline channeling to the third point. Miss Amy continued calling them out one by one for the inspection. This bloodline channeling had to do with circulating the bloodline within your body, which was where the abilities came from. The bloodline of the mixed blood was not always congested from birth. They would only have a small amount within the body. Because of this small amount, they were not able to perform large feats with their bloodlines yet, even if they have a high-graded bloodline, until they channeled it to keep increasing in quantity and quality. This was where the issue of ranks came in. A mixed blood could have a B-grade bloodline and lose to another mixed blood with an F-grade bloodline due to ranks. The more the bloodline is channeled to keep increasing in quantity and quantity, the more a mixed blood increases in ranks. The first step was to locate the bloodline in your body and find a way to control and move the blood to any part of the body you wish to. There were 4 channel points within the body. Before a mixed blood could get to the lowest rank, Zulu, their bloodline needed to be channeled to connect these 4 points together. Once that was completed, they would have officially become a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. While Miss Amy was inspecting the bloodline channeling of Class 3C, another inspection was going on in another part of the school. Middle school area, mixed blood training ground. A group of students could be seen in the hundreds within the training ground. It was like a stadium with spectators' seats surrounding the training ground. These students looked to be on the young side, ranging from age 10 to 13. They sat on the spectator's seat as a young boy could be seen attacking a trio of robots with his bloodline abilities. The female students watched with dazed eyes while the male students watched with envy as the boy dominated the 3 robots and was slowly pushing them back. At a particular spectator's corner, a group of 4 sat down together and watched the display. 2 of them had their mouths wide open as they watched, while the other 2 were grinning from ear to ear. One glance and you could tell that they were the prestigious and powerful sort. The way they dressed and their demeanor spoke volumes, but at the present, the 2 had looks of disbelief. How is this even possible? One of the people spoke. He was a bald man with a brown goatee and he sat on the right. Those are level 3 AI, comparable to a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. This child shouldn't even be able to trade blows with them, yet he's winning. The other man sporting black hair voiced out while watching the student battle with the 3 humanoid-looking machines. Inspector Dillon, Inspector Blob, I mentioned it before that this kid is special, but you wouldn't believe me. The man who spoke was seated on the left. He wore glasses and had a long black coat on with a blue sweatshirt within. He looked like he was in his 30s. Ah, Principal Will, how did you think we would believe that a kid, no more than 10 years old, would already be a Zulu-ranked mixed blood? This was the same man who spoke first, and he was Inspector Dillon from the MBO. Chapter 7, Bloodline Acquisition. Author's Note. I know a lot of you don't read the author's note, so I decided to put it here. First, thank you all for adding this novel to your library. Special thanks to those who actually read it, commented, reviewed, and voted. Arigato. Second, as from now on, release will be daily. If I fail to release a chapter in a day, I will make sure I release 2 the next day. 3. Votes will determine if the release rate will increase from 7 chapters per week to a higher count. So if you've not been voting, you can start now, because I have decided to be serious with this novel. Enjoy the read, smiley face. This is our best middle school student, Endrik Oslov. He awakened an A-grade bloodline that allows him to warp space to his will. Principal Will explained, it's like the combination of telekinesis, gravity, and part spatial abilities. Lest I forget, from the age of 8, His bloodline was already channeled through the 4 points, making him the youngest Zulu ranked in the history of mixed blood. Principal Will added. The two inspectors had looks of bewilderment as they stared at the young boy battling the humanoid AI droids. At present, the Endrick leapt 2 meters up and pushed his hand downwards while descending. His curly black hair floated upwards in the process. A strange force suddenly pushed down the droid headed towards him from the front. Blam. The force caused the droid to fall to its knees, but before the boy could attack again to finish it off, 2 other bots similar in appearance closed in on him from both sides. Their arms that were currently shaped like guns shot out a laser-like beam towards Endrick, making him jump backward, dodging the beams. I heard that he can send his will as far as 2 kilometers and also able to lift up to 800 kilograms with his mind, is that correct? Inspector Blob questioned with an excited look as he watched. Even better, just watch how we'll defeat those 3. Principal Will seemed to be enjoying their reaction, but he didn't want them to miss Endrick defeating the level 3 AIs. There's something he still hasn't used, Principal Will's statement gave them a suspenseful feeling again. They were already satisfied with what they were seeing, yet Principal Will claimed the boy was even more awesome than they had anticipated. The middle school male student battling the 3 bots did a backflip twice in the air, dodging some projectiles in the process. After landing several feet away, he slid back by a few centimeters. The 3 droids dashed towards him again. The one in the middle shot out a net crackling with electricity. Endrick pushed out his right palm in response. A strange force pushed the net backward and it ended up covering the bot that shot it towards him. The droid was trapped by the net it shot out and started thrashing around trying to free itself. The remaining 2 droids closed in on Endrick. Their hands transformed into a 2 feet blue glowing blade. They took a swung at him. Endrick waved his right hand towards the left. His action caused AI on the left to shift towards the right a little, which in turn made it collide with the blade of the one on the right. Screeve. The arm and the blade collided. The blade of the droid on the right side cut 7 inches deep into the arm or the droid on the left. The droid tried to pull his blade out of its companion arm, but it was proving difficult. In the process of them trying, the boy placed his right finger on his forehead and stared at the droids. Structure analyzation. His will scanned the body of the droids from head to toe, and in the next second a huge grin could be seen on his face. Got it. Immediately those words were uttered, he stretched out both his hands in a griping format. At this moment, the droids had managed to get themselves freed and were headed for him, but immediately he clenched his hand. The droids had an indescribable feeling of something crawling around their insides. Endrick suddenly pulled his clenched hand back with force. Rip. Rip. The chests of the droids were ripped open from the inside and a circular-shaped object flew out of it. Plop. Plop. Both droids fell with their blue glowing sockets dimming in the process. Both objects landed on Endrick's right hand. On closer look, it was a blue glowing baby palm-sized object. Endrick could sense the energy coming from it. 2. All of a sudden 2 beams were shot towards Endrick from the front. Swerve. Even though it was supposed to be a sneak attack from the 3rd droid, Endrick already sensed it and dodged in a timely manner. The 3rd droid was headed towards him after tearing apart the net. Endrick pushed his hand out towards the direction of the incoming droid, clenched his fist like he was holding onto something, and pulled back his hand. Rip. The same situation repeated itself. The middle of the droid's chest ripped apart from the inside and the same small blue object as before flew out, or it landing in Endrick's hand. The light in the droid's eyes dimmed as it also fell to the ground. Cheer. 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 The student seating on the spectator's seat started cheering loudly. Most of the females called out his name with admiration. He reacted by placing his left hand on his head and rubbing his hair back in a suave manner. He started walking towards the northwest corner as the 3 objects floated above his palm. How did he do that? His will pulled out their core from the depths of the droid's internal. Inspector Dillon questioned with a disbelieving look. His telekinesis can pass through solid objects. Inspector Blob also had the same disbelieving look as he stared at Endrick walking towards their direction from above. Hee, remember when I mentioned his telekinetic also had a spatial effect? This is what I meant, Principal Will stated with a delightful look. Endrick reached the end of the training ground and stared upwards, where the 4 were sitting. I believe this belongs to you. Endrick raised his right hand upwards slightly. The core of the droids floated upwards towards the 4. Class 3C, High School Area. Miss Amy just finished checking the second to the last student in the class, who was male and with a bulky build. Surprisingly, he failed to channel his bloodline to the third point and was being booed by the class. He had a D-grade bloodline, yet the class didn't spare him. Tomboa is such a trash. So useless. He couldn't even reach the third point. I'm breaking up with this loser. He timidly walked back to his seat amid the insults. He heard a female on the middle row say she was going to break up with him, which made him feel disheartened. His appearance and current behavior contradicted one another. He looked strong, but the insults made him shrink in embarrassment. Quiet. Miss Amy voiced with an authority. The class quieted down upon hearing her speak. The last person on the list, she continued speaking, Gustav Oslov. She stared at the back corner where a teenage boy sporting blonde hair, looking like a shrimp, could be seen seated. Chatter. 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 The class became noisier when his name was mentioned. Me. Gustav was surprised that he would also be inspected, since unlike the others he didn't have a proper bloodline. His useless bloodline was not even enough to connect to the first point, so he couldn't channel it like the rest of them. Aren't you a part of this class? Miss Amy questioned with a straight face. Why? Before Gustav could answer, a male student sitting on the first row stood up and interrupted. Miss Amy, would be a waste of time to inspect this trash. He shouted out. Yes, it would be a waste of time. Miss Amy should just move on to the next thing for today. His bloodline is considered below F grade. Miss Amy, don't waste your time with the trash that has no future. He can't even channel his bloodline past the first point. The rest of the students agreed with the male student who spoke the first time, calling Gustav all sorts of names. Gustav was used to this kind of scenario, but he still sighed internally. Silence. Miss Amy shouted in a slightly annoyed tone. Don't tell me how to teach my class, brats. Know your place. Miss Amy voiced out. The students immediately shut up. They knew just how Miss Amy could be if she got mad. She could decide to deduct all their points assessed from the start of the term, which would, in turn, affect their graduation, since most of them had plans of schooling in a mixed-blood college or university. This subject was very important. Gustav, I am waiting. Miss Amy called out again after noticing that Gustav just sat down looking like a moron. Gustav immediately stood up upon hearing her call for him the second time and started walking towards the front of the class. His classmates gave him weird stares, but they couldn't say anything since Miss Amy asked them to keep quiet. Gustav got to the front and stood in front of Miss Amy. He stared at her with a timid look, but her stare was that of aloofness as she spoke. Stop acting like an idiot and stretch out your hand. Miss Amy stated. Oh, so RRY. Gustav realized that this was supposed to be his action upon arriving here. He stretched out his right hand towards Miss Amy. Just like others, she placed her index and thumb finger on his wrist. Immediately her fingers made contact with his arm. Notifications appeared in Gustav's line of sight. Host has made contact with a mixed blood. Mixed blood has sent bloodline energy into the bloodstream of host. Gustav's eyes narrowed on the message, but before he could read it completely, more notifications appeared in his line of sight. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with creation bloodline, 0% per 100%. Analysis complete, 75%/100%. Gustav's head was hurting from the multiple notifications and he nearly fell because of that, but Miss Amy's grip on his wrist had gotten tighter. Unlike the rest, where she only took a second to inspect their bloodline channeling, she was taking longer to inspect his. Host compatibility with creation bloodline is 75%. Does host desire to steal this bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav's eyes widened as he read the last notification. Steal Miss Amy bloodline. Chapter 8, Confirmation. Does host desire to steal this bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav's eyes widened as he read the last notification. Steal Miss Amy bloodline. His mind was in a chaotic state as he wondered. Yes. I mean no. Gustav answered in a panicky manner. Host has decided to steal this bloodline. Bloodline extraction shall now begin. What? I said no. Remembering how powerful her bloodline was earlier, made Gustav subconsciously say yes, but after he realized that Miss Amy had never done him wrong like the others, he quickly changed his mind. Oh my god, what have I done? Gustav screamed internally as another notification came up. Bloodline extraction process, 0%/100%. Gustav quickly thought about how to salvage the situation. He remembered that Miss Amy was currently holding onto his arm and decided to pull his arm back, feeling that physical contact was necessary for the extraction of bloodline, but no matter how hard he tried, Miss Amy's grip on his hand was stronger than he anticipated. She seemed to be in a daze as she held onto Gustav's palm with her eyebrows twitching from time to time. "Oh my god, she's gonna lose her bloodline if she doesn't let go of me." Gustav was still trying to pull his arm out of her grip. All of a sudden he noticed something. The percentage isn't moving. Gustav stared at the percentage bar. Bloodline extraction process, 0%/100%. It had been a few seconds since Miss Amy grabbed him with her 2 fingers, yet it was still at 0%. A second after noticing that, another notification appeared in his line of sight, replacing the former. Bloodline extraction has failed. Why did it fail? Gustav wondered in his mind, forgetting that he was opposed to the extraction a few seconds ago. What is Miss Amy doing? Why is she taking this long to check out that trash? The students chattering amongst themselves brought Miss Amy out of her reverie. She quickly let go of Gustav and stared into his eyes like she was searching for something. Gustav also stared at her. He tried to look calm, but within he was screaming in fear, "Oh my god, I'm dead." She must have noticed it. She must have sensed that I tried to steal her bloodline. This damn system has finally brought me to the jaws of death. I knew my life was only prolonged for me to die later. Miss Amy is gonna turn me to Maya. Amid his chaotic thoughts, Miss Amy's question brought him back to reality. He didn't hear her question properly, hence his reaction. "I said, how did you channel your bloodline energy through the 3rd point?" Miss Amy repeated her question. Gustav was shocked by the sudden and unexpected question. It was like the class was also just hearing the question too, as they also reacted like Gustav. "What? 3rd point? Me?" Gustav asked with a bewildered look. Miss Amy must be mistaken. How would this trash manage to ever channel his bloodline to the 3rd point? It is impossible. Gustav didn't say anything, but he agreed with them, internally believing that Miss Amy must be mistaken. Miss Amy stared at the students with a dark look. "Oh, so I'm mistaken." She turned to Gustav. "Is there a new ability from your bloodline that you couldn't use before?" Miss Amy questioned. New ability? Gustav's mind immediately went back to when he was checking the skills and abilities panel. "Does this count?" Gustav asked as his skin suddenly started wriggling from his face to every part of his body that was exposed. In a few seconds, his skin color had changed to a dark one. Gasp. The students were shocked to see Gustav's skin tone change. Doesn't his bloodline only grant him the ability to change his hair color? These were the thoughts in their minds. Gustav has passed the inspection by channeling his energy to the 3rd point. Next time you claim I am mistaken, I shall teach you the manners you failed to receive from your parents. Miss Amy turned to glare at the students and stated with a strong tone of warning. The students who spoke earlier had pale faces after hearing that. "You may now go back to your seat," Miss Amy said with her usual aloof face. Gustav nodded and proceeded to walk back to his seat. His classmates still had looks of shock and doubt. Even if he's able to channel his bloodline through the 3rd point, it doesn't change the fact that he's trash. These were the thoughts in most of their minds as they stared at Gustav walking back towards his seat. Gustav was just as shocked as the others. He sat down back on his seat with a look of contemplation. My bloodline is already channeled through the 3rd point. His eyes widened as he came to a realization. Does that mean this power I received is real? As he reached this obvious conclusion, he remembered that he just used one of the abilities that he couldn't use earlier on, changing skin tone. It was truly added. Gustav's face suddenly shone in excitement. That means everything is real. I am not mad, and also I can steal bloodlines. If anyone saw Gustav's face at the moment of realization, they would think he had gone mad because he had a look no different to that of a mad scientist. He suddenly thought of something. Why wasn't it able to steal Miss Amy? Oh, now I remember. Gustav opened the system interface and immediately called for the skills and ability panel to open up. His vision moved down to bloodline acquisition. Bloodline acquisition, level 1. Ability to steal bloodlines and pair them with host if the right requirements are met. F rank. I knew it, Gustav said internally upon reading the information beneath. I can only steal bloodlines at F rank, for now. Gustav's eyes moved back to the level of the skill. Since it says level 1, then increasing the levels will definitely allow me to steal higher ranked bloodline. Gustav nearly screamed out in excitement seeing all this. Now that I have confirmed that this is real. Gustav knitted his eyes as his gaze turned cold and he stared at his classmates. For all those years of suffering you all have inflicted on me, I shall make sure I collect compensations. Miss Amy had started teaching another topic. While she was teaching, she secretly stole a glance at Gustav. That kid, there's something weird about him, right? Since she entered into the class she could sense something different about him. She took longer to inspect his bloodline channeling because of this. She was also surprised to see that he had gotten to the third point, but she didn't show it on her face. The strangest part about it was, she also noticed that his bloodline was close to reaching the fourth point. His bloodline may not be as useless as everyone thought, she thought as she remembered his skin tone transformation. After closing hours, Gustav left the school. He trekked back home as usual. His mind went back to everything that happened during the day. The MBO entrance test will be holding in the next 6 months. He had a slightly tense look as he thought, but this time a trace of hope could be seen on his face. I wonder how far I would have gotten with this power by then. Fill your name on the collection form if you are interested in participating in the test. Remember, you cannot participate if you are not a Zulu ranked mixed blood by then. The exact date and the venue of the test will be communicated to you. Gustav remembered the inspectors that came from the MBO. Class 3 was tested by them, and as expected Gustav failed the test, but this test was only for the more gifted ones that would be given straight entry into the MBO training camp. Almost all of his classmates had plans of joining the MBO, but only a few were chosen to be exempted from the test. The real test was going to be held 6 months from now, which was also close to the time he would be graduating from high school. Gustav remembered the shocked look on his classmates' faces when he also filled the form. He was ready to disappoint them with his results in the next 6 months. Gustav remembered something again. Since this is real, doesn't that mean I have to perform those daily tasks? Chapter 9, Attribute Points. It took Gustav about an hour to get home from school because unlike in the morning he wasn't in a haste and his mind was currently preoccupied with plans. When he got home, the entire house was empty. Normally Endrik would have been picked by his mother and dropped off at home once school closed for the day. Gustav would always meet him at home after trekking from school. Gustav didn't overthink it, he walked straight into his room and sat on the edge of his tub. Unlike normal people, Gustav's parents felt Gustav didn't worth a bed, so a bathtub from the junkyard was placed in his room. He had been sleeping in this bathtub for almost 10 years now. How he still managed to fit into it was because his body was small from malnutrition. He was only slightly taller than his little brother. Gustav opened the system interface again and quickly called for the quest panel to open up. Quests. Daily. Weekly. Monthly. Yearly. Daily, he called out, causing the panel to change again. Quests. Daily. Today's task, 1/3. Run 3 kilometers, status, completed square root. Climb to a height of 20 meters, status, 9/20 m. Carry a total of 150 kilograms, status, 0/150. Rewards for completion, +5 attributes points. Punishment for failure, hidden. Will be revealed when the host fails to complete the task. This time Gustav properly read it from top to bottom. I will receive 5 attribute points when I complete the task. Just like those games, I should be able to add it to whatever attribute I wish to improve, Gustav analyzed. There's also punishment. Wait, hidden. Why is this whole system power thingy so mysterious? Gustav wondered, but knowing he wouldn't get an answer right now, he threw it to the back of his mind. It says I've climbed as high as 9 meters already. Gustav was surprised to see the status of the 20 meters climbing task. After thinking about it for a while, he understood that it must have been because of the stairs he always climbed to get to the last floor, which was where Class 3C was located. Normally there was an elevator to get up, but Gustav always liked to avoid the other mixed blood whenever he arrived in school, hence his reason for using the stairs. There was even a time when he was beaten up inside the elevator. He preferred not to make contact with the others. His plan initially was to visit the mountain at the edge of the city and began climbing again, even though he remembered that it would be dangerous since his encounter with the unknown man. He was still willing to risk it. But now that he knew he just needed to climb some stairs to finish the task, traveling to the edge of the city wasn't necessary anymore. What Gustav didn't know was, he just made the right decision when he concluded not to visit the mountain region. Had he decided to go, he would have met with a force that he couldn't handle. Since he knew how to handle the issue of climbing, the next one was lifting up to 150 kilograms. Gustav had a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead as he pondered on how he would handle this situation. Wait, since the system counts and gives me a status of how much of the work has been done, that means it doesn't have to be at once. I don't have to carry 150 kilograms in a go. Gustav finally came to this realization. This means I can keep lifting anything that weighs about 1 kilogram, 150 times for me to complete this. Gustav smiled as he thought of this and proceeded to dash towards the living room. Since no one was around, he was bold enough to come out. He looked around the living room. It all seemed foreign to him since he hardly came out. He couldn't even remember the last time he sat on the sofa. The sofa, immediately his mind went to the sofa. He walked towards it. The sofa was placed in an L format in the middle of the living room. A 2-seater and a 3-seater. Gustav stood in front of the 2-seat couch. He knew the weight of a regular 2-seat couch was about 40 kilograms, which was more than he had the power to lift, but his parents were poor, so he believed the sofa would be lesser in weight since they couldn't afford high-quality materials. Also, the sofas could dislodge from one another. He planned on separating them so he would lift one several times. Gustav quickly did that and lifted one of the sofas. Huff! Gustav grunted as he lifted it for the first time. He kept the daily task open just so he could see the progress. Carry a total of 150 kilograms, status, 16/150. Gustav smiled as he noticed the progress. He dropped the sofa and lifted it up again. Huff! 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 He dropped and lifted it a total of 10 times before stopping. By the time he was done, he was panting heavily. He laid down on the floor and smiled as he stared at the notification that popped up. Daily task completed, 2/3 carry a total of 150 kilograms. After breathing in and out profusely for a while, he quickly connected the sofas back to themselves and placed them in the right position. He didn't want to leave any signs behind that he was there. Gustav, knowing what to do next, went back into his room and pulled off his school uniform, placing them in the small closet behind his tub. When he opened the closet, only a single cloth could be seen within. It was a blue kind of tight-fitted jumpsuit. The color was a bit faded, but that was Gustav's only piece of cloth right now. The jumpsuit had a hoodie, and just like its name, jumpsuit, it was truly a jumper. Its trouser part only got past his knees by a few inches. Gustav quickly put the hood on and dashed out of the house. 2 hours later. Gustav was jogging back home with a smile on his face. He didn't even mind the stares of the people in the surroundings, who kept looking at him with pity, thinking he was a beggar. It was almost 7 p.m. at this time. The sky was close to darkening completely, but the streets were as bright as ever. The tall buildings glowed up, as the skies darkened more and more. When the sky became completely dark, the light bulbs floating above the air brightened up. These light bulbs were lined up all across the streets, positioned in the air on both sides. They weren't visible during the day, but they were always up there. Gustav paused in his steps and stared at the beautiful view. There was no doubt that it was a wondrous sight to behold. Something, in particular, caught Gustav's attention in the distance. It was a tall, brightly lit building. It was so high that its tip pierced into the skies above. It was the tallest building in the city, and it was positioned in the heart of the city. The glowing blue letters on the surface of the building were particularly eye-catching. It gave off a unique feeling. MBO. Gustav stared at it and smiled. I can't wait to be able among those that will be granted access into the building. After saying that, Gustav turned around and started heading straight for home again. In a few minutes, he got home and headed straight for his room. He didn't know if his mother and brother had arrived yet, but he wasn't bothered. He remembered the notification he got immediately after climbing a 3-story building stairway repeatedly. Daily task completed, March 3rd. Host has received +5 attribute points. Host has received 50 EXP. The people within that vicinity gave him stares like he was retarded, but only he understood what he was doing at that point in time. Gustav quickly sat on the tub and opened the system interface. He didn't waste time before checking the attributes panel. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 1. Class. EXP, 50/100. HP, 100/100. Energy, 10/30. Attribute stats. Strength, 1. Perception, 1. Agility, no. Speed, 1. Bravery, no. Intelligence, 4. Charm, no. Attributes point, 5. Oh, it truly got added, Gustav spoke excitedly as he stared at the attribute points. Now how do I share these points? Gustav questioned internally as he held his chin. Chapter 10, Slow Progression. Gustav stared at the panel with a look of contemplation. Being able to add 5 attributes point to whatever attribute I wish to increase is not bad, but looking at my attributes, 5 isn't enough to go around. Gustav stared intently at the attributes panel. Attribute stats. Strength, 1. Perception, 1. Agility, no. Speed, 1. Bravery, no. Intelligence, 4. Charm, no. Attributes point, 5. Placing everything in one category is the only way there can be a substantial difference, but at the same time, the rest will be lacking. Gustav was having a hard time deciding. After contemplating for a few minutes more, he came to a decision. Even distribution will be a much better option, Gustav decided. One stat being way above the other, like strength and agility, will have an adverse effect. Imagine having strength but being slow. How will the strength be used properly? This was Gustav's thought process as he came to the conclusion of even distribution. Now let's go with, add 1 point to strength, Gustav stated. Plus 1 attribute point has been added to strength. Add 1 point to perception. Plus 1 attribute point has been added to perception. Add 1 point to speed. Plus 1 attribute point has been added to speed. Intelligence already has 4 points, so I'm not adding to that yet. Which should I pick between bravery and charm? Gustav held his chin and pondered. Let me go with bravery. Gustav decided to pick bravery since he felt charm would only assist in getting girls to fall for him, while bravery would help him stand up for himself. What a foolish thought indeed. Add 1 point to bravery, Gustav said. Unable to add points to a non-existent attribute. What? Gustav was surprised to see the notification that popped up after trying to add a point to bravery. Add 1 point to bravery, Gustav said once again. Unable to add points to a non-existent attribute. Gustav noticed that he skipped agility and tried adding points to it too. Add 1 point to agility. Unable to add points to a non-existent attribute. Gustav had the urge to curse upon seeing this, but he held himself back. He scrutinized the attributes panel properly and finally came to a realization. Agility, no. Speed, 2. Bravery, no. Intelligence, 4. Charm, no. This means I can't add points to agility, bravery, and charm. Gustav started to worry after he came to this realization. Then, how do I raise it? Gustav had a confused look. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. The system notifications that always popped up to give him answers to questions like this was silent. Since I can't add it to them yet, then I guess I'll just add it to strength and speed, Gustav said with a solemn look. Add 1 point to strength. Plus 1 attribute point has been added to strength. Attribute stats. Strength, 3. Perception, 2. Agility, no. Speed, 2. Bravery, no. Intelligence, 4. Charm, no. Attributes point, 1. Add 1 point to speed. Immediately Gustav said that a notification popped up in his line of sight. Host has achieved agility. Points can now be added to agility. Gustav had a look of confusion on seeing this. How did I suddenly achieve agility? He wondered. Attribute stats. Strength, 3. Perception, 2. Agility, 1. Speed, 3. Bravery, no. Intelligence, 4. Charm, no. Attributes point, 0. Is it because I added points to speed? Gustav wondered. Gustav was still new to this, so he knew that overthinking it wasn't going to help. Even though it was faint, he could feel that he had truly increased in strength. He stood up and turned to face his tub. He placed both hands on the edge, clenched it tightly, and lifted it. Gustav was able to lift the tub a few centimeters off the ground before dropping it back. Huff. 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 Gustav stared at his hands in shock as he breathed in and out. I definitely increased in strength. I couldn't do that before, he said with an excited look. The bathtub weighed about 85 kilograms. Although he couldn't lift it completely or with ease, he knew he would be able to lift 50 kilograms without stress now. Gustav sat inside his bathtub and smiled. This is it, he clenched his right fist as he raised it. This is how I can finally achieve my dreams. The next day Gustav went to school with his usual means, trekking. Even when he met his brother and mother about to leave the house, he didn't even bother asking her to drop him. He even left the house before them. The daily task was the same as the day before with slight differences. Quests. Daily. Today's task, 1/3. Travel 7 kilometers, status, 0.1/7 km. Climb to a height of 40 meters, status, 0/40 m. Carry a total of 250 kilograms, status, 0/250 kg. Rewards for completion, +5 attributes points. Punishment for failure, hidden. Will be revealed when the host fails to complete the task. Gustav checked out the increase as he ran to school. He already had today planned and well thought out. Before he got to school, a notification had popped up in his line of sight. Daily task completed, 1/3 travel 7 kilometers. Gustav was faster in running than before, so he got to school before activities for the day had begun. He quickly went to his class block and started climbing up the stairways. He ran to the last stair and ran down again. He kept running up and down the stairs repeatedly for about 15 minutes until a notification popped up in his line of sight. Daily task completed, 2/3, climb to a height of 40 meters. Gustav smiled as he saw the notification and proceeded to climb up the stairways again. He was able to do this without disturbance since no one ever used the stairs, everyone used the elevators. Gustav got to his class and as usual insults and snorts were directed at him from different angles. He walked to the far end of the class and sat in his usual lonely corner. What his classmates didn't notice was, Gustav didn't look down like he used to whenever he was coming to school. The day activities began. Gustav listened to most of the classes that taught bloodline-related subjects with newfound enthusiasm. After close to 6 years of studying at Echelon Academy, this was the first time he felt passionate about being in class. The day ended again and Gustav went straight home to go lift the sofa again. In a few seconds, he was done and the notification popped up in his line of sight again. Daily task completed, 3/3 carry a total of 250 kilograms. Host has received +5 attributes points. Host has received 50 EXP. Host has leveled up. +1 attribute points has been added to all of host's attributes. Gustav had an excited look as he opened the system interface and checked the attributes panel. Just as I thought, leveling up adds 1 attribute point to each attribute. Gustav stared at the panel. Extra 1 point was added to every category except for the charm and bravery. Gustav was excited because he still had extra 5 attribute points to spare. Gustav evenly distributed the attribute points again, placing 2 in strength, 1 each in agility, speed, and perception. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 2. Class. EXP, 0/1000. HP, 150/150. Energy, 50/50ths. Attributes. Strength, 6. Perception, 4. Agility, 3. Speed, 5. Bravery, null. Intelligence, 5. Charm, null. Attributes point, 0. Gustav noticed that his biceps that had always been tiny bulged slightly. The difference was barely noticeable, but it was there nevertheless. Gustav tried lifting his tub again. He placed both his hand and pulled up. CRYCH. The tub made a screeching sound as it scratched against the ground while being lifted. Gustav was able to do it with ease this time. He lifted it to his height level before placing it back down. Gustav's chest heaved up and down as he stared at his hand and smiled slightly. The next day the daily task had increased in difficulty again. Gustav didn't mind and kept his current routine in play. As days passed, Gustav kept completing the daily tasks and receiving attribute points. His body was going through a visible transformation in the past few days. His brother Endrik noticed the slight difference but didn't think much of it. Gustav ignored them most of the time and just went straight to school without saying a word about their mom dropping him off. Just like that, a week had passed. Echelon Academy. It was break period during school and students could be seen walking towards the cafeteria close to their block. Gustav was currently on his way to the cafeteria, which was located several blocks away from his class, towards the west. He was checking his current stats as he headed there. Of course, he didn't have any money, but there was a free food section there which he always visited every day. He never ate from home except during the weekends, where he would eat the scraps from his mother and brother's meals. His father was away most of the time due to the nature of his work, which was energy mining. Author's note: this will be explained later on. Gustav was used to eating once a day and sometimes none. Gustav had been thinking about getting a part-time job so he wouldn't have to keep suffering, but that was proving difficult. He currently checked his status and was happy to see his 1-week improvement. Host attributes. Name: Gustav Oslov. Level: 3. Class: EXP 500/2000. HP 150/150. Energy 50/50ths. Attributes: Strength 13. Perception 11. Agility 10. Speed 12. Bravery null. Intelligence 12. Charm null. Attributes point 0. Even though according to the system he hadn't achieved bravery or charm yet, he was still satisfied with his current pace of improvement. With his strength right now, he was able to lift his tub using a single hand. Gustav walked into the cafeteria that was 2 stories tall. The one below was where he always got free food from. Chapter 11, Cafeteria Incident. He quickly went in. It was crowded with students from different blocks. Noisy discussions were coming from every nook and cranny of the place. Dash: Jennifer Brown nude pics have been leaked. Dash: what? Oh my god. Tell me the site name, I need to check. Dash: her body is so hot. Dash: Bo-Ran Industries are involved in some kind of scandal now. Most of them had their devices out, checking different kinds of things on the net. Chatting, checking the trends online, etc. Unfortunately, Gustav never had the privilege to own a device, so he never understood what was fun about all this. Anytime he saw their looks of excitement. The top floor was where mixed blood usually gathered to eat their lunch, but Gustav had not approached there since his last encounter when he was still in Class 1. He was beaten up and thrown down. Ever since that time, he would only come here to get free food, then go to the back of the cafeteria to eat in solitude. This was his usual style. The back of the cafeteria was silent and empty, that was where he always ate. Gustav got the free lunch from the counter, which was located at the far end. Hardly was anyone seen taking food from here. The students within the cafeteria would give him different kinds of glares, but he was used to this, so he wasn't even bothered. He took the lunch, which was 2 palm-sized bread and a cup of water. The person serving just stared at him with an expressionless look. Gustav's face was not new around here after all. Gustav carried his tray of food and was currently walking towards the back. While he was walking, he noticed 3 male students coming towards him from the right. He recognized the 3, and so did the rest of the students inside the cafeteria. Dash: hey, isn't that Hung Jo, Ben Rao, and Paul Miguel? Dash: oh my goodness, what are they doing here in the lower cafeteria? Dash: Hung Jo is still as beautiful as ever. Dash: my dream guy. Some of the male and female students exclaimed in excitement. The one in the middle was the Hung Jo they were referring to. He was about 5'7" in height and had a cute-looking boyish face with short green hair. The 2 on his right and his left were his henchmen, Ben Rao and Paul Miguel. These 2 always followed him wherever he went. Ben and Paul were up to 6 feet tall, so they looked like bodyguards as they followed Hung Jo. Ben was fairly dark in skin color and had a broad body, while Paul looked like a handsome playboy with his lanky figure. Gustav saw them but pretended not to and started walking faster. The 3 were struggling to keep up once Gustav started walking faster. The one in the middle suddenly stopped walking and said to the other 2, "Bring him to me." Immediately he said that both of them dashed to the front of Gustav. Gustav had to pause his footsteps. He slid a few centimeters forward due to the sudden pause and nearly ended up slamming into one of them. His food tray was only a few centimeters away from touching the school uniform of the Ben Rao who was in front of him. "What do you want?" Before Gustav could complete his statement, Ben Rao suddenly slapped the tray away from Gustav's hands. Pa! The tray flew several feet in the air before slamming onto the ground towards the left. Gustav stared at the bread and cup of water sprawled on the floor with a dark look. He wanted to walk towards the bread and pick them up, but before he could, Paul stepped on the first bread. Crush! The bread was completely squished under his foot, but he didn't let it end there. He lifted his foot again and shifted it to the left before bringing it down with force. Crush! The second bread was squished by Paul's foot. Gustav felt like his heart was being torn open as he watched the gruesome scene of his lunch being murdered. I haven't eaten a single meal since yesterday. Gustav's mind was in a hurtful state. Once food had been gotten from the free counter, it was impossible to get another till the next day. Gustav felt like crying as he looked up to stare at Paul. WH. Before he could complete the word, Ben grabbed him by the collar and dragged him towards Hung Jo, who was waiting for them behind. Dash, that trash is really in trouble now. Dash, did he piss Hung Jo off? Dash, he's done for. They watched as Gustav was dragged towards Hung Jo. Plop. Ben pulled Gustav downward, making him kneel in front of Hung Jo. Hung Jo stared at Gustav, who currently had a lifeless look. You have the guts to show up in this academy again after I told you to commit suicide. Hung Jo stated. You really want me to do it for you, eh? Hung Jo said as he joined his right fist and left palm together. My food. Gustav was listening, but at the same time, he was thinking about how he was going to feed for the day. You also had the guts to put your name down for the MBO entrance test. You trash, you don't know your place. Hung Jo said with a snort as he grabbed Gustav's hair. This trash wants to be on the same test grounds with me. That is very insulting. Do you believe I cannot kill you right now? Hung Jo's voice became low but very solemn. Hung Jo was the son of an industrialist billionaire who specializes in crafting armor for the MBO. Hung Jo had always been a bully to the extent that he bullied even mixed bloods. Gustav had been on the receiving end since they were in junior high. When Gustav proclaimed love to the most beautiful girl in the school and was nearly crushed to death, this same Hung Jo would come to bully him, day in and day out. Gustav would leave school with a swollen and bruised face, yet when he got home, his parents would never show any concern or try to treat his injuries. When they were promoted to senior high, they ended up in different classes. Gustav was in 1C while Hung Jo was in 1A. This was how Gustav was able to avoid him, most of the time till they got to class 3. Even though he tried to avoid Hung Jo, there were times when they would still jam into one another unexpectedly. When that happened, Gustav would go through another round of bullying. After the visit of the MBO inspectors, Hung Jo was pissed off by the fact that he failed the special test and had to participate in the normal test to get into the MBO. After finding out that Gustav also put his name down for participating in the test, his rage was ignited again and he decided to teach Gustav a lesson. His plan now was to give Gustav serious injuries so he would end up in the hospital longer than 6 months. He was angered by the fact that a trash mixed blood would share the same stage with him. Hung Jo pulled Gustav's hair to stare at his eyes. After I'm done with you today, you will question your current pitiful existence. Pa. Immediately he finished saying that, he smacked Gustav on his right cheek. The force of the slap caused Gustav to slide across the floor as his cheeks became blood red. When his body came to a stop, Paul and Ben walked towards him and pulled his body up. They dragged him towards Hung Jo again. I will break every bone in your body. Pow. This time Hung Jo punched Gustav's chest. I will make sure you can never walk again. Pow. You trash. You will know your place. Pow. With every statement, Hung Jo would send out a punch towards Gustav. His face, his chest, his stomach, his nose, etc. His uniform was already bloodied from receiving heavy punches. The whole cafeteria just watched from the side. No one bothered to even come out and try to stop the beating. Gustav was held by Paul on the right and Ben on the left. As he received the painful punches, his mind wandered to a lot of things. Is this how I will remain pathetic? Why am I scared of fighting for myself? Is it because of the consequences I might face? No. I am just being a wimp. Why should I care about some stupid consequences after everything I have faced from the onset? Regeneration has activated. Always being treated like I was worth nothing since the start. I have been on the receiving end since my first year. And since it's better to give than to receive, it's high time I started paying them back in kind. Host injuries has been healed completely. Hung Jo, who just finished giving Gustav another punch, was ready to throw a new one. I will make you wish you weren't born, he shouted out as he threw his fist out towards Gustav's nose. As if you haven't done that already. Immediately Gustav spoke. He pulled his right arm forcefully from Paul's grip and grabbed Hung Jo's fist. Pa. Immediately Gustav grabbed Hung Jo's fist. Everyone's eyes widened, but the next thing they saw made them doubt their vision. Gustav grabbed the fist and clenched it tight. Crack. A loud cracking sound rang out, and what came next was a scream. Kyra. Hung Jo fell to the ground as he used his left hand to hold onto his right. My hand. He screamed in pain. Currently, his right hand was bent at an unimaginable angle and he could feel indescribable pain from it. Chapter 12, Bravery Achieved. You bastard. Paul quickly punched out towards Gustav's head from the right side, while Ben, who was on the left, also punched out. Gustav, standing in their midst, saw the two fists coming towards him from both sides and moved backwards with speed. Swoof. The fists missed him by a hair length and almost ended up colliding with one another. As Gustav managed to dodge their first attack, Paul and Ben thought it was due to luck and turned around to attack again. Paul threw out his right fist towards Gustav again. How dare you lay your hands on young master, Hung? Paul shouted out with his fist in motion. Gustav moved to the right side, dodging once again. Immediately he dodged it. Ben's fist was already coming towards his face from the right. Gustav dodged once again. I can see it, no, I can sense it. Gustav was only a bit faster than they were, yet he was able to dodge their attacks in a timely manner. Is this because of perception? Gustav felt like he could calculate their attack trajectory before they sent it out and also sense an attack that was coming from his blind spot. Ben's fist was coming towards him again from the front. This time Gustav was tired of dodging and finally decided to be on the aggressive side. As Ben's fist traveled towards his face, he moved slightly to the left. Sweeve. Ben's outstretched fist missed Gustav's face by a few centimeters and continued traveling forward due to the force behind it. Gustav, who had moved to the side to dodge, didn't stop there. I have never been in a fight before, but I know one thing: to pour out my anger and pain upon these people who have caused me nothing but suffering. All I need to do is to tighten my fist. As Gustav thought of that, he clenched his right hand tightly. The bone-popping sounds from the intense clench was so loud, it was almost like it was conveying his message of anguish and that he had reached his limit. And throw it at the people I detest the most. As Gustav came to this conclusion, he raised his clenched fist and threw it forward at Ben, who just finished punching out. Ben hadn't retrieved his fist yet, so he was surprised to see Gustav's fist heading towards him with intensity. He would have liked to counter, but the fist was just too fast for him to react on time. Ben felt his vision turn blurry as a sound of collision rang out. Pow! Gustav's fist slammed heavily onto Ben's jaw from below. The sound of teeth breaking could be heard as Ben was thrown 2 meters into the air before falling on his back and sliding across the cafeteria floors. 3 pieces of broken teeth surrounded by some drops of blood could be seen on the floor beside his head. Gasp! The entire cafeteria gasped in shock after witnessing the unbelievable scene that had just played out before them. Ben had passed out from receiving a single punch from a person that had been deemed as trash by the entire school. Hung Jo, who was seated on the ground, clenching his right hand in pain, had a look of disbelief on his face. How did this trash manage to do that? Paul was also shocked and stood in the same position without trying to attack for many seconds. Gustav just still had his clenched fist outstretched as he breathed in and out profusely. I did it. I did it. I did it. I finally fought back. Gustav's mind was in a state of excitement as he remembered the feeling of his fist colliding with Ben's jaw. There was this sense of gratification and relief when he finally threw the punch. He felt he would have regretted it had he not stood up for himself at this point. And he was right. Had Gustav not fought for himself, Hung Jo would have broken his arms, legs, and spine to make sure Gustav is unable to walk. This kind of injury can easily be healed nowadays, but he knew Gustav didn't have the money to buy what was necessary for healing, and he also knew that no one gave a damn about Gustav, so he might end up remaining a cripple for life. Host has achieved bravery. Gustav stared at the notification that popped up in his line of sight with a slight smile. So this was what I needed. You bastard. What are you laughing at? I will kill you. Paul shouted out and ran towards Gustav with his body morphing. Paul's body transformed into a large, half-man and half-bull figure. He grew to a height of 7 feet. 2 thick brown tusks could be seen protruding from both sides of his mouth. He sent out another fist towards Gustav again. Gustav could sense the significant increase in strength. Earlier, Gustav gauged their strengths to be significantly below his, but now, Paul was close to his current strength. Close but not as strong. The fist carried power and speed as it closed in on Gustav. I think it's high time I tested this. Activate dash. Dash has been activated. 20 points will be added to host current speed for the next 10 seconds. Dash 20 energy. Gustav squinted his eyes as everything and everywhere became kind of silent. He felt extremely light at the moment, almost like a gust of wind would be able to blow him across the cafeteria. The punch that was moving at an extremely fast pace earlier was now slow to the extent that it looked like he was watching a tortoise run. Time left before dash deactivates. 10. Gustav saw the countdown and decided to move. I have to make use of this before time runs out. Immediately Gustav moved, he found himself on the other side behind Paul. Paul was surprised to see his fist suddenly miss and Gustav, no longer in front of him. The students in the cafeteria saw Gustav's fast movement that was similar to that of a phantom's and started wondering how he was able to move that fast. Paul noticed Gustav's current position and turned around to throw several more fists at him. Swerve. 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 Gustav dodged them with ease and dashed forward. Gustav threw his right fist towards Paul's tummy. Pow. Paul felt the intense pain coming from his gut area and bent slightly due to the power of the punch. Pow. Immediately he bent, Gustav's left fist slammed into his jaw, making him slide backwards with blood oozing from his mouth. Ho w deri yo you bastard. Paul held onto his jaw, which was slightly shifted. Gustav didn't even waste time before dashing forward with incredible speed and punching out severally. Pow. 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 His fist traveled from right to left on Paul's body and from up to down. Gustav just kept punching Paul. His eyes, his nose, his mouth, his chest, his tummy, etc. Paul was unable to follow Gustav's speed and remained on the brutal receiving end of Gustav's furious punches. This is for everything you people have done to me. Gustav's eyes shone craziness as he swung his fist towards Paul's left cheek. Pow. This time the punch was extremely heavy that Paul's huge body was thrown towards the side. Paul slammed onto the ground and transformed back into his normal form. He was bleeding from almost every part of his upper body. His eyes and lips were bloodied and swollen. Dash has been deactivated. Even though Dash was deactivated, Gustav could feel an unknown rush of excitement coursing through his body. Is this how it feels to take revenge? Gustav wondered as he clenched his right fist, which was soaked in blood. It wasn't his blood, it was Paul's. For someone who had never seen anyone's blood except that of himself, Gustav was surprisingly calm and didn't freak out. He suddenly swerved to the side as he felt something. 2. A light fluorescent beam passed by his left and slammed into the table where 4 students were seated. Bam. Kayar. Screams were heard as the entire table crashed and a huge scorched hole could be seen in the middle. Gustav turned around and noticed the beam was fired by Hung Jo. When Gustav was dealing with Ben earlier, Hung Jo had used a healing solution. Healing solutions were small bottled medicines that healed physical injuries immediately upon consumption. It was expensive, but since Hung Jo had an influential background, he could purchase it with ease. Hung Jo had drunk one of these a while ago, causing his broken hand to heal back. A bright fluorescent light covered Hung Jo's outstretched hand. It could be seen that light rays were currently gathering from every part of the cafeteria and conveying towards Hung Jo's outstretched arm. Chapter 13, Partial Judgment. You will pay for breaking my hand, you trash. Hung Jo looked like he was really mad as he shot out a large fluorescent beam towards Gustav's position. Activate dash, Gustav called out in his mind. The sounds in the air reduced. The feeling of lightness circulated around his insides, making him feel refreshed. The beam headed towards him was quite fast, yet it was no match for dash. Tush. Gustav dodged to the side and dashed forward with speed. Tush. Tush. The students could barely catch a glimpse of his figure as he dodged Hung Jo's repeated attacks. Pow. A loud striking sound resounded across the cafeteria again as Gustav's fist collided with Hung Joe's stomach. Blurg. Hung Joe vomited out blood, with his eyes widening in pain, as his figure was sent flying across the cafeteria in the form of an arc. Blam. Hung Joe landed on a cafeteria table that was empty and ended up causing it to collapse. He was the strongest among the three, yet he was defeated so easily. Apart from the indescribable pain he was feeling in his tummy region, he felt like his reputation had also gone down the drain. Gustav stood in place while staring at his fist. This feeling. I can't get enough of it. I want to make them suffer more. I want to snuff them out of existence with my hands. These were Gustav's dark thoughts, but he quickly cast them aside. I must learn how to control myself. I will not lose my humanity in the process of becoming powerful, but I will still make sure I teach them an unforgettable lesson. Gustav started walking towards where Hung Joe landed. Step. 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 The student stared at him with a disbelieving expression. He just defeated the three of them with ease. They felt like they couldn't recognize the person in front of them as they watched Gustav walk towards Hung Joe. Hung Joe had a scared look as he saw Gustav standing before him. He remembered the fierce punch that almost tore through his belly. How did you, trash? He didn't complete the words before Gustav interrupted. You still have the guts to call me trash? Trash just defeated you, so what should you be called? Gustav questioned with a dark look. I am not done with you yet. Hung Joe shouted out as he tried to stand up. His legs wobbled and blood oozed out the side of his mouth as he tried standing up. Just as he was about to fall again, he heard Gustav speak, "Let me help you." Gustav reached out to grab Hung Joe's right hand and help in lifting him. Hung Joe wasn't expecting that and was about to say something when he felt Gustav's hand tightening around his hand. Crack. Kyra. Hung Joe screamed out as his hand got broken again and he fell to the floor. Oh. My hand. Gyra. Snot was flowing out of his nose as he felt tremendous pain than he felt earlier. Since I started this already. Even if there will be consequences, I will enjoy every second before it comes to an end. Hung Joe, your legs look like they need some help also. Gustav had an innocent look as he stared at the screaming Hung Joe. Hung Joe kept holding onto his hand as he stared at Gustav, wondering what he meant by that, but in the next second another scream rang out from his mouth. Kyra. Gustav's right foot stomped on Hung Joe's left leg, causing it to bend to another angle. I think my leg slipped. Gustav left school almost in the evening on this day. The disciplinary committee office was where he spent the remaining half of the day. Gustav, how could you harm your classmates? It was self-defense. Self-defense you say? Why were all his fingers and limbs broken when we found him? You must be severely punished for this. If you weren't the sibling of the best middle school student, you would have been expelled. From henceforth you are not permitted to be anywhere within 100 feet from Hung Joe. You are to tender an apology to him in front of the entire school while being on your knees. You must work in the cooking lounge school kitchen for the next 2 months as part of your punishment. Also you must join the cleaners in keeping the school clean. Fighting with anyone during your punishment period is punishable by expulsion. Gustav gritted his teeth in anger as he remembered the conversation with the 4 disciplinary teachers. Where were they when I was being bullied repeatedly? When Hung Joe broke my fingers, when Yuhiko nearly crushed me to death? Where were they to judge the accident? Gustav was feeling very angered right now. Just when he felt he could finally come out of his shell after gaining this power, these people were trying to force him back into it. They all deserve to suffer. Gustav remembered when he was brought into the office by some teachers who later arrived in the cafeteria. The 4 disciplinary teachers asked him repeatedly how he did it. They suspected he used an enhancement drug, but enhancement drugs that could make a useless mixed blood defeat a group of 3 mixed blood was unheard of. Especially when one of them was a C grade and the remaining 2 were D grades. They kept asking with smiles on their faces where Gustav got it from. They felt he came into possession of some by mistake maybe and wanted to see if they could extort some from him. Such products were not cheap and would cost at least $500,000, so they were thinking of selling if he confessed and relinquished the items to them. Unfortunately, Gustav told them he didn't own such drugs and that he had been training. This was the truth, but they felt he was bullshitting and passed down judgment upon him. Bunch of corrupt. Gustav wanted to curse, but he held it in. He had expected that there would be consequences after unleashing his anger, yet he was still incredibly stirred up by the punishments. It's only for now. I just have to endure a little bit more. He was powerless to stop their judgments, and he still needed to graduate from the school if he wished to join the MBO. One of his reasons for wanting to join the MBO was, he had always wanted to be a hero of mankind from small. Now he was starting to doubt if the Earth deserved to have a hero. Whether they even deserved to be protected. Still, that wouldn't stop him from wanting to join the MBO. As Gustav was running home, a new notification popped up in his line of sight. Host has completed the hidden quest. Ah. What's this? Chapter 14, Compensation. Author's note. Read the author's note below for the explanation on the differences between speed and agility. Host has completed the hidden quest. Ah. What's this? Gustav paused his steps as he saw the notification. Dash, get out of the way, kid. His stopping in the middle of the walkway caused some people to voice out in dissatisfaction. Gustav only moved to the side and found a sidewalk bench to sit on. This sidewalk bench was about 100 meters away from the next teleportation circle which Gustav was supposed to travel through. Gustav stared at the notification as he sat there. Host has completed hidden quest. Hidden quest details. 3 people have shown malicious intent towards you. Kill/inflict serious injuries on them. Quest rewards. 1000 EXP. Plus 2 additional attributes point added to all stats. Genetic transformation bloodline upgrade. Dash level up. Gustav stared at the system with a surprised look. Turns out dealing with them brought multiple rewards, Gustav said with a smile. Gustav didn't regret one bit of what he did. If he was given the chance to do it again, he would even make the experience worse for those 3 since he knew he would be punished either way. Gustav opened the system interface to check his current stats. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 3. Class. EXP, 1500/2000. HP, 150/150. Energy, 20/50ths. Attributes. Strength, 15. Perception, 13. Agility, 12. Speed, 14. Bravery, 7. Intelligence, 14. Charm, null. Attributes point, 0. He had checked bravery when he was being judged in the disciplinary committee and was surprised to see the amount. At that time his bravery went straight up to 5. It didn't start with 1 like the other stats. Gustav could really feel the improvement within his body. It had been almost 2 weeks since he got the system. Seeing the speed of his transformation made him believe that in the next 6 months he would have gotten to the Zulu rank. Gustav decided to check the skills and abilities panel. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 2. Regeneration, level 1. Morph, level 1. Toxin immunity, level 1. Recreation, level 1. Bloodline acquisition, level 1. His eyes focused on Dash for a few seconds before a piece of information popped up beneath it. Dash, level 2. Ability to increase current speed by 25 for 10 seconds. This means the power of Dash has increased by 25%, Gustav calculated. His current speed without Dash gave him the ability to travel up to 5 feet in a single movement. His full speed right now without using Dash is comparable to Earth's fastest men in the past. In fact, he was slightly faster than him. If he decided to use Dash now, 25 points would be added to his speed. Gustav had a feeling of excitement just thinking about it, but he couldn't use it right now since his energy was low. Using Dash earlier consumed 20 energy points. He was sure that the consumption rate would have increased now that Dash leveled up. Gustav decided to open the bloodline panel to check his bloodline upgrade. Bloodlines. Genetic transformation bloodline. Grade, F. Abilities tied to bloodline, morph. Gustav smiled as he noticed the grade, which was always null earlier, had now changed to F. This means my bloodline can keep increasing in grade. Gustav had this suspicion earlier, but now that he was seeing it with his eyes, he was now totally convinced. Last week when he checked out the bloodline category, he saw genetic transformation bloodline. The name made him feel confused, but after some time he understood that this was the name of his current useless bloodline. This name was something he had never encountered before in all his years of reading about the different types of bloodlines. Not only was it unknown, but it was also considered to be below F grade until he got the system. When he checked it earlier, null, but now it was F grade. Gustav wondered what this upgrade had improved within him, but he didn't notice any differences. After checking for a while, he shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I won't see it just yet, he thought. I wonder if when I steal a bloodline I will also be able to upgrade it with this system. Gustav wondered out loud. There was no one to answer the ton of questions he had now regarding this new power, but he believed that with time he would slowly come to understand how things work. Gustav decided to head home at this point so he could complete his daily task. He was lucky not to find anyone at home again, but this time he started wondering why Endrik and his mother had been coming late. After thinking for a while, he decided not to sweat it and started lifting the couch. This time Gustav was able to lift the entire couch together. The 2-seaters in his left hand and the 3-seater in his right hand. HNN. 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 There was no trace of discomfort on his face as he lifted them up. It looked almost natural, and to him, the sofas felt light. After lifting them up and down for a few minutes, a notification rang in his mind. Daily task completed. 3/3 carry a total of 1750 kilograms. Gustav did the usual, distributing the attributes points evenly. He changed out of his school uniform into a tight brown singlet and short green boxers. He brought out a small button from his pants pocket as he sat inside his tub. The button was blue. It looked like a regular button for clothes, especially t-shirts, but when Gustav tapped on the surface twice, it emitted a 2 feet tall projection. This truly brought me more rewards than punishment. He stared at the projection with stars in his eyes. I've never seen so much money in my entire life, Gustav said in excitement. Oh wait. I've never actually held money before, he said while holding his chin. On the projection, there was a bundle of green and white notes, a weird square-shaped silvery board, and a triangular-shaped mirror-like device. Gustav tapped the bundle of green notes displayed within the projection and something magical happened. Zing! The bundle of notes appeared in physical form within his tub. Gustav stretched out his hand and picked up a bundle. This button was a technological storage device that every VIP student within the school had access to. It was able to keep things inside it for easy movement and transportation. Gustav didn't own one, but his brother did. Extra fees were paid before the school would grant one to the student. His parents considered it a waste for him to receive one, so they didn't pay extra fees for VIP. This particular one he was holding onto belonged to Hung Jo. He took it off Hung Jo after breaking all his limbs. Just as he expected of a billionaire son, there was a lot of money inside. So, this is how money feels like. Gustav rubbed the notes within his palms repeatedly. He kneaded, squeezed, and bent them in different angles. If the bundle of notes was a female, it would have shouted out. Harassment. After a while, Gustav stopped. There's nothing special about it really. Apart from power, this also controls the world, yet it's just an ordinary piece of paper. Gustav was having a hard time comprehending this. He decided to put it at the back of his mind. Well, it is still very useful. I will accept this as part of the compensation for destroying my lunch and all those many years of bullying, Gustav said as he picked up the money and moved them back to the projection. When the money made contact with the projection, it was sucked in. Gustav sighed as he wondered how the next 2 months were gonna be because of the punishment, but in the next second he scoffed at it. Is it not to clean and cook? I shall learn. Gustav was confident that he would be able to pull through just fine, no matter how it went. He decided to stop worrying and go to sleep. In a dark study. Come. 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 The sound of a male shoe heel colliding against the floor could be heard. A man in a blue business suit walked amid large shelves that were stacked with books. The study hallway was more than 500 feet long. The number of shelves placed on both sides was numbering in the 50s, and they were very tall. At the front of the study, another man could be seen sitting on a reading chair. The man had silver-colored spiky hair and a long pointy dark horn beneath his jaw. In front of the reading chair was a study table, and a book was wide open on top of it. The sound of page flipping was heard as the man used his finger to brush against the bottom of the large book. Why do you disturb my reading, young? The man spoke with an aged but powerful tone. Father, why did you withdraw the agent I sent out to investigate that issue? The man in a blue business suit paused his steps and questioned as he stood several feet behind the man with the spiky silver hair. Is that why you have come here? Chapter 15, Punishment Begins. Father, why did you withdraw the agent I sent out to investigate that issue? The man in a blue business suit paused his steps and questioned as he stood several feet behind the man with the spiky silver hair. Is that why you have come here? The man with the spiky silvery hair questioned with a low tone. Father, my guts tell me we missed something, the man known as Young said with a convincing look. You come over to disturb my reading just because of what your guts say, the father of the man questioned with a threatening tone. Father, it's no. Before Young could complete his statement, his father interrupted him. You know what my guts say. My guts say you should leave this useless thinking of yours and find something productive to spend your time with. Young wanted to retort when his father continued, my guts also say you should leave my study. You've spent too much time here. After his father said that he went back to reading his book. Young stood behind him with a look of dissatisfaction, but he knew his father well. Once he spoke like this, it meant the conversation was over and there was no longer room for argument. I will excuse myself, father, he bowed slightly and turned around to leave the study. The father didn't even reply. Only the sound of pages being flipped through broke the silence within the room. Young walked out of the study and arrived in a brightly lit corridor. The walls had luxurious designs and paintings hung on them. He turned towards the left to walk forward. A male in a black bodysuit with a broad and muscular build was seen coming from the other end. Young paused his footsteps after noticing this person. The male had half of his face covered with a green mask. He gave a standing bow when he got to the front of Young. Young Master Young, I bring reports, the man spoke with a hoarse but slightly deep voice. I'm listening. Young gave the go-ahead for him to speak. Everyone rounded up within the vicinity of that mountain range have been tested and investigated properly. None of them know anything out of the ordinary about what happened to the mountain, the green-masked man answered. Not a single person? Young asked. Those who witnessed it said a star descended upon the mountain and that was it. We used the brain tweak device to confirm this, the green-masked man replied again. So the energy surge was just misread. How is that possible when it had the same ratings with that? Young suddenly remembered something as he was in the process of speaking. Wasn't there a student that you let slip from your fingers? Yun asked with a glare. Yes, but he was just a kid, so I believe he's inconsequential, the green-masked man answered. Inconsequential? That's the excuse incompetent fools like yourself come up with after failing a task. Young voiced out with a slight look of annoyance. The green-masked man was startled by his sudden remark and started apologizing. I apologize, young Master Young, it wasn't an intention of mine. Young calmed down and stared at the guard. Truly, just as you have said, the fellow is a kid, but I don't like to leave any loopholes. Get him and bring him in for an inspection. Young commanded. As you wish, young master. 5:00 a.m. Gustav woke up the next morning to see a new notification appear in his line of sight. New quest has been issued. Gustav rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked the contents of the quest. His eyes shone a baffled look as he checked out the information and the rewards attached. After a few seconds, he shrugged his shoulders. I wonder why it would want me to do this. Oh well, it doesn't matter so long as the rewards are bountiful. After checking it out completely, Gustav stood up and went to prepare for school. In a few minutes, he was ready. At this time, the skies were still dark. Gustav was the first person to leave home since it was still as early as past 5. The reason for this was, his punishment would start today. Even though it was still early, the streets and the sidewalks still had people moving from place to place. The streets and roads were brightly lit, so moving around when it was dark was no issue. From when Gustav left the house, he had changed his skin tone to a dark color. He ran across the walkways with speed, causing his uniform to make flapping noises, and part of it swole up due to wind entering through spaces. Gustav stopped in front of a small shop. This shop was originally a bakery shop, but right now they hadn't opened. Gustav sighed as he stared at the bungalow-type shop. The shop was built in form of a large pink cake with blue and green stripes. Whenever Gustav was heading to school or returning home, he would pass by this shop, and the aroma of foods being baked would waft into his nostrils, making his mouth water. Gustav had always wanted to come here and try one of their bakes, but alas, he never had a single penny in hand. Now that there's a bit of cash in my possession, I can't get access to you, Gustav said in a dejected tone. He would be leaving home to school early from now on thanks to the punishment, which means he would not meet the shop opened. He also had no idea about the time he would leave school. Gustav turned around and started heading back to school. In a few minutes, he arrived at school. The school was an empty vast land at this time. No one could be seen coming in or going out. Gustav headed for the gate, which was closed up. Immediately he got to it, a red ray of light shot out for the top and scanned him from head to toe. After a few seconds, the light turned green and the gate opened up mechanically. Gustav went inside and started running towards the disciplinary committee office. During his travel, Gustav took the time to appreciate the splendid environment around him. He passed by a large soccer pitch. He took time to stare at it for a little while, admiring its beauty before he continued forward. Basketball field, volleyball, etc. Echelon Academy had almost everything, but Gustav never had the opportunity to visit any one of them. The last place he passed through before getting to the disciplinary committee office was a large hall. This large hall was no smaller than 3 football pitches joined together. Gustav recognized this place. It was a place he had always wanted to visit. It was the hall where mixed bloods received training within the school. The Mixed Blood Training Hall. The mixed blood had their type of extracurricular activities, and coming here to train was a part of it, but Gustav had never been able to come here. Since his parents didn't pay extra fees for him, he wasn't given access to this place and so many others. Since he only went through a part of the school, he didn't pass through other structures that mixed blood had access to, like the dueling grounds and techniques library. After a few more minutes, Gustav arrived at the disciplinary committee office. He met a teacher there who handed him a timetable of how his punishment was gonna be. After checking it out and receiving the cold instructions and glare of the teacher, Gustav headed towards the school kitchen on the southwest of the school. In a few minutes, he arrived there. "You're finally here, I hope you are ready to work those hands." A short stoic man wearing an apron and a white hat spoke with a loud thin voice. This man was the head chef of this kitchen, and Gustav was assigned to working with him. On entering the kitchen, which was pretty large, Gustav could see many cooks. This was the first he was entering a kitchen. He hardly even entered the one in the house, so it was a new experience for him to see large fires, the scent of foods as they were being cooked, etc. Everything was new to him. Gustav swallowed a gulp of saliva. Does this mean I might have access to a lot of food now? The chief chef, who everyone called Boss Danzo, gave him simple tasks from the start, telling him to put a kettle on the fire. Boss Danzo had been told to make sure Gustav went through heinous tasks, but Boss Danzo's thought process was, you all want to ruin my kitchen. I will not let that happen. During his first day, Gustav was only tasked with menial chores. Offloading cooking materials, lifting some heavy equipment needed for one thing or the other, boiling water, etc. Boss Danzo watched him perform these tasks as days went by. With time passing, he would increase Gustav's work and start teaching him some easy cooking techniques. Host has learned cooking skill, boiling water. Host has learned cooking skill, cutting onions. Host has learned cooking skill, boiling oil. Host has learned cooking skill, frying pickled eggs. At first, when Gustav started, these shameful notifications would pop up in his line of sight. He was surprised to find out that any skill he learned manually would be added to his skills and abilities. As days went by, Boss Danzo noticed that Gustav had the potential for cooking and started teaching him. Dash, turn the dough this way. Dash, add the oil. Dash, stir softly. Dash, idiot, put out the fire, do you want to burn down my kitchen? In a blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Gustav's activities during this time were working in the school kitchen early in the morning and cleaning the school after school hours. The cleaning wasn't much of a task since they were technological machines and tools that made it very easy. The only challenge was, the school was very large and Gustav was given a large portion of places to clean. The structures he was told to clean were always far apart from one another, so he would have to travel all around the school premises just to complete them while also carrying cleaning equipment. But what these people didn't know was, they were giving him the opportunity to complete his daily tasks easily, like this, which has risen in difficulty in the past few days. He would attend class after spending some hours in the school kitchen. Gustav didn't need to apologize to Hung Jo because, since that day, Hung Jo didn't show up in school. Wherever Gustav went, some students would give him frightful stares while some would look at him with disgust. The incident in the cafeteria already spread throughout the school. They had justified the incident, saying, Gustav used a bloodline enhancement drug to fight against the 3. Gustav was now more popular than ever. They discussed him daily, but no one dared to approach him. They all feared that he still had more of those drugs and they didn't want to be on the receiving end like Hung Jo. Chapter 16, Miss Amy Suspicions. After school hours, Gustav was heading towards the teacher's block C to go clean their offices. In his hand was a rectangular-looking technological device. It was black and had 2 circular holes on both sides. This was a cleaning device. It weighed about 220 kilograms. Normally the device had a wheel to allow easy movement, but the one given to Gustav had the wheels purposely removed by the head cleaner of the school. They had expected Gustav to have a hard time lifting it, but were disappointed when Gustav lifted it with ease. Gustav was currently using his right hand to hold onto it while it was placed on his right side. After walking for about 10 minutes and passing through several blocks, Gustav finally arrived at the teacher's block C. It was a 2-story luxurious-looking academic building. It was painted cream and had designs of different sorts on it. At this time, teachers were already leaving the school to their homes, which made it easier for Gustav to go from office to office while cleaning. This was the first time Gustav was tasked to clean the teachers' offices located in Block C. Gustav found it easy to clean most of these offices because they were neat most of the time. He started from downstairs, going from office to office. When he entered an office, he would place the device on the ground and press a button underneath it. Zone. Scanning environment for pollution. A robotic-like voice would be heard, and after a few seconds, it would be heard again. Pollution found. Commencing cleansing. The machine would emit an aqua-colored light that filled the entire office. Every form of dirt right to the last particles would be incinerated by the light. It was around 5 p.m. in the evening at this time, and Gustav had cleaned about 3 other buildings before coming here. This was the last building he was meant to clean for the day. After about 30 minutes, Gustav was almost done cleaning every office on this block. He was currently walking through a corridor on the first floor headed towards the office at the end. He got to the door after a few seconds and looked at the top. At the top corner, there was a rectangular tag that where the name of the teacher to whom the office belonged was written. This is Miss Amy's office. Gustav noticed the name on the tag at the top of the door. Gustav brought out a small metal square and placed it before the door. Catch him. Immediately Gustav opened the door and walked in, his eyes widened. What appeared in his line of sight was a beautiful female sporting long gray hair standing in front of a brown leather sofa. She was currently in tightly fitted sky blue jeans while trying to put on a white t-shirt. The reason for Gustav's shocked reaction was, the female standing in front had half of her body exposed. Her belly button along with her smooth and flat tummy was visible. Gustav could also see her green lacy bra, which did not do well to hide the cups underneath. The female, who was obviously changing into another wear before he came in, paused and glared at him. Me ssai me. Gustav exclaimed as he turned around quickly and closed the door while dropping the equipment in his hand. Crash. Huff. 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 I'm dead. Gustav started running towards the stairs. Tap. 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 You think you can just run after peeking at my body like that? Gustav heard the cold voice of Miss Amy from behind. Gustav's speed was currently very fast, enough to outrun the fastest of athletes, yet Miss Amy caught up with him immediately. Gustav felt a hand try to grab onto him from behind. He quickly moved his body to the left, dodging the hand by a hairbreadth, but before he could move further, the same hand suddenly moved swiftly toward the right. Gustav was fast, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge this, and before he could even activate dash, the hand grabbed onto his neck and lifted him. Gustav was like a little chick who was incapable of doing anything once he was grabbed. A few moments later. Inside Miss Amy's office, Gustav was kneeling in front of the sofa with Miss Amy sitting on it while her legs were crossed. So you came to clean my office and didn't even bother to knock before pushing the doors open? Miss Amy stated with a fierce look. Miss Amy, it wasn't my intention. Other teachers have left the school, I didn't know that you would still be around. Gustav explained without hurry. Now that he was calm, he felt that running might have been a little too extreme. He felt he should have just explained that to her first, since Miss Amy wasn't as unreasonable as most of the staff in the school. So you weren't told? Miss Amy asked with an intense glare. Told what, Miss Amy? Gustav asked with an obvious look of confusion. Miss Amy stared at Gustav's expression with a straight look. I take care of cleaning my office by myself, Miss Amy stated. Gustav finally understood why the head cleaner was smiling at him after telling him to go clean Block C. I wasn't told, Gustav replied honestly while raging in his heart, that old man set me up. Miss Amy's gaze softened up a little after reading Gustav's expression and realizing he was saying the truth. "Still, that's no reason for you to just barge in. Learn how to knock next time," Miss Amy added. "Yes, I apologize once again," Gustav said. Originally he was just excited since this was the last place he was supposed to clean for the day, which was why he forgot to knock. Now you can go," Miss Amy decided to release him. Gustav stood up and bowed slightly before walking towards the door. Miss Amy watched him leave with a contemplative gaze showing on her face. His demeanor has changed. She stared intently at Gustav's movement. She had noticed that his manner of speaking, walking, and even his outward appearance was now different from before. Something is going on with this kid, Miss Amy noted after scrutinizing him properly. Gustav pulled the door open and walked out. Just as he wanted to close it, Miss Amy called out to him. "Gustav, come here." Gustav heard her call and went back in. What is it, Miss Amy?" he questioned with a slightly baffled look. "Return this book to Library D for me." She picked up a red-covered book beside her and threw it towards Gustav, who was still standing at the door. Fro. The book moved across the air with a fast speed, headed towards Gustav's face. Grab. Gustav caught the book just as it was 3 inches away from making contact with his face. "All right," Gustav nodded with a slight smile and walked out. Click. The door closed up and Gustav's figure was no longer visible, but Miss Amy was still staring at the door. Something is definitely up with that kid. He even smiled. Miss Amy noticed some things that weren't present before. Gustav picked up the equipment he dropped outside Miss Amy's office and pushed the button beneath it. Zun. Scanning environment for pollution. The robotic voice sounded out again. Gustav sighed in relief after seeing that the machine was still functioning and pressed the button again to switch it off. He dropped it earlier due to shock. While Miss Amy was reprimanding him earlier, his mind was on the machine, hoping it wouldn't experience any kind of fault so he wouldn't have to spend his stolen compensation money on buying new cleaning equipment for the school. He held the red-covered book in his left hand and proceeded to walk out of the building. A slight frown hung on his face as he walked. "Miss Amy was testing me," Gustav said in a low voice. This was something he noticed when she threw the book towards him. The speed at which she threw it was enough to knock a full-grown man out upon contact. If this was Gustav's former self, he would have been knocked out cold since his eyes wouldn't even be able to follow the speed of the book. His head would have nearly been uprooted from his neck. "I need to avoid her," Gustav came to this conclusion. Gustav thought about the consequences of someone finding out about him having the system, and it scared him to imagine the horrors that would befall him. This didn't mean he was going to hide like a coward and pretend like he didn't have strength, but he planned to tread with caution until he finally made it into the MBO training camp. Gustav walked towards the cleaner's lounge to go drop the equipment before heading towards Library D. Gustav held the book up and stared at the cover. History of Year 2076. Gustav squinted his eyes as he saw the name. Isn't that the same year the Slarkovs were said to descend upon the Earth? Chapter 17, Historical Record. History of Year 2076. Gustav squinted his eyes as he saw the name. Isn't that the same year the Slarkovs were said to descend upon the Earth? Gustav questioned with an intrigued look. She said Library D. Gustav's eyes widened as he came to a realization. That's the library only accessible to VIP mixed-bloods. Gustav found a tree by the roadside and sat underneath it. He stared at the book in his hands again. That's why I've never seen this one, Gustav spoke as he turned the book to the side, checking every part of it. Gustav had visited the libraries that were accessible to normal students and also read a lot of books, but he never for once saw a book that had the history of the past as big as this. Every history book that gave information on the time of the Slarkovs' descent was never more than 3 pages full. Those history books never gave a lot of information, only the ones known by the masses were available there. Gustav had always wanted to know more and sensed that a lot of information was missing, but since he was never given access to the better libraries, he had to make do with what he had. Gustav was intrigued, so he opened the book and started flipping through the pages. The first information that he saw talked about how humans were starting to make progress in technology and were proud of their findings until the Slarkovs descended with 1,000 large spaceships that were half the size of a moon. Their descent made the humans realize that aliens existed, and also the appearance of the Slarkovs was one that even the most technologically advanced space station couldn't detect. The Slarkovs descended without a single spaceship being detected. What gave them away when they arrived in the Earth's atmosphere and their large spaceships could be seen from the Earth's surface? Gustav flipped to the next page. He had completed the first page in less than a minute. He continued reading with an intrigued look. Humans who thought the Slarkovs were a threat fired all their artilleries, missiles, etc. towards the spaceships as they descended. Nothing worked. The spaceships were impervious to every single weapon the humans possessed. Humanity realized at this point that their technology was still lacking even though improvements had been made. The Slarkovs who didn't understand the human tongue at first used their technology to download humanity history while descending. Every human being within the planet had their brains picked and information was gathered for the consumption of the Slarkovs. After that, they could speak the human tongue and understood human culture. The Slarkovs descended upon several continents with their mini-ships. The humans, who were obviously still stupid, sacrificed many locations in the world by sending nukes just so they could rid the Earth of Slarkovs. People died, but the Slarkovs remained alive because they were being protected by an energy field. After numerous failed attempts to destroy the Slarkovs, humans gave up and succumbed to their fate. The first chief of the Slarkovs and other dignitaries from the world government had a meeting to discuss how the ruling of the Slarkovs will be and how humans were ready to serve them so long as they weren't killed. Surprisingly, the chief of the Slarkovs, Lord Bolton the 88th, explained to the world government how the humans had misunderstood their descent. He explained the reason for their migration was because of their planet, Humbad, destruction, and they weren't here to put the humans in bondage but to coexist peacefully. To show their sincerity, the Slarkovs presented the world government with a piece of technological equipment. This was where humans realized that the Slarkovs were a peaceful race and they had just killed their kind for nothing. Even though the Slarkovs had the power to bring the whole of humanity to their knees, they decided to live equally among the humans. The Slarkovs also decided to sign a treaty with the humans telling them they would give anything in exchange for staying on the Earth. The humans, who had realized that the Slarkovs' technology far surpassed theirs, decided to exchange permission for knowledge. This year was known as the transitioning of mankind. That same year chaos ensued as large meteorites hit the Earth's surface. The parts in the world where these meteorites hit should have caused a lot of people to perish, but it was already predicted, so the inhabitants of these places had already been moved out. After these meteorites landed in several parts of the Earth, a surprisingly magical phenomenon happened. The meteorites caused those parts of the Earth to cave in, creating some kind of underground ruins. It was later discovered that these meteorites were parts of the Slarkovs' home planet that was destroyed. The underground ruins were later explored by scientists and new energy was found there. The energy was called Heel of Crystal. The Heel of Crystals actually came from the destruction of the Slarkovs' home planet. Gustav noted this piece of information. This was where humanity's progression in the field of energy began. Gustav flipped through the last page with a look of disappointment. That's it. Gustav lamented. He could still tell that there was more information withheld. Gustav had just finished a book with about 100 pages and 20,000 words in 20 minutes. Everything written there was plastered in the walls of his mind. He still wished to find out more. When he closed the book, he noticed a small set of letters carved out beneath the back cover. Vol 1. Gustav read it out with a smile. This means there's another volume. Gustav stood up and dusted his uniform. I probably won't be allowed to take or read any book in Library D. Gustav thought about how he would solve this issue. After a few seconds of contemplating, he decided to head to Library D. It was around 15 minutes to 6 in the evening at this time. It would take Gustav at least another 20 minutes of walking to get to Library D. The librarian will probably be leaving soon, so I can't take that long to get there, Gustav thought as he prepared to use dash. He looked around him, checking the surroundings properly. After noticing that no one was in the vicinity, he turned towards the right where a long curved road could be seen ahead. Activate dash. Immediately he called out in his mind. The sounds in the environment became fleeting again. The feeling of lightness enveloped his body again. Gustav crouched his legs a bit before dashing forward. Swoosh! He streaked across the path with speed, following the curvy road. With every movement he traveled more than 100 feet, dashing past the trees on the sides of the road. The trees were a bit distant from one another, but he was able to cross from the first one to the next in a second. The winds blew his hair backward and made his uniform disordered, yet this was a feeling that he would never trade for the world. Dash has been deactivated. The timer for dash came to an end for the third time as Gustav arrived in front of a large rhombus-shaped building. This building was painted brown and white. It was like a hall, but it looked like two slanted rhombuses joined together. Gustav went towards the entrance where a male security guard was stationed. Show me your VIP badge. It's you. You are not allowed here. Leave at once. The male guard recognized Gustav, the supposed trash of the entire school, and his expression turned fierce. Miss Amy asked me to return this. Gustav raised the book in his hand. The guard stared at the book with a surprised look. Miss Amy asked you to return it. Are you sure? The guard's expression became a bit tensed when Miss Amy's name was mentioned. Maybe I should just head back to her office and tell her a security guard blocked me from performing the task she sent me, Gustav said and turned around to leave. The guard's face became more tensed and panicky as he reached out to grab Gustav. Hey, when did I stop you? Come on, head in. The security guard gave a forced smile as he permitted Gustav to head in. Gustav nodded and walked into the library. Immediately he entered what appeared in his line of sight were long rows and columns of 3-meter shelves spaced neatly across the room. The length of the room so was large that Gustav couldn't see the end from his position. The floors, the walls, the light, everything looked marvelous, making Gustav wonder if he just entered heaven. Library D was different from the rest of the other libraries. Gustav started walking forward with a look of astonishment. He was still in a daze as he walked amid these bookshelves. Hey, what are you doing here? A female voice questioned, bringing him out of his reverie. Chapter 18, Rumors of Violence. Hey, what are you doing here? A female voice questioned, bringing him out of his reverie. Gustav turned towards the right. 3 columns to the right, a lady sporting black hair, in a pink tight-fitted gown, was walking toward him. She wore a monocle on her right eye. She looked to be in her mid-20s, only a little bit older than Miss Amy. Difference was she was married and not as beautiful. I have never seen you here before. Who let you in? The female questioned with a glare. Surprisingly, she didn't recognize Gustav's face. This was because she was the librarian of Library D, Mrs. Potchery. She stayed in the library all of the time. Miss Amy asked me to return this. Gustav raised the book as he replied. Miss Amy sent you. Mrs. Potchery scrutinized Gustav from head to toe as she asked with a look of disbelief. Gustav nodded in affirmation. Let me see that, she said and took the book from Gustav. Yes, she did borrow this, Mrs. Potchery said after checking out the book. She lowered the book down and noticed that Gustav was no longer in front of her. He had already walked further and was currently checking out a shelf ahead. Yes, why are you still here? Mrs. Potchery questioned with a glare again. You have completed your errand, now you can leave, she stated as she walked towards Gustav. Gustav, who was currently checking out the books on the shelf in front of him with a serious look, didn't even bother to give her a reply. Not here, not there. Gustav's eyes roamed across the shelf as his fingers moved swiftly, pulling books forward and pushing them back once he found out that they weren't what he was searching for. Hey, did. Mrs. Potchery was about to say something when she was interrupted by Gustav. I need the other volume of that book, Gustav voiced with an urgent look after realizing he couldn't check every single shelf here without spending hours. There were more than 1,000 bookshelves and each one was able to hold more than 1,000 books, both thick and thin. You are not allowed to take any book from here, Mrs. Potchery stated with a fierce look. Gustav withdrew his hand from the shelf and turned to stare at Mrs. Potchery. All of a sudden he started walking towards her. Mrs. Potchery had a look of bafflement seeing him approach her. To her surprise, Gustav passed by her side and kept walking. She turned around to stare at his back as he moved further ahead. I'll be sure to tell Miss Amy that you, Mrs. Potchery, stopped me from retrieving the book she wanted. She heard Gustav speak as he kept walking. Her eyes widened in fear after he said that. Wait. She called out to Gustav, causing him to pause in his steps. I apologize for that, please let me get the next volume for you. Her tone suddenly turned respectful. Gustav, who still had his back facing her, grinned. It worked. 30 minutes later the skies were darkening and Gustav was already on his way home. In fact, he was almost home. His current skin tone was a brown one and his hair color right now was black. He smiled as he recalled the last day's events. The librarian had given him not just the next volume of the book but the rest of the volumes that came after that. There were 5 volumes in total. He already read the first volume, so he was given the other 4 volumes and they were currently placed in the technological storage device he took from Hangzhou. This proves that some of the things I heard about Miss Amy might be true, Gustav wondered as he recalled the rumors that were always flying around about Miss Amy. A lot of students said she hated mixed bloods. He also heard a rumor about how she was formerly in the MBO before deciding to leave of her own accord, which made him wonder why she would ever think of leaving. He also heard about a time when Miss Amy came to school dressed in a casual outfit. She wasn't recognized due to that, and the security guard tried stopping her entry. It didn't end well for him, since he was said to end up in the hospital with grievous injuries. She was also rumored to beat the librarian, Mrs. Potchery, up. Mrs. Potchery called her a vulgar and vile mixed blood. Due to both of them being mixed bloods and having the pride that came with being one, a fight ensued. Mrs. Potchery ended up being on the receiving end of Miss Amy's furious barrages. Miss Amy kicked, slapped, and smacked the living daylights out of Mrs. Potchery. Rumors said Mrs. Potchery wasn't able to touch a strand of Miss Amy's hair, even though Mrs. Potchery was said to possess a B-grade bloodline and belong to an affluent family. Miss Amy was the type who didn't care about any background. She would deal with anyone who dared to cause her trouble. She always got away with it, since she had the strength to back it up. The fear on Mrs. Potchery's face was real. I should use this to my advantage, but I also have to make sure that Miss Amy doesn't find out. Gustav came to this conclusion as he finally got home. No one's around again. Gustav noticed that the house was empty once again. He walked into his room and sat on the edge of his bed tub. Open system interface. Gustav called out. Host attributes, skills and abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop. The red panel appeared in his line of sight. Gustav stared at it for a little while. I wonder what level I have to get to before I can access shop. I can't wait to see what this shop function has to offer, Gustav stated with a look of anticipation. The first time he tried to access the shop, a notification popped up. Host hasn't reached the level required to access shop. Every time he leveled up, he always tried to access it. Host attributes, Gustav called out. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 4. Class. EXP, 250/9500. HP, 170/170. Energy, 40/80. Attributes. Strength, 23. Perception, 21. Agility, 20. Speed, 22. Bravery, 19. Intelligence, 22. Charm, null. Attributes point, 0. 3 weeks had passed since Gustav started his punishment, and he would say it was going pretty well for him. What Gustav didn't know was his strength right now was higher than the average Zulu-ranked mixed blood, even though he wasn't a Zulu-ranked mixed blood yet. His intelligence had already outstripped those of his peers and normal adults. It was now comparable to that of scientists. He could analyze and recollect things with ease now. His thinking faculty was so fast right now that even in normal classes he answered technical science questions in seconds. The science teacher would always stare at him like he was a monster and sigh, if only he was a high-graded mixed blood. Even before Gustav was able to raise his intelligence with the system, the science teacher always had his eye on him, but just like the rest, he had to always ignore Gustav's achievements due to his low-grade bloodline. Gustav had completed today's task and also distributed the attribute points in the school. Right now he wanted to check his progress with the quest he received on the day he started his punishment. He closed the attributes panel and opened the quest panel. Quests. Daily. Weekly. Monthly. Yearly. After the quest panel appeared in his line of sight, he called out, monthly. 1 month quest. Change your hair color and skin tone every time you leave your abode and when outside of the school premises. Duration, 15/30 days. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 15 attributes points. Bloodline upgrade. Random skill unlock. Gustav stared at the completion rate of the quest. 15 days more. Gustav was still baffled by the unique quest that made him use the morph ability when he was leaving home and school. Whenever he was outside the school, he wouldn't be recognized by any of his peers that saw him because of this. He felt maybe the system was trying to make him train his morph ability because he noticed that the morph ability could level up without the input of the system. He felt it was probably because it is tied to his bloodline and not one of the system-based abilities. Gustav decided to close the system interface and brought out the 4 books he got from the library. He held them together on top of one another. They were all red covers like the first volume, but the difference was the years placed on each front cover. History of the years 2077 to 2087. History of the years 2088 to 2098. History of the years 2099 to 2109. History of the years 2110 to 2120. Gustav read the characters on each cover with a contemplative look. "Looks like I'm not gonna get any sleep this night," Gustav exclaimed as he placed 3 out of the 4 books in his tub and held on to the last one. History of the years 2077 to 2087. Chapter 19, Mental Fortitude. The next morning Gustav finally finished the last page of the last book. It was around 5 a.m. at this time. This has been an eye-opener. The general public hardly know anything about the past. Was this the government way of keeping information from a lot of people? After reading the history books, Gustav had suspicions because of the things he found out. There was a lot of information withheld from the general public. There were still more that he wished to know. The 5th volume only covered years 2110 to 2120. This was the year 4094. Gustav longed to know what happened after, and now he felt the world wasn't as simple as he thought. They were terrorist groups of mixed bloods that have been existing for centuries, creatures known as mixed breeds that were said to have their bloodline go haywire after defective awakening, etc. So many things that Gustav didn't know beforehand because the city he grew up in was a top-class one that hardly got infiltrated by criminals and the rest. How is it that the MBO is not able to handle all this? Gustav had always naively thought the MBO was powerful enough to handle everything related to mixed bloods criminalism. He had no idea that the world was even darker than he knew it to be. Ding! A notification popped up in his line of sight. Host has completed the goal, read 1,000 books. What? Gustav stared at the notification with a shocked look. Goal. He had never seen the system bring up anything goal-related even after opening the system interface more than 1,000 times. This was the reason for his shocked reaction. Goal reward. Host has unlocked a new attribute. Mental fortitude. Is this what scholars mean when they say knowledge is power? Gustav held his chin as he stared at the reward. Mental fortitude. I wonder how many points I'll get right off the bat for that, Gustav pondered as he opened the system interface and called for the attributes panel. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 4. Class. EXP, 250/9500. HP, 170/170. Energy, 80/80ths. Attributes. Strength, 23. Perception, 21. Mental fortitude, 2. Agility, 20. Speed, 22. Bravery, 19. Intelligence, 22. Charm, null. Attributes point, 0. Eck, just 2. Gustav was kind of disappointed after noticing the small figure placed in front of mental fortitude. He was expecting the number to shoot straight up like bravery, but it ended up being lesser. It's gonna take a while for me to raise it. Gustav held his chin as he calculated how many days and points it would take for mental fortitude to reach the rest. Gustav still wanted for each of his attributes to rise evenly, so for now he had decided to put off adding attributes to other stats till mental fortitude will have the same points with them. Gustav quickly went to prepare for school again today. 30 minutes later. Gustav was on his way to school already, with his skin color being pale white and his hair color being green. He looked so much different from his usual self. Unrecognizable also. What Gustav didn't know was, his height was increasing and his body size was becoming bulkier by the day. If anyone compared him to how he looked last month, they would see the changes. Gustav got to school and headed for the school kitchen immediately. When he got in, he met Boss Danzo moving from place to place while giving instructions. "You're late, kid," Boss Danzo said and threw an apron towards Gustav's position. Gustav caught it and wore it with a smile. "Good morning to you too, Boss Danzo," Gustav greeted after he finished wearing the apron. "Ah. Wipe that cheeky smile off your face, I'm not falling for it," Boss Danzo shouted out as he turned towards the left. This caused Gustav to smile even more. "Sure, Boss Danzo," he replied as he walked towards the large cooking equipment placed in front. In the past 15 days, Gustav and Boss Danzo had built a kind of relationship that Gustav had never shared with anyone. The 15 days were supposed to be filled with torture, instead, he was enjoying it. Boss Danzo always treated him like he was a real staff. Boss Danzo was liked by everyone for many reasons. He never discriminated against anyone, always valued the input of every worker here, including Gustav. Gustav never thought a day would come when someone would utter the word, "good job" to him, with a warm smile. Boss Danzo always gave him tons of food to eat, saying, Gustav was too skinny and short. Gustav had really grown to like Boss Danzo. Also, he couldn't see the scheming and vileness in his eyes like the way he saw other people. Gustav stood in front of a rectangular cooking equipment with 17 different spots that were oozing out a blue fire. 10 big pots were placed on 9 of those spots. I say to wipe off the cheeky smile, yet you decide to make it wider. What a brat, Boss Danzo said as he opened up one of the large cooking pots in front. SSHHHSSS. Steamy sounds enveloped the place. You're gonna be making a tradashi dish today, combining the mutated fox chick, roasted duck, fried beans, and tomato sauce. Boss Danzo stated while walking towards where the food items needed were placed. Gustav's face turned serious as he saw the peeled skin of a dead chick that had a foxy-like head and tail, a freshly skinned duck, and some other foodstuffs needed. Have a go at it, and don't burn down my kitchen. Boss Danzo tapped Gustav's back and went to stand by the side to observe his work. Gustav first washed his hands before he started. His right hand first went towards the body of the duck and his left hand grabbed a knife. Chop. 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 In the blink of an eye, Gustav had already chopped the body of the duck to small pieces with the knife. After doing that, he opened one of the pots and threw them in. SSHHHSSS. The sounds of steaming could be heard again as Gustav's hand moved to the next item. Boss Danzo watched him from the side with a wowed look. This kid is really great, he thought internally with a smile. Suddenly he frowned once again as he remembered something. 30 minutes ago. Behind the kitchen building, Boss Danzo was having a conversation with a middle-aged fat man sporting brown hair. I asked you to make sure he suffers. Give him a heavy workload. Why does it look like you haven't done any of that? The man spoke with a look of anguish. Mr. Lon, he was sent here as punishment to work in this kitchen and he is doing just that. Boss Danzo, replied the man. Oh, is that how you have decided to play it? You want to protect that trash? Mr. Lon stated with a threatening tone. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Lon. Gustav is serving his punishment just as you forewanted, Boss Danzo stated and turned around to head back towards the kitchen. If you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Boss Danzo didn't even bother looking backwards as he walked into the building. Oh, we shall see. The man stated and turned around to walk towards a red floating vehicle in the middle of the road. If Gustav was here, he would recognize the man who was one of the teachers in the disciplinary committee. I wonder what those bastards have against this kid, Boss Danzo wondered as he stared at Gustav, who was currently running from pot to pot and putting ingredients inside them. The aroma of his cooking entered into Boss Danzo's nose and he smiled. What a good lad. The school activities ended uneventfully again today. The environment became rowdy again as students walked out of their classes towards the school park where their rides will be waiting to take them home. Gustav recollected today's activities as walked towards one of the buildings he was meant to clean today. He couldn't find any one of the subjects they had today, substantial except for Miss Amy's. I am close to channeling my bloodline past the 4th point, it only needs a little more push, Gustav said as he remembered that one of his classmates had successfully channeled his bloodline past the 4th point, becoming the first Zulu-ranked mixed blood in their class. Drail Godson was his name and he was among the students who Gustav planned to deal with. Class 3 had several students that had channeled their bloodline past the 4th point, but Drail was the first student to do that in Class 3C. Gustav was able to sense his bloodline within his body from the time his bloodline got upgraded to F. He had been channeling it day by day during the middle of the night to make it move further and increase in quantity. Also, his daily usage of morph helped in the increase. He was only a little step away from channeling it through the 4th point now. Gustav was walking on the path that led to the mixed blood training hall. He was currently passing by the side of a pitch where some mixed bloods could be seen playing a football match. This was one of the mixed blood playing grounds. The mixed bloods couldn't mingle with normal people because normal people could get hurt due to their high level of strength. This was why mixed bloods had their own sports grounds located separately, where they played among themselves. Bam! All of a sudden a loud striking sound reverberated across the place. Gustav turned to look towards the left and saw a blazing ball coated with fire heading towards his direction. You kicked it in the wrong direction, idiot. A loud voice shouted out from inside the pitch. Zwihii. The ball cut across the air in an arc with an astonishing speed headed as it flew towards Gustav. The speed was way too fast for a normal person to follow, but Gustav could see the incoming blazing ball. Gustav reacted by quickly stretching out both his hands with speed. Pow! The sound of collision rang out as the ball got trapped in between Gustav's palms like a keeper protecting the goal post. The force made him slide back a bit, but he was still alright nevertheless. Shush! Mist was erupting from the ball and his hands as the fire went out. He stared at the students approaching with a cold look. Chapter 20, Dealing with the Juniors. Mist was erupting from the ball and his hands as the fire went out. He stared at the students approaching with a cold look. The students playing in the pitch were heading towards him. There were about 7 of them headed in his direction. 4 of them wore a yellow sporting vest with white shorts, while the other 3 wore green sporting vests with blue shorts. They all had bulky builds that made them look like bodybuilders. "Hey, are you ALRI?" one of them wanted to ask when he recognized the face of the person who caught the ball. "It's you," the student who was currently in a yellow sporting vest with long blue hair pointed at Gustav. "Return our ball," he said with a threatening tone. Gustav held the ball in front of him with one of his eyebrows raised. "Is that how to apologize?" Gustav recognized these students to be from class 2. Which meant they were his juniors. They were his juniors, yet he looked like the junior among them due to his size. Normally students of class 3 will not be seen playing since everyone was busy trying to channel their bloodline through the 4th point. Apologize. The male student stared at Gustav with a look of bafflement. Ha 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 ha. The 7 students suddenly started laughing hard after hearing what Gustav said. "This trash has the guts to tell us to apologize. Trash like you who only know how to use enhancements drugs don't deserve an apology," one of them voiced from the side. "Alright, since there's no apology, I guess your game is over." Immediately Gustav uttered those words, his hands on the ball clenched tightly. Pa! A loud bursting sound reverberated across the place. Gustav's fingers had pierced through the ball, causing it to burst. Gasp! How did he do that? "Even with my strength right now, I can't destroy the ball unless I attack it with my full power." The male speaking earlier had a look of disbelief as he stared at the ball that had been completely flattened. This ball was a special type that was specially made to be stronger than normal. Its elasticity made sure they didn't sustain injury when they kicked it, yet it was powerful enough to withstand their kicks when they made use of their bloodline abilities. When mixed bloods played football, they made use of their abilities in the game, which was why the ball was coated in flames the other time. One of them used his bloodline ability to fire a shot. He must have made use of those drugs again. Most of them came to this conclusion after thinking about it. The student wanted to speak again when he saw something headed towards his face. Gustav threw whatever was left of the ball at the face of the student who just spoke. Pow! It was only a casual throw, yet it packed enough force to push him back. Arg! The student exclaimed in pain after the unexpected hit. He held his nose, which had a drop of blood running down it. "You bastard!" He spoke while holding his nose. "Oops, my bad. I was just trying to return what belonged to you," Gustav said as he moved slightly to the left and started walking forward. Gustav passed by their side as he kept walking on the path. The remaining 6 did not try to stop him. "You bastard, where do you think you're going?" The student with the bleeding nose quickly dashed towards Gustav from behind. He swung out his fist from the back. Gustav continued walking forward like he didn't even know that a fist was headed for him from behind. Just when the fist was some centimeters away from touching the back of his head, Gustav suddenly shifted his head towards the left. Swai! The fist passed by the right side of Gustav's face from behind, missing him by a hairbreadth. The student didn't relent and continued sending out fists even after he failed to land the first. Shwai! Swerve! Shwai! Swerve! Swai! Gustav dodged every attack with ease and fluidness. The junior student threw out an enlarged fist as he moved forward. This time it was obvious that it was much powerful than before. Gustav, who had been dodging without even turning to face the student all this time, suddenly swerved to the left and stuck out his right foot. Due to his body moving forward with sudden acceleration from the heavy fist he threw out, he couldn't stop himself in time even after seeing the foot stuck out in front of him. Trip! Immediately his left foot collided with Gustav's right foot. He was sent tumbling forward. Bam! 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 He rolled repeatedly across the road before coming to a stop. Oops, my legs slipped. You probably should watch where you're going next time, Gustav said as he continued walking forward. The student gritted his teeth with anger while still laying on the road and turned around to look at the rest of his mates. "You all are just gonna stand there and watch," he shouted out with a rage-filled voice. The 7 of them flinched. "He's gonna use more of those drugs and I don't want to end up like Hung Jo." One of them voiced out the thoughts of the others. "You bunch of cowards, he can't do a thing to us right now. If he fights he will be expelled," the student on the ground revealed. Oh, so that's how it is. Now that they understood, they started walking forward. They felt that even if Gustav was to make use of the drugs for enhancement, he couldn't dodge every one of them at the same time. Gustav turned to stare at the 6 running towards him while channeling their bloodlines. One of them had dark-looking spike extending from his eye, which he dragged out and held like a weapon before running towards Gustav. Another conjured flames around his fist and legs as he ran towards Gustav. One made small metallic balls appear out of thin air. He placed it in his palm and used his middle finger to start flicking them out one after the other. The speed of the small balls were like bullets from a gun as they shot towards Gustav. Zwihii. Gustav moved to the left, immediately dodging the first projectile. Swerve. 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 Gustav dodged the projectiles cleanly once again. The others had already arrived before him with their attacks when he finished dodging them. Hiya! Hiya! They all shouted out as they attacked Gustav at the same time. Swerve. 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 It was as if Gustav had eyes at the back of his head as he dodged every single attack from every angle. The flames, fist, etc. Every single attack was unable to touch him. Just like they said, Gustav couldn't attack them for now due to the punishment since he didn't want to get expelled, but he had already thought of ways to deal with them without having to make contact. What Gustav was currently making use of was his high perception stats and speed coupled with agility, so he was able to accelerate and decelerate at any given time with ease. His perception allowed him to sense everything within a radius of 20 meters. This was why their attacks couldn't hit him even from his blind spots. Gustav dodged in a zigzag-like manner, almost like he was dancing. "This bastard just stay in one place," one of the students voiced out idiotically with a look of frustration. After dodging for a few more seconds, Gustav suddenly accelerated backwards. Foom. His sudden movement and speed was something they had not expected since he had been moving at a particular speed from the start. The student who had his fist coated with fire already threw out a punch and it was headed towards the face of one of his classmates, but by the time he noticed it, he couldn't stop himself. The one holding a dark long spike was currently swinging it towards the neck of the student who had his fist coated in fire, while a small metallic ball was headed towards his left eye. Bam. 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 It was too late to retract their attack, so they ended up hitting one another. Kayar. Kayarar. Kayar. Cries of pain rang out as 4 of them fell to the ground while holding on to different parts of their body. The remaining 3, along with the first one to attack, paused their steps and stared at Gustav. Remembering the speed he displayed at the last second made them feel reluctant about resuming their attacks. "We can't even touch him. Just what grade of enhancement drug did he make use of?" These thoughts ran rampant in their minds. "As your senior, I think I have taught you 7 a valuable lesson today. Come near me and receive boundless humiliation," Gustav stated with a cool voice as he turned around to keep walking again. They wondered what Gustav meant by humiliation when they looked around and noticed that they were surrounded by students who had come to watch what was happening. They were focused on dealing with Gustav so much that they didn't notice that they were already being surrounded by students. They immediately felt true humiliation. A type that seeped deep into their bones as they saw the disappointed stares of the students surrounding them. Dash, they couldn't even deal with one trash. Dash, they're all bunch of useless. Dash, they ended up beating up each other without him touching them. The voices of the students' ridicules were loud, making them feel like sinking into the ground. Now they knew how it felt like when Gustav was being ridiculed and humiliated day in and day out. "I shall deal with him myself." A loud voice was heard coming from the left. Everyone turned to the side to stare at the person who had just arrived. Chapter 21, The Challenge. "I will deal with him myself." A loud voice was heard coming from the left. Everyone turned to the side to stare at the person who had just arrived. Gustav, who was walking forward earlier, heard the voice and felt it sounded familiar. He stopped and turned around to look at spectating students move aside for a male student to pass through their midst. Gustav recognized the face of the brown-skinned bulky male approaching. He was a large. Oh my goodness, isn't that Paul Miguel? It is him. But I don't see Ben and Hung Jo anywhere around. Some of the students exclaimed as Paul walked towards Gustav. Oh, it's you. I don't have time to waste with someone I have already defeated, Gustav stated and turned around to continue walking. You bastard, where do you think you're going? I will make sure I crush you here and take back my pride. Paul exclaimed with a look of rage while increasing his walking speed. Maybe you should call the remaining two to join you before approaching me, Gustav said as kept walking. This time won't be like the last, trash. No matter what drugs you use, it will still be to your loss. I am sending you to the hospital this time, Paul stated fiercely. Gustav turned back around at this point to stare at Paul. This confidence is because... Gustav scrutinized Paul from head to toe as he spoke. This time I will show the entire school that trash can only remain as trash, Paul added as he suddenly dashed towards Gustav. The explosive outburst of speed shocked Gustav greatly because Paul wasn't as fast as this in their earlier battle. Gustav quickly reacted by swerving to the right to dodge Paul. Paul almost made contact with him due to the suddenness, but he was able to dodge it nevertheless. It seems he managed to channel his bloodline through the fourth point. That means, he's now a Zulu-ranked mixed blood, Gustav analyzed with a slightly surprised look. This was where Paul's confidence came from. He, Hung Jo, and Ben Rao all stayed away from school since the cafeteria incident happened. They dreaded coming to school since Gustav made their reputation go down the drain. They couldn't bear to imagine the kind of embarrassing ordeal they'll have to go through with students pointing at them and laughing while also making fun of them behind their backs. The trio had been diligently training and trying to channel their energy past the fourth point so they could come back and deal with him. When a mixed blood finally managed to become a Zulu ranked, the strength of the said mixed blood along with their abilities will increase. The three of them believed when they got to this rank, they would have the strength to defeat 10 of Gustav even if he was using enhancement drugs. Paul was the first to achieve this, which was why he was in school today. Don't run, you bastard. Fight, Paul said as he dashed towards Gustav once again. Gustav managed to swerve to the side once again, dodging Paul by a few centimeters. Their speeds were nearly the same. Gustav's normal speed was only higher than Paul's by a notch. As much as I would love to have a go with, I can't get into any fights until after my punishment, so you should stop embarrassing yourself before you end up like these monkeys. Gustav didn't even need to point before everyone understood who he was referring to. The faces of the 7 that tried to attack him earlier burnt with embarrassment and anguish. You bastard, you just want to wriggle your way out of beating. I will not let you, Paul stated and dashed out once again. It's not like you can catch me anyways, Gustav swerved towards the side. I haven't activated my bloodline yet. When I do, you'll be sorry, Paul stated. And I haven't activated my dash yet. When I do, you'll never be able to touch me, Gustav said internally, but then he remembered something. The last time there was a hidden quest when I got into a fight with those 3, what if the system has issued another one? Gustav pondered as he recollected the last encounter. Wait. Paul suddenly heard Gustav speak after pausing his steps. Paul didn't know why, but he decided to wait just as Gustav had demanded. You want to redeem yourself, then I will battle with you, but not here, Gustav decided to compromise. Let us fight outside of the school premises after I finish my work for today, Gustav proposed. Why would I want to fight you outside? I want to crush you right in front of everyone. Paul had a look of strong disagreement as he spoke with hate. It's obvious you only want to beat me right now because I can't fight back. Is that how you're gonna get your dignity back? By beating up a person who can't fight back? Gustav emphasized with a look of disappointment. Paul wanted to retort when he heard the voices of the students surrounding them speaking. He doesn't even want to duel on proper terms. Now he wants to fight the trash when the trash will not be able to fight back due to school punishment. The students gave him disappointed glares as they murmured amongst themselves. Paul had an embarrassed look as he heard their statements. Gustav decided to play it this way so he could drill it into the minds of everyone that if they battled here he wouldn't fight back, which would spell an easy win for Paul. Paul's win would be a shameful one since it would be a claim to winning without Gustav putting up a fight. Normally Paul would not give a damn, but he was trying to win back his dignity and this wouldn't be the best way to go about it. Fine, we can battle outside of the school premises. Our battle will be recorded and uploaded on the net for everyone to see, but how can I be assured that you will show up? For all I know, you might just turn tails and run after you're done with your work for today. Paul agreed but wasn't quite trusting that Gustav would show up. I will show up, Gustav said with confidence. Even if I don't, you can come back tomorrow to beat me up within the school premises, Gustav added. Paul squinted his eyes as he stared at Gustav with suspicion. Bolin Group Construction Site 7. Paul spoke as he turned around to walk away. Meet me on the top floor by 6 p.m. Paul added. Paul decided to compromise because if Gustav decided not to show up after his work was over, he wouldn't have any excuses to give the next day if Paul decided to come and trouble him again. If Gustav decided to give the same excuse after failing to show up, Paul could decide not to listen and just beat him up regardless of whether he fought back or not. Gustav stared at Paul, who was walking in the opposite direction. I hope the three of them will be there together. It will make it easy for me to push my plans forward. After these thoughts finished playing in Gustav's mind, he turned around to start heading towards his initial destination. The crowd dispersed with chatters as they discussed how the fight was going to be. A lot of them speculated that Gustav would use whatever drugs he had used earlier on to battle, but when they remembered the confident look on Paul's face, they guessed he had something up his sleeves. Chapter 22, Bolin Group Construction Site 7. Gustav had left the scene several minutes ago. He got the cleaning equipment from the cleaning lounge and was currently heading towards one of the sporting facilities for mixed bloods. Today he had about 7 different locations to clean before he would be done for the day. He also wanted to return the history books he lent the other day in Miss Amy's name, so he would check if they were other volumes. He reckoned that it would be late in the evening before he was done with the activities for the day. Gustav didn't use Dash since students were still all over the place. Dash had increased in power so much now that if he was seen using it, they would think he had awakened another bloodline, so he decided to keep it on the low for now. His normal speed was fast enough to cause small gusts of wind around him. Even with the large cleaning equipment in his hand, he still kept running. 2 hours later, Gustav had cleaned 6 out of 7 places and was currently headed towards the 7th. He had goosebumps as he thought about the building he was currently headed to. Teacher's Block C. This was the same place he cleaned the other day and also the same place where Miss Amy's office was located. I hope she doesn't find out about the books. This were Gustav's train of thoughts as he arrived in front of the familiar cream-colored 2-story building. He walked in immediately to begin his work. He purposely picked this as the last place to visit, hoping he wouldn't come into contact with Miss Amy. He wanted to avoid her totally. Gustav started from the bottom as usual, visiting each teacher's office one after the other and performing the cleanup duty. It only took Gustav another 30 minutes to finish cleaning every office within the building except for that of Miss Amy's. He was currently in the corridor that led to her office. He had just finished cleaning the teacher's office that was beside hers. He turned left to stare in the position of Miss Amy's office door for a few seconds before turning around to leave. She has probably left for home, but just in case she's around, I have to leave this vicinity as fast as possible. Gustav had these thoughts as he quickened his pace and left the building through the stairs that he was already used to. Upon exiting the building, Gustav started running towards the cleaner's lounge to go drop the cleaning equipment. What he didn't know was inside the teacher's building in Block C, a pair of beautiful eyes with azure-colored pupils stared at his departing figure from the blinds positioned on the wall. Several minutes later, Gustav had dropped the equipment and was ready to leave. He bolted across the school grounds with his regular speed, headed towards the main entrance of the school. It's high time I finally tried that. This was Gustav's train of thoughts as he departed from the school premises. It was already past 6 in the evening at this time. The building Gustav and Paul were supposed to meet was located about 7 miles southeast of the school on the city map. Gustav only had to enter one teleportation circle and travel for about 5 minutes more on foot before he got there. It was in between a business class area and a residential area in the city. What appeared in Gustav's line of sight when he arrived there were both tall and short buildings. The place they had picked for their battle was a construction site that had been abandoned for a while. The buildings within the premises were all uncompleted. There were small electric fences that were in form of blue lines barricading the entire surrounding. These blue lines were about 7 feet high. If a person made contact with it, they would be electrocuted and be paralyzed for about 3 hours. Also, the cops would be alerted, which means the person would be caught. Gustav walked towards the back of the construction site. He wanted to enter from that side so he wouldn't be spotted. Gustav stared at his surroundings, properly checking for the people within the area. Luckily for Gustav, this area was sparsely populated. After a few more seconds, he squatted for a bit before jumping. Tum. He leapt more than 10 feet in the air, crossing over the blue line's fences. Plum. He landed within the construction premises and started walking towards the nearest uncompleted building. There were about 5 tall uncompleted buildings positioned close to one another. The building in the middle was the tallest. From the looks of things, it was around 100 stories high and was as wide as an entire street. Only God knows what they were trying to build, but it was pretty large. Construction materials could be seen within the premises, with some unknown machines scattered all over the place. Most of them had humanoid looks. As Gustav walked towards the building in the middle, he could see a silhouette standing in the distance very close to the uncompleted building in the middle. On closer inspection, they were actually 3 silhouettes. Gustav could see Hung Jo, Paul Miguel, and Ben Rao standing side by side. Just as usual, Hung Jo was standing in the middle with his usual haughty attitude. He saw Gustav approaching and glared at him with hate. Looks like he's in good health, so the reason he was away from school all this time was because of humiliation. Gustav came to this realization. He now understood that these 3 were a bunch of hypocrites. They had been humiliating him all his life, yet they were scared of being humiliated themselves. He made a promise in his heart to rightfully give them punishments today. Last time he was being lenient, but this time, he understood that these kinds of people never learnt their lesson. I have to be careful, there's no one within the vicinity who knows what they have planned. Gustav had a resolute look as he arrived before them. Are we doing it here? He asked with a cool tone. I hate the tone of confidence this bastard uses when speaking. Hung Jo glared at Gustav with hate-filled look. No, we're heading to the top, Paul stated as turned around and pointed at the building behind. All right, Gustav stared at the building and agreed. He already knew that this was going to be the case since Paul mentioned the top floor earlier in school. Gustav didn't wait for them to enter before he did. He went into the building first. This wasn't because he was stupid or anything, on the contrary, immediately he entered he activated dash. The 3 entered into the uncompleted building and didn't see him. At first they thought he had turned tails and ran until they heard loud tapping sounds coming from the stairways that led up. The 3 didn't even have plans of climbing. They just went to the elevator stand and used the elevator to travel to the top floor. Although the building was uncompleted, it still had stairs and an elevator. Gustav moved with speed to the top floor while checking for irregularities along the way. This was the reason he entered before them. He wanted to use dash to check out the environment just in case of danger. Immediately the dash ended, Gustav got to the top floor. The top floor was vast. It was neatly tiled except for the small debris that could be seen in several parts. There were also some machines in several positions and building materials. A few moments after Gustav arrived, the 3 arrived too. They came walking towards him with a circular device floating in midair. Gustav recognized this device to be a recorder. Your shame will be recorded here and we shall regain our reputation after posting the video of us defeating you on the net. Hung Jo shouted out with a crazy look as he pointed at Gustav. Gustav just stared at him with an indifferent look. Can we just do this? I don't want to waste time talking to trash who call others trash, Gustav retorted. You bastard, what did you call me? Hung Jo wanted to rush forward when Paul and Ben held him from both sides. Young master, remember he uses enhancement drugs, let Paul take care of him, Ben said from the left side while Paul nodded slightly in agreement. Oh, why did you stop him? Maybe the last whooping wasn't enough for him. Hung Jo must be a masochist since he seems to like pain. Maybe after taking more money from him I'll break more of his bones. Gustav retorted vulgarly. His look now was not one of a scholar who liked to read books, instead it was one of mischief. Hung Jo's forehead twitched repeatedly in anger as he heard Gustav's words. You bastard, I'll kill you. Hung Jo shouted out and dashed forward while pulling himself out of the both of them grasp. Gustav smiled in response as he watched Hung Jo dash towards him while his arm emitted a fluorescent glow. Chapter 23, Bloodline Enhancement Pills. Paul and Ben had widened eyes as they didn't expect Hung Jo to suddenly escape their grasp and run towards Gustav. You're dead. Hung Jo shouted as he arched his right arm back. Light gathered around it, forming a small blade above his fingertips. He quickly stabbed his fingertips forward, towards Gustav's neck upon reaching his front. Unlike before where I've been dodging and pulling back, this time I shall be the one to land the first hit. As Gustav came to this conclusion, he raised his hand with speed and swung it towards the incoming Hung Jo. Hung Jo only saw a blurry hand movement, and before he could stab out completely, Gustav's palm had appeared in front of his face. His left cheek to be precise. Before he could react, contact was made. Pa. The crisp sound of palm colliding with flesh rang out. Hung Jo felt a force equivalent to a moving vehicle slam into his right cheek, sending him several feet above the air while puking blood and teeth. Hung Jo spiraled twice in the air before slamming onto the ground about 4 meters away from Gustav's location. Young master. Both Paul and Ben shouted out at the same time as they ran towards Hung Jo, who was sprawled on the floor like a dead rat. The left side of his face was swollen and bruised. Ben and Paul bent down to help him before putting a small round orange pill in his mouth. Hung Jo, who had several of his teeth removed and his face swollen, started healing. The swollen left side of his face and eyes slowly went back to normal, same with his teeth. Gustav stared at his right hand that he just finished using. That felt pretty exciting. Gustav liked the way he felt when his hand connected with Hung Jo's face. Especially the way his cheeks rippled like waves. It was a feeling Gustav couldn't get enough of, and he secretly wished Hung Jo would stupidly dash towards him again. You bastard, how dare you hit me on the face. When Hung was finally healed completely, these were the words that came out of his mouth. There is more where that came from. I don't mind feeding you what you feed me all these years, Gustav stated with a look of confidence as he smiled at Hung Jo's angry face. Young master, leave him to me. After I'm done with him, he will be on his knees begging as he receives judgment from you. Paul snorted as he dashed out. Gustav already pretty much understood the situation and knew only Paul would be able to go against him since he was already a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. As Paul dashed out, the upper part of his body transformed into that of a large bull. His arms became extra thick as he increased to about 7 feet in height. His eyes glowed crimson along with his fist. Compared to his transformation in the cafeteria, Paul looked more fierce this time. Grrrhhh. He growled in a deep voice as he punched towards Gustav's head. The increase in strength and power was very evident. Gustav reacted by also throwing out his fist towards Paul. His reason for going head-on against Paul like this was to gauge his strength with that of a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. Pow. The two fists collided with intensity and both of them were pushed back. Paul slid back by 6 feet while Gustav slid back by about 3 feet. From the first clash, the stronger person was already evident. Paul didn't waste time before furiously running towards Gustav again with another fist outstretched. Their speeds were now on the same level, but Gustav was still a bit stronger than him even though Paul's bloodline was the power type. Pow. 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 The sounds of clashing rang across the air as Gustav and Paul went at it violently. Gustav squatted a little, dodging the swing of Paul's right arm before throwing his upwards in a bid to successfully land an uppercut. Paul reacted in time by quickly pushing his left hand down to block Gustav's punch, yet he was still pushed back a bit as his beastly palm trembled from the force behind the punch. Before Gustav could retract his arm, Paul swung his left leg out towards Gustav's left rib area. Immediately the leg was swung out. Gustav already sensed it and reacted by jumping 2 meters in the air while doing a backflip. The leg missed him after he jumped backwards. Both of them closed in on each other again by dashing forward. Pow. 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 They clashed again, repeatedly moving from place to place across the rooftop of the uncompleted building. But as the fight progressed, it was obvious that Paul was on the losing side, which shocked him greatly, along with Hung Jo and Ben. How could he still be stronger than Paul? Paul is now a Zulu-ranked mixed blood, for goodness sake. They both had these thoughts as they witnessed the fight. They didn't want to believe it, but now they were starting to realize that they might have stepped on a landmine, because no enchantment drug was able to make a Zero-ranked mixed blood stronger than a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. Especially if that mixed blood was supposed to have a bloodline lower than F grade. Impossible. Impossible. Hung Jo watched with a look of craziness as Paul got pushed back again and again. How? Why? How? Why? How? Why? How did this trash become more powerful than me? How? Where does he get this strength from? Hung Jo was nearly running mad as he rambled on internally with disbelief written all over his face. Pow. Gustav finally landed a solid hit on Paul's left rib area. Krrrcch. Cracking sounds rang out. The force pushed Paul several feet backward. Gustav, who had already gotten the advantage over him, didn't relent and dashed forward again, brandishing his fist. Pow. 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 The last fist landed on his tummy area, catapulting him backwards again. Blurg. Paul held his tummy side as he puked out small drops of blood. He had used the force of Gustav's last fist to push himself backwards, leaving about a 20 feet space in between him and Gustav. This way he could react on time if Gustav wanted to dash out again. His chest was heaving up and down as he stared at Gustav like he was looking at a monster. Gustav was still breathing steadily, which showed he wasn't worn out in the slightest. He stretched out his right arm and made a waving motion. "Come now, don't tell me you're having cold feet. Are you scared of this trash now?" Gustav questioned with a slight smile. "Paul, use it now." Hung Joe suddenly shouted out. Gustav didn't understand what they were getting at until he saw a blue rounded pill appear in Paul's hand. Flick. Paul quickly threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it down. Gustav felt wary upon seeing the action of Paul, as his instincts told him that wasn't a healing pill. Just as he thought it truly wasn't a healing pill. Grrrhhh. Paul growled in pain as his skin became hot red. The tusks protruding from both sides of his mouth became longer as he grew taller in size. That should be one of the enhancement pills they have been mentioning. Gustav could sense the increase in power that Paul's transformation was bringing him. Now this will truly be your end. Kill him, Paul. Make sure he doesn't survive. Hung Joe shouted with a look of madness. Grrrhhh. Paul growled as he stared at Gustav's face with his crimson eyes. Zoom. Paul bolted forward with speed while swinging out his left arm towards Gustav. Gustav, who had already sensed the attack before Paul closed in, quickly moved to the left as his body slanted to dodge the attack. Chapter 24, Death Crisis. Because he moved at the same time Paul swung his hand, he was able to dodge it by a hair length. But before Gustav could completely return his body to a normal position, Paul had already raised his knee with force. Paul's right knee was currently headed for Gustav's stomach, and there was no way he could dodge it in time, so Gustav quickly placed both of his arms in front of himself to block the knee. Bang. The knee slammed into Gustav with explosive force, throwing him into the air in a backward motion. Crack. Gustav's wrist's bones had cracked from the impact as he flew backwards with a slight look of pain. Regeneration has been activated. As he traveled in an arc across the air, a notification popped up in his line of sight. Paul had already dashed out again towards Gustav as he was still being sent flying across the air. His fist headed for Gustav's stomach as he descended. Gustav, who was still in midair, saw the fist coming towards his stomach, and with no way to counter it, he finally activated dash. Activate dash, he said internally. The fist approaching suddenly slowed down a bit. Gustav stretched out his hands towards the fist and pulled himself upward using it. Using that to jump forward, he was close to colliding with Paul's upper body. He suddenly raised his knee with force. Blam. Gustav's knee slammed into Paul's jaw, stopping his initial movement. Paul was dumbstruck by the sudden hit as he stared forward, only to see that Gustav had disappeared. Ha! He turned around with a dumbfounded look, only to receive another hit. Blam. Gustav threw a punch to Paul's face. The punch wasn't as effective as earlier due to Paul's increase in strength, but it was still heavy. Blam. 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 Gustav's speed was too fast for Paul to follow, so he kept getting punched repeatedly. By the time he would throw his fist out, Gustav would have dashed towards his back. This happened until dash time was exhausted and Gustav went back to normal. The narrative changed again as Gustav became on the receiving end without the speed of dash. Gustav kept evading and receiving punches as he thought of ways to deal with Paul. I can only use dash one more time. Gustav was thinking about how to make dash effective, because at his current strength level he wouldn't be able to make Paul passed out within the 10 seconds of repeatedly pummeling him. Pow. Gustav received another hit, sending him tumbling towards the edge of the rooftop. He nearly fell from the top of the 100-story building. He stared at the bottom with a look of fear as he remembered the mountain. He quickly came back to his senses, remembering that he was still having a fight, but as he stared forward back, Paul had already arrived in front of him. Grab. Paul grabbed him by the neck and lifted him. Gustav started punching and jabbing to no avail. Paul moved forward while clutching Gustav's neck. Gustav was now hanging by his neck and also hanging from the edge of the rooftop. This is where your life will end, Paul stated as he moved slightly forward again. Gustav stared at the below with a visible look of fear on his face. He was currently thinking of a solution as fast as he could. He still clenched onto Paul's hand with both his hands while trying to free himself. Paul arched back his left hand as he tightened his fist. "Goodbye," he uttered. Just as he wanted to throw his fist forward, Gustav muttered something. "Add all 5 points to strength." Paul, who didn't hear what he said, clearly paused his fist and asked, "Oh, what did you say?" "Your last prayer. Plus 5 points have been added to strength." Gustav suddenly felt a rush of energy coursing through his veins immediately after the notification popped up. If he could see his biceps, he would be able to witness the physical change it went through in a blink of an eye. "Well, you must have said your prayers finish by now, goodbye." Just as Paul swung his fist, Gustav spoke in his mind, "Activate dash." Swoon. The fist traveled towards him in slow motion again. Gustav clenched on the hand of Paul tightly, causing him to release his grip. Still using that same hand, Gustav swung forward like a monkey and landed several feet in front, on top of the roof. Paul's fist phased through thin air without making contact with flesh like he expected. He noticed that Gustav had disappeared from his front again. "Only 8 seconds left, so I have to make it count." Gustav's words only lingered in the air. By the time Paul heard it, a punch was already headed towards his jaw. Bang. This time the sound was way louder than before as the tiles under Gustav's feet cracked due to the immense force generated back to his body after his fist collided with Paul's jaw. Paul hadn't expected it to be this powerful, so the force not only shocked him but also overwhelmed him. Paul was catapulted backward with blood and teeth flying out of his mouth. By the time he came back to his senses, he noticed that the rooftop was no longer in his line of sight. Instead, he could see the top of a tall uncompleted building gradually getting farther and farther from him as an intense breeze blew through his body. "Ah! I'm falling." These were the last words he uttered before his large body slammed against the hard, cold ground. Plop. Gustav's chest was heaving up and down as he stared at his right fist. Did I just kill a person? Gustav walked towards the edge of the rooftop and stared at the human body on the ground covered in a pool of blood. Hung, Joe and Ben stared at Gustav from behind. "Monster. You're a monster. You have killed Paul." The both of them voiced out with a scared look. At first, Gustav was very scared as the concept of killing a living thing was very new to him. He wanted to say it was an accident, and it truly was, but then he remembered that this same person was trying to kill him a while ago. He turned around and stared at the two of them with a dark and devilish look. "No one knows about what has happened here except for the both of you and that recording device over there, which I will destroy now." Gustav spoke as he started walking towards them. The both of them flinched, and Hung Joe quickly brought out his device and tried to call a number. Swoosh. Gustav suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked the rectangular device away from his hand. Crash. The device slammed into the ground and broke into fragments. "Now you both, actually you three, but the other one is dead now, so, you both have made me suffer, made me wish for death, make me hate my existence. Wouldn't it be fair for me to return the favor?" Gustav looked like he had absolutely lost his mind at this moment as he grabbed both of them before they could run. "No. Kayar." Cries of pain enveloped the place as sounds akin to slaps and punches rang out. About 10 minutes later, when the skies were starting to darken, Gustav stood in front of Paul's body that had its head cracked. Paul would have survived had it not been that he transformed back into his human form before making contact with the ground. Gustav squatted and placed his hands on Paul's body to lift him when several notifications popped up in his line of sight. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with beast transformation bloodline, 0% per 100%. Analysis complete, 87%/100%. Host compatibility with beast transformation bloodline is 87%. Does host desire to steal this bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at the familiar notifications. Chapter 25, Bloodline Acquired. Does host desire to steal this bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at the familiar notifications. Is it because of his blood? Gustav wondered as he stared at Paul's blood-soaked body. He quickly disagreed with his thoughts because when he was battling with Paul the other time, he had already made contact with Paul's blood, but the system notification didn't pop up. I must use this opportunity to figure out what the requirement for bloodline acquisition is. He dropped Paul's body and squatted while inspecting it. What's that? He noticed something on Paul's neck area. What's with that color? It looks crimson, but why does it glow? Gustav noticed the blood oozing from Paul's neck was different from the normal blood. It was glowing crimson. The glow wasn't a very bright one, but it was visible. It made the blood look like jam. Thick but glowing and oozing out slowly. I have never seen this type of blood. Could that be why? Gustav didn't waste time before touching that part of Paul's corpse again. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with beast transformation bloodline, 0% per 100%. Analysis complete, 87%/100%. Host compatibility with beast transformation bloodline is 87%. Does host desire to steal this bloodline? Yes/no. The same notifications as earlier appeared one by one in his line of sight again. It truly is. Gustav had a lot of thoughts going up in his head right now after confirming that this was a requirement for bloodline acquisition. Yes, Gustav consented to the acquisition of Paul's bloodline. Although Gustav felt he might be disrespecting the corpse this way, he also felt letting the bloodline of a beast go to waste would be a waste. Also, this was a defining moment for him. It was the first time he would be acquiring a bloodline that belonged to another person. Host has decided to acquire this bloodline. Bloodline extraction shall now begin. Gustav saw the same notifications that popped up when he mistakenly tried to steal Miss Amy's bloodline. Miss Amy. Gustav remembered that he met the requirements without needing to touch this weird crimson blood. That means this is not the only way to steal a bloodline. Gustav came to this conclusion as he watched the process of extraction. Bloodline extraction process, 2%/100%. Unlike the other time with Miss Amy, the percentage bar was increasing. Not only was it increasing, Gustav could feel and see the process. His hands that were currently on Paul's neck glowed a bright red crimson color. A trail of visible crimson veins could be seen on Paul's neck, connecting down to his body below. Gustav was starting to have a feeling of crisis, so he was hoping for the extraction process to be fast because he had someone else's bloodline to steal before leaving. That bloodline will be the most convenient to clean up this mess, Gustav started calculating in his mind. After 2 minutes a notification rang out in his mind again. Congratulations! Host has acquired beast transformation bloodline. Hidden quest completed. Gustav saw the 2 notifications, but now was not the time to be excited or shocked. The feeling of crisis was becoming stronger every second he spent here. His mind was constantly sending him warning bells, but he couldn't leave here without covering his tracks. He might as well just prepare for jail time or death if he left things unfinished here. He quickly ran back up to the top floor using dash. Internally he thanked his stars that he didn't distribute the attributes points for the completion of today's task earlier, at school. If he had done that, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Gustav got back to the top floor where Hung Jo and Ben were laying on the ground passed out. Their 4 limbs were bent in an unimaginable angle. They weren't dead, only passed out, but the look of pain was still visible on their faces along with traces of snot and tears. How I wish I could also steal yours. Gustav took a glance at Hung Jo before moving towards Ben. Your bloodline should be able to help me in fixing this mess. Gustav squatted as his hands reached out for Ben's body. 30 minutes later Gustav got home. The skies were dark by the time he entered his home. His mind was still chaotic and fuzzy from everything that happened today, but he didn't see anything wrong in what he did. He didn't kill Paul on purpose, but Paul would have killed him on purpose if he didn't fight back. He knew that with this he had caused a major mayhem because Hung Jo happened to be the son of a billionaire. After they find him, they would do everything in their power to catch the culprit and also try to fix what he did to Hung Jo, but he knew that was impossible. With what he did to Hung Jo, he was sure they could never find a solution for it. Gustav sat inside his tub, and before he knew it, he had slept off. He was already mentally and physically drained from all the events that played out today. He didn't even remember to check the hidden quests and the rewards he received from completing them. Bolin Group Construction Site 7. At the top floor of the uncompleted building where the battle took place earlier. A group of men in black tight-fitted bodysuits stood in front of 2 young teenage boys laying on the ground. Yes, we just found young Master Hung with one of his aides, but their situation is a bit hard to describe. One of them was communicating with another person. The small blue glowing button was on his forehead was what made this possible. Their situation is inexplicable. The one with the button on his head squatted to stare at the teenage boys. The both of them had their eyes open, but they looked lifeless. Young Master Hung. The men called out to him while shaking the one on the left. There was no reaction nor answer. the men heard the person on the other end say something which made him react with a surprised look. "You're on your way here." 1 month later. Just like that, a month had gone by. Gustav was currently headed for school at this time. His mind went back to last month's events as he walked to school. The events that transpired in the last 1 month after Gustav stole a bloodline for the first time were ones he would never be able to forget. After the whole incident at the uncompleted building, Gustav was considered a suspect by the investigators even after everything he did to cover up. It was a real shitstorm. It was all over the news that President Joe's last son had been turned into an invalid. It was on the lips of every media outlet. The president had vowed to crush whoever was responsible. According to the press, he even hired a special team of mixed bloods to investigate secretly. The normal authorities came for Gustav while the special team followed the trail of a popular mixed blood criminal, Ovalid, who was said to use this style to deal with his victims. Students were there when Gustav was challenged by Paul. The authorities linked Gustav to the incident through that. They asked if he showed up. He denied, of course, and told them he didn't have the guts to appear there. Gustav was taken to the station for the first time. Of course, his parents didn't give a damn and left him to the authorities. Gustav kept explaining to them how his bloodline was trashy and he wouldn't be able to harm any one of them. This was proven when they checked his grade and truly found out that he was an F grade. Gustav was lucky that they didn't ask the school for his initial bloodline grade. The incident at the cafeteria came up. They asked Gustav how he was able to show such strength with his so-called trashy bloodline. Gustav had to admit to using enhancement drugs which they found plausible. The cops had tried using a technological device that could scan the surroundings of a crime scene and display the events that occurred within the last 24 hours in that said crime scene, but it didn't work. This made them believe that they were truly dealing with a professional mixed-blood criminal and decided to let Gustav go with the last question. Where were you when the incident happened and who can attest to being a witness to that? Gustav had words stuck in his throat as he racked his brain for a good and plausible lie to come up with. His saving grace was when a particular person showed up at the station. He was with me. He would never forget that sweet feminine voice that was his saving grace. Miss Amy. It shocked Gustav greatly when he saw her appear within the room he was being questioned and also speaking up for him. Miss Amy seemed to have quite the reputation. After she vouched for Gustav, he was immediately set free. He was lucky they didn't use the brain tweak device that was said to pick the mind of a person. Normally this device would make a person's mind visible to them, but they only used it in extreme cases. This was an extreme case, but Gustav wasn't a confirmed suspect after all their investigations. Especially when they found out that he had a low-grade bloodline. Logic said he couldn't win against a Zulu-ranked mixed blood with a D-grade bloodline, so the device wasn't used on him. The device was also dangerous to people under the ages of 20. When Gustav was leaving the station with Miss Amy, he ran into a man with dark brown hair clad in a blue business suit. The way the man stared at him made a chill run down his spine. Till now he couldn't forget the glare of the man. He looked like the type of person who didn't value life. Miss Amy played the role of guardian and stood in front of Gustav while glaring back at the man. The man backed down and headed towards the room that Gustav was just released from. He and Miss Amy left the station together, but not a single word was exchanged between them. Surprisingly, the sense of wariness he always felt around Miss Amy had disappeared. "Come to my office after classes tomorrow." She uttered these words before leaving in her hovering green cycle. Gustav remembered that he was still serving punishment, but before he could remind her, she had already zoomed off with her hoverbike. Surprisingly, he got to school the next day and found out that his punishment had been cancelled. His thoughts since that time had been circulating around one question. Just who is Miss Amy? Chapter 26, Becoming a Zulu-Ranked Mixed Blood. Just who is Miss Amy? His mind had been circulating around this question. Not only was Miss Amy able to make the cops release him immediately, but she also made the disciplinary committee cancel his punishment. An ordinary teacher wouldn't be able to do that. Although he was feeling a little suspicious about her unknown background, Gustav didn't feel wary about her anymore. After all, she knew what he did that last month. Even though his punishment was over, Gustav still headed to school very early as it had already become a part of him. Boss Danzo gave him a job. It was only per time, but Gustav earned up to 5,000 rad in the last month. Rad was the currency used in Plankton City. It was comparable to pounds back in the old days. The 5,000 was what Gustav used to disguise whenever he spent the stolen compensation money he got from Hangzhou. I still need to learn how to properly use this bloodline. Gustav slightly raised his right palm as he walked to school. Only Gustav could see the small light above his palm that formed the image of an atom. Ended up turning him into a vegetable instead of what I originally planned. Well, anyway, it all worked out for the best, Gustav thought. I just need to be more careful and subtle next time. If not for Miss Amy's intervention, things might have gone south. I will still need to keep training with it. After all, there are lots of test subjects in school. Gustav arrived at school as he came to this conclusion. He entered and went straight to the school's kitchen. While passing through the corridor on the left, Gustav greeted some of the cooks here. Hey Gustav. Good morning Mrs. Carleen. Good morning Gustav. Good morning Aunt Lauren. Hey little man. Good morning Sir Dom. Gustav greeted the familiar faces and entered the main kitchen. You're late again, brat. Boss Danzo's voice was the first thing he heard upon entering. Good morning to you too, Boss Danzo, Gustav replied with a smile. Wipe that smile off your face. You may be able to fool young maidens but not me, humph. You were masturbating all night, weren't you? Gustav's laughed out loud upon hearing that. Yes, Boss Danzo, I still have your beautiful daughter's picture in my room, Gustav replied. You cheeky brat, get over here. Boss Danzo also laughed as he pulled Gustav over to his side. Boss Danzo had some new recipes to teach Gustav. He went ahead and explained the details while showing him the ingredients needed. After all was said and done, Boss Danzo moved to the side to watch Gustav work. Gustav was like a machine with the way he moved. He was so fluid in cutting, adding spices, washing, boiling, frying, etc. Watching him from the side made Boss Danzo feel a sense of pride. If only this lad would just become my successor, I would proudly be able to beat my chest anywhere, Boss Danzo muttered with a slight look of disappointment. He had asked Gustav about this before, but Gustav turned him down already. Boss Danzo kept asking, but Gustav's answer was still the same. Gustav never knew Boss Danzo had such a thick skin until Boss Danzo cooked one of the most exotic and delicious meals specially for him and asked again after Gustav had finished downing all the food. Gustav had a look of guilt when he turned down Boss Danzo again. Boss Danzo decided to ask him what his plans for the future were. I would like to join the MBO. When Boss Danzo heard this reply, he was nearly heartbroken. Son, I don't mean to pour a cold bucket of water on your head, but that dream might just be an impossible one, Boss Danzo replied. Boss Danzo remembered that Gustav had a low-grade bloodline and didn't want him to keep facing the humiliation he had always been going through. This was the second reason for his proposal. Of course, the first was because of his assimilation and talent for cooking. With the life of a chef, there was no need to fear being discriminated against, neither was there anyone who would bully him. He wouldn't have to get acquainted with people who could be potential backstabbers. Son, it's good to have dreams, but chasing some kind of dreams could end up tearing you apart, physically and mentally, Boss Danzo added. Being a chef might be a simple life, but it isn't a treacherous road filled with deception and discrimination. Gustav felt like something was welling up underneath his eyes upon hearing Boss Danzo's speech. He had never been as moved as the way he at that time. No one had ever spoken to him with so much concern for his future. There was no dishonesty, no underlying schemes or anything, just pure concern for another person's well-being. It made him feel some kinds of emotion that he had already buried deep down. At the time of the conversation, Boss Danzo was surprised to see Gustav suddenly bow. Thank you, Boss Danzo. Hey kid, what AR? I'm sorry, but I have made up my mind to go on that path. Be it full of treachery or discrimination. I will overcome all. The confidence in Gustav's voice when he spoke shocked Boss Danzo greatly, because from what he heard, Gustav was supposed to be a wimp. That's a true man right there. Boss Danzo placed his hand on Gustav's shoulder. It's all right. Your resolve is admirable, Boss Danzo added. Gustav smiled in response. I will not waste the opportunity this power has granted me, the opportunity to reach the top. Just don't overdo it. If you feel it's becoming too difficult, you have a place to run back to with me. Boss Danzo ended their conversation with this. Ever since that time, Boss Danzo hadn't disturbed Gustav about being his successor. He had decided to fully support him in whatever way he could, which was why he gave him the job, regardless of the opposition of others. He observed Gustav from the side and muttered, "This lad seems to be growing very fast." He noticed the school uniform that Gustav wore was tightening around his body and also the slight budge around his arms. Looks like pumping him with a lot of food was a good idea. Boss Danzo had a pleased look as he spoke. Truly, Gustav's body had become bulkier within the past 2 months. His height, which was around 4 feet 8 inches earlier, was now about 5 feet 3 inches. His increase in growth was obvious. As his face grew more handsome, his look became colder. His attitude was slowly turning to be like that of Miss Amy. In the middle of the day, they had extracurricular activities. The students in Class 3 were asked to head towards the mixed blood training hall. Normally Gustav wouldn't have access to the training hall, but after the incident, Miss Amy also found a way to make the school grant him access to it. They were taught the basics of how to use their bloodline abilities properly in a fight. Of course, Gustav was still keeping things on the low, so, whenever they had extracurricular activities like this, he only watched the teacher's performance and registered some of the training in his mind. He would never join the students in any form of sparring because he was sure he wouldn't be able to hold himself from beating them up. Things were still the same as before. Gustav still got cold treatment from a lot of students, but he wasn't bothered by it anymore. Secretly, he hoped someone would come looking for his trouble so he would have another bloodline to steal. He didn't want to have to join them for the extracurricular activities, but according to Miss Amy, he could train here, hone his abilities and test out his strength. There were small personal rooms within the training hall where a mixed blood could train separately without being watched. It would seem that Miss Amy secured one for him and he had used it, the 2 times he was here last. Gustav stood in front of a large square-shaped piece of equipment. It was being held up by a pole that extended from above. The surface of this equipment was pitch black. Huff! Gustav breathed in and pushed his body backwards a bit while arching his right arm back to the limit. His posture right now looked like that of a person learning martial art. His back was curved in, his buttocks shot out and his legs spread wide apart. Phew! He breathed out and thrust his arm forward with force. Pow! His fist made contact with the square-shaped equipment, causing a loud ringing sound. Train! 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 Numbers started appearing on the surface of the square-shaped board. The numbers came to a stop after reaching 6,200. Gustav stood straight and stared at it. The power of my punch is equivalent to 6,200 pounds now. Gustav held his chin as he contemplated. That's an increase of 500 in the past 1 week, but if I were to use the beast transformation bloodline coupled with my normal strength, it should shoot higher than this. Gustav wanted to try this when he remembered something. Miss Amy is gonna kill me if I don't become a Zulu-ranked mixed blood today. On remembering this, he sat down on the smooth floor. I have to channel my bloodline through the 4th point today, he said and proceeded to close his eyes. Chapter 27, Energy Drained. I have to channel my bloodline through the 4th point today, he said and proceeded to close his eyes. Gustav had learned a lot about bloodline channeling these past 2 months. To keep increasing in the ranks of bloodline, meditation is necessary. Meditation where you'd have to channel your bloodline repeatedly for hours so it could keep multiplying and increasing in quantity and quality. The training was also necessary and repeated use of your bloodline abilities. Gustav focused and let his mind reach the deepest parts of his body inside. He was able to sense where the 3 bloodlines in his body, but he was only after channeling his original bloodline through the 4th point today. After a few minutes, the sound of bubbling water could be heard inside the small room. Puru. 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 If a normal person walked in here, they would think a person was boiling water. Only a mixed blood would understand what that sound meant. The sound was coming from Gustav's body. A few moments later the sound stopped and Gustav opened his eyes. That was surprisingly easy. Gustav held his chin as he spoke out loud. He had successfully channeled his bloodline through the 4th point. He thought it would take at least a few hours, but to his surprise, it took him only 10 minutes. Maybe it's because it has saturated, but I haven't been paying attention to it, Gustav said as he stood up. Right now he could perceive the increase in strength within his body. After channeling the blood through the 4th point, he noticed a strange phenomenon happen within his body. The 4 channel points connected together, forming a small circle. According to what he had heard, crossing to the next rank had to do with the circle formed. Well, anyway, I'm a Zulu-ranked mixed blood now, which means I have met the requirement for participating in the MBO entrance exams. Thinking to this point, Gustav had a rush of excitement forming within him. I only have to stay low-key for now, but once that entrance exam begins, I will go wild, Gustav muttered with an excited look. Let me test out my new strength, Gustav smiled as he turned to face the square-shaped board hanging in midair. Gustav adopted the pose he used earlier on. Arching his arm back to the limit, gathering his strength into that arm, especially his fist, and thrusting it out with full force. Pow! The sound of collision rang out again, this time like a knockout as Gustav's fist collided with the board. Train! 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 Just like earlier, numbers started appearing on the surface of the board. Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at the figures with a look of surprise. That's up to 100% increase in strength, he spoke with a disbelieving expression. Gustav hadn't expected that his strength would go up by this much after becoming a Zulu ranked. His fist weighed around 6,000 pounds before, but now it had increased to 12,000 pounds. He reckoned that if he was as powerful as this when going against Paul the other time, the situation would have gone in a different format. In the process of his contemplation, a notification popped up in his line of sight. Host has completed the goal, reach Zulu rank. Oh, I had a feeling there was going to be something like this. Gustav stared at the notification with a smile. Goal reward, host, genetic transformation bloodline, has been upgraded. Another upgrade, it should have moved up to D by now. Gustav called for the system interface to open up after coming to this conclusion. Host attributes, skills and abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop. The red wall appeared in his line of sight and he wasted no time in calling out, bloodlines. Bloodlines. Genetic transformation bloodline. Grade, E+. Abilities tied to bloodline. Morph. Joint movement. Size manipulation. Beast transformation bloodline. Grade, E. Abilities tied to bloodline. Partial mutated bull transformation. Atomic manipulation bloodline. Grade, E. Abilities tied to bloodline. Disintegration of atomic structures. The beast transformation bloodline was that of Paul's, while the atomic manipulation bloodline was that of Ben. After successfully extracting them, they were reduced to grade E. At first, Gustav was a little bit disappointed, but then he remembered he could upgrade bloodlines with this power, so he knew that with time, the bloodlines would reach their highest potential, becoming more powerful than their original state. Gustav stared at the panel with a look of contemplation. So there's a grade E+. He had expected his bloodline to increase to D grade since it was formerly E. My bloodline seems to have unlocked a new ability. Gustav noticed size manipulation, which wasn't among the abilities tied to his bloodline earlier. Last month, after collecting the bloodlines of Paul and Ben, Gustav received the notification for the completion of a hidden quest. Host has completed hidden quest. Hidden quest details: acquire a bloodline within the frame of 2 months after receiving this power. Quest rewards: new skill unlocked, sprint. 10,000 EXP. Plus 2 attributes points added to all stats. Skills and abilities level up. Punishment for failure: death. At first, Gustav thought he would complete a hidden quest related to Paul's challenge, but he couldn't have been more wrong when he saw this. When he saw the rewards, he was really happy about it, but when he saw the punishment for failure, a chill ran down his spine. If this was before he confirmed the power of the system, he would have said it was just a bluff, but now that he knew there were no lies related to the system, he was truly scared about the concept of failing a hidden quest without knowing and ending up dying. If I had been a little late in stealing a bloodline, I wouldn't be alive right now. It had been 2 months already since he got the system. If he had chosen to be a wimp and not fight back, it would not have led to the situation of acquiring those bloodlines, and he would be dead by now. It seems this power doesn't want a wimpy host, Gustav thought with a straight face. If that is the case, then I shall become ballsy enough to do all that is required to keep it and show that I am truly deserving of it. Gustav had sworn to cast his old self aside. He had sworn not to hesitate to do things the way he truly wanted. He had sworn not to back down and run from people like he used to before. 2 weeks after the incident, Gustav completed the monthly quest which upgraded his bloodline from F to E. He had expected that it would be upgraded to D now, but he understood that there was an E+ before upgrading to D. He was at least glad that he got a new ability out of it. Size manipulation. Gustav held his chin as he stood in the middle of the room. The name says it all, but to use it, do I just imagine which size I want to grow to or something? Gustav wondered and decided to try it. He stared at his hand and thought about it growing bigger. After waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. It doesn't work that way. Gustav held his chin in contemplation. For confirmation, he tried imagining his leg get bigger this time, and the result was the same. It would seem it doesn't work for relative parts of the body, so let me try this instead. Gustav closed his eyes and felt his whole body at once increase. Immediately Gustav called out this word in his mind, his body suddenly bloated. Krakim. Krakim. Bone-popping sounds reverberated across the room as Gustav's body grew to a height of over 3 meters. Bulge. 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 His muscles expanded crazily, making him look extremely macho as he kept increasing in size. He could see the floor get farther and farther away from his sight. Bam. His head ended up colliding with the ceiling. Ouch, Gustav exclaimed as he quickly imagined his body becoming smaller so it would stop growing in size. Gustav's body first stopped growing in size before it started to reduce. After a few more seconds, Gustav had gone back to his original form. That was really something. If I hadn't stopped myself, I probably would have kept growing in size. Gustav stumbled forward a bit as he spoke. What's rowing? He held up his hand and noticed that it was blurred in his vision. Warning. Low energy. Warning. Low energy. Warning. Low energy. Gustav heard the ringing in his head and could see the blurry notification in his line of sight. Even though it was blurry, he understood the message it was trying to convey. I set up almost all my energy bika use of that transformation. Gustav was barely hanging on as he analyzed. Host will go into sleep mode if energy isn't consumed. Host will go into sleep mode if energy isn't consumed. Gustav's vision was turning red as the warning bells kept ringing in his head. Where do I find energy? Gustav dragged his trembling body forward slowly as he muttered. The storage device. Gustav came to a realization and brought out a small button inside his breast pocket. Chapter 28, Visiting Gami Dojo. He wasted no time before tapping the surface. Truin. A projection of 4 things was displayed. The first was a rectangular-shaped board. The second was a wad of cash arranged in a neat row. The third was a small briefcase, while the fourth was a piece of oven-like equipment. Gustav tapped on the image of the oven-like equipment and it appeared right in front of him. It was 2 meters in height. He could feel his consciousness fading away, but he still struggled to open up the large oven-like equipment. Upon opening it up, the space within it had foods of different kinds. Snacks, juicy meats, etc. Gustav quickly grabbed onto a juicy-looking large piece of meat. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed it inside. Chew. 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 Chewing sounds were heard as Gustav ripped the meat to shreds in seconds inside his mouth. +1 energy point has been recovered. Gustav didn't stop after seeing that notification. There were tons of food inside the oven-like equipment. Gustav brought them out one after the other and a huge feast began. +1 energy point has been recovered. +1 energy point has been recovered. +1 energy point has been recovered. The way Gustav's cheeks bulged due to the amount of food stuffed in made it look like it would burst open. Nevertheless, he kept stuffing one food after the other into his mouth. Crunch. 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 A mixture of bakes, fries, meat, fish, almost everything could be seen here. Gustav had been keeping a lot of food that he never had the opportunity to taste for almost 10 years. He enjoyed eating a lot and had these foods kept down for easy access. Who knew that they'd come in handy today? In a few more seconds, Gustav had neatly finished the stash of food he kept within the large oven-like equipment. Sruv. The doors behind slid up and a female sporting long gray hair could be seen walking into the room through it. She was clad in a yellow long coat, blue top, and mini skirt with black pop socks. She had a look of indifference written all over her face as walked in gracefully and lightly. Gustav stood up from the floor upon noticing her presence. Miss Amy. He muttered while gulping down the food in his mouth. Hey, we're leave. Miss Amy was in the process of speaking when she noticed something. Why are you naked? She questioned while glaring at Gustav. Huh? Naked? Gustav asked with a confused look before turning his head to look down. Ah. His eyes widened and he quickly covered his little brother, which was exposed. When he used size manipulation earlier, his uniform was ripped to shreds. He didn't notice at that time that he was naked due to low energy. Miss Amy, why didn't you knock? Gustav's face was currently beet red as he stood behind the large oven placed in the middle of the room. Why would I? I paid for this room after all, Miss Amy stated. Gustav. Why is this place in such a mess? Miss Amy questioned as she walked further. She noticed the large oven-like equipment in the room and also the slightly cracked ceiling. Miss Amy, would you leave so I can, put on some clothes? Gustav asked with a look of embarrassment. Why? Just go ahead and put on something if you want to, I'm not stopping you, Miss Amy replied with an indifferent look and sat on the bench placed beside the wall. Gustav. You have forgotten so soon about when you barged into my office, didn't you also see my nakedness, Miss Amy added. Miss Amy, you have forgotten that you nearly killed me, Gustav pointed at himself as he spoke. And I didn't see everything, he wanted to add this but he decided to keep quiet. True, if you have the strength you should come and try to kill me also, Miss Amy folded her arms while staring at Gustav as she proposed. Gustav nearly puked out blood, she's such a bully. Miss Amy had a straight look on her face, she didn't even look bothered in the slightest. Well. I will just close my eyes for a few seconds, use the time to cover your disaster, Miss Amy stated and proceeded to close her eyes. Disaster? What does she mean by disaster? Gustav's face was still red as he quickly picked a cloth from the storage device. In the blink of an eye, he had already worn the cloth. He was now putting on a clean-looking sky blue jeans trouser and a red hoodie jacket. Phew, he sighed in relief after covering up and raised his head to stare at Miss Amy. Miss Amy's eyes were wide opened. Eck, Miss Amy, since when have those eyes been open? Gustav flinched back in shock as his face became red again. Who knows? I already saw your pitiful-looking thumb so it doesn't matter, Miss Amy replied with a casual look. The way she said it with such aloofness made Gustav want to sink into the floor. Let's go. Miss Amy said and proceeded to stand up. Go where? Gustav questioned with a dumbfounded look. The dojo, Miss Amy answered without turning around. But school activities aren't over yet, Gustav replied with a confounded look. Have you forgotten what today is? Miss Amy said. Gustav stood in place for a few seconds before his face shone with understanding. Oh, I remember today is supposed to be parents and teachers meeting day. Gustav recalled that days when this meeting was held, school activities would end earlier. He had already been in here for 1 hour so he wasn't aware that school activities had ended for the day. Students were currently heading to their homes. The parent and teachers meeting never involved the students so they were free to leave if they wanted to, though some usually waited for their parents. Miss Amy stared at Gustav trying to note his expression when he mentioned the parents and teachers meeting. All right, let's go, Miss Amy, Gustav said while walking forward. Gustav didn't need to ask Miss Amy why she wasn't attending the meeting when she was a teacher because he knew she didn't like such gatherings. According to her, seeing all those parents act all rich and mighty gave her the urge to spit on their faces. He doesn't seem as concerned as he used to, or is he hiding it? Miss Amy watched as Gustav walked towards her with a look of contemplation. Gustav didn't seem bothered that his parents wouldn't attend the meeting to represent him, which surprised Miss Amy because Gustav always shown a kind of sad reaction whenever anything related to his parents was mentioned. They left the small training room and arrived at the corridor that led outside the hall. Students could be seen walking out also. They stared at Miss Amy and Gustav moving together. Some of them still had looks of bewilderment even though it had been happening for the past month. Most of them still wondered why Miss Amy would bother associating herself with the so-called trash of the school. Even when a lot of talented students tried to impress Miss Amy, she was never interested in any student. She had no favorite students or any of those things that other teachers did, which was why they were surprised when she suddenly started showing interest in Gustav. No one spoke a single word about this since Miss Amy was present at the moment. They didn't want to get on her bad side. Gustav and Miss Amy arrived outside the hall and proceeded to climb on her hoverbike that was parked outside. Gustav held onto Miss Amy's waist from behind as she started the engine. Swoof. There was no noisy sound, instead it sounded smooth. The hoverbike lit up from behind and streaked into the distance, carrying them both. The winds blew Gustav's hair to the back as he held onto Miss Amy, who was currently speeding with the hoverbike. Swee-eye. Swee. Swee-eye. They passed by the sides of several vehicles moving on the road as they sped off. They were supposed to be wearing helmets, but Miss Amy hated helmets. According to her, it spoilt the thrill. As Gustav found out more and more about her, he was starting to realize that Miss Amy was a weirdo, but who was he to judge? His whole life had been nothing short of cringe. In a few minutes, they arrived in front of a large 700-story building at the southwest of the city. This building was the tallest in this particular part of the city. It looked like a business building because a lot of people could be seen going in and out of the building. Four big muscular men stood at the entrance. Miss Amy parked by the side. She and Gustav walked towards the entrance. The men bowed towards Miss Amy when they spotted her walking up the stairs with Gustav. Gustav was familiar with this environment because he had been coming here with Miss Amy for the past month. Gami Dojo occupied the top 3 floors of this building. Miss Amy had been bringing him here for training. "Welcome, young miss," the men spoke at the same time. Miss Amy nodded softly and handed a cube-like metal towards one of the bulky men. The men received it and walked towards Miss Amy's hoverbike while Gustav and Miss Amy walked into the building. Chapter 29, The Upcoming Duel. The interior of the building was well designed. There were counters on the north and east sides of the ground floor. Female receptionists could be seen at the counters. The ceiling was designed with blue and margarita-colored tile that blended well together. Small circular white glows were lined up in rows across the ceiling. A holographic projection of a female in a green business suit was placed in the middle. The female face beamed with smiles as she welcomed the arrival of people into the building. Miss Amy and Gustav headed towards the corridor at the northeast corner of the first floor. They walked through it before arriving at the elevators. The transparent doors slid open and both of them walked in along with 3 other people. Just when the doors were about to close up, a man clad in a red and black striped jacket used his hands to stop it from closing up. The man stared at Miss Amy with a smile as he walked into the elevator. He was sporting shoulder-length black hair and putting on a pair of yellow sunglasses. He had a slightly large build and a tough look, but the way he smiled at Miss Amy was creepy. "Ha, Amy, what a pleasure to see you didn't back down to challenge." He had a wide grin on his face as he pushed the people standing in front to the side with his body. They all glared at him but didn't have the guts to say anything. He walked towards Miss Amy, who didn't even bother to spare him another glance after seeing who it was. "Shove." He used his body to shove Gustav towards the side so he could stand in their midst. Gustav was now standing close to the transparent glass walls on the left side. After forcefully putting himself in their midst, the man turned to the side to stare at Gustav with a threatening look. "Brat, prepare to lose today," he said to Gustav before turning back to face Miss Amy on the left. "When he loses, remember our bargain," he grinned as he moved his face close to Miss Amy's cheek. Miss Amy, who didn't speak a word since his entry, finally muttered something as her nose twitched. "Such foul breath." The man's face twisted upon hearing that, but before he could retort, Miss Amy walked towards the front. "Let's go, Gustav, we're gonna use the other one," she said and tapped on a button which caused the elevator to open up. Gustav nodded and walked towards the glass doors. "He can't win," the men in sunglasses shouted out as they walked out of the elevator. "This foul breath will be what your lips will taste soon," the men in sunglasses stated with a confident look. "We shall see about that." Miss Amy didn't even bother turning around as she spoke. She and Gustav left the elevator to enter the other one beside it. The man in the other elevator gritted his teeth with annoyance. "That brat. I will make sure he is dealt with so I don't see him around you anymore," he spat as the elevator glowed up. A circular blue light descended from above and surrounded them. In a blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. The elevators within these buildings weren't ordinary. They were teleportation elevators that would beam them to their desired floor. Anything that had to do with spatial travel was very expensive, that even a lot of wealthy people couldn't afford it. This proved just how high-class the building was, even though the teleportation elevator was not comparable to teleportation circles. Gustav and Miss Amy entered into the next one. They didn't speak about what happened a minute ago because it was nothing new to them. Gustav reminisced about the last month when he arrived in Miss Amy's office just as she demanded. "You are the reason for Hung Joe and Ben's condition, aren't you? Also, you killed Paul, didn't you?" Gustav's eyes widened in fear after hearing her questions upon his arrival. His palms started sweating as he racked his brain for excuses. "Don't worry, there's no cause for alarm. I already knew," she stated with her usual indifferent look. "Besides, they deserved the punishment they received. You stood up for yourself, which is a right everyone should possess, but this world is full of discrimination. Without power, you will always be at the bottom of the food chain. Oppression, depression," Miss Amy said with a disappointed look. "Miss Amy, even with that, I still committed a crime. Why would you help me?" Gustav questioned with a baffled look. "Because you finally stood up. You fought back. If you had left them to keep doing to you as they pleased, I would never have stretched forth my hand to assist you. I hate weak-minded people. Being physically weak is understandable, but being mentally weak means you can never be truly powerful. Miss Amy's words kept ringing in his ear, mind, and heart. You took the first step to become powerful. I don't know what luck you have received recently that could have helped you to achieve what you did, but it's all right for you to keep it a secret. After all, everyone has a secret or two. Gustav finally calmed down after hearing Miss Amy's explanation and point of view. I will train you and make sure you learn how to use your abilities properly, Miss Amy concluded with that. Miss Amy, I understand now and I'm filled with gratitude, but I also understand that nothing comes for free. What would you want in return? Gustav questioned with a slightly tense look. He had read enough books to understand the concept of the world. Oh, it seems you are really hell-bent on repaying me. What I want in return, hee. Miss Amy smiled as she spoke. Gustav's heart rate increased on seeing her smile. Miss Amy has never smiled before. I hope she doesn't plan to turn me into her slave. When the time is right I will ask. For now, nothing comes to mind, Miss Amy replied as her facial expression went back to normal. Huh. Gustav was surprised at this reply, but he decided to keep an open mind. Even if she wants me to become her slave or make an unreasonable request later, I will become powerful enough to stop that from happening. Gustav was grateful for her help, but he also didn't want to be manipulated. Since the day Miss Amy had been training Gustav, his usage of strength, speed, and fight skills had improved during the past month. Of course, he didn't let her know that he had other bloodlines within him. He only revealed that his genetic transformation bloodline could increase in grade, which shocked Miss Amy greatly. She told him never to reveal it to anyone, if not he'd be turned into a lab rat. Gustav figured he shouldn't have mentioned it after seeing her reaction, but Miss Amy had done enough for him to give her the benefit of the doubt. When Miss Amy first brought him to Gami Dojo, they ran into the man they just met at the elevator a while ago. John Brown. He was a well-known powerful mixed-blood trainer around here. He was also one of Miss Amy's suitors. According to Miss Amy, he had been bugging her like a fly to go out with him for some time. She always turned him down. When he saw Miss Amy bringing Gustav, he approached them again and found out that Gustav was Miss Amy's student. When he questioned Gustav about his bloodline grade, he was shocked that Gustav was an F-grade mixed blood. He never expected Miss Amy to personally train an F-grade mixed blood. Since then he had been trying to separate Miss Amy from Gustav. He hated seeing Gustav move around with her and also act casual with her. This man happened to also have a female student that he trained in the dojo. He issued a challenge to Miss Amy 2 weeks ago, that both students would duel one another. He proposed that if his student won, Miss Amy would get rid of Gustav and go on a date with her. Miss Amy agreed after bringing forth her proposal. When Gustav wins, don't ever come closer than 10 feet around me. The kind of confidence she had in Gustav was really surprising. This was why Gustav made sure he channeled his bloodline through the 4th point today. He also wasn't fond of John Brown and his female student. Since they both treated him with contempt, he would like nothing more than to slap both their faces today by winning the duel. Gustav and Miss Amy arrived at the 3rd to the last floor, which was where the teleportation elevator could take them to. There were only 2 more floors above this one. To go up, a person would have to climb actual stairs because there was no elevator to get to the last floor. Hiya! 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 Upon exiting the elevator, these were the sounds that entered into their eardrums. It was like they had arrived at a different place entirely. Chapter 30, Gauging Strength. A patch of grasses and flowers could be seen planted in the environment. The ceiling was constructed in such a way that a person would think they were outside the building. The ceiling looked like the blue skies. Small bungalow-like buildings made of wood could be seen around. These bungalow houses had white sliding doors with black lines plastered on them, forming rows and columns. This place was larger than 10 stadiums joined together, so it was able to house other structures. Nevertheless, it was surprising to see that structures like this could be built in a business building. The environment gave off an ancient vibe to Gustav. When he first arrived here, he was very shocked, but he also found it to his liking. Even though it looked ancient, there were still some technological types of equipment put in place. There was a bloodline grading device standing at a corner. There was also a power output device and some other pieces of equipment out in the open. The sounds that they heard when they arrived here were coming from the small bungalow structures constructed with wood. This place was Gami Dojo, a prestigious place for training mixed bloods in the city. It was also very expensive. Teachers usually rented one of the buildings to teach their students here extra time. Teachers who did this also charged the parents of the kids, but Miss Amy paid for everything herself. Most of the kids that come here were also spoilt brats, so Gustav had never associated with them since he started coming here. The environment was conducive for teaching mixed bloods and enabling them to learn faster. Equipments, materials, and other different things were provided here to also help the students train well. Master mixed blood trainers existed within this building. Miss Amy and Gustav headed towards the stairs. They always had their sessions on the last floor, so that was where they were headed. Anytime a person saw Miss Amy, they would greet her by saying, "Good day, young miss." This sounded like a casual greeting, but they would also give a standing bow while greeting. This made Gustav more suspicious of Miss Amy's background, which she never revealed to him. He figured she must have been coming here for a long time. After climbing the stairs for a few minutes, they arrived at the top floor. Unlike the second and third to the last floors, this floor wasn't crowded or packed with many of those bungalow buildings. They were only about 10 in number, and the atmosphere gave off a soothing feeling. The 3 floors were built using some energy crystals. The energy crystals helped mixed bloods in meditation, especially to channel their bloodline faster. The higher the floor, the better the service. Miss Amy and Gustav went towards the dojo on the east side. The design was pretty luxurious and beautiful flowers could be seen surrounding it. They slid the doors to the side and walked in. The interior was just like how a dojo would look. But it was mixed with both modern and ancient types of equipment. It had a weapon rack at the side where katanas, sabers, and some combination of a sword and gun could be seen. The floors looked wooden, but the truth is, they are harder than titanium, yet still soft to the feet. Miss Amy went into the changing room. Gustav walked up to the front where some weights could be seen. There were blue-colored steel weight lifting plates placed on both sides of the rods, also some other steel weight lifting plates stacked upon each other by the side. They were in different sizes, but Gustav moved closer to one carrying about 6 weight plates on both sides. Gustav held his chin as he thought of something. "I haven't completed today's task," Gustav muttered and proceeded to squat. He placed his right hand on the metallic rod holding the weight plates and lifted it. Gustav lifted it with ease, carrying it above his head. The last time he came here he couldn't lift this weight because it weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. He opened the system interface as he did this to check his progress. Quests. Daily. Today's task, 1/3. Travel 120 kilometers, status, 116/120 km. Climb to a height of 806 meters, status, 806/806 m. Carry a total of 2,450 kilograms, status, 1,200/2450 kg. Gustav purposely didn't lift anything today just so he could figure out how much this weighed so he could use it to calculate his current strength. 1,200 kilograms. I don't feel sore, but also I can tell that if I add more plates to this it would only struggle to lift it after some time. Gustav lowered it. Let me see how fluid I can be with this. Instead of lifting it normally, Gustav held it like a baseball bat. The only difference was, he was still holding it with one hand. Swing. 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 He swung the weight several times casually. After doing it more than 10 times, he stopped. I can probably go 50 more times before my stamina runs out. Gustav's reason for doing this was to properly gauge his current level of strength. Daily task completed, February 3rd. Carry a total of 2,450 kilograms. As he was dropping the weight back to the ground, Miss Amy walked out of the changing room. She was dressed in a butter color and red yukata. Butter color for the top and red for the bottom, reaching her feet. Her aloof expression added a certain kind of charm to her current look, also her cleavage was partly exposed, proving that Miss Amy wasn't small in any way. She stared at Gustav dropping the weight. "Oh, you can lift that now. Did you already channel your bloodline through the 4th point?" Miss Amy figured it out immediately. Gustav nodded in affirmation. "That's quite a big leap in strength," Miss Amy stated with a contemplative gaze. "I doubt there's a Zulu-ranked mixed blood that could easily lift that without having a kind of strength-related bloodline," Miss Amy added. "I'll take that as a compliment, Miss Amy," Gustav smiled as he replied. "Strength isn't everything though, always remember a well-skilled mixed blood can easily deal with a mixed blood who doesn't know how to use their strength properly," Miss Amy stated before turning around. Do not fear the man who has practiced 1,000 techniques only once, fear the man who has practiced one technique 1,000 times. Miss Amy's method of complimenting me is really weird, Gustav sighed after hearing Miss Amy's speech even though he knew it was right. I have been training you on your areas of weakness, highly predictable attacks and movements, leaving too many openings after completing an attack. If you want my compliment, let me see the fruits of your training today. Go get dressed, Miss Amy said as she walked towards the door. Gustav nodded and walked to the dressing room. In about 2 minutes he came out wearing the same clothes as Miss Amy. The both of them walked towards the west side of the floor where a large stage that was half the size of a basketball pitch could be seen. Some people stood around the stage area, mostly young people who seemed to be around Gustav's age. 2 buff men wearing green yukatas also stood at the right. A man and a young female stood on the stage. He and the female were dressed in a yellow and red striped yukata. The female was sporting green back-length hair. She was a 5 feet 3 inches beauty but her gaze was laced with pride. The man started smiling once he saw Miss Amy approaching. This was the same man that they met at the first elevator, John Brown. The female was his student, Aurora Bright. Dash, is that him? Dash, he looks pretty weak to me. Dash, I heard he's F grade so this duel will be finished in no time. The voices of other students within the vicinity drifted into the ears of Gustav as he walked towards the stage with Miss Amy. His look was indifferent, almost like he didn't hear them speak. They arrived before the stage and walked up. Oh, good thing you didn't run, but you can still accept the date proposal before Aurora puts him in the hospital. John Brown smiled sheepishly as he spoke. Chapter 31, The Duel. Author's note, please read the author's note below, I wish to correct some misunderstanding. We don't have time to waste here so let's get to the point. Samsama, Bola, my student is ready for the duel. Miss Amy turned to the 2 men clad in green yukuta while speaking. Alright, we have heard the terms of the duel and we will make sure that whoever fails between the students keeps up their end of the bargain, the man on the left with a bald head spoke. He was very slim but he had a deep voice. According to the terms, injuries are allowed, the teacher is meant to take care of the medical condition of their student if they end up receiving any form of injury. Also no form of bullying shall be tolerated by a teacher once their student losses. The other Go-See spoke. He had white hair and looked fairly tanned with a stout body. Both teachers nodded in understanding. Aurora, go easy on him, he's just an F grade after all, ha ha ha, John Brown ridiculed before turning around to leave the stage. Gustav, you know what to do, Miss Amy said with a low voice before leaving the stage. Gustav and Aurora, who were several feet away from one another, exchanged glances. Humph, trash that doesn't know his place. I will send you to the hospital today, the female said before standing in a battle pose. Gustav didn't even bother replying to her remark. He stood in position and stared at her. A female once crushed me, never again. Gustav squinted his eyes as he stared at her. Let the duel begin. Immediately those words were uttered from the side. Gustav saw Aurora's body suddenly glow up. Sweeve. In a split second, blue patterns that formed arrows appeared all over the visible part of her body. She stretched out her right hand. Whoosh. Small winds started gathering around it. The small swirling winds were transforming into water. Aurora was turning the air into water and the water into a long blade, but before she could complete it she saw Gustav suddenly dash forward. He's fast, she thought in her mind as she speedily transformed the water into a 2-foot blade and swung it towards the incoming Gustav. Slash. Gustav, who dashed out the moment Aurora started conjuring her attack, saw the blade swinging towards his neck from the left. Gustav, who happened to be faster than Aurora, pushed out his right palm towards Aurora's wrist, which was still swinging towards him. Pa. Gustav's palm slammed into her wrist, changing the course of the attack, but he didn't stop there. Immediately Aurora lost her balance after her hand was slapped away. Gustav rotated and swung his left elbow towards her face. She was extremely shocked to see Gustav's elbow headed towards her face after he countered her attack. How is he so fast? She wondered because she could already tell that Gustav was faster than she was from his movements. She was still able to react on time by raising her left arm in front of her face. Bam. Gustav's elbow collided with her arm. Ugh. She exclaimed in pain as the force sent her sliding backward by 7 feet. SSHHHSSS. Her arm was still held up after the force pushed her back, but it was trembling slightly. Such insane physical strength. How is this possible when he hasn't even activated his bloodline? Isn't he just an F rank? She stared at Gustav with a wary and disbelieving expression as she tried sending more power into her numb left arm. Dash, what is wrong with Aurora? Dash, she just got thrown off by a common F rank. Dash, so lousy she should be winning in an instant, what's she doing standing around? The other young-looking students here chatted among themselves after seeing the first exchange. There were about 16 students who looked to be around Gustav's age gathered here. Even John Brown had a baffled expression on his face. Come on, didn't you say you will send me to the hospital? What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Gustav questioned with a ridiculing expression while staring at her. Humph, don't get cocky. Aurora shouted this out and proceeded to wave her right arm forward. As she swung out the blade made of water towards Gustav, a wave of water was shot out in an arc towards him. Swerve. Gustav dodged to the right, causing the attack to pass by his left side. Aurora didn't stop there, she kept swinging the water blade severally, causing more water attacks to appear out of thin air while flying towards Gustav. Swerve. 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 Even though the speed of the attacks was almost twice as fast as Earth's former fastest men, Gustav was still able to dodge every one of them. The speed of each swing was fiercer than the former, and Gustav knew he couldn't keep dodging for long without using a speed-related skill, so he started using footwork to slowly move forward as he dodged the attacks. Aurora was currently gritting her teeth in frustration after noticing that her attacks didn't connect, even after all the strength she put into it. Bam. Bam. Two of her water attacks slammed into the stage several feet behind Gustav. Even with the toughness of the stage, a 3 inches deep line was cut across it. The patterns on Aurora's body suddenly glowed brighter again as the blade in her hand grew to a length of over 15 feet long. It turned into a large scythe. Gustav could already sense that this attack was a much more powerful attack than before, but due to the size he felt she wouldn't be able to swing it as fast. This was his opportunity to close in the gap. Gustav ran forward just as she swung the scythe made of water towards his left side. To his surprise, the movement of her attack was faster than his movement. Before Gustav could close in the gap between them, the scythe had already arrived before him. Krryycchh. A bone-popping sound rang out as an unimaginable scene played out in front of them. Gustav's body suddenly bent towards the front. His knees allowed him to bend in such a way that his body resembled a pistol that was standing on the ground. Due to this action, he was able to dodge the swing without activating dash. His knee could be seen bending at an unbelievable angle that made his body look like a pistol. The hinge joint could be seen popping from underneath the skin behind his knee. Dash, that looks disgusting. Dash, what in the world? Dash, is that the ability of his bloodline? They were shocked to see the way Gustav was bent. What in the world is that? Aurora was also having a shocked look as the scythe started reducing in size. Krryycchh. Gustav stood up back as his legs returned to normal. Gustav had just activated joint movement, causing his knee joint to reverse its functions. At that moment his ability to kneel was reversed. Instead of his leg being able to bend towards his butt, it was capable of bending towards in the other direction. He used the force from his dash coupled with that to dodge the attack. Immediately Gustav's body went back to normal. Aurora was already sending out another attack towards him. Chapter 32, Second Challenger. The attack passed under him, bringing about small winds that caused his yukata to blow up slightly. Gustav somersaulted in the air as he was landing. His left leg was heading for Aurora's body. Suddenly streams of water appeared out of thin air as he was close to making contact with her. The streams of water were like tentacles. There were about 12 of them that shot out at the same time. They all traveled towards Gustav's body that was still dropping towards the ground. 3 each were headed for his right and left arm, while the remaining 6 headed for his right and left legs respectively. Everyone felt it would be impossible for him to dodge this attack since he was still in midair and the tentacles were close to making contact. To their surprise again, Gustav suddenly retracted every one of his limbs and tightened them to his body while folding himself in midair. He was practically curled up in a ball-like format as the tentacles passed by his sides, missing him by a hair length. Using this method not only enabled Gustav to dodge the attack but also made him descend faster than the water tentacles could turn back around to attack him again. Blam. Gustav landed back on the stage in a squatting format. Aurora's eyes widened as she quickly called back the tentacles to attack Gustav. Immediately Gustav landed. He wasted no time in swinging out his arm towards Aurora's chest. Swish. His attack was extremely faster than she could call back the tentacles, but just as Gustav's hand was close to hitting her chest, she's a female, it would be wrong to touch her there, instead, I'll. In less than a millisecond he concluded and changed the trajectory of his palm. Aurora, who had already conjured a small barrier of water in front of her chest, was shocked to see Gustav's palm swing upwards. Pa. A loud slap resounded in the environment as Gustav's hand collided with Aurora's left cheek. This is more like it, Gustav said in his mind with a sadistic grin as his palm pushed against Aurora's cheek. He could feel some of her teeth forcefully removing from her gum. The heaviness of the slap caused Aurora's cheek to ripple as her entire body was lifted off the ground in a rotating motion. Ugh. Su-ch intense strand gth. I, low st. These were the thoughts that drifted into her mind as her body was currently falling to the stage with her legs up and her head traveling down. The left side of her face had 5 bloody fingers imprinted on it. Bang. Her head slammed heavily onto the stage and she felt her vision fading. A speck of blood coated her head area on the stage. Gasp. Aurora. John Brown ran from his position with a panicky look towards Aurora, who was lying on the stage with a bloodied face and swollen head. Dash, how is this possible? Dash, an F grade winning a B grade mixed blood. Dash, is he truly an F grade? Chatters could be heard coming from the students surrounding the stage as they stared at Gustav in disbelief. The winner has been decided. Samsama spoke with an authoritative voice. This duel is officially over. Teacher Amy's student has won. He added with a voice of authority. John Brown, who was currently squatting in front of Aurora, glared at Gustav with a look of hate. He brought out an orange pill and placed it in her mouth. Aurora, who had a red face earlier on, slowly started to regain her former look. Her swollen head that slammed onto the stage started to reduce. The bloodiness on her cheek slowly started to return to its normal color. She could feel her teeth that were uprooted from her gum due to the intense slap slowly grow out once again. In a few seconds, she was healed completely. She opened her eyes properly as she recalled everything that happened a while ago. She was feeling an intense amount of humiliation right now. There's no way I could lose to trash like you. You're just an F grade. She shouted out with a look of hate as she glared at Gustav, who was currently standing on the stage. Pitiful. Gustav uttered these words before turning around to leave the stage. You low-life, fight me again. She shouted out as she stood up and ran towards Gustav. Teacher Brown, control your student. The man with the bald head spoke. John Brown quickly held her back before she could move further than 3 feet. You're just asking for another round of humiliation. Frankly, you're not worth my time since I can't do that. Gustav's voice streamed into her ears, filling her with intense frustration, but John Brown held her back firmly. Ah, if only I could steal a B-grade bloodline, maybe I would have indulged you a little bit more, Gustav sighed in his mind as he walked off the stage. Now, in accordance to the terms before this duel commenced, Teacher John is not meant to come closer than 10 feet to Teacher Amy. Failure to hold up to the end of this bargain will result in a permanent ban from entering Gami Dojo. Bola spoke with an authoritative look. Dash, how could this be? Dash, it's a shame to high-graded mixed blood toy. The dissatisfied voices of the students could be heard around the stage. You did well, Miss Amy said with a smile as Gustav walked towards her. Gustav smiled back and stood in front of her. Such level of strength from a first-step Zulu ranked is unheard of. Even Miss Amy was shocked. She had expected Gustav to win, but this was far too easier than she expected. Looks like the MBO entrance test will have a monster participating, Miss Amy thought as she stared at Gustav. Miss Amy, can we leave now? Gustav questioned after noticing that Miss Amy didn't say anything else after speaking the first time. Yes, let's go. She turned around while Gustav moved to her right side. Wait. One of the students shouted out. Miss Amy and Gustav turned around to see who spoke. It was a young male sporting green hair with a slim and slightly tall figure. Supervisor Samsuna, Supervisor Bola, please allow me to take back our pride as B-grade mixed bloods. The male spoke before shouting out, Gustav, I challenge you to a duel. Dash, oh my, Masuba can't seem to hold back. Dash, Gustav's humiliation is certain, now that Masuba has challenged him. Dash, trashy F-grade needs to be put in their place. The chatters of the students could be heard again. Masuba, a duel cannot happen without agreement from both sides, Samsuna spoke. Gustav, accept my challenge if you dare. Masuba shouted out after hearing the words of Samsuna. Gustav stared at him for a little while before turning around once again. I refuse. Gustav said and proceeded to keep walking away with Miss Amy. Everyone was dumbstruck. They had expected Gustav to agree to it immediately since boys of their ages tend to get provoked easily. You coward. Do you not have any shame? Accept my challenge. Masuba shouted out to Gustav, who was walking away with Miss Amy. Chapter 33, Instant Defeat. Trying to use such unintelligible means to provoke me won't work, since, not only would I easily defeat you, I would also get nothing out of it. I have better things to do with my time. Gustav stated from ahead without even turning his back to look. Masuba gritted his teeth in annoyance after hearing that. What if he could get something out of it? Can we make a wager? Masuba shouted out. This time Gustav finally paused his footsteps. Although I can't steal his bloodline, there are things I still need and he can provide them. Gustav smiled as he turned around. A wager sounds good to me, Gustav answered and started walking towards them once again. After a few minutes, Gustav and Masuba stood opposite one another on the stage. Since I don't want to waste time, I might as well end this as soon as possible, Gustav thought internally as he waited for Supervisor Samsuna to give the go-ahead for the duel to start. Masuba stared at Gustav with a wary look. After the fight earlier, he could tell that Gustav wasn't one to be trifled with, yet he couldn't bear the thought of an F grade winning against a B grade. He must have a high amount of strength. If that's the case, I shall not let him get close to me, Masuba analyzed and came to a quick conclusion after replaying the last duel in his mind. What he didn't know was Gustav wasn't putting everything into winning because he decided not to use any speed-related skill earlier. Which is the best to use in this situation? Dash is slower than sprint, but sprint takes more energy points. Only if I don't end the duel on time, so sprint it is. Gustav came to this conclusion immediately. Supervisor Bola decided to speak. Let the duel begin. Sprint activate. Gustav called out in his mind. Sprint has been activated. Host speed will be multiplied by 2. 20 energy points will be expended for every second sprint is activated. Dash 20 EP. Immediately Gustav activated it. Everything slowed down around him, including Masuba that was currently trying to conjure an attack with his abilities. Gustav smiled and dashed forward. Swoosh. In an instant, Gustav had closed in the gap between them and arrived in front of Masuba while throwing out his fist. You're not a female, so I have no qualms with hitting you on the chest. Gustav thought as his arm traveled with intense force towards Masuba's chest. Masuba only saw a blurry figure appear before him with an outstretched fist. He had not even conjured his attack. The duel only started a second ago, and yet he could only watch as the fist made contact with his chest. Bang. Gustav's fist collided with Masuba's chest, causing a loud bone-cracking sound to ring out. Blarg. Masuba vomited out a trail of blood as his body traveled in midair with his back arched out due to the force of the punch. How do es and fgra da haveth is mu ch stringth? This was Masuba's thought process before landing on his back just a few centimeters outside the stage area in front. Plop. Masuba's eyes rolled to the back as he fell unconscious. He kept vomiting out blood even after fainting. Deactivate sprint. Gustav called out in his mind. Sprint has been deactivated. Silence. There was total silence as everyone stared at the stage area with their jaws hanging loosely from their mouths. What they had just witnessed was something unbelievable. Something that no one would believe if they didn't see it with their very own eyes. An F grade defeated 2 B grade mixed bloods in less than 30 minutes. The second mixed blood did not even last for up to a second before the battle ended in his loss. Everyone couldn't process their thoughts. Even Miss Amy had a shocked look on her usually expressionless face. That outburst of speed is not something a Zulu rank should not be able to achieve. Miss Amy stared at Gustav with a look of suspicion. Gustav stood on the stage with a look of contemplation. I haven't used it before, but it is very satisfying, except for the amount of energy it consumes, Gustav thought. Originally his punch wouldn't send a Zulu-ranked mixed blood flying more than 3 to 7 feet away, but after coupling it with his speed multiplied by 2, the punch packed twice as much force. Masuba ribs and sternum were currently fractured due to the punch. Gustav wins this duel. After many seconds had passed, Supervisor Bola finally broke the silence. Everyone came out of their reverie but still stared at Gustav with a look of astonishment. Dash, how did he manage to defeat Masuba in a single second? Dash, maybe he's a step 4 Zulu ranked in disguise. Dash, how is this possible when he's just F grade? The students could not wrap their heads around what had just happened. Aurora had widened eyes as she watched Gustav walk down the stage. Doesn't this mean he was holding back when he fought me? It was hard to believe for everyone, but they had no choice since they had seen it happen before their very eyes. Supervisor Samsuna walked towards Masuba that was on the ground and raised his head before putting an orange pill in his mouth. Masuba, who had a pale face earlier, began to heal up back little by little. Mixed bloods could have battles like this because they were tenacious enough to survive even though they received a fatal injury. If this was a normal person, Gustav's one punch would have ended their life in an instant. Masuba slowly opened his eyes after his bones were put back in place and his broken ribs joined together. Ugh! He blurted out with pain after another broken bone got joined together again. After a few more seconds he stood up. Remember our wager. Now hand it over. Gustav shouted out from the other end of the stage. Masuba had a dejected look as he took out a small blue cube and walked towards Gustav. Here, he handed the cube over to Gustav. Gustav collected it with a smirk on his face. Your donation is appreciated, Gustav said after collecting the cube. He turned around to leave with Miss Amy. Hey, Masuba called out to Gustav with a hesitant look. Gustav paused in his steps as he turned his head to the side to stare at Masuba. Can we put everything behind us and become friends? Masuba proposed. Gasp. The rest of the students gasped in surprise even though they understood what Masuba was aiming at. Friends? Gustav questioned with a confused look. Yes, friends, my father is chief of. Before Masuba could complete his statement, Gustav cut him short. You want to be friends with an F-grade trash? Gustav questioned him with a ridiculing look. No, I mean yes, I mean no, you're not trash, but yes, I want to be friends with you, Masuba stuttered while answering the question. No thanks, trash doesn't want to be friends with you. Gustav turned him down and immediately turned around to continue walking. Everyone was surprised once again. Did he just turn Masuba down again? Everyone knew how Masuba's father was the chief of police in Plankton City. There was no one who wouldn't want to befriend him, yet he was turned down by an F grade. Masuba had a look of humiliation as he watched Gustav leave with Miss Amy. Friends? Ha ha ha, who needs that? This was Gustav's thought process as he walked towards their training room alongside Miss Amy. He stared at the blue cube in his hands with looks of greed visible all over his face. Gustav, what do you plan to do with such an amount of money? Miss Amy questioned. In the duel earlier, the wager was 50,000 rad would be given to Gustav by Masuba if he won, while if he lost, Masuba demanded that Gustav bowed to him whenever they crossed paths. Miss Amy wants some money maybe? Gustav said with a playful tone. You cheeky little brat, you're becoming arrogant after winning, eh? Miss Amy said and proceeded to knock Gustav's head. Ouch! Gustav held his head as he exclaimed in pain. It's all right if you don't want to say. Miss Amy added with a look of understanding. I plan to be independent. Gustav stated after a few seconds of silence. Chapter 34, Dinner Date. It's all right if you don't want to say. Miss Amy added with a look of understanding. I plan to be independent. Gustav stated after a few seconds of silence. Miss Amy turned to the side to stare at him. Independence? She questioned. Yes, Miss Amy, I don't want to keep staying in a place where I'm not wanted, Gustav replied. Miss Amy had a contemplative look on her face after hearing Gustav's reply. So where do you plan on going? Miss Amy asked. I've made my research and now that I won this duel I have enough money to rent an apartment, Gustav answered with a look of anticipation. That's not a bad idea since you're already of legal age, but it might also be a waste to rent an apartment right now, Miss Amy said as they came to a pause in front of their dojo. In this time and age, the legal age for humans, Slarkovs, and mixed bloods, was 16 years. At 16 years a person would be considered to be an adult, and right now Gustav was already 17. What do you mean, Miss Amy? Gustav questioned with a confused look. In the next 4 months, the MBO entrance test will be holding. If you can pass and get picked to enter the MBO training camp, you won't require accommodation or feeding since the government will provide this for you, Miss Amy explained. She could understand where Gustav was coming from with his decision, but she felt it might be a waste for him to rent an apartment, only to leave it after 4 months. Rents were expensive around here and mostly only worked with annual payments. You should be saving up for other things instead, like supplies you may need during your days at the MBO camp. I can tell you that it won't be easy to survive there without having supplies that differ from military provisions, Miss Amy said with a slightly worried look. Miss Amy sounds sure of what she's saying. If that's the case, I will just have to receive more compensations, Gustav thought. Thank you, Miss Amy, but it would be better if I just move out now. About the issue of saving, I plan to do that by making even more money. Gustav bowed slightly to Miss Amy with a smile. Alright, just make sure you plan well enough, because I can tell you that having only power might not be enough. Wealth is also an attribute, Miss Amy added before climbing up the 3 stairs positioned in front of their dojo. She suddenly paused and turned around to stare at Gustav. Since you won the challenge today, you and I will go on the date instead, Miss Amy stated and turned back around to walk in. Date? Gustav had a confused look on his face after hearing that. Come in and change back into your casual outfit, Miss Amy shouted from inside the dojo. Gustav was still confused by Miss Amy's sudden statement but still proceeded to walk into the dojo. 20 minutes later, Miss Amy and Gustav were sitting inside a large restaurant. A ton of food was placed on the table in front of them. Beef turkey, mutated gigantic prawns, fried tiger fish, black rice, fried crabs on a stick, etc. The table was packed with exotic foods of different kinds. Gustav's eyes shone excitement and he gulped down saliva while staring at the feast before them. Who knew Miss Amy was also a foodie? Gustav was surprised after Miss Amy ordered all these. They were currently in a well-known restaurant on the 634th floor of the building. Miss Amy decided to take Gustav out on a treat to reward him for his performance today. She reckoned that since she would have to go on a date with John Brown had Gustav lost, then she should give that reward to Gustav instead since he won. This was supposed to be a date, instead, it was more like a food treat. Gustav was the first to order when they arrived at the restaurant. Miss Amy had told him at that time not to be modest and order whatever he wished, but still, he decided not to order much. He was surprised when he saw the amount of food Miss Amy ordered. The entire table was stacked with different types of dishes right now. The people on other tables were staring at them with a weird look, but both of them were not bothered in the slightest. The restaurant was a lavish one. It was obvious from the internal designs. The tables and seats were so dark, shiny, and smooth that it could be mistaken for a mirror from the visible reflections on their surfaces. The entire floor was tiled with a type of technological building material that shone clouds. Walking on the floors made it look like you were walking on the clouds. The air smelled so yummy that you could taste it. What are you waiting for? An invitation? Miss Amy, who was currently holding onto a red prawn, called out to Gustav after noticing that he hadn't started eating. Dig in already, Miss Amy added before opening her mouth and stuffing a body part of the prawn into her mouth. Gustav smiled as he was only thinking about which dish to try out first. Let's go with the mutated prawns first, Gustav thought and proceeded to grab onto red prawn on the table. He could tell that the prawn was already dipped in hot sauce, which was why it was entirely red. There were about 5 of them on the table and each one was thrice the size of a palm. Gustav broke one of them into 2 halves and quickly shoved it into his mouth. Half of it was still larger than a human palm, yet Gustav was able to put the entire thing in his mouth. His cheeks bloated up as he smiled in delight. It's delicious. Due to his mouth being full, he couldn't speak properly. Crunch. 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 As Gustav chewed on the mutated prawn, there was a mixture of flavors that he could detect. The salt at first crunch tasted a bit strong, but after that, he could detect spices mixed in. A bit peppery with a tone of chicken-like flavor, mixed with small juicy tastes like cranberry and flowery. Lavender-like taste. Sea smell was also present, giving off an amazing feel. Everything came together to create a pleasant kind of taste in his mouth that was both sharp and mild. Gustav wasted no time in grabbing the second half before downing it in one go. Gustav's hands and mouth didn't stop moving until there was nothing left on the table. In a few minutes, everything had been downed by him and Miss Amy. Gustav rested his back on the chair after the feast and sighed in relief. Ah, it seems I'm going to be pregnant for a while, Gustav thought while staring at his tummy that was bloated. He looked up to stare at Miss Amy, who also had a look of satisfaction. Gustav stared at Miss Amy's tummy region and was shocked. Where did all that food go? He could see that there wasn't a bump. Not even the slightest sign could be seen that she just had a huge feast. He calculated in his mind that Miss Amy ate at least 60% of the food on the table. Who knew Miss Amy was such a monster? Seeing the way her tummy was as flat as ever, he couldn't imagine having a food competition with Miss Amy. By the way, Gustav, why didn't you accept Masuba's friendship? Miss Amy decided to ask this as it had been bugging her for a while. Gustav sat up upon hearing that and stared at nothing for a few seconds before answering. Miss Amy, at this point in my life, I have decided not to accept friendships that will be nothing but fake. That Masuba was one of them who called me trash, but after beating his ass, he decided to make friends. I would never be able to trust people like that to have my back when I'm in a vulnerable state. What happens if one day I'm unable to use my strength or become trash again? Would someone like that remain my friend? If power is the only reason for the bond we share, then there might as well not be any bond in the first place. Since the friendship is going to be based on power, then it's fake and I don't want it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to ever establish real bonds with people, but I will try to, and when I do, it won't be based on power or selfish interests. Gustav explained lengthily. Miss Amy stared at him for a few seconds before replying, I understand your point, but it's also idiotic to think that way. Gustav was surprised by Miss Amy's response. If she understands, then why does she still say it's idiotic? Gustav wondered. It's idiotic because you might not know when you need to use such people for specific purposes, Miss Amy stated. Chapter 35, Getting an Apartment. Gustav was still staring at her with a dumbfounded look. I'm not asking you to be friends with them, you can just be some sort of accomplice or acquaintance to them and use them when you find yourself in a sticky situation that power might not be able to solve. Sometimes connections are useful, remember this, Miss Amy said and proceeded to stand up. We're leaving? Gustav questioned after noticing Miss Amy's action. Do you want to order another round? Miss Amy questioned. Oh no, I'm alright, Gustav replied as he stared at his tummy before proceeding to stand up. After Miss Amy settled the bill and they left the restaurant and afterwards the large building. Miss Amy dropped Gustav at home with her hoverbike. The eventful day ended this way. Gustav woke up the next morning and opened the system interface. Host attributes, skills and abilities, bloodlines, quests, shop. He wasted no time before calling out host attributes. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 4. Class. EXP, 260/9500. HP, 170/170. Energy, 80/80ths. Attributes. Strength, 32. Perception, 30. Mental fortitude, 28. Agility, 28. Speed, 30. Bravery, 28. Intelligence, 31. Charm, null. Attributes point, 36. Ever since when Gustav raised mental fortitude to be almost as high as the others, had been saving up attribute points for emergencies. Every week, he would only add 4 to each of the attributes while saving the rest. His other reason for saving up attributes points was so that when he unlocked Charm, he would be able to raise it to reach the points of other attributes. Gustav didn't check the system interface the day before when he became a Zulu ranked. Now that he was checking it, he noticed that the stats for his strength didn't go up even though he had undergone a tremendous increase in strength. Does the system only record the stats it gives to me? It seems this is the case, Gustav pondered internally. If the system was to record the stats based on his increase in strength, it should be double what was there right now. I wonder what requirements I need to unlock Charm. Gustav was starting to get worried after not being able to unlock Charm for 2 months. He was thinking about the requirement. A part of him felt he would maybe have to pull a big one with a large audience, another part of him felt maybe he would need to get a girlfriend or something. He knew the latter part was stupid thinking, but this has been bugging him for a while. He remembered when bravery was unlocked, it was also in front of a large audience, but Charm wasn't unlocked along with it, so he was pretty confused, but he felt to unlock Charm, the requirement might be something that won't let him remain low-key. Gustav had a slight headache thinking about it. Maybe I'll just ask Miss Amy what her definition of Charm is, Gustav concluded internally and proceeded to open abilities. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 3. Sprint, level 2. Regeneration, level 2. Morph, level 2. Joint movement, level 2. Toxin immunity, level 2. Recreation, level 2. Bloodline acquisition, level 2. Chopping, level 5. Palm strike, level 3. Frying, level 7. Gustav had a wry smile whenever he saw the cooking skills underneath. The most shameful aspect was, the cooking skills had higher levels than his fighting skills. Maybe I should just take Boss Danzo's offer and become his successor, Gustav said with a sigh. He had been going to the kitchen more often than using his fighting abilities, which was what caused the growth of his cooking skills to increase. The good side to it was when he found out that he could use some of the cooking skills in an actual fight. He tried using chop one time when he and Miss Amy were sparring, and it worked as a perfect counter to her attack at that moment. What Gustav felt he was lacking now was experience, and he was still trying to figure out how to garner more experience before the start MBO entrance test. He wanted to increase the level of bloodline acquisition so he would be able to steal higher graded bloodlines, but it felt he might have to steal a lot of lower grade bloodlines before he would be able to level up to that extent, because he had realized that leveling up came with more usage of a specific skill or ability. Gustav stood up from his tub and went to prepare for school. In a few minutes, he was done. I have to look for an apartment today, Gustav muttered as he walked out of the house quietly. Gustav arrived at school in a few minutes of running and went to the school kitchen as usual. The way he worked now was 3 hours in the school kitchen before heading towards class for the day's activities. Even though he only needed to work 3 hours, he was still getting 5,000 rad every month. At this point, what no one knew was Gustav had over 250,000 rad. Although this wasn't a huge sum in the eyes of millionaires and the likes, Gustav was still considered pretty rich. He still remembered that his father earned around 20,000 every month from energy mining, while his mother earned around 15,000 from being a sub-assistant lab scientist. So he could be considered pretty rich even though he received the money from rich brats. The day pretty much ended uneventfully. It hadn't been revealed yet that Gustav was already a Zulu-ranked mixed blood, if not it would have caused a huge uproar. It was well known that it is very hard for an F-grade mixed bloods found it hard to reach the Zulu rank, since that was the lowest grade for bloodlines. The grade of a bloodline determined how far a mixed blood would reach in the bloodline ranking. Everyone had seen Gustav as a mixed blood who would never get to the Zulu rank due to his bloodline grade being lower than F. Gustav left the school premises after closing hours. He was currently headed towards the northeast part of Plankton City. Miss Amy had given him today off for training since he decided to go look for an apartment to stay. He was currently heading towards the edge of the city there, since that was the cheapest place to rent a house according to his research. Gustav had enough money to use public transport, but he was still contemplating whether he should or not. After all, he was already used to trekking. After a brief moment of thinking, he decided to make use of public transport. He boarded a hover bus at the nearest park. The hover buses around here, just like the others, floated few inches above the ground and the movement was very smooth. No bumpiness of any kind. Also, there were spatial rings positioned in different parts of the roads. This was only for vehicles to get to their destinations faster. A spatial ring was big enough to fit in 10 huge trucks at the same time, and it was always active on the roads. It was able to teleport bigger masses and farther than the teleportation circle for pedestrians. The only issue was, a person couldn't enter the spatial ring. If a normal person tried entering the spatial ring, their bodies would be ripped to shreds before they could arrive on the other side, which was why the teleportation circle was for individuals. The hover bus began its movement, and it only took about 5 minutes before it arrived at Gustav's destination. Gustav didn't even have enough time to enjoy the inside scenery of the bus or the sight of the beautiful female student sitting beside him. He never expected the journey to be this short. Immediately Gustav got down. What appeared in his line of sight were small buildings of 30 stories and the likes. Unlike the main part of the city, this place was more like a town. Gustav walked towards a particular building on his right, which happened to be a coffee shop. He walked into the small coffee shop and arrived in front of a small table at the window side. A man in a green business suit was sitting there waiting for him. "Good day," Gustav greeted him. "Good day, can I help you?" the man asked politely. "I am supposed to meet a certain Mr. Kalu here," Gustav replied. "That's me, and you are?" the man replied and also asked again. Gustav replied with his name. "Oh, Mr. Gustav, nice to meet you," the man stood up and reached out his hand to shake Gustav. Gustav returned the handshake with a slightly surprised expression. I had expected he would freak out upon finding out that it was a kid, Gustav thought, and proceeded to sit in front after the exchange of pleasantries. This man happened to be an agent Gustav contacted earlier on through Miss Amy. He was the one who would help Gustav get an apartment around here. Gustav had expected some kind of attitude when the agent met him, but he was surprised to meet such a polite person who didn't even flinch after finding out that he was meeting up with a kid. The both of them started discussions on the kind of apartment Gustav would like to rent. After Gustav mentioned his preferences, Mr. Kalu brought out a device that projected the looks of different apartments. Gustav only needed to touch the projection to zoom in on a particular apartment. After checking through several of them, Gustav finally made a choice. "I think I'd like this one," Gustav said while pointing at the apartment displayed on the projection. Chapter 36, Achieving Independence. After Gustav picked an apartment, the agent, Mr. Kalu, took Gustav to where it was located. It was only a few blocks away. This was the edge of the city, so Gustav could see the outline of a sparse forest behind this residential area with a well-structured road in the middle that led to the city borders. They arrived in front of a 7-story building situated in the middle of the 3rd street. It was yellow and brown in color. It was well-structured and didn't seem too fancy, neither did it look poor. Although this area was very far from Echelon Academy, transportation made the long distance seem useless. Gustav would be able to get to school within 5 minutes after walking to the hover bus station. Mr. Kalu took Gustav to the 3rd apartment on the last floor. Each floor had about 7 apartments, but the last floor had only 4. This was because there was a big balcony up there that covered 1/3 of space. The apartment Gustav was about to rent was just beside the door that led to the balcony. The agent took him into the apartment and showed him how every room looked. The apartment had 2 rooms, with a kitchen and a living room that was big enough to house up to 50 people. It was really well spaced. Gustav walked from room to room, inspecting everywhere with a satisfied expression. Even though there was 1 extra room than he expected, he still wanted to go ahead and rent the place after finding out the price. 50,000 rad. Gustav asked Mr. Kalu. "Yes, Mr. Gustav, is something wrong?" "We can bargain for it if you feel it's too expensive," Mr. Kalu proposed. "Oh, so the price can still go lower than this?" Gustav was pleasantly surprised, as he had been expecting it to be expensive than this. "Well, how about I pay 40,000, Gustav decided to try out his luck. "Ah, Mr. Gustav, 40 is a bit lower than the bargain range, can we get it up to 45,000? Mr. Kalu asked with a wry smile hung on his face. Gustav still wanted to bargain a little bit more, but he remembered that Mr. Kalu had been nice to him since the start, and also at this time he had enough money to spare, so he decided not to drag it any further. "Alright, then 45,000 it is," Gustav agreed with a smile. The transaction was done in cash since Gustav didn't have a bank account. Mr. Kalu was shocked that at Gustav's age he didn't have a bank account, but he was lenient enough to accept the payment in cash. This made Gustav add another activity to his to-do list, opening a bank account. Documents were signed and they still had to visit a government agency around that area for proper documentation and access before everything was done. Around 5 p.m. they were done with the process and Gustav was given the key to the apartment. Mr. Kalu left after a brief talk with Gustav about some other rules of staying in the vicinity. Gustav stood in the empty apartment with a smile on his face. "Now I can finally ha." Before he could complete his words, a notification popped up in his line of sight. "Host has completed the goal, achieve total independence." Another goal achieved, and this time it says total independence. Gustav stared at the notification with a surprised look. Looks like renting an apartment was the last criteria for achieving this goal. Gustav held his chin in contemplation. Goal rewards. New skill unlocked, silent advancement. 5,000 EXP. Gustav stared at the rewards with a contemplative expression. Silent advancement, sounds like a movement-related skill. Gustav had a slightly disappointed look because he already had dash and sprint. He was expecting something that didn't have to do with movement. "I'll need to test this later," Gustav muttered and proceeded to open host attributes on the system interface. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Oslov. Level, 4. Class. EXP, 5260/9500. HP, 170/170. Energy, 80/80ths. Attributes. Strength, 32. Perception, 30. Mental fortitude, 28. Agility, 28. Speed, 30. Bravery, 28. Intelligence, 31. Charm, null. Attributes point, 36. Gustav nodded after seeing his EXP increase, around 4,000 more to go. He muttered softly. The rate at which I'm getting EXP is really slow, apart from the daily tasks that give me up to 50, the weekly and monthly quests I completed, and the goals. There should be another way to get more EXP, Gustav pondered. He remembered when he was making more research about Earth's old days video games, monsters would have to be killed to get EXP, but this wasn't a game. This was real life, and he had no idea where he would come across monsters that he could defeat to gain EXP. He looked at his level again. Only moving up 3 levels in 2 months is not a good pace. My stats are pretty much progressing well, but my increase in levels not so much. I'm like what those old gamers would call a noob. I need to find a way to farm more EXP, if not it will take a long time for me to unlock shop function, and that class thingy. I'm sure that also has to do with levels. Gustav closed the system interface after a long contemplation on solutions. He stared at the empty apartment. Time to go shopping for home materials. Gustav smiled and headed out. He was still new to this area, so when he got outside the building he had to ask around for the closest stores. He walked past 3 streets before arriving at a place where several stores could be on the right and left sides. This place was like a local trading area. Gustav looked around before finding a store that dealer with installments and home appliances. Gustav walked into the store, which still didn't have a lot of customers at the moment. There were rows of gadgets and appliances beautifully arranged within the small store. Gustav could see projector bulbs that were a modern replacement for television sets. There was the web board, which was a modern replacement for computers. The entire store was packed with different kinds of gadgets and home appliances. Gustav wasted no time in selecting the ones he wanted. At first, the store owner wanted to send him out when he noticed there was a student in school uniform parading around his store and picking different things, but when Gustav brought out a wad of cash, the store owner swallowed saliva and became very polite. He personally showed Gustav around the store, helping him to pick up his desired appliance. Seeing the way money made the store owner become humble, Gustav decided to use him more to his satisfaction. Gustav told the men he wouldn't be able to get everything he bought down to his apartment because they were too heavy for him, and he also needed to buy more things in the other store beside them. At first, the store owner wanted to say Gustav had to find a way by himself, but Gustav threatened to go to another store to get what he needed if the store owner decided not to assist him. Seeing that he was going to lose quite a sum if Gustav decided to go elsewhere, the store owner had no choice but to help. He first called 2 of his male workers to help, but it still wasn't enough, so even he had to assist. They left the store and headed for Gustav's apartment. Each person was carrying about 3 cartons where the goods were kept. They nearly cursed out loud when they found out that Gustav was staying on the 7th floor of a building without an elevator. They would have to carry the goods that high. Normally Gustav would be able to use the storage device to keep these goods, but he wanted to punish the store owner for almost sending him out earlier. Somehow the store owner turned out to be a chubby man with a pregnant woman kind of stomach. I'm only helping you exercise. Gustav erased any form of guilt he felt after staring at the store owner, who was currently sweating buckets. Several minutes later they arrived at the top floor and took Gustav's purchases to his apartment. After this, Gustav headed to another store to get other things like cushions, mattresses, wooden structures like reading tables and shelves, etc. Unlike before, Gustav carried all these things back to his new apartment by himself. He was using this to complete the daily task. While he was moving to and fro, people in the neighborhood had been staring at him an intriguing look. His face was unknown around here, so it was pretty much expected. He finally brought the last equipment he needed and was headed towards his apartment with a large box in his hand. He got to the front of the building and was about to head towards the stairs when someone called out to him from the side. "Hello, are you the new person who stays in apartment 48? It was a soft feminine voice. Gustav turned to the right to stare at who had just spoken. Chapter 37, Annoying Neighbor. "Hello, are you the new person who stays in apartment 48? It was a soft feminine voice. Gustav turned to the right to stare at the person who had just spoken. It was a teenage girl in a blue sweatshirt and green tight-fitted shorts. She looked athletic with her slim figure. Her hair was a touch of silver and pink, giving her a tender look with a soft smile on her face. Another thing that made her stand out was the 2 small horns protruding out of the sides of her forehead. The horns were about 3 centimeters in length, but they had a spiraling kind of look like that of a unicorn. She was coming towards Gustav from the alleyway. "Yes, can I help you?" Gustav questioned after analyzing the girl in an instant. "No, on the contrary, can I help you with that?" The teenage girl pointed at the box in Gustav's hand while speaking. "No thanks, I'm all right," Gustav replied while turning around to head towards the stairs. The girl was surprised at Gustav's uninterested and aloof look. Gustav started climbing the stairs. Surprisingly, the girl followed him. "Hold on, I also live here, we're going to be neighbors, so let me at least assist you," she called out to Gustav from behind. "No assistance needed," Gustav replied without looking back. The girl, who was obviously a stubborn type, ran to Gustav's front and turned to face him while climbing the stairs in a backward motion. "I'm Angie, nice to meet you, I also stay on the last floor," the girl said with a cute smile hung on her face. "Nice to meet you also, Angie," Gustav replied while turning towards the left and climbing up the stairs faster. He passed by Angie's side as he ascended. "Hold on, what about you? What's your name?" Angie questioned Gustav, who had already climbed past her. Gustav froze for an instant before he continued climbing upwards again. "Gustav." The tone of his voice was low but audible. "Gustav. Nice name," Angie giggled lightly and ran up the stairs to stand before Gustav again. "Come on, let me assist you with that," Angie proposed again. "No assistance needed," Gustav said again before turning towards the left and climbing upwards to pass by her side. "Tom. Tom. Tom. Tom." She ran up the stairs again and blocked Gustav. "Come on, we're going to be neighbors, we have to be nice to one another," she said while trying to grab the box from Gustav. "No need," Gustav stated as he moved to the box to the side, dodging her hand. "Come on," she said again while reaching out to grab the box. "No need." Gustav dodged her arm again. "Come on." "No need." "Come on." "No need." "Let me help you." "Your help is unnecessary." Gustav was starting to get annoyed with Angie trying to help by all means. She pushed herself forward again to grab the box, and this time Gustav moved out of the way completely. "Ah!" Angie exclaimed as her feet tripped on a small metal that protruded out of the stairway. Before she knew what was happening, she had lost her balance and her body was falling forward. Since they started exchanging words, they had already climbed to the 3rd floor, so falling at this point would make her roll down 50 steps and sustain injuries. Gustav had already calculated this in his mind as he processed her fall. He felt that she was annoying and maybe he should just leave her so she would learn to mind her business, but he remembered she was just trying to help him after all. Gustav shifted the box to his left side with speed, placing it beneath his armpit while holding onto the bottom with his left arm. He quickly turned around and stretched out his right arm. Angie, who was currently falling towards the stairs with her eyes closed due to fear, suddenly felt an arm wrap around her tummy region, preventing her from falling. "Ah!" she exclaimed in surprise while opening her eyes to see her body a few feet away from colliding with the stairs. She turned her face to the side and stared at the owner of the arm, which happened to be Gustav. "Watch where you're going," Gustav said in a low tone while pulling her up. At this moment, Angie felt a wave of embarrassment welling up from within. Her cheeks became flushed as she stared at Gustav, who turned around and started climbing up the stairs again. She stood there staring at his back for several seconds before climbing up quickly to go meet him. "Tom. Tom. Tom. Tom." Gustav was climbing the stairs at a moderate speed, so she was able to catch up to him easily. She shyly turned her face to the left to glance at Gustav, who kept climbing up the stairs with an aloof expression. Thank you," she spoke with a low tone before turning her face towards the side. No problem," Gustav replied. She noticed that Gustav was no longer carrying the box in 2 hands, instead, it was on his left side. "Looks like he truly didn't need any help," she said internally with a surprised expression. At first glance, everyone would take Gustav as the typical weak-looking guy, even though he was already growing bigger and bigger each day. Seeing the big box in his hand, she had thought it wouldn't be easy for him to lift it to the top, so she decided to come help. Are you a mixed blood also?" she asked with a curious look. "Also?" Gustav replied with a question. "I'm a mixed blood, but you didn't look like one, so I thought you were a normal human," she explained as they climbed up the stairs. "Are looks a criteria for being a mixed blood?" Gustav questioned with a slightly dissatisfied expression. "Oh no, that wasn't what I meant. It's just that I've always wanted to help the weak with my strength as a mixed blood, and I noticed you. Sorry if I have upset you." She noticed that as she spoke more and more, Gustav's face was turning sour, so she decided to stop and apologize. "It's all right," Gustav replied. Her explanation was reminding him of his old self, which was why he had a sour expression earlier. "The world doesn't deserve any heroes, just try to survive first because without enough power your life is not really in your hands. This was Gustav's thought process after remembering the situation with Hong Jo and the rest. His death would have been swept under the rug had they killed him there due to their powerful backgrounds, but him killing Paul and causing Hong Jo's current state stirred up a lot within the city. He would probably have been caught and killed if not for Miss Amy, which was why his current thought process was to climb to the pinnacle of power on this planet so no one would ever be able to control his fate or life again. I saw you on the bus earlier. You attend Echelon Academy, don't you? Angie broke the silence after a while. Gustav nodded in affirmation but was wondering why she would ask a question that had such an obvious answer since he was currently still in school uniform. Ah, that's great. I attend Black Rock Schools, Angie said with a smile. Gustav remembered Black Rock Schools since it wasn't too far from Echelon Academy. Just like Echelon Academy, Black Rock Schools also had mixed bloods, Slarkovs, and humans mixed within. The difference was Echelon Academy had more prestige. As they continued to ascend the stairs together, Angie spoke about her school, her plans for the future, her parents and sibling. Gustav listened to her talks and inputted a few words till he arrived in front of his apartment. Angie was still speaking but he had to cut her off, saying he still had to arrange his apartment. Angie nodded and waved him goodbye with a smile before heading towards the apartment opposite Gustav's. Gustav had the urge to facepalm after noticing that she was staying with her family right in front of him. It's going to get noisy around here, Gustav sighed as he walked into his apartment. Gustav started to unpack and arrange everything within the boxes. He put everything in the appropriate place. The mattress, the wall projection screen, reading table, etc. He used sprint twice to make his work faster and in 30 minutes, he was done. He stared at the apartment with a smile. On the walls of the living room was a projection of the seas that glowed. It gave off a calming feeling. The black and red leather cushions in the middle of the room. A reading table, placed on the northwest corner of the living room with a circular glass-like web board placed on it. A shelf was placed at the south corner of the room. Gustav was satisfied to see everything structured the way he wanted. His face suddenly shone a frown. I still need to go pick them up. I can't leave them there, they belong to me after all, Gustav sighed as he spoke. He remembered leaving some of the clothes he had gotten during this period. He put them in the small closet inside his former room in his parents' house. He didn't want to go back there again initially, but now he had to. There were just some clothes and he could easily buy them back, but he didn't want to leave any trace of himself in that house. Gustav walked out of his newly rented apartment and went downstairs. At this time it was already past 7 p.m. Chapter 38, Breaking Off Inexistent Bonds. Gustav headed to the nearest bus station and traveled back to his parents' house. As expected, it only took about 5 minutes before he got to the stop closest to his parents' home. Gustav walked through the 34th Street headed for the residential area. In a few minutes, he arrived at a house that was 7th on the lineup of houses in this area. The difference between this street and the new one his apartment was located in was, this place was constructed better even though only bungalow-type houses could be seen. It was obvious that this part of the city was more on the urban side. Gustav wasted no time, walking towards the house. He looked at the surroundings and noticed that his mother's car wasn't parked in front, which meant she wasn't home yet. Gustav, who knew where the key was placed, went to get it. He opened the doors and went in straight to the room he spent 10 years holed up in. He wasted no time picking up his clothes from the closet placed behind his tub. He brought out a storage device that was a bit similar to the one he took from Hong Jo. A button type. He had gotten rid of Hong Jo's storage device a long time ago. He didn't want anyone tracing it to him. Gustav put the clothes into the storage device after activating it. He turned around to leave the room but paused to when he got to the door. He turned back around and observed the room. He walked back towards the tub he had been sleeping in for years and placed his hand on it. He rubbed the edge slightly. I won't miss you. He turned around after muttering those words and walked out of the room. Gustav walked through the small passageway and was headed towards the door when he sensed something. Come. Come. He could hear the sounds of footsteps coming from outside. Looks like they've arrived, Gustav muttered as the door was pushed open. 2 people walked in. They were none other than Gustav's mother and his junior brother, Endrik. They stared at Gustav, who was just coming from the passageway on the other end, for a moment before heading towards the couch to sit. They ignored Gustav, who kept walking towards the door. This trash. You know your brother hasn't been coming back home on time and you never even showed any concern. Gustav's mother shouted out with a twisted look. "Mother, why do you bother initiating a conversation with him?" Endrik crossed his legs with swag as he spoke in a cool voice. Gustav had paused his steps after hearing them speak. The trash has to be useful for something at least, let him show concern. Gustav's mother voiced out once again. "Hey useless, my only son has received a scholarship to attend MBO Academy for Young Mixed Bloods and is now getting personal training from an Echo-ranked mixed blood." Gustav's mother added with a prideful glare. "Oh, is that why they've been coming late all this time?" Gustav put two and two together. "You should come and congratulate him. Be good for one thing even though we all know you're useless." Gustav's mom kept flapping her gums without stop as she praised Endrik. Gustav was standing a few feet away from them. He stood there for several seconds with a dark look on his face before finally saying something. "Good for him." Gustav resumed walking towards the door. He passed behind where they were seated on the couch. A smile hung on his face as he spoke again, "Congratulations." The look on Gustav's face when he congratulated Endrik was that of unconcern. The smile had a kind of ridiculing element in it. Step. 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 Gustav resumed walking forward after saying that. "Hey, you should be on your knees when telling me that," Endrik stated with a disgusted expression. He felt disgusted by the fact that Gustav didn't have the same jealous look he used to whenever he stared at him. That look of reverence was no longer there. Gustav didn't stop walking, he behaved like he didn't hear a word of what Endrik just demanded. "Hey, trash, did you hear me? Kneel and congratulate me." Endrik looked pissed as he stood up to stare at Gustav, who was still headed towards the door. "Make me," Gustav muttered silently as he turned his head around to stare at Endrik. Gaze. Endrik flinched back a little seeing the cold look on Gustav's face. He never thought a day would come when Gustav would stare at him like that. The gaze made a chill run down his spine. Why does he look so fierce all of a sudden? Endrik couldn't wrap his head around the sudden change. Gustav turned back to face the door as he arrived before it and stretched out his hand to open it. All of a sudden a strange force descended upon Gustav, causing him to pause in his movements. "I said kneel." Endrik shouted out again. He seemed to have regained his spine. He was cursing himself internally for getting scared of Gustav. "How can I be afraid of trash?" Endrik's right hand was outstretched towards Gustav's direction. Gustav felt the same strange force wrapping around his shoulders and forcibly pushing him downwards. He recognized this power, it was Endrik's. Gustav's knees bent slightly due to the sudden force, but in a second he straightened himself back up, using his shoulders to push the invisible force upwards. Endrik was surprised to see that Gustav wasn't falling to his knees as he had expected. What is happening? Isn't Endrik using his powers now? How is Gustav still standing? Their mother could see Endrik stretching out his hand, which meant he was using his powers, but she didn't understand why she was still seeing the same casual look on Gustav's face like he was unaffected. How is he able to resist my telekinesis? Endrik started walking towards Gustav as he increased the output of his telekinesis. Gustav felt the force pressing onto his shoulder increase. The floor below was starting to creak due to the increase in weight. This should be around 1,000 kilograms of force. Gustav calculated as he turned around and started walking towards Endrik. If this was Gustav's old self, that amount of force bearing down on his shoulders would crush him. Step. 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 With every step Gustav took, the shock on Endrik's and their mother's faces increased. How? Endrik channeled his bloodline even more, increasing the force beyond what it was earlier. Gustav paused for an instant while looking down as his face turned dark. He raised his right foot and placed it in front of his left before doing the same for his left. I have tolerated your excesses as my little brother for a long time. Gustav spoke with an aggrieved tone. Left you to do as you pleased with me since I was unable to fight back. I was a pathetic big brother, wasn't I? Well, that ends today. He voiced out as he arrived in front of Endrik, who still had his arm outstretched. As your senior brother, I shall give you what you rightfully deserve when you disrespect an older person. Gustav added as he stared at Endrik in the eyes. Endrik had his widened from shock, but before he could open his mouth to speak he noticed Gustav's palm swinging towards his left cheek. It was way too fast for him to follow, and before he could react to the speed, contact was made. Pa! A loud slap resounded in the sitting room as Endrik was sent flying towards the far end of the living room. Bang! His back slammed into the wall on the other end as his mouth hung open with his back arched in. His body stayed in that position for a while as his face showed pain and confusion before his body slid towards the floor. "Since you want these useless parents so bad, you can have them for yourself," Gustav voiced out as he turned around. His mother was still seated on the sofa with her mouth wide open. It was as if a movie was playing out before her. "He is able to resist Endrik's telekinesis. Where did he get the strength to perform such feats?" Her mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened. She felt she had seen the most unbelievable thing just happen in front of her. How is this possible? Isn't this the same trash I gave birth to? She couldn't react properly to the incident and she kept staring at Gustav, wondering if he was another person in disguise. Gustav started walking towards the door once again, as from today onwards, we are not family. If ever cross paths in the future, I will treat you people as I treat everyone else, Gustav said as he got to the door. We share no tie or relationship and it will remain that way. Chapter 39, Neighborhood Disturbance. Endrik knelt on the floor with an expression of pain written all over his face. His vision was blurry and he could smell a metallic liquid running down his nostrils as he stared at the back of a person getting further and further away in his line of sight. How, where did he get su ch insane stringth from? Endrik felt drowsy from receiving a slap from Gustav. He could see about 3 Gustavs walking towards the door while issuing a warning that he couldn't hear properly due to the ringing in his left ear caused by the stinging slap. Gustav opened the door, walked out after voicing out his earlier words. His mother was still seated for many seconds before she remembered that her beloved son was still laying on the floor at the other end of the living room. She quickly stood up and ran to Endrik. She had tears in her eyes as she saw Endrik kneeling on the floor with blood oozing out of his nose and his left eye swollen. "Oh, Endrik Areu." She squatted and tried helping him up, but Endrik pushed her away and forcibly stood up. "Don't touch me." He had a look of humiliation on his face as he walked towards his room. Their mother, who fell on her but after Endrik pushed her away, gritted her teeth with a crazed expression. She couldn't wrap her head around what just happened even after some time had passed. "That trash dares to touch my precious boy," she muttered with a look of craziness. In a few minutes, Gustav had gotten back to his newly rented apartment. He stood inside his apartment with a smile on his face. He didn't feel choked or uncomfortable in this new environment in any way. When he was staying with his parents, he was always in the room he was given, but even with that, the environment was choking. Even when he hardly saw the family he stayed with, and yet the environment was still very inconvenient for him. But now, that was no longer the case. He felt he would finally be able to create nice memories in a place he could truly call home. Gustav walked into his room and changed into pajamas after placing his clothes in his new closet. He calculated his expenses for the day and noted that he had around 150,000 rad left. It was an amount that could last him an entire year, but after listening to Miss Amy's speech in the dojo the other day, Gustav had decided to accumulate wealth before joining the MBO since it might be needed. The only problem was how to go about it. The goal he had in mind for the week now was to make extensive research on the best way to use his abilities to make some cash. He could do things his parents couldn't do since both of them never surpassed the Zulu rank, and he believed that with his current strength he should be among the strongest Zulu ranked in the city right now. It was getting late, but Gustav wasn't in the mood to sleep yet. He walked towards the living room and went to his reading table. Gustav sat on the chair placed in front and tapped twice on the glass-like circular board. Troyan. A holographic projection of a keyboard and a virtual screen appeared above the glass-like board. This was a modern-age computer. It could be taken anywhere since it was very portable. It could also decrease to a pocket size. Gustav had only made use of one in the school, so he wasn't as experienced as others in using the web, but he had decided to learn. Connect to nearest hotspot, yes, Gustav muttered out these words before tapping his index finger on the yes button that appeared in the air. 3 days later, Gustav was starting to get used to living in this new environment. He had been heading to school with Angie for the past 3 days. He had met Angie's parents and they were the nice type, just as he expected since their daughter was the same. Her father was a pure Slarkov. Angie got her horns from him while her mother was a pure human. It was hard to find pure humans and Slarkovs these days, so Gustav was surprised. Angie's parents also happened to work in a laboratory close to the heart of Plankton City. She had a junior brother who was around the same age as Endrik. Surprisingly, he had the opposite of Endrik's character and was even a shy type. Gustav had met some other neighbors during this time. Most were pretty neutral with their attitude towards him. This made Gustav feel like he was in a different world entirely. Does this mean that poor people are the nicest? If that's the case, why are my parents the opposite? Gustav could never wrap his head around this, and sometimes when he thought about it he would develop a headache, so he just decided to stop thinking about how the world works and focus on his own. Gustav had continued his training with Miss Amy in Gami Dojo. Gustav's feet had already traveled across the 3 floors of the dojo. Whenever he bumped into any one of his age mates practicing there, they would have a look of reverence. More of them had approached him to be his friend, but Gustav still accepted no friendships. Internally he felt the situation wasn't good. No one was coming to look for his trouble. How was he going to receive future compensations? But Gustav also knew that it was only a matter of time before that happened, because he had noticed that some of them still had looks of dissatisfaction when they saw him. He knew it was only a matter of time before one of those proud kids would come to challenge him again, and Gustav had sworn in his heart that this time, he would receive a larger compensation than he collected from Masuba. Gustav had been researching for jobs he could do to amass more money for the past few days, and he had found several on the internet. The only problem was, most of them were full-time works, and it was impossible for him to drop out of school right now. It was 8 p.m. right now. Gustav laid on his bed like a log of wood and sighed. Only the virtual reality combat looks plausible, but it would take a long time for me to build enough reputation for others to pay for a challenge, Gustav muttered. He truly felt he might remain a poor bastard and not get enough money before the MBO entrance test took place. At this time only a bit over 3 months were left. Gustav sighed again. Such short timing, I should have started this earlier, he lamented. While Gustav was still thinking of ways out, he suddenly felt the hair on his skin rise. Ah, what's th? Before he could complete his statement, a loud sound was heard. Bang. It sounded like a collapsing building. Kairar. A loud heart-wrenching scream rang out across the building, causing Gustav to immediately jump up from his bed. Swove. Gustav immediately ran out of his room and straight outside his apartment. Chatter. Chatter. He wasn't the only one who heard the noise, the neighbors also heard. Several of them could be seen moving towards the source of the noise. Kaier. Another scream rang out again, causing the hair on Gustav's skin to rise again. What in the world is that? He wondered internally as he ran towards the stairs. Due to the number of people on the small space stairs, the movement was slow. He could see Angie climbing down at a fast pace from his location. They were about 6 to 7 people before him and her. Gustav turned back around and ran into the passageway. In a few seconds, he arrived at the door that led to the balcony. He wasted no time in pushing it open. Gustav walked in at a fast pace and moved toward the edge of the balcony, which was 20 feet away. He stood before the edge and looked down at the ground from this height. He could sense that the disturbance was coming from the ground floor because he could see people moving towards the apartment there. Gustav breathed in before jumping several feet forward. Chapter 40, Scary Revelation. He stood before the edge and looked down at the ground from this height. He could sense that the disturbance was coming from the ground floor because he could see people moving towards the apartment there. The height of this building was over 30 meters. Compared to the building where he fought Paul, this one was like a dwarf. Gustav breathed in before jumping several feet forward. Whoosh! As he descended, the wind blew into his sweater, causing it to inflate. His blonde hair was also afloat due to the wind. Gustav felt like he was flying, and the freedom of falling through the air was out of this world, but it didn't last. Bam! Gustav landed on his feet with his knees slightly bent. The ground slightly quaked as his feet made contact with it, causing a small cloud of dust to form. The loud sound he made upon landing alerted everyone, and they turned to stare at him with awe. Gustav was surprised since he didn't feel the recoil like he was supposed to, but right now he didn't take time to analyze that since the situation at hand took priority. Gustav turned around to face the building that housed his apartment. There was a huge hole on the wall in front. The insides of the apartment that happened to be situated here could be seen even though it was a bit dark. Since Gustav practically used a shortcut to get here, he was among the first people to arrive, which meant no one had gone in to check what was happening. 4 men were also approaching from behind. Gustav stared at the hole in the wall with a look of bewilderment. His perception was able to spread out more than 20 meters around him, so he could sense something moving within the apartment. That's not human. As Gustav perceived this, a man from behind ran past Gustav towards the hole. The man was only a few feet away from getting to the hole when he suddenly felt a pull from behind. He turned around to see a teenage boy with blonde hair holding onto his right arm. Before he could even react, he was lifted and pulled back with force. Gustav was the one who pulled the man back, which dumbfounded a lot of people around, but before they could say anything. Bang! The hole in the wall blasted open wider than before. Debris was sent flying in all directions. Had Gustav not pulled the man back, some of the debris would have made contact with him. But right now everyone's eyes were focused on what came out of the hole. And what came out of it was something Gustav had never come across before since the time of his birth. Tom. 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 The sound of the heavy footsteps resounded in everyone's ear while the visuals of what came out of the hole gave them a huge fright. It was a 2.5-meter tall creature with brown furs all over its body and dark red eyes. It stood like a human on two legs that were bent backward. For sharp claws dripping with blood could be seen on both its paws, and its body had a kind of robust physique. Its facial look was similar to a wolf, while its body was a bit similar to a bear's due to its robustness. Thud. An arm that had been uprooted from a shoulder dropped from the mouth of the creature. It was dripping with fresh blood. Kairar. Blood wolf mixed breed. Someone, call the cops. The entire place became chaotic immediately after the source of the disturbance was revealed. People started running from place to place in fear. So this is how a mixed breed looks. Gustav had only read about them, but he had never seen how they looked. It didn't cross his mind to check it out on the web since he had been busy trying to find a job in the last 3 days. The mixed breed glared at people in the vicinity and started walking forward. About 20 people had gathered around here, but none of them were mixed bloods. They were mostly normal humans. Gustav and the mixed breed exchanged glances. Grrhhh. The mixed breed growled with a fierce look as blood dripped from its fangs that were about 9 inches long. The men behind Gustav had looks of wariness and were slowly moving back as the blood wolf mixed breed stepped forward. Some people had gone to carry anything they could use as a weapon, even though they knew it was futile when facing a mixed breed. Gustav observed the creature for a few more seconds. I can take it, he said internally, but before he could step forward, someone ran to his front from behind. She stood in front of him. It was a beautiful teenage girl sporting silver and pink hair. Angie, what are you doing? Gustav exclaimed after noticing that it was Angie. I will take it until the cops arrive, please get the others to safety, Angie said with a fierce look. At this moment there was no smile on her face. She looked even more strong-willed than the men around. Before Gustav could reply to her, she had already dashed towards the blood wolf mixed breed. The blood wolf mixed breed also ran towards her after noticing that it had a challenger. Gustav wanted to stop Angie earlier on, but he noticed something. Swoosh. He noticed that Angie's speed was almost as fast as his. The people in the vicinity also didn't try to stop Angie, which was surprising to Gustav also. Emergency quest has been issued. Gustav suddenly saw a notification appear in his line of sight. Emergency quest, protect the neighborhood. Emergency quest rewards, hidden. Punishment for failing quest, hidden. Gustav was surprised again to see this quest, as he had never been given such a quest before. Wait, protect the neighborhood. Gustav thought internally. That means the system wants me to defeat this mixed breed. Gustav came to this conclusion after seeing the quest. This was his plan initially, but Angie had already taken the initiative and wanted to drag out the fight till the cops got here because she knew she wouldn't be able to defeat it, and she thought no other person around here would be able to defeat it either. As Gustav was in his thoughts, a battle was already playing out in front. Angie was faster than the mixed breed from the first exchange observed, and one could see that she seemed pretty experienced. Slash. Slash. The blood wolf kept slashing at her, but its claws kept passing through the wind generated from her body movement. Angie jumped around the place dodging the attacks of the mixed breed with ease, but she wasn't able to cause it any damage even if she tried. Why are the cops not here yet? Those bastards won't arrive until we're all dead. People lamenting from the background could be heard as the fight between Angie and the mixed breed continued. Angie's parents and her siblings watched from the background with worried expressions. They would have gone to stop the battle if it was possible, but they knew how stubborn their daughter was when it came to this kind of situation. Trying something like that now might even get her killed, so they kept calling the cops to arrive as fast as they could. The battle went on for about 5 minutes, and Gustav noticed that the mixed breed was getting fiercer and fiercer while Angie was getting slower and slower. She must be running out of stamina. Gustav noticed this and was about to step in when the large blood wolf suddenly leaped several meters over Angie's body and landed in front of a man watching on the sidelines. The sudden action surprised Angie as she had not expected the blood wolf to just leap over her head. The man who was holding onto a large metal pipe was scared shitless when the wolf landed in front of him. He couldn't even swing the weapon he was holding. Chapter 41, Beast Transformation Strength. Angie turned around immediately. In her eyes was a look of dread. Swoosh! She dashed towards the blood wolf and the men who were about 100 feet away from her position. But immediately she dashed out, the blood wolf had already raised its paws and was already slashing his claws down towards the body of the man. Even though Angie's speed was great, she could only cover about 40 feet in a second, which meant it would take her close to 3 seconds to cross 100 feet, but the blood wolf only needed a second for his attack to make contact with the man. Gustav, who happened to be closer to Angie's side, finally moved. If he harms even one of them, it means I will fail the quest, Gustav said internally. Sprint has been activated. -20 EP. Phew. Gustav sucked in air into his lungs as he slightly crouched. The entire scene had turned quiet again, and even with Angie's great speed, her movement was like a tortoise to Gustav right now. The claws of the blood wolf were slowly descending upon the man's head and were only a few inches away from making contact. The people in the neighborhood had their mouths opened in fright as their lips slowly circulated, proving that they were speaking but in slow motion. Swoosh! Gustav dashed towards the blood wolf. He passed Angie's side and arrived at the left side of the wolf, whose claws were already close to the neck of the man. Gustav was like a dwarf before the blood wolf. He threw a fierce jab towards its side. Bam! His fist made contact with the blood wolf's left rib area. The wolf whimpered in pain as the force lifted its entire body weight and launched it towards the building 3 meters to the side. Bang! It slammed heavily into the wall. Angie, who was running towards the blood wolf with as much speed as she could muster, only saw a silhouette streak past her, causing a small breeze to blow her hair upwards. Before she knew what was happening, a loud collision rang out and the blood wolf was sent crashing into the building by the right side. She paused her movement in bewilderment and stared at the person responsible for the incident. Gustav! She exclaimed with a shocked look while staring at him standing with his right arm outstretched. The man who thought his death was certain only saw Gustav appear in front of him like a phantom. His eyes were still widened in shock. Oh my, isn't that our new neighbor? Yes, the one who attends Echelon Academy. Wow, he is a mixed blood like Angie-chan. But he seems stronger. The neighbors in the area were pleasantly surprised, not only at the revelation but at the fact that a single attack could blow the blood wolf away. The wolf's weight caused cracks across the wall. It stood up with a look of pain and anguish while staring at Gustav. Sprint has been deactivated. Gustav deactivated sprint immediately he landed the hit. He didn't want to use up his energy completely since he might still need it for emergencies that may arise. He was just being cautious. So it only got slightly injured even though the force of my punch was multiplied by 2, Gustav analyzed as he stared at the blood wolf. He felt his fist didn't penetrate deep enough. It was like there was an elastic force on the body of the blood wolf that absorbed a part of the force. The wolf dashed towards Gustav with a crazed look, slashing at him with rage. The neighbors were already started to have hope after seeing that another mixed blood was here, but Gustav's next action shocked them. He turned around and fled. Why is he running away? This was the question in everyone's mind. Angie, stay here with everyone. Gustav shouted out as he ran towards the end of the street with the wolf chasing after him. Angie couldn't even follow if she wanted to because not only was their speed fast, her stamina was also running out. Although she was worried about Gustav. Gustav's normal speed was faster than that of the blood wolf, so he was able to lead it past the street repeatedly. Gustav had already attracted its aggro, so it wasn't ready to give up chase yet. Also, sometimes Gustav would slow down so the blood wolf would think it was catching up, only for him to speed off again. This game of tag continued until they left the residential area and started traversing through the sparse forest behind. Swoosh! Swoosh! They dashed past several trees on the side. They got farther ahead to where the trees were starting to increase in number. After a few more seconds, Gustav suddenly stopped running. Shush! Due to the sudden pause, Gustav slid a few inches forward, but he used that to turn around. The blood wolf also paused. In its mind, it wondered why its prey would suddenly stop running. It had a look of delight as it felt Gustav was probably tired of escaping and had decided to accept his death. The blood wolf licked its lips as it moved slowly towards Gustav. All of a sudden it saw Gustav smiling at it, which baffled it. "Finally I can test this out, thank you for being my first test subject," Gustav said with a wide grin plastered on his face. The blood wolf couldn't understand what Gustav was saying, but its senses were telling it that this person in front was dangerous, but looking at Gustav from head to toe he could only see him as a weak-looking person until it heard Gustav mutter something. Beast transformation bloodline. Right before its very eyes, the blood wolf watched Gustav's body start expanding. Partial mutated bull transformation has been activated. Gustav saw the notification appear in his line of sight as his muscles bugled, tearing open his sweater. His back became broader as his skin started turning red and 2 elongated horns grew out from the sides of his skull. It only took about 3 seconds before he transformed completely. He was now close to 2 meters in height. His sweater had expanded to the point that some parts had torn apart. Bulging muscles. Broad chest like that of a gorilla. 7 inches tusks. 2 horns. Gustav looked extremely intimidating right now, even though he wasn't as tall as the blood wolf. The blood wolf stared at him with a wary look, but at the same time, it wasn't ready to back down. "I've been wanting to couple this with my current strength and see how strong I would become. You're the perfect test subject," Gustav stated with a thick voice as he walked forward. Gustav knew that without the use of sprint or any speed-related ability it would be almost impossible to defeat the blood wolf, so he decided to lead it to an empty place so he would finally be able to test out the beast transformation bloodline away from the eyes of others. Also, if he kept using sprint, his energy would be spent in 4 seconds. "Oh whoa." The blood wolf howled with unwillingness. The arrogant look in Gustav's eyes had angered it. Swoosh. Both of them dashed towards one another. Gustav could feel the increase of his strength and his speed, and he was enjoying it. He leaped 4 meters into the air and threw his fist out as he descended. The blood wolf reacted by swinging its paws upwards to meet Gustav's blow. Gustav twisted his body sideways in midair, dodging the claws of the blood wolf as his fist descended upon its head. Bam! The entire body of the blood wolf slammed onto the ground. Gustav's fist was still resting on its head after descending, pinning its jaw to the ground. The blood wolf grunted in pain as blood dripped down its face from the top of its head. It was feeling woozy after Gustav hit its head. Gustav pulled the head of the blood wolf and lifted its body off the ground. Ugh! Gustav groaned as he carried the full body weight of the blood wolf, which weighed more than 7,000 kilograms. Gustav flung its body towards a small tree on the right side. Bang! The body of the blood wolf slammed into the tree, causing it to snap in half. Chapter 42, Cop's Arrival. Bam! The weight of the blood wolf caused the tree to come crashing down. Gustav purposely attacked its head first because he knew the elasticity of its skin would make it harder to defeat the mixed-breed creature quickly. Gustav dashed towards the blood wolf again. The blood wolf eyes were still woozy from the attacks, but it quickly stood up before Gustav's next attack could arrive. Oh whoa! It howled again as it dashed towards Gustav. Slash! Slash! The blood wolf threw out several consecutive slashes towards Gustav. Gustav was able to dodge them with ease, but the wolf seemed to be protecting its head against Gustav so he wouldn't get the opportunity to attack it again. Gustav had to settle for attacking its body for the time being. Bam! Bam! Gustav slapped the right paw of the blood wolf to his left, causing it to spread its arm apart. Its right chest was open for a split second. Gustav wasted no time in sending out his palm toward its chest after creating an opening. Palm strike activated. Bam! Gustav's palm slammed into the chest of the blood wolf, causing it to cave in as it was sent flying 3 meters backward. Bam! It slammed into another tree, causing the stem to blast into smithereens. Gustav only had 3 fingers due to the transformation, but it was enough to beat the crap out of the blood wolf. Gustav leaped out again. His body traveled in midair towards the position of the bull as his right foot stomped out. Bam! A small cloud of dust was formed as the blood wolf's head was stomped several inches into the ground, with blood flying out of its face in all directions. Gustav lifted his blood-soaked foot from the head of the wolf, who had its face smashed in. Gustav stared at it for a while. That should have done it, he thought internally. Surprisingly, the blood wolf suddenly jumped up and ran in the opposite direction. Its speed was so quick that it shocked even Gustav. Isn't it supposed to be dead? Gustav wondered as he chased from behind. The blood wolf's face that was bloody initially started to go back to normal as the blood smeared all over, retracted back into the injuries. It was healing up at a visible rate. Its left chest area that caved in due to Gustav's palm strike had regained its initial appearance. Gustav was catching up with it, but he had noticed that the blood wolf was regenerating. It can regenerate. He was surprised since he had no information whatsoever on mixed breeds. I can't let it get away. What if it affects my quest? Gustav increased his running speed while activated dash. Dash has been activated. Swoosh. Gustav's increase in speed made him arrive in front of the blood wolf in a few seconds, but just as he wanted to attack it again, the blood wolf howled once more. Oh whoa. Its eyes turned from dark red to crimson and started glowing very bright. The darkness further enhanced its fierceness. Its fur turned from brown to red. The creature looked intimidating, but Gustav couldn't sense any threat from it even with its transformation. He didn't want to waste dash, which only had about 8 seconds left, so he quickly moved forward and threw his fist towards its chest. Bam. The first collision made Gustav understand what change the blood wolf's transformation brought about to its body. It was like he was hitting steel, but Gustav didn't pause because right now he was still very much quicker and stronger than the blood wolf, and with his increase in speed his punches carried more weight than before. Bam. 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 Gustav didn't hold on for even a second as his punches tossed the blood wolf around like a rag doll. Chest, face, abdomen, left rib area, right rib area, etc. Gustav's fist danced around the body of the blood wolf. 1 second. Just as Dash got to 1 second, Gustav poured strength into his left arm and swung it out at full force. Bang. His fist slammed heavily into the face of the blood wolf, causing its fangs to break into two as it was sent flying backwards. A skull-cracking sound rang out as blood jetted out from a tiny hole on its head. Bam. Its body collapsed on the ground again, but this time Gustav didn't want to be fooled by it again. He dashed towards its body on the ground. Bang. 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 Sounds of collision echoed in the dark of night. Back in the neighborhood, the cops had arrived and Angie was leading them towards the direction of the sparse forest behind the residential area. An ambulance had arrived and the people living inside that apartment had been rushed to the hospital. A married couple that stayed in that apartment. Both of them had their limbs and parts of their body bitten off by the blood wolf, but they were still alive. This was because they were mixed bloods, but it was obvious that they were on the weak side. They only survived because mixed bloods were tenacious enough to stay alive for longer periods unless their head was torn off. Normally they would just be given a healing pill to help regrow their limbs, but due to the late arrival of the health department, they had already lost too much blood and energy, so some health procedures needed to be put in place first before they could give them the pill. Luckily no one lost their life. The gathering of everyone outside of the apartment was what grabbed the attention of the blood wolf and caused it to come out. The cops were dressed in some black armored-looking suits, carrying some technological-looking weapons with them. The suit had blue lines all over the body that glowed in the dark of the night as they transversed towards the sparse forest region. They had a sci-fi-like helmet covering their heads. That person must be dead already, Chief. Why are we bothering to do this? And he lead the mixed breed away. There's no way we're going to find it. One of the male cops voiced out. He's not dead. He's a mixed blood, so I'm sure he cannot die easily, Angie voiced out with a dissatisfied look as glared at the male cops with a thin frame. It doesn't matter if he's a mixed blood. That's a level 2 mixed breed. Only a step 3 Zulu ranked mixed blood can defeat it. Is he a step 4? From your description, he's just a kid around your age. He's definitely. Before the male could complete his statement, the cop at the front interrupted. I can sense a person up ahead, approximately at our 10 o'clock 78 meters away. It was a female voice. The rest of them had looks of bafflement because they didn't hear her say animal, they heard her say, person. At this point, they were already transversing through the forest of sparse trees. It has to be Gustav, Angie prayed internally because she was starting to get scared after hearing the statement of the cop. She could already tell that Gustav was a Zulu ranked, which shocked her greatly, but she didn't think he would be step 3. Subject is approaching. I repeat, subject is approaching. The female in front was the one with the scanner, reading the environment around them. After a few more minutes of running, they could see a silhouette coming towards their direction up ahead. In a few more seconds they could finally see the figure of the person clearly, who happened to be a teenage boy with dirty blonde hair and torn blue sweater stained with blood. Gustav. Angie shouted out as she ran with a face full of smiles. The cops wanted to stop her at first since they were supposed to inspect him first, but she was too fast for them. She arrived before Gustav and locked him in a tight embrace. Gustav's eyes widened as received an embrace from the opposite sex, for the first time in his life. Her arms were wrapped around his back and her chest pressed tightly to his with his face only a few centimeters away from the side of her neck. The warmth and her body fragrance were nothing like he had ever felt before. It was sending such electricity to his brains that he forgot to return the embrace, and for that short moment his mind was disconnected from the world. "Hey, are you all right?" Angie moved back and held his shoulders as she questioned with a look of concern. Gustav finally snapped out of his reverie and nodded slightly. "Hey boy, how are you still alive?" The same man who was speaking earlier questioned, but just as he did he received a punch from one of the cops in front. "Be polite," another feminine voice was heard as one of them walked forward while removing the helmet on her head. A beautiful feminine face was revealed. "Chief, why did you hit me?" The man grunted out in pain as he held his chest. "Shut up," she said as she walked towards Gustav and Angie. "Are you all right?" she questioned. Gustav stared at the beautiful female who sported red hair with white strands. "I'm good," he answered. "You're not hurt anywhere? Or do we have to call medic?" she questioned again. "I said I'm fine," Gustav answered with a slightly pissed-off look. "Good, where did the mixed breed escape to? Tell us the direction so we can go after it," she demanded. They felt the mixed breed must have fled after sensing them approaching, since mixed breeds had good senses. "Escaped?" Gustav questioned. "Yes, in which direction did it escape to?" she repeated her question. "It didn't escape, I killed it," Gustav answered with an aloof expression. Silence. Everyone stared at him with disbelieving expressions as if he had just spouted out nonsense. "Hey boy, are you having some kind of brain malfunction or something? You're wasting our time. In which direction did it head to?" The same man shouted out from the background again. "I just told you that I killed it." Gustav spoke while bringing out the storage button in his pocket. Tap. He tapped on it twice and also tapped a part of the holographic projection that appeared above it. Zing! The battered corpse of the blood wolf appeared with a flash of blue light. What? Everyone stared at the body of the blood wolf with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 43, Charm Achieved. Zing! The battered corpse of the blood wolf appeared with a flash of blue light. What? Everyone stared at the body of the blood wolf with looks of bewilderment. The head of the blood wolf was only hanging to its neck by a small thread-like red tissue. Holes the size of a fist could be seen all over its body and fresh blood still dripped out of them. Its face was extremely sunken. It was obvious that the blood wolf had taken one hell of a beating before its death. Everyone still stared at Gustav with surprise. He must be a step 3 Zulu ranked or maybe a step 4, they had come to this conclusion after seeing the body of the blood wolf. The cop who was speaking beforehand became dead silent after seeing the proof appear before them. Every rank had 4 steps and those steps need to be passed through before progressing to the next rank. Right now Gustav was a step 1 Zulu ranked, but these cops had mistaken him for a step 3. This really surprised them because they felt only kids with high-graded bloodlines would be able to reach step 4 so fast, and this part of the city was more on the rural side. It was impossible to find a mixed blood with a very high-graded bloodline here. Even Angie was only D grade. The reason she was able to go against the blood wolf was due to her bloodline ability being speed-related. When Angie was first born she had one horn, but later she grew another, and when that happened she became faster in speed. She wasn't even Zulu-ranked mixed blood, yet her speed was close to that of Gustav's. That device in his hand, the woman who happened to the leader noticed the storage button. "You attend Echelon Academy?" the woman inquired. "Yes, any problem with that?" Gustav replied while putting the body of the wolf back in his storage device with a slight scoff escaping his mouth. That makes sense now, she thought internally. Echelon Academy has always been known to be the best in raising mixed bloods and also having high-graded ones. If it was another school within the city she would still be in disbelief, but Echelon Academy was said to have the best students with potential. She had no idea that Gustav was just an E+ grade right now. The other officers too thought it made sense. "I am Officer Betty and these are my subordinates," the woman finally introduced herself and reached out her hand to shake Gustav. Gustav returned the handshake and turned to the side to leave. "Let's go, Angie," he said as he walked forward. Please wait, would you like to give us the corpse of the blood wolf for inspection? Officer Betty asked. No. Gustav answered without looking back. Angie followed beside him and stared at the side of his face occasionally. She could sense that Gustav didn't like being around people and it bothered her, but she didn't want to intrude, so she decided not to ask for now. Such arrogant bastard, that's the way they all are, one of the men voiced out from the side as watched Gustav leave with Angie. This made them further believe that Gustav was truly a student of Echelon Academy, as it has been said to be a school where arrogant brats attend. Well, we can't do anything about it, he did kill it himself, Officer Betty said. I wish I was that powerful without having to use these tools, one of the men sighed in dissatisfaction and adoration as he stared at the departing Gustav. What is going on with these creatures nowadays, Chief? I wonder how they keep getting in, the man with the thin frame spoke. No one knows. HQ won't send us more troops to work with and conduct a proper investigation since this place happens to be on the more local side. Also, this should be the work of the MBO, but those bastards won't bother showing up for things like this. Officer Betty brought out a cigarette and lit it as she spoke. Puff. Her look of frustration calmed a bit as she blew out a small cloud of smoke from her mouth and nostrils. Chief, we're still on duty, one of the men reminded her. Shut up, she said and threw the cigarette to the floor. We still need to write down a report, so Sam, Brian, and Mika go ask the neighbors about the incident. Fred and Rain, scout this area. Officer Betty gave out those set of instructions and started walking in the direction of Gustav and Angie. The police force was different from the MBO. They had different duties. MBO dealt with anything related to bloodline, while the police force was equipped to deal with normal crimes. What happened in this neighborhood was supposed to be dealt with by the MBO, but the neighborhood didn't think of calling the MBO because it would be a waste of time. The MBO detested this part of the city, and when it came to weak monsters like a level 2 mixed breed, they would ignore it, feeling it was beneath them to bother themselves with such weak creatures. Most of the officers in the police force were low-ranked mixed bloods. A lot of them didn't surpass the Zulu rank, including the bunch that arrived here. Some of them never even got to channel their bloodline past the 3rd point, but their equipment and technological arms made up for that. Still, the police force was seen as low due to this factor, and most failed mixed bloods tend to go for it rather than trying to join the MBO. Gustav and Angie discussed the incident on the way back to the neighborhood, and Gustav realized that this wasn't the first time this was happening. It had been happening for a while now. Occasionally mixed breeds would find a way to cross the border, and this part of the city always suffered from that. She even added that residents around this area had lost their lives to such incidents in the past. This had Gustav wondering how such a situation had been happening but was unknown to the general public. Was never broadcasted by any news channel, neither was it seen on any media platforms. Did they not complain to the authorities? How did such situations get swept under the rugs? Gustav couldn't understand how and why the situation hadn't been rectified. Angie explained to him that the situation only occurred occasionally, and since the mixed breeds never infiltrated past the edge of the city, the government were alright with it. Even though 1 or 2 people died, it wasn't a big deal for them. Gustav had always known that society was shitty, so he wasn't all too surprised by this. They later arrived in the neighborhood and everywhere became chaotic again after the neighbors saw that Gustav was alright. Right now up to 50 people within the neighborhood had gathered around their building. People started thanking Gustav for leading the blood wolf away. The man whose life Gustav saved was in tears thanking Gustav. Gustav was new to this kind of situation, so he didn't know how to respond. He only smiled and nodded at them. A lot of other young people his age flocked around him and praised him with reverence. Host has achieved charm. Gustav finally saw a notification he had been waiting on for the past 2 months appear in his line of sight. He couldn't express the way he felt at this time, but it wasn't a bad feeling in any way. It till around 10 p.m. in the evening before things settled down. Chapter 44, Collection Plans. The neighborhood later found out that Gustav killed the blood wolf and were pleasantly surprised. They treated Gustav with more respect after hearing that. The cops had questioned people about the incident, including Gustav and Angie. It wasn't till around 11 p.m. before people started entering their apartments. Gustav was invited by Angie's parents for dinner that night. He wanted to decline initially, but he couldn't refuse Angie's persuasion. Even though he found it annoying, it was a trait he still admired about her. It was Gustav's first time entering their apartment, so obviously, he looked around the living room. He noticed that it was no different from his in size. It also looked quite humble, unlike his that had a lot of expensive gadgets and the likes. The meal was ready in no time, which Gustav was grateful about because Angie wouldn't stop talking. They proceeded to the dining and started feasting on the meal after a small family prayer was done. All this was still very new to Gustav. He never even knew that family prayer was said before a meal since he couldn't remember the last time he had one of those. Seeing everyone around him dig in, Angie, her mother, father, and brother, gave Gustav a kind of weird feeling, but not in a bad way. He also joined in. "Gustav, what about your parents? Why do you live alone?" Their father, who happened to be a very outspoken person, was the first to ask this question while they were having dinner. "I don't have parents," Gustav answered and proceeded to place another spoonful of food in his mouth. The dining area became silent for a while, but Gustav didn't seem bothered as he was still eating his food without a look of worry. "Sorry about that," Angie's father said with a look of concern. They all wondered how he was living alone, how he was able to afford an apartment and living expenses, but they felt they might intrude on his privacy even more, so no further questions were asked. "There's no need for apologies," Gustav waved his hand to dismiss the weird atmosphere. "He really isn't bothered." Angie stared at Gustav's face for a while before looking down to focus on her food. She didn't know why, but she felt Gustav seemed quite pitiful. In a few minutes dinner ended, but Angie's father still wanted to talk to Gustav about something. Gustav later went back to his apartment around midnight. The last night's event opened his eyes more to the nature of the world. He wondered if he would have truly tried to save people if the system hadn't given him the quest, or if he was powerful enough. After joining the MBO, would he also ignore such things happening? He knew for sure that he would have helped Angie, but what of the others? Gustav felt his state of mind had been kind of messed up since he killed Paul. The conscience and human emotions he used to feel towards people were slowly becoming distant. There were only two people he mostly showed his warm side to, which were Miss Amy and Boss Danzo. Also, he was slowly starting to warm up to Angie. He didn't know if it would continue like this or not, but he had decided not to overthink. He would figure everything out with time. His main goal right now was to become powerful enough so no one would control his fate or how his life is supposed to be. He wanted his life to go in the direction he willed. If someone was going to piss him off, he didn't want to have to hide anymore. The sufferings he had gone through in the past, he had promised to never let it happen again. The next morning, Gustav and Angie went to school together again. Angie has memorized the exact time he left the house and made sure to bump into him every morning so they would leave together. Angie noticed that Gustav seemed to look more attractive to her than yesterday, but she just couldn't figure out why. What she didn't know was, she wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Even when they were walking through the streets, anyone who noticed Gustav could not stop staring at him. Even if they took their face away, they would still secretly stare in his direction after he had passed. Gustav was starting to enjoy Angie's company, even he still found her annoying since she always went out of her way to help others. There was a time he got to school late because she decided to chase a pickpocket who stole from a grandma. She always wanted to help even when it wasn't needed. Gustav's daily activities resumed as usual. The kitchen was the first place he visited as expected. After that were classes. The classes today seemed to lack life since none of them were that of Miss Amy's. Gustav had lost interest in normal classes except for science. He still found science interesting, especially since he's been having some thoughts lately. He's been thinking of turning the second empty room into a kind of small science lab. Last night when he killed the blood wolf, that was where he placed the body. He couldn't help but smile after remembering the bountiful rewards he received as his mind went back to yesterday's events. Gustav stood in front of the body of the blood wolf. His fists were dripping with blood and he was still in the mutated bull form. The blood wolf had stopped regenerating and it was on its last breath. I knew there was going to be a limit. Gustav was studying the regeneration of the blood wolf since he also had regeneration. He had cut himself before to test out his regeneration and noticed that based on his energy points, he could regenerate infinitely. The problem was his regeneration was slower, which meant it wouldn't be able to keep up in a fierce battle if he was receiving serious injuries at a fast pace. He knew this was because regeneration was still at level 3, which made him hopeful about future levels bringing faster regeneration. Gustav walked forward, raised his right foot with intensity, and stomped down on the neck of the blood wolf with force. Bam! Splurt! Blood splattered in all directions as the blood wolf's head was almost completely uprooted from its neck. Even though it wasn't completely uprooted, the wolf was already dead since it couldn't regenerate from this. Emergency quest complete. Rewards: 5,000 EXP. +2 attributes points added to all attributes. Level up for all skills and abilities. Recreation ability now operational. Host has leveled up. Gustav was wowed by the rewards, but before he could even start to check them, another notification popped up. You killed a blood wolf mixed breed. 5,000 additional EXP. The last notification was the one that shocked him greatly. Another beast transformation bloodline found. Does host wish to add mutated blood wolf transformation to beast transformation bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav noticed his foot was still on the blood and gory mess the blood wolf's neck had turned to. He lifted his foot and the last system notifications disappeared. When he placed his foot back there, the system notification appeared again. This means I can also add mixed breeds to the beast bloodline I collected from Paul. Gustav was very excited when he figured this out at that time. Yes, he quickly called out in his mind. Extracting mutated blood wolf. Extraction process, 1%. Extraction process, 50%. Gustav watched as the bar went up till it got to 100%. Mutated blood wolf has been successfully added to beast transformation bloodline. After the completion, he put the blood wolf's corpse in his storage device and started heading back. Finding out about being able to add mixed breeds to his beast transformation bloodline made Gustav feel a rush of excitement run through his body. He had done extensive research on mixed breeds the night before, and now he had another goal in mind. This neighborhood might actually be a blessing in disguise, Gustav thought with a wide grin on his face. Chapter 45, Attracting Everyone's Attention. This neighborhood might actually be a blessing in disguise, Gustav thought with a wide grin on his face. At the end of the day, Gustav was walking towards Miss Amy's office as usual. On his way, he received a lot of glares from different students as usual, but this time, it was a different kind of gaze. The females glanced at him with subconscious desire while the males glanced at him with a slight look of envy. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, why does he look so attractive today? What Gustav didn't know was, his method of walking, the way he stared with a look of focus, the aloof expression, everything action performed by him had improved into an attractive kind of way that made others notice him even if they didn't want to. His style of walking now was very graceful. His dirty blonde hair had a certain glow to it. Its silkiness stood out. It was smoothly packed to the back with some strands falling in front of his face. Gustav's blonde hair was previously the falling type, that almost reached his shoulder. He woke up this morning and decided to style it this way instead. Gustav passed by the side of a female in smooth black long hair. Her face was so beautiful that it could be mistaken for a doll. Her skin was pale white and her face was the heart-shaped type with a pointed nose. Her looks were not short of perfect. She was about 5 feet 4 inches and her body seemed to have matured completely at first glance due to the massive peaks in front of her chests. She turned to the side to stare at Gustav, who had just passed. She was dazed for a few seconds seeing his elegance, but she quickly came back to normal. What's wrong with me? I already turned him down in the past. She pursed her lips and turned around to face where she was headed. But did he not see me at all? He didn't even spare me a glance. She turned to the side to stare at Gustav, who kept walking forward without turning to stare at anyone. Humph. I refuse to believe that this trash will not stare at me even once. As she walked forward, she kept staring at the side, waiting for Gustav to turn around and stare at her, but to her disappointment, Gustav kept walking forward without doing that. She found it strange and still kept staring at Gustav's back for a few seconds before a loud shout was heard. Hey, Yuhiko! A female student sporting chestnut-colored hair called out from ahead while waving her hand. I'm coming, she replied and turned back around to start walking towards the other female student. What are you looking at? The other female student questioned after noticing Yuhiko's weird state of turning around occasionally. Nothing, Mara, let's head to the dojo, Yuhiko replied and focused her sight forward. Alright, remember you still have to duel with that Masuba and you have to defeat him or you'll go on a date with him, Mara said with a frown. I don't date idiots. Especially one who lost to an F grade, Yuhiko said in disgust. I still wonder who that F grade is. They say his physical strength is higher than a normal mixed blood and he was able to defeat Masuba in a second. The only problem is he is always on the last floor and doesn't like to associate with anyone, so there is no way to figure out whether this is true or not, Mara analyzed with an intrigued look. It doesn't matter because it doesn't change the fact that a B grade lost to an F grade. Do you think I would also lose to whoever that person is? Yuhiko had an intense look as she questioned Mara. Of course not. Whether he has an insane physical strength or not, battling is not all about strength. After all, I'm sure you would win, Mara said with a smile. Humph. That Masuba is a disgrace yet still flaunts and has the guts to ask me on a date. I will make sure I crush him today, Yuhiko said with a look of disgust. Gustav got to Miss Amy's office after a few minutes. On his way, he had been thinking of how to use atomic manipulation bloodline in a battle so he wasn't so focused on his environment. He knew he passed by the side of Yuhiko, who was hailed as the most beautiful girl in the entire school. Also, the same girl who crushed him 3 years back, but he was too busy with his thoughts to even care about glancing at her. Yuhiko was surprised since there had never been a time when Gustav saw her that he wouldn't stare at her with adoration. His eyes would be full of praise until she was out of sight. She found it a bit bothersome, but she enjoyed being worshipped, so inwardly she would smile while totally ignoring Gustav. She had expected this to happen again today. Miss Amy and Gustav headed to the dojo afterward. 2 hours after getting to the dojo, Gustav was about to finish training for the day. He had already sparred with Miss Amy, which of course ended in his loss. Miss Amy was always merciless when training Gustav, and Gustav's speed didn't come close to hers in any way. Even if he was to use sprint, he still wouldn't be able to touch Miss Amy. He would receive barrages of kicks and punches that always made him feel like he was hit by a moving train. Miss Amy would say after defeating him, "I'm not even using up to 20% of my full strength, you weakling." Gustav was always amazed by her strength. The most absurd part was, Gustav had never seen Miss Amy use her bloodline abilities. Whenever they sparred, she would always dodge his attacks as if she could predict them. She only trained Gustav in combat, but she allowed him to make use of his abilities, which she still didn't understand till now. Gustav only sparred for 1 hour with Miss Amy, and he used the rest to train solo. He was currently attacking a robotic-looking machine. This was a similar battle android to the one Endrit battled against when the inspectors arrived close to 3 months back. He had been using disintegration ability repeatedly. He wanted to train it well enough to use in combat, but it was proving impossible. This was the ability tied to the bloodline he got from Ben. The day he extracted this ability, he found out that it was very slow and impractical to use in combat. It was a very good ability, but it's slow. The day he killed Paul, he used this ability to disintegrate billions of Hung Jo and Ben's brain cells. The ability was able to make anything it came into contact with disappear. Gustav had been testing it out repeatedly. It was very slow in causing disintegrations from an atomic level. Luckily, Gustav only focused on the cerebrum when he was using it, which made it faster. When he tried disintegrating something larger, it would take time before he could completely make it disappear. Bam. 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 Gustav's hand glowed a milky light that only he could see as his palm struck the 2-meter-tall android. It was barely visible, but whenever he struck a part of it, that part would reduce a bit. It would compress slightly, but it wasn't due to his strength, it was due to the disintegration ability. Gustav squatted as he dodged the swung-out left arm of the android and threw out his palm towards its side. Bam. Contact was made again. This time the left side of the metallic android sunk in by an inch. It's improving, but... Gustav was in his thoughts and was about to throw out another attack when he heard voices coming from outside. He paused his attack and moved backward. Activate sleep mode, Gustav said. Going into sleep mode. A robotic voice was heard as the android shut down. Dash, here. Dash, yes, this is the dojo. Dash, just call him out already. Dash, you call him out, isn't that why you're here? Gustav could hear the voices of some people coming from outside. Young masculine and feminine voices could be heard in some sort of argument. Looks like they finally grew some balls. Gustav turned around and started walking towards the door. Time to collect more compensations. A wide grin could be seen on Gustav's face as he got to the door of the dojo and slid it to the side. Chapter 46, Invitation. Looks like they finally grew some balls. Gustav turned around and started walking towards the door. Time to collect more compensations. A wide grin could be seen on Gustav's face as he got to the door of the dojo and slid it to the side. Immediately Gustav slid open the wooden doors. What appeared in his line of sight were 2 boys and girls. They looked to be teenagers like him, and he could recognize 2 of their faces. 2 of the boys were among the students that watched the fight between him and Aurora, along with Masuba. The other 2 girls were unknown to him. The 4 of them immediately stopped arguing after seeing Gustav appear. Is that him? The girl on the right sporting black and purple hair questioned one of the boys. Yes, he's the one of the boys who had a chubby look answered. What? He looks so tiny and weak. The second girl who sported brown hair spoke with a look of ridicule. The two boys' faces paled as they heard that. I thought it was going to be someone more intimidating, the girl with black and purple hair spoke again. He looks like a pretty boy, how could Masuba lose to this feathered-looking person? The other girl sporting brown hair spoke again. The both of them spoke like Gustav wasn't standing in front of them. The faces of the boys paled again upon hearing the conversation of the girls. They stared in Gustav's direction with a frightful look. Surprisingly, Gustav didn't even look bothered. He just stared at the girls like they were some clowns performing a circus act. He's right here, you know. The chubby boy couldn't bear it anymore and finally spoke since he was afraid of Gustav misunderstanding the situation. He didn't want Gustav to think he was also among those insulting him. What's this? You're scared of him? The female sporting brown hair questioned with a look of disgust. If you don't have anything tangible to say, I will return to my training. I have better things to spend my time on than wasting it on watching a circus act play out in front of me. You two should get your circus monkeys out or here, Gustav said to the two boys and turned around to enter the dojo. Once again. Hiss, did he just call us? How dare this? The female on brown got mad immediately and wanted to approach Gustav, but the other girl dragged her back. Remember the rules. The girl sporting purple and black hair questioned with a reminding tone. When the girl on brown heard that, she calmed down. One of the rules forbids fighting within the premises of the dojo. Fighting was only allowed through duels and failure to comply would result in a permanent ban. Don't worry, Senior Yuhiko will take care of him for us, the girl sporting purple hair whispered in the ears of the other girl as she smiled. Gustav's ears caught what they said even though he was already about to close the door. Perception had increased his 5 senses so he would hear even the tiniest of whispers so long as they were within the range of detection. Please wait, the boys were the first to call out to Gustav before he could close the doors. What is it? Gustav asked while turning his head to the side. Masuba would like to invite you to watch his duel with Yuhiko on the 2nd floor, the chubby boy answered. Yuhiko would also like to invite you to watch the duel, the girl sporting purple and black hair spoke. Is that why you all are here? Gustav asked. Yes, the group of 4 nodded. Not interested, Gustav turned around after answering. What? The 2 girls were surprised that Gustav would turn them down even after hearing the name of the person who was inviting him. No one in the dojo could claim they hadn't heard of the most beautiful and powerful girl in the dojo. The boys weren't surprised as they were already used to this cold attitude since Gustav had turned down their friendship several times. Please, Senior Gustav, Masuba is willing to do anything for you to attend, the other boy wearing a pair of glasses spoke. Oh, Gustav looked interested after hearing that. Is that so? He came out of the dojo again as he questioned. The boys nodded in affirmation. That's good, but before I can decide to come with you, these rude girls must apologize, Gustav demanded. What? I'm not apologizing to this. Before the girl with brown hair could even complete her statement, Gustav interrupted her. All right, we're done here. Gustav turned around once again to head in. Ah, please wait, the boys called out to him, but he didn't answer. He went in and slammed the door shut. It was after he went in that the brown-haired girl realized her blunder. You know, Senior Yuhiko will take it out on you when she hears the reason for us failing to bring him with us, the girl on purple and black hair said with a sigh. Even the boys were sulking because they knew Masuba was likely to punish them if they failed. The girl on brown had a look of fright before speaking. Let's call him out so we can apologize. I don't think we have any other choice right now. They started knocking on the doors after that. After a few seconds, Gustav came to answer them again. This time a look of annoyance could be seen on his face as he demanded for the girls to apologize on their knees this time. How could you? The girl sporting brown hair was about to speak again when Gustav interrupted. I'm going back, and then he turned around to leave once again, but this time the girl sporting purple hair quickly reacted by kneeling and dragging the one with brown hair down with her as they begged for forgiveness, even though looks of unwillingness were written all over their faces. Gustav was smiling inwardly after seeing this, but his outward expression was still the same. Let's go then. On the second to the last floor, a small stage that was similar to the one Gustav and Aurora had their first duel was placed in the northwest corner of this floor. A group of young boys and girls could be seen gathered around this stage. There were about 20 of them, and they seemed to be waiting for something, or in this case someone. 2 of these people were Masuba and Yukiko. Masuba was on the left side of the stage while Yuhiko was on the right. The same inspectors that played as referees for Gustav's and Aurora's fight were also present, and they were all waiting for the same person before the duel commenced. Yukiko had a look of annoyance on her face. "What's taking so long? I can't stand this idiot staring at me in this kind of way. I want to stomp on his face as quickly as I can," she thought in her mind as she stared at Masuba, who was also exchanging glances with her. Masuba was staring at Yuhiko with a longing gaze. He stared at her like she was a holy being, a deity that wasn't supposed to exist on the earth, and truly Yuhiko looked the part. She was unrealistically beautiful. "Just look at this idiot, he practically has drool leaking out the side of his mouth. No different from how that guy used to look at me, humph." An image came to her head, but she looked quite disturbed as another image interloped with the one she first pictured. Just what was? She didn't get to complete her thought when loud voices were heard in the vicinity. "Dash, he's here. Dash, is that him? Dash, wow, he looks quite weak. Dash, how could Masuba have lost to him? Dash, but he also looks pretty, he he he." Everyone turned around to stare at the group of 5 who had just arrived. The person in the middle was who they were referring to. Yuhiko stared at the group approaching with a look of shock visible on her face. "That's... how could he be the one?" Chapter 47, The Power of Creation. Yuhiko stared at the group approaching with a look of shock visible on her face. "That's... how could he be the one?" Yuhiko stared at the blonde boy in the middle approaching with an unbothered expression. Another surprising issue for her was Gustav was staring in her direction, but there was no look of adoration and worship visible like before whenever he saw her. In fact, there was no expression. She couldn't read his thoughts through his expression. Whether he was happy or sad to see her, excited or angry, there was no reaction whatsoever. He was staring at her as if he had never seen her before, which made her feel dumbfounded. "Hey Gustav, over here," Masuba waved at Gustav as he called out. This confirmed Gustav's identity, which Yuhiko was questioning in her heart earlier. Gustav walked over to the left side, ignoring the glares and words of the crowd. "My compensation for attending your duel is 20,000, Gustav immediately voiced out once he got to Masuba's side. Masuba had a wry smile on his face as he heard that. All right," he nodded after answering. "And for every 2 minutes I spend here, the amount increases by 5,000, Gustav added. Masuba's eyes nearly budged out of their sockets, but after a second he nodded in defeat. "I hope you take your time when battling her, although I doubt that will happen," Gustav said internally. "Is that the person you lost to, Masuba?" A female who was standing beside Yuhiko questioned with a look of disgust. "Yes, this is Gustav." Masuba acted as a bridge to introduce Gustav to both Yuhiko and the girl beside her. He had no idea that they already knew Gustav. "Ha ha ha ha. This is truly funny, you lost to trash and you believe you can win, Yuhiko? You must be dreaming." The female besides Yuhiko, who was sporting chestnut-colored hair, stared at Gustav like he was a fraud. Gustav returned the stare with a look of unconcern. "He's just a useless bum who only knows how to take bloodline enhancement drugs. How is he even here in the first place?" She voiced out again. The question she asked was also what Yuhiko was wondering. How is he here? How is he able to gain access to the last floor? Masuba was dumbfounded by the statement the girl made. He turned to stare at Gustav before looking back at the girls. "Dash, bloodline enhancement drugs. That makes sense. Dash, there's no other way I can see an F grade defeating a B grade. Dash, so Masuba was just defeated unfairly." The students within the vicinity spoke amongst themselves after hearing that. Masuba had already realized that they must have known each other before this. With the place getting chaotic, one of the supervisors finally spoke. "Gustav won the duel with Masuba fair and square. Do not discredit a genuine person's win," Supervisor Bola disclosed. He was a supervisor, so he would know this much. If a person was to use enhancement drugs, he would be able to tell at first glance. His disclosure made the place quiet down. There was no way anyone would believe the girl over Supervisor Bola. Some of them even started giving her weird looks, wondering what she was aiming at. "If he is trash, then everyone must be trash too, since I'm pretty sure he would defeat everyone here," Masuba laughed as he spoke, causing everyone to turn speechless again. They thought about what he said and realized that most of them here couldn't even defeat Masuba. The strongest spectator here would only tie with him, so his words kind of make sense, but they still had unwillingness in their hearts. The chestnut-haired girl gritted her teeth in annoyance. Yuhiko, remember our plan. Now that we know who the F grade is, the plan must be executed with twice the intensity, she whispered in the ears of Yuhiko. You don't have to tell me, Kira, that look on his face irks me to no end. Yuhiko said while staring at Gustav, who didn't even try to defend himself when the others were speaking. Gustav, do you think I will win? Masuba asked with a smile. He seemed to have taken Gustav as his friend already with the way he was speaking. No, you will lose. Gustav answered bluntly. Masuba felt like he was shot in the head after hearing that, but he didn't back down. Let the participants of the duel climb onto the stage now, Supervisor Samsuna spoke while making gestures at the stage. Yuhiko and Masuba climbed onto the stage after hearing that. Masuba smiled as he stood in front of Yuhiko. To think you can defeat me when you got beat up by trash, just like Kira said, you must be deluded, Yuhiko stated with a dark look. Ah, you're still calling him that, Tisk, I hope you don't end up as I did, Masuba shook his head in pity as he spoke. Supervisor Samsuna questioned if both sides were ready, which they reacted to by nodding. Let the duel begin, he added. Hiya. Masuba was dashed towards Yuhiko immediately after the go-ahead was given. Black scales suddenly started appearing all over his body as he dashed forward with speed, while Yuhiko reacted by removing a strand of hair from her head and stretched it forward. Swai. Masuba swung out his palm at this time towards Yuhiko. The strand of hair Yuhiko stretched out suddenly turned into a baseball bat, which she swung towards the incoming hand. Bam! The bat slammed fiercely into Masuba's right arm but was smashed to pieces upon making contact. Masuba smiled as his arm kept moving forward towards Yuhiko. Zwihii. Yuhiko crouched her body downwards, dodging the arm as she pushed out her right hand, slamming it onto Masuba's right side. Bam! Contact was made, but there was no impact. This was due to Masuba's bloodline that gave him protective scales, which also made him faster and stronger. In his battle with Gustav before, he didn't even have the chance to activate it before he was knocked out. Masuba smiled. You will have to do better than that to hurt me, he said while swinging his right leg upward to meet with Yuhiko's arm. Bam! His right leg kicked her arm away. He was about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly felt heavy. Dumb. He fell to the ground on his knees with a shocked reaction. Dash gasp. Did his clothes just get turned into a metal weight jacket? Someone voiced out from the crowd. That was when Masuba noticed his upper clothes were now black and metallic in kind of jacket form. Yuhiko had used her ability to change his clothes to this upon making contact earlier. It weighed more than he could handle, which affected his mobility. He wanted to pull it off of himself, but before he could do so he noticed a metal bat swinging towards his face while he was still in his kneeling position. Bam! The metal bat crashed directly into the left side of his face, smashing his nose and several of his teeth in the process. Masuba fell to the ground while spitting out broken pieces of teeth. Yuhiko was the one holding onto the bat. Masuba's left face was brutally bruised. His eye had swollen up and was looking black like that of a panda, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. Form 2, he called out in his mind as the scales on his body suddenly increased in number, each one becoming smaller than before. He grabbed onto the metal jacket, ripped them apart, and threw them to the side before jumping up with intensity. You should have just stayed down. Immediately he jumped up. A soft feminine voice drifted into his ears. Yuhiko was holding onto a pebble which she was lifting upwards. Masuba had decided he wouldn't give her the chance to do whatever she was planning and dashed out, but immediately he did, she threw the pebble towards him. Swai. What sort of dumb joke is this? Masuba smirked as he dashed forward while watching the pebble travel towards him in midair. All of a sudden his smile started to warp. First from a smile to a look of confusion, to awe, and then fear, because right before his very eyes the pebble was increasing in size as it traveled towards him. Masuba wanted to move to the side to dodge, but it was already too late as the pebble had already transformed into a huge boulder that covered his entire line of sight. Bam! The boulder slammed into Masuba and kept moving forward without reducing speed till it knocked him off the stage. Yuhiko wins this duel, Supervisor Samsuna shouted out. Supervisor Bola had already dashed towards the boulder and slammed his palm into it, causing it to break to pieces. Masuba had passed out already on the ground. His scales retracted into his body, which was covered with blood. The crowd stared at Yuhiko with adoration and cheers rang out. They had already expected this, even though Masuba was also a B grade like her. Yuhiko's bloodline was a unique creation type that gave her the ability to transform matter into whatever she wished. So even the air could be morphed into what she wanted if the right requirements were met. Supervisor Bola had placed a healing pill in Masuba's mouth and he started healing up at a visible rate. Yuhiko did not leave the stage after winning. She stood there staring at a person in front. Everyone followed her line of sight and noticed she was staring in Gustav's direction. "Gustav, I challenge you to a duel," she voiced out while giving Gustav an intense glare. Chapter 48, Brutal Humiliation. Yuhiko did not leave the stage after winning. She stood there staring at a person in front. Everyone followed her line of sight and noticed she was staring in Gustav's direction. "Gustav, I challenge you to a duel," she voiced out while giving Gustav an intense glare. "Oh, finally she's making her move." Gustav stared at Yuhiko with an aloof expression while internally he was smiling. Chatter. 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 The surroundings became noisy as everyone heard that. They had not expected Yuhiko to suddenly challenge Gustav, but this was a battle they wanted to see. Every one of them on the second to the last floor had heard about how Gustav easily defeated Masuba. They didn't have access to the third floor, so none of them even had the chance to see Gustav, talkless of seeing him battle. They wanted to see with their own eyes if the claims of him being strong was authentic. Most of them, after seeing Yuhiko's battle with Masuba, believed that Gustav wouldn't be able to win, while some of them didn't jump to conclusions yet after comparing the time it took both battles to finish. They all stared at Gustav with anticipation, waiting for him to accept. "I refuse," Gustav stated and turned around to head towards Masuba. The sudden refusal shocked everyone. Dash, he refused the duel. Dash, I guess he's too scared after Masuba got defeated. Dash, I would be scared too if I had to go against Yuhiko. Dash, what a coward. Why is he called the strongest then? Voices of displeasure could be heard coming from the crowd as they stared at Gustav, who was standing in front of Masuba at the moment. Surprisingly, Gustav was not in any way moved by their comments and glares. He stood in front of Masuba, who had just regained consciousness and was still seated on the ground. "My pay," Gustav stretched out his hand towards Masuba as he spoke. Masuba nearly fainted again. "At least show a little concern. I'm just regaining consciousness." Masuba was speechless. "How much is it?" Masuba questioned while gulping down spit. "Precisely 236 seconds, which is approximately 4 minutes. That brings the entire amount to 30,000 rad. Gustav held his chin as he spoke. "I wish you'd have lasted longer in the battle, but I guess I'll just have to make do with this," Gustav added with a slight look of disappointment. Masuba almost puked out blood on hearing that. "Pay up, you're wasting my time," Gustav shamelessly demanded. Masuba nodded and brought out a blue cube-looking device. He handed it over to Gustav after standing to his feet. "Gustav, you coward, accept the duel," Kira, the chestnut-haired girl, shouted out from behind. "Not worth my time," Gustav voiced out as he turned back around. Yuhiko could see the aloofness on his face, which annoyed her even more. "Duel with me, you trash. Are you scared of losing?" Yuhiko finally snapped and shouted out. "Why is she barking?" Gustav said with a casual tone. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to play fetch." His manner of talking was so smooth that his statement didn't even sound like an insult, which made Yuhiko's face twist even more. This. When did he become like this? Yuhiko couldn't understand, and she kept staring at Gustav like she was seeing another person entirely. You. She gritted her teeth in anger as she pointed at Gustav. Gustav walked past the stage, ignoring her actions. It would seem he was heading back upstairs. "What would it take for you to duel with me?" Yuhiko turned around while asking as she stared at Gustav, who paused in his tracks after hearing the question. Finally speaking like someone who has a little brain, Gustav grinned as he turned around. "My demand is very simple," Gustav started speaking, causing everyone to place their attention on him. "He probably will ask me to go out with him. I just have to make Sue." Before she could complete her thought process, she heard Gustav speak again. "Money," Gustav answered bluntly. Silence. The whole place became silent again after hearing Gustav's reply. Yuhiko felt her intelligence was being toyed with. Is he being serious right now? Everyone had a thought similar to this running through their minds. "How about we make a bet?" Gustav added with a charming smile. 5 minutes later, Gustav was standing on the stage. In front of him was Yuhiko. They were positioned about 20 feet away from one another. Yuhiko glared at Gustav intensely while Gustav returned her glare with a calm stare. Supervisor Bola asked if both of them were ready, which they reacted to by nodding. "Let the duel begin," Supervisor Bola said with an authoritative tone. Everyone had their eyes intensely focused on the stage. "I won't waste time in crushing you." Yuhiko, who seemed to still be greatly mad at Gustav, had a pebble in her hand from before the duel even started. Immediately the go-ahead was given, she threw out the pebble with speed towards Gustav. Shui. Unlike her duel with Masuba, she threw the pebble not only with more force but also increased the size of the transformation. It had only been a second since the battle began, yet a large boulder had already covered almost half of the entire stage. The boulder was as wide as the stage, and the speed didn't slow down as it traveled towards Gustav, leaving him with no place to run to. Everyone's mouth was opened wide as they witnessed this shocking scene. This kind of attack would cost a lot of energy and stamina. They stared at Yuhiko like she was a monster, but Gustav's action shocked them. He suddenly dashed towards the incoming boulder. Normally it would be impossible to dodge it, but dashing straight into it was also no different from suicide. To their surprise, Gustav suddenly accelerated to an insane speed that they couldn't follow. "Although this is still in its test phase and will probably drain a lot of energy, I will try it out," Gustav said internally as he dashed out. He had activated sprint after dashing out and was about to make contact with the huge boulder, which was moving towards him in a kind of slow motion. His right hand glowed a milky light as he called out in his mind. "Atomic disintegration. Activate chop." Chop has been activated. Gustav raised his palm, causing the milky glow to coat his entire right palm before slicing down towards the large boulder in front of him. A white line of energy surged out of Gustav's palm, traveling forward along with his descending palm. Before Gustav's palm collided with the boulder, the white line was already cutting through the boulder, still descending along with Gustav's palm. Screeve. The boulder was cleanly severed in two, causing one half to move towards the left and the other to move towards the right. Gasp. The crowd gasped upon witnessing the incredible scene, but Gustav didn't stop moving. He deactivated sprint immediately after dividing the boulder in two, since he knew his energy would be completely spent if it remained activated. Even without sprint, Gustav could move 50 feet in a single second, so closing the gap between him and Yuhiko was an easy feat. Swoosh. He arrived in front of her in an instant and swung out his left arm towards her face. Yuhiko was still dumbfounded by the sudden feat he performed, so she was still looking shocked. She could follow Gustav's normal speed with her eyes, but before she could react physically, his palm was already in front of her face. Pa. A crisp slap reverberated across the place. Yuhiko staggered towards the side after receiving the stinging slap on her right cheek. She could feel the hot burn, which not only caused her cheeks to redden with blood but also made her sight blurry due to the heaviness. Before she could stabilize herself, Gustav's right hand was headed for her left cheek. Pa. Another crisp slap rang out again. Waha. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing, and before they could scream out in shock, more slaps continued to echo in the vicinity. Pa. 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 Gustav's hands didn't stop moving as his slaps landed on her cheeks alternatively. Yuhiko's cheeks were already bloodied and swollen, yet Gustav didn't stop. Pa. 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 He kept slapping her around. When he slapped her left cheek, she would stagger to the right, where another slap was waiting to send her back to her initial position. Gasp. The crowd was in shock. Dash, he is truly the strongest. Dash, how did he split the boulder? Dash, how can he be so brutal to a female? Dash, does he have no human emotions? Some of them took their faces away in disgust, while some of them continued watching with a look of astonishment. Supervisor Bola, Supervisor Samsuna, you should stop the duel now. It's obvious who the winner here is. Kira ran towards the stage while voicing out with a pale look. As the rules say, the duel cannot end until one of them either passes out or falls out of the stage, and neither of that has happened yet. Oh, before I forget, it would also end if one of them surrenders, Supervisor Bola said while preventing Kira from getting to the stage. But, how is she supposed to surrender in that state? Kira stammered with a pale look as she watched Yuhiko's formerly beautiful face turn into a punching bag, or in this case a slapping bag. Pa. 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 This will teach you to mind your manners, Gustav said internally as he kept slapping Yuhiko's face. Normally Yuhiko would have passed out if Gustav decided to slap her with his full strength from the start, but he was purposely reducing his strength to stop her from passing out. The slaps were painful, but due to mixed blood's tenacity, Gustav had calculated the right amount of force needed to make sure she receives numerous amount of slaps without passing out. The way he speedily stacked her face with slaps didn't give her the chance to surrender, so she could only get tossed around while screaming in pain. He was after causing her more pain and humiliation than just having her take an easy way out by passing out in one hit. Pa. 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 The supervisors were also starting to get sickened by the way Yuhiko was receiving the slaps, but if they tried stopping the duel they would be contradicting their rules. Luckily for them, Gustav didn't make it any harder than he was supposed to. He stopped after landing another hot slap on her face that sent her crashing out of the stage. Gustav wins the duel. Supervisor Bola swallowed saliva as he spoke. Chapter 49, Stacking Up Paper Bills. Gustav wins the duel. Supervisor Bola swallowed saliva as he spoke. Even after the announcement had been made, everyone still stood in place with widened eyes as they stared at the Yuhiko on the ground. Her face was swollen than that of a pig. Her eyes and lips could be mistaken for black and red buns. Her cheeks were bloodied with parts of her facial skin torn off. Her look right now bore no semblance to that of her former. The beautiful face she always took pride in had been turned into this. It was a disturbing sight to a lot of them there. They stared at Gustav, who was responsible for doing the deed. He was climbing down the stage casually after cleaning the blood on his palms. Supervisor Samsuna arrived before Yuhiko and squatted while lifting her head slightly. This young man is truly a brutal type, he showed no mercy. Supervisor Samsuna parted Yuhiko's swollen to place the pill in her mouth. A few seconds later her face started to heal up. Her eyelids trembled slightly, proving that she was about to regain consciousness. Supervisor Samsuna turned to stare at Gustav, who was walking towards the crowd. Well, this might have been extreme but needed. I'm sure these young kids will learn humility from what they have witnessed today, Supervisor Samsuna said internally. Time to pay up, Gustav said as he got to the front of the crowd on the left. Chatter. Chatter. Just transfer the money to this storage device, Gustav said and handed it over to a boy in front. Gustav started moving from person to person, performing the same actions. I still can't believe Yuhiko failed, one of them said with a look of indignation. Now we have to pay 20,000 rad each after losing the bet, this sucks. They voiced out in disappointment, but they had no choice other than to pay the money. The bet was with everyone who supported Yuhiko. They would pay that amount if she lost, but if she had won, Gustav was supposed to do whatever she willed for an entire month. Yuhiko wanted to show that she had more supporters, so she asked everyone to place their money on her winning and she would compensate them after the duel. These teenagers could have remained neutral and decided not to support anyone, but because they wanted to please Yuhiko, they agreed to her demand. Only Masuba and the two boys that came to meet Gustav on the last floor didn't bet, since they knew he was going to win. Masuba was secretly praying for Gustav to deal with her for crushing him. He didn't expect that Gustav wouldn't just defeat her but also give her the humiliation of a lifetime. All of a sudden a loud cry was heard. You bastard, how could you do that to Yuhiko? Kira screamed out as she ran towards Gustav, who was busy collecting his winnings. They were only a few feet from one another, so she was able to arrive before Gustav in a second. A red line of light appeared in her hand, which she stabbed towards Gustav's chest. Well, birds of the same feathers always flock together. Since the both of you are so similar, I guess you should receive the same punishment, Gustav said internally as he swerved to the left to dodge the attack while raising his right hand and bringing it down with force. Kira watched as the palm descended upon her face, unable to react to the speed on time. Grab. Just before Gustav's palm could collide with her face, it was grabbed by Supervisor Samsuna. Kira, who had nearly tripped due to Gustav dodging, paused in her tracks. Fights are not tolerated. A duel must be scheduled before the both of you can go at each other, Supervisor Samsuna said. I couldn't even sense his approach with my perception, Gustav analyzed as he withdrew his hand. I was only trying to defend myself, Gustav stated with a straight look. There's no need for explanation, Supervisor Samsuna replied. For attacking a person out of the blue, Kira will have to pay twice the amount of the said bet, he added. Gasp. That's 40,000 rad, my entire allowance for a year, Kira stuttered as she spoke. There's no way I will be able to collect any money from father till the year runs out. Either you pay the fee or leave this premises at once. Such attitude will not be tolerated, Supervisor Samsuna said once again. Kira had a crestfallen look on her face when she saw Gustav stand in front of her again. Pay up, he stretched out his hand while speaking. In a few minutes, Gustav had collected money from everyone except Yuhiko. Yuhiko had regained consciousness some minutes ago. She had healed up and her face had gone back to looking beautiful, but the humiliation she felt now made her feel like covering up her face for life so no one would be able to recognize her. "My payment." Gustav arrived in front of her and stretched out his hand. Yuhiko's face twisted with a crazy look. "Grrrhh. I will have my. I don't care about that. Pay up." Gustav didn't let her complete her sentence. Yuhiko gritted her teeth and reached for her storage device with a look of unwillingness. About 30 minutes later, Gustav was on Miss Amy's hoverbike. Miss Amy was driving him home today. "You did good today," Miss Amy said as they streaked through the road. "Hee hee, Miss Amy missed out on all the fun." Gustav laughed lightly while holding onto Miss Amy's waist from behind. "I really would have liked to witness it myself," Miss Amy replied. "Don't worry, Miss Amy, next time I'll inform you," Gustav said with a smile. "Next time? Oh, there's going to be a next time?" Miss Amy asked with a bewildered expression. "The world is still full of idiots after all," Gustav answered with a look of anticipation. Just be careful and don't get too conceited," Miss Amy advised. I won't," Gustav nodded in reply. In a few minutes, they arrived in front of the building where Gustav's apartment was located. Gustav got down from the hoverbike. "Have you considered their request?" Miss Amy questioned. "I'm still thinking about it. In the meantime, I'm doing more research, so if I do accept, it will be when I have gathered enough knowledge," Gustav answered. It's all right. It's up to you after all. If you find yourself in a situation beyond your control, you know how to contact me," Miss Amy stated and proceeded to speed off with her bike. Swee-I-I. Gustav waved and turned around to head for his apartment. The neighbors outside had smiles all over their faces as they greeted him with a welcoming look. Gustav got to his apartment and settled down on his reading chair. The first thing he did was to bring out his storage device. Tap. After tapping twice on it, 3 small projections were displayed. Gustav tapped on the third one. Zing! Rows and stacks of paper bills appeared in front of him. Gustav smiled as he stared at the money. A total of 480,000 rad. He muttered with a delighted tone. He reckoned that the total amount of money with him right now should be around 630,000 rad. He was now halfway to becoming a millionaire. This would have been impossible if he wasn't dealing with rich kids. A lot of workers couldn't boast of having $500,000 after working for several years, yet he had gotten that in a little over 2 months. Gustav's goal was to accumulate at least $1 million before the MBO entrance test took place. He called for the system interface to open up. Host attributes, he called out in his mind. Host attributes. Name, Gustav. Level, 5. Class. EXP, 6250/25,000. HP, 320/320. Energy, 120/150. Attributes. Strength, 33. Perception, 31. Mental fortitude, 30. Agility, 30. Speed, 30. Bravery, 30. Intelligence, 32. Charm, 31. Attributes point, 14. Gustav stared at it for a while. He had already distributed today's point earlier and his charm points had also caught up with the others. Things were progressing as planned, but he was still left wondering about the class information up there. Also, he noticed that there was no longer Oslov behind. His name. What is this about? Gustav wondered. He recalled something at this moment. The system said something about the recreation ability being operational. He remembered that this was one of the rewards he received after killing the blood wolf. He had been wanting to know about the recreation ability for the past 2 months now, but unlike the rest, no information popped up beneath it even if he stared at it for a very long time. He had even tried activating it the same way he activated skills like dash or sprint, but the result was the same. Now he understood that it wasn't operational all this time. Skills and abilities, Gustav called out internally. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 4. Sprint, level 3. Regeneration, level 3. Morph, level 3. Joint movement, level 3. Toxin immunity, level 3. Recreation, level 3. Bloodline acquisition, level 3. Chop, level 6. Palm strike, level 4. Frying, level 8. I can't believe it has been leveling up all this time without even being operational, Gustav said while checking out his skills and abilities. Since he had tried to use it several times to no avail, he ignored it so he didn't notice that it had been leveling up like the rest. Gustav focused his eyes on the skills waiting for information to pop up beneath them so he could check out the information on recreation. In 3 seconds information appeared under every skill and ability explaining their usage. Gustav had seen the rest before so his eyes traveled down the list to where recreation was positioned. What? Gustav's eyes widened in shock as he read the information beneath recreation internally. Chapter 50, Researching Mixed Breeds. Gustav focused his eyes on the skills waiting for information to pop up beneath them so he could check out the information on recreation. In 3 seconds, information appeared under every skill and ability explaining their usage. Gustav had seen the rest before so his eyes traveled down the list to where recreation was positioned. What? Gustav's eyes widened in shock as he read the information beneath recreation internally. Skills and abilities. Dash, level 4. Ability to increase current speed by 25 for 20 seconds. Sprint, level 3. Multiplies current speed by 2.2. Regeneration, level 3. Recover from injuries 20 times faster than normal. Morph, level 3. Bloodline ability, change hair color, skin tone, and shift facial muscles. Joint movement, level 3. Bloodline ability, move joints in reverse. Toxin immunity, level 3. Protection against slightly lethal toxins. Recreation, level 3. Ability to combine bloodlines to create a fused bloodline that will generate a new ability entirely. Based on the compatibility of both bloodlines, the fused bloodline could range from C, a grade. Bloodline acquisition, level 3. Ability to extract bloodlines and pair them with host if the right requirements are met. C, F rank. Chop, level 6. Using either a weapon or a sharp object, host can multiply the force of his strike by 3 times. Palm strike, level 4. When a collision is made using this skill, it generates a force that infiltrates deep into the surface of collision. Gustav's eyes were focused on the recreation. He couldn't believe that such a skill existed all this time and the system prevented him from using it. The possibilities of what he could achieve with this made him shiver from excitement internally. Oh wait, now that I think about it, I wouldn't be able to make use of this ability if I didn't have more than one bloodline. Gustav realized this and understood that even if the system gave him access, he wouldn't be able to use it. But now he could try it out since he currently has 3 bloodlines in total. But what would happen to the original bloodlines after I fuse them? Would I still be able to use them singularly, or would they become one entity that I won't be able to use separately? Gustav thought hard about this. He had wanted to test it out, but when these thoughts popped up he felt he should look into it properly before thinking of using the skill. I can't try this with beast transformation or any of the 3 I currently have. I will need to steal more bloodlines and perform experiments on those first, Gustav concluded, but now the issue was how he was going to steal more bloodlines. He couldn't steal bloodlines out in the open because he would have to make contact with the blood located in the neck area of a person before he could get the system notification for bloodline extraction. He would need to be in a secluded environment before he could think of doing that. Gustav started to hatch a plan in his mind. He had decided he was going to move his plans for revenge forward with this situation at hand. He didn't even notice that he could now steal C-grade bloodlines until a notification rang in his head. A new monthly quest has been issued. Gustav stared at the notification with a look of anticipation. Quest: acquire a C-grade bloodline in 30 days or less. Rewards: hidden. Punishment for failure: hidden. I need to acquire a C-graded bloodline. This was when Gustav's happened to notice on the system interface that he could now extract C-grade bloodline. Gustav couldn't help but smile at this since it came at a time when he was thinking of acquiring more bloodlines. He knew scheming would be necessary before he could get the opportunity to steal a bloodline without drawing any suspicions, yet he was glad because this meant he could finally steal bloodlines from some of the students who gave him trouble back in the past, since some of them were C-graded. Gustav brought his eyes down to the rewards and punishment section. What the heck? Everything is hidden. Gustav voiced out with a look of discomfort. This was the first time the system was hiding both the rewards and the punishment. The punishment was mostly hidden, but he had never seen both of them hidden at the same time when a quest was issued. Just what is it playing at? Gustav sighed internally in defeat. He just couldn't understand the system at times. On the bright side, the system had stopped calling him an idiot, but he still wondered why it didn't initiate a conversation with him like earlier. But Gustav knew that no matter how hard he thought of it, there was no point. It wasn't up to 3 months since he got the system, so he knew finding out the secrets it held would take a lot of time. Even though he occasionally had questioning thoughts about where the system came from and all that, he wasn't really bothered. He was just happy he encountered something like this, and right now his thoughts were still preoccupied with the present situation, so he had decided to place this at the back of his mind in the meantime. Gustav closed the system interface and tapped on the web board in front of him. A holographic projection appeared in front of him after that. "Time to continue my research," Gustav muttered. In a flash, 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Gustav's and Yuhiko's duel had been a hot topic in the dojo. Everyone on the third to the last floor heard about it also. The second floor only had 12 students that attended Echelon Academy, and they happened to be simping for Yuhiko in one way or the other, so they never mentioned the fight in school. It was said in school that she lost to an A-grade mixed blood instead of an F-grade. The third floor of the dojo had lots of students from Echelon Academy there, but because they weren't there when the battle happened, they couldn't confirm that she was defeated by an F-grade. In school, the matter of her losing to someone in the dojo quickly died down after the students heard it was an A-grade, but in the dojo, it was a very hot topic. They heard in school that the person's name was Gustav, but no one linked it to Gustav himself because they felt it wouldn't be possible. No one expected that Gustav, who was known as Trash, was the same person who had defeated her. Yuhiko didn't appear in the dojo since that day. She couldn't bear the humiliation. She was able to save her social life in the school, but in the dojo, it had been totally wrecked. Gustav wasn't even bothered by all the drama. He opened a bank account the previous day and kept his compensation money there. At present, it was Saturday in the afternoon, and Gustav had been on the web since morning. He was currently seated on his reading chair tapping onto a virtual holographic keyboard, bringing up the previous database. A robotic-like voice rang out as holographic projections started appearing around Gustav. Tryin'. 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 Multiple of them appeared in form of squares scattered around the place. On the projection were pictures of different kinds of beast-like looking animals. These animals bore a slight semblance to normal animals, but they were quite different when it came to body proportions and size. Not only that, but also, a lot of them had different shapes and a kind of fierce primitive look. A large muscular-looking bunny with gigantic fangs, a tortoise similar to the size of a truck, standing on 2 legs, a butterfly as large as a chopper, etc. Different images of bizarre-looking creatures were displayed. Mixed breeds are truly in varieties. These types would be out of my jurisdiction, Gustav muttered with a look of amazement. Chapter 51, Uncompleted Daily Task. He had been researching on mixed breeds since the night before. He still wondered how such creatures existed on Earth, and he was only coming across one after 16 years of his life. He had found out that the mixed breed he defeated was a level 2 mixed breed, which was comparable to a step 3 Zulu rank. Gustav had figured out that not all mixed breeds were the mindless type that attacked human civilizations. He also discovered that some mixed breeds were mixed bloods whose bloodlines went AWOL when awakening them, turning them into beasts. Some mixed breeds looked entirely different from any animal that used to exist on Earth, while others looked similar but quite monstrous. Wait, it's possible to exchange the bodies of mixed breeds for money. Gustav was currently staring at an article on the web that displayed this information. It read that the body of mixed breeds could be exchanged for money in laboratories. Laboratories made a lot of research in that aspect. Depending on the type of mixed breeds and their level, it could sell for good money. Gustav carried on with his research, glancing from projection to projection before a knock was heard on his door. Come. Come. Gustav stood up and went to check it out. To his surprise, it was Angie. She was clad in a short green gown. The gown had blue floral patterns, making her look especially cute. Her beautiful silver-colored pupils with a shade of pink added a kind of uniqueness to her looks, especially with the warm smile on her face. Hello, Gustav, Angie waved immediately after Gustav opened the door. Hey, do you need something? Gustav asked immediately after noticing she was the one. He didn't want to waste time so he could go back to his research. Well, my mom asked me to invite you to dinner, Angie said while using her right index finger to twirl her hair with an obvious shy expression. Dinner? Gustav had a look of confusion on his face before slamming the door on Angie while entering his apartment. Angie. She was confused as to why Gustav would suddenly slam the door shut in her face. "I guess it's a no then," Angie muttered with a dejected expression while turning around to leave. Inside his apartment, Gustav checked the time and was surprised to find out that it was 9:30 p.m. at night already. "Damn, I haven't completed today's task," Gustav exclaimed. He had lost himself in researching mixed breeds, so he didn't notice that it was already late in the night. He quickly picked up his red hoodie jacket and wore it before dashing out of his apartment. By the time he arrived at the corridor, Angie had gone back to her apartment, but Gustav didn't even take notice of this. His mind was currently preoccupied with completing today's task before the time ran out. He opened the system interface to check. Quests. Daily. Today's task, 1/3. Travel 140 kilometers, status, 0.02/120 km. Climb to a height of 900 meters, status, 0/900 m. Carry a total of 2,750 kilograms, status, 0/2750 kg. He had been cooped up in his apartment all day, so he hadn't completed a single task. He analyzed the task and noticed that the only tasking one among them would be lifting the required amount of weight. He could easily lift this amount of weight, but the problem was getting a particular item that weighed enough to be counted by the system. Right now the system only calculated the weight of items he carried in hundreds of kilograms. If the item wasn't up to 100 kilograms, the system wouldn't count it. In his apartment, there was not a single item that weighed up to 100 kilograms. Gustav only thought about it for a few seconds before he came up with an alternative. As for the traveling and climbing, he could easily get these two done. For traveling, he could board a hover bus to take him anywhere, while for the climbing, he could use the stairways repeatedly. Gustav dashed down the stairway and reached the bottom of the building in a few seconds. There were still people in the neighborhood, so Gustav decided to activate silent advancement along with dash to increase his speed and also make his ascent as silent as possible. Dash has been activated. Silent advancement has been activated. Swoosh. Gustav immediately dashed up the stairs once again. No tapping sounds were made when he ran up the stairs, even with that amount of speed. The small waves of wind he used to generate were now mild and almost completely silent. This was the first time Gustav was using silent advancement, but he was liking the ability. Not even a single person noticed him in the environment, and he bet he could sneak up on someone like this without their knowledge. He got to the top and descended once again before running back up. He repeated this severally before finally seeing a notification appear in his line of sight. Daily task completed, 1/3 climb to a height of 900 meters square root. Gustav descended again after seeing this notification. He used dash once and completed this in less than 20 seconds. Gustav didn't waste time before heading towards the nearest bus stop and boarding a hover bus. He calculated on the city map the closest place he could travel to, for the traveling task to be completed. He decided to head towards a particular part of the city that was close to Echelon Academy but still some miles away. In about 5 minutes he received the notification for completing the traveling quest, but now he had gotten to the destination he picked, so he had to get down from the bus. If he wanted to head back, he would have to pick another. Immediately he got down from the bus, the familiar area appeared in his line of sight. The area between the residential and business class buildings. He walked a bit further ahead and noticed an uncompleted building in the distance. To be precise, there were 5 uncompleted buildings, but the one in the middle particularly stood out. Bolin Construction Site 7, Gustav said inwardly as memories of that day began flooding into his mind again. He walked closer and closer to the place, staring at the building in the middle where his first bloodline stealing adventure began. He remembered almost dying at Paul's hand here. This was also the same place he decided to stop being a wimp and where he first took a person's life. That was something he never thought he would do. Help! A scream brought him back to reality. Chapter 52, Evolution of Morph. Help! A scream brought him back to reality. Gustav turned around to see a teenage girl in red clothing running from an assailant in black. Both of them were coming from the route that led to the back of the construction site. The teenage girl was dressed in a tight-fitted red gown. She had makeup on her face, making it was obvious that she was dressed for an occasion. Gustav felt that she was probably just coming from a party or something. Both she and the assailant were faster than normal, so it was obvious that they were mixed bloods. Also, not many people were passing this area at this time. Gustav could only see about 3 people at different corners of the street. There was no telling if they were normal people or not, so they probably wouldn't be able to follow their speed if they were. The girl and the assailant were headed in Gustav's direction. He was the only one around here who actually had the chance to help her, unlike the others, but he had decided not to butt in. "Get back here, you bitch. Leave me alone, you horny bastard. When I catch you, I'll enjoy my time with you. I will never attend your party again. I will have my way with you and nothing can stop me, ha ha ha." Their dialogue drifted into Gustav's ears as he kept walking. On closer look, the assailant was actually a teenage boy clad in black. From their conversation, Gustav had painted a kind of picture in his head about what happened. He figured the girl was probably invited to a party and now she's about to be violated by one of the organizers. This unpopulated area was proof that this might truly be the case, since youngsters nowadays tended to like partying in places where they wouldn't be disturbed. Gustav also concluded that the boy was not scared of chasing her all the way out in the open because he probably wouldn't face the consequences of breaking the law. In other words, the boy must have a background that can exempt him. Another bastard that comes from an affluent family, eh? Gustav was tempted to butt in after analyzing the situation, but he changed his mind. "It's none of my business. Let her suffer the consequences of attending such parties." Gustav kept walking forward. "Don't make me use it. I don't want to ruin that sexy body of yours. Help!" The female shouted out just as they were closing in on Gustav in front. "Bitch, you're still asking help from another person," the boy shouted out while stretching his hand out. Foom. A black ball of gas shot out from his palm after performing that action. The girl screamed out and ducked. Due to that action, the ball of black gas was headed towards Gustav in front. Gustav stared at the ball of gas as it approached with an inquisitive look. He analyzed it as it approached him. The girl who ducked seemed to be shouting out something after ducking. She already thought Gustav would definitely get hit, but to her surprise, he swerved to the side quicker than she expected, dodging the ball of black gas. Bam! It made contact with a small sign that was 3 meters behind Gustav earlier. SSHHHSSS. A sizzling sound rang out as the sign started melting. The teenage boy was able to catch up to the girl after this. He grabbed her and lifted her from the ground with a smile on his face. "You gave me so much trouble. I will take my time with you," the boy said while licking her earlobes. The girl shivered in fright as the boy's left palm traveled towards her chest. He grabbed her breasts through her clothes and started fondling them. "Ah, what a great feeling," he muttered with a look of delight. Lutti Mego, she struggled to free herself, but he was obviously stronger than her. "Hey, you almost hit me." The boy paused his hands and stared at Gustav, who had just spoken ahead. His eyes traveled from top to bottom and from bottom to top before sneering. "Who is this rat? Watch where you're going next time then, idiot, ha ha ha." Gustav looked down and smiled when he heard that. "I really wanted to mind my business, but now." Gustav started walking forward slowly as he spoke. When he was only 3 feet away from them, he looked up to stare into the eyes of the boy. "You just made it my business." Immediately Gustav muttered these words. He grew to the height of over 6 feet and he stretched out his palm to grab the boy's hand. He held onto the hand the boy was using to fondle the girl's breasts and tightened his grip around it. Clench. Crack. Kayar. The boy screamed out as the bones in his wrist area were broken in two. He let go of the girl immediately that happened and fell to the ground, crying while holding onto his right arm. The girl fell to her butt and stared at Gustav with an astonished look. Gustav raised his leg and swung it forward towards the boy's chest. Bam! The kick sent the boy flying back by 5 meters as his chest collapsed from the impact. Shush! The boy still slid a few inches backward before his body came to a pause. The girl's eyes widened as she stared at the boy ahead. She turned her head around to stare at Gustav with a look of appreciation. "Thank you," the girl said while smiling at Gustav. "I didn't do it for you," Gustav said and activated dash before running forward. Swoosh! In a few seconds, he was out of sight. The girl still kept staring in that direction for a few seconds before she heard a cough. The boy was still on the floor coughing out blood. "Help me," the boy's voice cracked due to pain as he held his chest while speaking. "Oh, what a reversal," the girl walked towards him while speaking with a ridiculing tone. She stared at him with a gloating look for a few seconds before coming to a realization. "Oh, I should probably get out of here," she said in her mind and ran in the opposite direction. The boy was left there in his pool of blood. It was late in the night, so the probability of people seeing him in this particular area was not very high. He knew this since he picked the venue for the party himself. Gustav had arrived at the closest bus station after using dash twice. He didn't return to his normal size until he entered the bus. "I would have killed that idiot and taken his bloodline had we not been out in the open," Gustav said internally as he Saturday. He had come up with a plan at that moment to get the boy's bloodline, but he discarded it because he couldn't stay for long after attacking the boy. He has wanted to lure him into Bolin construction site and perform extraction there, but he changed his mind. There were cams on the streets but not in the incomplete buildings, but if Gustav took him there was a chance he would get caught, since he would take longer to extract the bloodline than to just beat him up and leave. This was also why he increased his size before hitting the boy. "Maybe next time," Gustav sighed as he concluded and rested his back on the seat. Hidden quest completed. Gustav sat straight as he saw that. Quest details: save the girl from getting caught by the assailant. Gustav's expression was full of bewilderment as he stared at the notification. "I would have failed if I decided to ignore her." Gustav wanted to curse the system, but he understood that it wouldn't be called hidden quest if he was told about it beforehand. He had practically failed since he didn't get involved until after the boy's attack nearly hit him. Reward: Bloodline upgrade. 5000 EXP. Congratulations. Host morph ability has now evolved into shape-shifting. Shape-shifting. Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at the notification. Chapter 53, A Surge of Emotions. A few minutes later, Gustav had arrived back in his neighborhood. Only one daily task was left for him to complete at the moment. The time was already 10 p.m., which meant he still had 2 hours before the day ended. Gustav sighed in relief. His plan for completing the last task required him to head towards the forest area. He activated dash again and ran towards the forest area. Zwoosh. In a few seconds, his silhouette streaked past the last apartment in this residential area and headed for the sparse forest up ahead. When Dash ran out, he had arrived in front of a tree in the middle of the sparse forest region. The tree was about 9 meters tall with green and blue shades. The width of the tree was comparable to that of 4 people placed together. Gustav stood in front of the tree and stretched out his hand to touch it. "This one is good," he muttered after feeling the tree up with his palm. Gustav clenched his fist, drew his arm backward, and punched out. Bam! His fist collided with the tree, causing a loud blast to ring out. A 4 inches deep hole was formed within the tree and Gustav's fist was buried inside. Gustav pulled his arm out of the hole and placed his fingers on his chin. "With my normal strength, I can only do this much. Let me put my back into it," Gustav said internally as he got into a battle stance. "Phew," he breathed out and arched his arm back to the limit before throwing out another fist. Bang. Crack. Upon collision, this time, Gustav's fist blasted a 10 inches deep hole into the body of the tree. Cracks spread from that point to the other parts of the tree, but it was still far from falling. "I guess this is as much as I can do with my normal strength." Gustav realized that his strength was still pretty low, and his win against the Blood Wolf came from combining his strength with that of beast transformation. He had no idea that his normal strength was rivaling 3rd step Zulu ranks. Partial mutated beast transformation. Gustav activated the beast transformation bloodline and started to grow in size. His body bloated and almost tore apart his sweater. If not for the elasticity of this one surpassing the former, it would have torn already. In this state, Gustav was over 8 feet tall. He clenched his fist again. "Let's try that again," he muttered with a deep voice. Bang. He punched the tree again, causing splinters to fly everywhere as his fist penetrated deep into the middle of the tree. The tree was still standing, but only slightly. Gustav dragged the right arm back while throwing out his left one. Bang. Crack. His left fist collided with the tree and it finally gave way. The tree, which was standing proudly earlier, split apart from the bottom area. Crack. The wood at the stem area could no longer support its weight as it came crashing down. Bang. It slammed to the ground on Gustav's left. Gustav didn't transform back into his normal form. Instead, he walked towards the fallen tree. Since it had been broken down, it was now about 7 meters tall. Gustav crouched and placed his palm on the tree before gripping it. "Ugh," he grunted while lifting the tree above his head. Just once was enough for him to hear the system notification ringing in his ear. Daily task completed. 3/3 carry a total of 2,750 kilograms. Gustav crouched down and dropped the tree gently. He slowly transformed back into human form. Just as he had expected, this tree weighed more than enough for him to complete his daily task. There were smaller trees in the area, but he decided to use them to make sure he completed the task in one go. Done. I need to start putting my daily tasks first before doing anything else for the day, Gustav said with a contemplative gaze. He has been researching mixed breeds since the night before. Since he could get EXP from killing mixed breeds and also selling their body parts, it would be a 2x win for him if he decided to start hunting them. The problem was where to look without getting himself killed, since there were mixed breeds that were more powerful than he was currently. Gustav sat down on the tree and opened the system interface. When it appeared in his line of sight, he called for Skills and Abilities panel to be displayed. Skills and Abilities. Dash, Level 4. Sprint, Level 3. Regeneration, Level 3. Shapeshifting, Level 1. Joint Movement, Level 3. Toxin Immunity, Level 3. Recreation, Level 3. Bloodline Acquisition, Level 3. Gustav's eyes were focused on shapeshifting. He wanted to know if it was what he thought it was. Shapeshifting, Level 1. Ability to copy the looks of a person when the right requirements are met. It's truly as I thought, Gustav felt like he was dreaming. He never knew he would get such an ability at a time like this. This makes everything much easier. Gustav was already thinking about how he was going to make use of the ability to the best of his benefit. He had never seen someone with a shapeshifting ability before, so he believed it must be pretty rare. Gustav decided to head back to his apartment after a few minutes of sketching plans. It was past 10 p.m. at the time when Gustav entered the building. He got to the last floor in a few seconds and walked through the corridor that led to his apartment. He noticed the silhouette of a person sitting in front of his apartment door. The lights in the corridor were dimly lit, which was why Gustav couldn't see this person properly, but due to perception he had already noticed the person from far away, and he could tell that this person was a female. Gustav walked silently towards the person with a suspicious expression on his face. He was preparing to attack or counter any form of attack if this person happened to be dangerous. He moved silently until he was only 7 feet away from the person. He could finally see the person clearly. Angie. He muttered with a bewildered expression as he walked towards her. Angie was seated in front of his apartment in such a way that her knees were hugging her chest. Her arms were placed in a crossed format on her knees and her forehead was resting on her arms. Occasionally her head would tilt to the side and fall off her arms, only for her to subconsciously place them back on her arms. Angie, Gustav got to her front and called out. Flicker. Her eyelids trembled and she opened her eyes, which were still heavy with sleep. Huh. She muttered with a confused look as her eyes cleared up and she noticed Gustav standing in front of her. Gustav. You're back. She jumped up with a look of embarrassment and cleaned the drool from the side of her mouth. Yes, I'm back. What are you doing here? Gustav asked with a confused look. Well, I noticed you weren't back since you left an hour ago, so I decided to wait in front of your apartment so I would be able to call the police or alert the neighborhood on time if you didn't show up, just in case you were in any form of danger. Angie had a look of relief as she said that. Gustav's eyes widened in shock. She did this to ensure my safety. He wanted to say something after hearing her explanation, but he couldn't find the right words. He just kept staring at her as the seconds counted. He felt a rush of indescribable emotion welling up from inside him as he noted the look of concern on her face. Angie was also staring back at him. The atmosphere was starting to turn awkward as both of them stared into each other's eyes. It's good that you're back now, Angie finally spoke to break the silence. I'm going to bed now, good night. Angie turned around to head towards her apartment as she waved at Gustav. Good night, Gustav's voice sounded croaked as he replied to her. She turned around and smiled at him warmly before entering her apartment. Gustav got his keys and opened his door before walking in. Pat. A drop of water fell to the floor a few centimeters ahead of Gustav, which brought his mind back to his surroundings. What's this? Gustav touched his cheek and felt wetness. Am I crying? Chapter 54, Unexpected Meeting. What's this? Gustav touched his cheek and felt wetness. Am I crying? He had a look of disbelief when he touched his cheek and realized that a line of tears was running down his left eye. What is this about? Gustav laughed lightly and cleaned his cheeks before walking towards his reading chair. He didn't want to think about the reason, even though he practically knew why. But he had made a new decision regarding Angie. The next morning Gustav was up very early. He hadn't forgotten about how he decided his daily task would be his first activity, so he decided to do that when he woke up. It was still 5 am at this time. Gustav was already used to being up this early, so it was a normal thing for him. He went out of his apartment to begin his daily task. Gustav used the same method as yesterday to finish the lifting and traveling task, but for the climbing task, he visited the dojo. Miss Amy had asked him to come there to assist her with something earlier on. It was a Sunday, but Gustav didn't attend a church because right from time, his parents were never churchgoers. A lot of people of this age weren't. In this age, people believed more in technology and alien life forms than a higher existence like gods. People have even claimed to be a higher existence themselves since the era of mixed blood started. Some earthlings are seen as God themselves in this age. Angie's family was one of the people who still believed in the Christian God, so they went to church while Gustav went to the dojo after finishing his daily tasks. Around past 10 in the morning, Gustav was done in the dojo and was climbing down the stairs to the lower floors where he could get an elevator. On the third to the last floor, he ran into someone, or to be precise, some people. This third floor to the last floor was the first floor of the dojo and also the cheapest. It was the cheapest, but a lot of people couldn't afford it except for high-class families. Gustav happened to bump into his mother and brother when he got to the first floor of the dojo. They were coming from the elevator stand with a man in a black suit following them. They seemed to be immersed in a conversation, as his mom could be seen laughing and smiling while the man kept tapping his junior brother's shoulder with a look of admiration. They paused when they noticed Gustav coming from the other end. Gustav. The mother's eyes widened upon seeing him here. Her mind went back to the last time they met, causing her to freeze. The man wondered why they stopped moving at first, but once he heard the name, his face shone with understanding. Hendrik stared at Gustav with contempt. He was practically snarling like an angry animal upon seeing his face. Gustav didn't even bother sparing them another glance after taking a look at them once. He continued on his way after that and kept moving towards the elevator. As he got to their position and was about to pass by their side, a large palm grabbed onto his shoulder. Gustav paused his footsteps and stared at his left shoulder to see the man in a black suit gripping his shoulder tightly. "Young man, you lack courtesy." The man spoke with a deep voice. Gustav's sight traveled from the hand of the man up to his face. The man had slightly tanned skin with thick beards and a mustache. His build was gigantic, making him look similar to a gorilla. Every part of him was bulky, including his large palms grabbing onto Gustav's shoulder. Gustav could feel more than 1,000 pounds of weight resting on his shoulder. "What do you mean by that?" Gustav said while trying to free his shoulder from this man's grasp. "You didn't even pay respects to your mother, neither did you apologize to your brother for beating him up. What kind of kid are you?" The man brought his face down closer to Gustav's face as he spoke. "The kind that doesn't have a mother or brother. I will not apologize to dead people," Gustav said while brazenly pushing the man's hand off his shoulder. "You." Hendrik pointed at Gustav with an angered expression. Their mother stared at Gustav like she was seeing another person. "Oh, you have the guts to talk back to an echo-ranked MBO colonel. What a brave young lad." The man spoke with a threatening tone as he placed his palm back on Gustav's shoulder. This time he clenched Gustav's shoulder even harder than before, to the extent that Gustav's shoulder blade was starting to make bone-creaking sounds. "What does that have to do with anything? I told you I don't apologize to the dead." Gustav stood his ground even though he was starting to feel pain in his shoulder. "You will apologize, and you will do so while kneeling," the man voiced out again while increasing the force on Gustav's shoulder. He intended to make him kneel. Gustav gritted his teeth as his knees began to give way. The people in the environment that wanted to interfere earlier scattered like rats upon hearing that the man was an echo-ranked mixed blood from the MBO. Gustav could tell that the man was only using a low portion of his strength, yet he could barely fight against it. The man smiled as he clamped on Gustav's shoulder tighter, pressing him down even more. Gustav grabbed onto the man's hand with both his palms and pushed up with as much strength as he could muster, but it was still of no use. His legs were trembling due to the intense weight and slowly bending towards the ground. Hendrik watched from the side with a crazed smile. "Yes, Master JK, make him pay for touching me." This man happened to be Hendrik's tutor from the MBO, and he was referred to as JK. IYLLNOT. Gustav's face was extremely fierce at this moment. His muscles had bulged intensely and his legs had caused slight cracks on the ground due to his pushing up. Still, everything was futile as his knees kept bending and bending. His knees were only a few centimeters from the ground at this point, but he still wasn't ready to give in. "Oh, wasn't this lad supposed to be weak? Even Hendrik cannot handle this." How was he able to resist with an F-grade bloodline, Master JK wondered. Although he was only using a small portion of his strength just like Gustav thought earlier, this amount of strength was powerful enough to bring any Zulu-ranked mixed blood to their knees. Gustav was unwilling to be humiliated once again. He had faced enough of that in the past, especially for things that made no sense like what was going on right now. No one in their normal senses would meddle with a family feud, but this man seemed to be hell-bent on humiliating Gustav here today. That look of unwillingness on your face makes me want to humiliate you even more. How dare you touch my student? Master JK increased the force and pushed down on Gustav's shoulder even more. Just when Gustav's knees were about to make contact with the floor, a loud feminine voice was heard. What do you think you're doing to my student, JK? Chapter 55, Sudden Appearance. What are you doing to my student, JK? The feminine voice was laced with such sharpness that it caused the men to tremble slightly upon hearing it. This voice, no way, it can't be her. Master JK's shoulders turned stiff as he slowly turned around to stare at the person that had just spoken. Immediately he saw her, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. It was a young lady with gray long hair. She had a slim and beautiful figure with a height that was almost 5 feet 7 inches. She was clad in a green short tight-fitted gown with a brown coat draped around her shoulders. Young Miss Amy, the men looked very surprised to see her. Miss Amy strode towards them with light and graceful steps. In 2 seconds she was already standing before them. I said, what are you doing to my student? Miss Amy asked with a threatening tone. Yo, you are student. Master JK turned back to look at Gustav, who was staring at him with a fierce look. Miss Amy also followed his look and noticed Gustav's shoulder was out of place. It seemed quite curved at an angle that suggested that it was broken. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce. How dare you? Swing. Miss Amy suddenly swung out her left hand towards the face of Master JK. Pa. The sound of collision was like a miniature thunderclap, causing small vibrations in the air. 20 pieces of teeth flew out of Master JK's mouth along with a trail of blood as he was sent flying several feet toward the side. He kept sliding for several more feet till his head slammed into the wall. Bang. Everyone within the vicinity had their mouths wide open except for those who already knew Miss Amy beforehand. Did she just blow an echo-ranked mixed blood from the MBO away with one slap? Everyone had thoughts similar to this in their minds. Hendrik and his mother were particularly surprised the most, as the looks on their faces suggested that. Who is this woman? Why did she say she's Gustav's teacher? Hendrik was not familiar with Miss Amy since he was still in middle school, while their mother never attended the parent-teachers meeting whenever there was one in high school, so she never knew any one of Gustav's teachers. Both of them couldn't recognize her. Are you all right? Miss Amy turned to stare at Gustav while asking. Gustav nodded in affirmation. Although his shoulder was slightly injured from the intense grip, it had healed back due to his regeneration ability. JK. Miss Amy called out again. JK was still lying on the floor while spitting out more pieces of his broken teeth and blood. When he heard Miss Amy call out to him again, he crawled towards her with a terror-stricken face. Youing Msim so rry, Master JK held Miss Amy's feet while begging. Everyone here couldn't understand the reason for such extreme behavior after the pride he had shown earlier. They had different theories popping into their heads upon seeing an officer from the MBO kneel to a citizen. It was an unbelievable sight, but they also knew that Miss Amy couldn't be an ordinary person for this kind of thing to be happening. Miss Amy glared at Master JK below with a dark look. Master JK shivered in his position as he saw her slightly crouch and stare into his eyes with more intensity. Tap. Tap. She slapped the back of his head lightly twice and spoke. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Master JK heard that and turned to stare at Gustav before turning his head back to stare at Miss Amy again. He knew that if he complied with her demand it would result in humiliation for him, but if he didn't, only he knew the horrors that awaited. Is he going to do it? Everyone had a feeling that they were going to witness something they had never seen before in their lives. Master JK swallowed spit and let go of Miss Amy's feet before crawling towards Gustav. I am so rry, he said with a pleading look. Gustav could see the fear written all over Master JK's face, which had him wondering, why would he fear Miss Amy so much? It was surprising to see this much fear on a person's face, but even with Gustav felt like laughing when he saw Master JK's mouth missing nearly all of its teeth. Well, since we've already gotten to this point. Gustav raised his foot and brought it down on Master JK's face. Blam. Gasp. Everyone stared at the scene with a look of shock. They couldn't believe that Gustav would have the guts to do that. Gustav rubbed the sole of his shoes on Master JK's face repeatedly before bringing it down. "Now we're even," Gustav said inwardly and proceeded to move forward. "I'm going, Miss Amy." Gustav waved his hand towards Miss Amy and walked towards the elevator. Everyone stared at Gustav with a look of amazement. At this moment he shined like a million stars in the galaxy, which attracted their eyes. Miss Amy nodded at him with a smirk on her face. "Good kid, you didn't wimp out on me," Miss Amy said and proceeded to turn around. She only moved 2 steps forward before pausing and turning around to stare at Endrik and his mother. "Thank you for letting go of such a wonderful son. I will make sure I take care of him, unlike you," she stated this and turned around to leave. Gustav's mother had a lifeless look on her face, mixed with confusion. She was unable to reply to that statement since everything still looked like a dream to her. Endrik's eyes were still widened as he couldn't believe what had happened, neither did he understand what came over Gustav and where he got the boldness to go through with something as crazy as that. Master JK had a look of humiliation on his face as he remained in that position for many seconds. When Gustav stomped his face earlier he didn't feel any pain since Gustav was too weak, but the humiliation he already felt was multiplied by 2. He had to watch someone weaker and lower than him in status stomp on his face without being able to fight back. He had never felt so humiliated before in his entire existence. Who knew that she would take in a disciple? "I need to stay away from here as from now on," Master JK said internally as he gnashed his gums together, causing him pains. He had forgotten that at the moment he almost didn't have teeth. Gustav arrived in front of his apartment building in a few minutes. He walked into the building feeling refreshed and vibrant with his face glowing up. He thanked his stars that Miss Amy was there, if not it would have to face another round of humiliation. He would probably be able to take it normally, but when it was in front of the family he discarded, he wasn't willing to accept it. He walked through the corridor and arrived in front of his apartment. Instead of heading towards his apartment, Gustav turned and headed for Angie's apartment. Come. Come. He knocked twice. Swai. The door opened up and Angie's face appeared in his line of sight. "Hey Angie," Gustav greeted with a smile on his face. "Hey, Gustav," Angie was about to reply when she noticed something. "He's smiling." Her eyes slightly widened in bewilderment. So charming, seeing Gustav's lips curved at both edges looked so angelic to her that she didn't notice. They were still standing at the door. Is there something on my face?" Gustav asked after noticing Angie's stare. "Eh? So why, your face is good," Angie replied with a wry smile. "Too good," her cheeks slightly reddened. "I'm here to see your father, is he in?" Gustav said. My father?" "Yes, he's in," Angie said and walked into the apartment. "Come in, Gustav," a masculine voice sounded from within the apartment. Chapter 56, New Job. "I'm here to see your father, is he in?" Gustav said. My father?" "Yes, he's in," Angie said and walked into the apartment. "Come in, Gustav," a masculine voice sounded from within the apartment. Gustav followed Angie in after hearing that. Angie's father was seated on the blue sofa located on Gustav's right side. Gustav walked towards the one opposite his and Saturday. This was the first time Gustav was seeing Angie's father during the day. He had only seen him during nighttime since he always came late from work and Gustav hardly came out of his apartment. On closer look, Gustav noticed that Angie's father's skin was whitish than normal and lines were extending from the horn in the middle of his head towards his nose and down to his lips. "I guess he's one of those pure-blood Slarkovs with more physical differences to that of humans," Gustav noted this. "Yes, Gustav, to what do I owe this visit?" Angie's father said with a solemn face. Angie stood at the dining area side to listen to their conversation. She was also wondering why Gustav will come to see her father. "I've decided to accept the offer for that position," Gustav replied. Angie's father's eyes widened slightly in delight. "You mean, you will accept to do it?" he asked. Gustav nodded in affirmation. "Eh? Do what? What are Gustav and my father planning?" Angie's mind was full of questions. "Can we negotiate the price now or we have to put some other procedures in place first?" Gustav inquired. "Let me inform the others first." Angie's father stood up and walked towards the passageway on the left. Angie stared at Gustav's face from the dining area with a suspicious look. Gustav just kept staring forward like he was thinking about something. There was no other expression on his face. "I should mind my business so I don't end up like the last time," Angie said internally after remembering the stairs incident. She was still embarrassed about it till now. Angie kept staring at Gustav's face from the side. Her curiosity rose as the seconds passed, especially when her father still hadn't come back to the living room. After some more seconds passed, she walked towards Gustav. "Gustav, what are you and my father planning?" Angie asked while twirling her hair. Nothing special," Gustav replied with a dismissive look. "Tell me," she demanded. "Why are you interested?" Gustav questioned while squinting his eyes. Well. Angie kept using her fingers to twirl her hair with a look of embarrassment. "Gustav, we're heading to Darj coffee shop," Angie's father's voice came from the other end, cutting their conversation short. Gustav stood up and turned to head towards the door. "Bye, Angie," Gustav said while heading towards the door. But..." Angie stuttered as she spoke, trying to tell Gustav to wait, but Gustav didn't look back after getting to the door. He opened the door and walked out. Angie's father also followed behind him. "Angie, tell your mother that I will be out for some time," Angie's father said as he walked out. Angie pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and sat on the sofa. What are they planning? Angie wondered. Inside a small coffee shop, a group of 6 could be seen seated around a table. Angie's father and Gustav were among the 6, while the rest happened to be men from the neighborhood. These men happened to live around the same neighborhood as Gustav and Angie's family. Their apartments were located close to the sparse forest area behind them. "We saw what he did the other day, so we're very confident that he can play this role. It should be a simple task for him. The safety of the community is paramount." The men spoke with a look of agreement. "From what I heard, you're a Zulu-ranked mixed blood," one of the men sitting opposite Gustav asked. Gustav nodded in response. "Being a Zulu-ranked mixed blood at such a young age, truly magnificent," another man added. "So we all agree on Gustav being the next observer," Angie's father said with a solemn look. The 4 men nodded in affirmation. "That settles it then. Gustav is our community observer from henceforth," Angie's father said with a smile. "Can we talk about the price now?" Gustav inquired with an expressionless look. The men nodded in response and another round of conversation began. Some hours later, Gustav had arrived back in his home. He sat on the bed while planning his next move. "If this goes as planned, I should be able to gather enough EXP to start leveling up without having to wait for quests," Gustav muttered. "Although they don't appear every time. I remember Angie saying they've been appearing every week for a while now, which means at least another will be appearing this week." Gustav had a look of contemplation on his face as he spoke. His mind traveled back to today's events. In the dojo, Miss Amy had given him some information on MBO and mixed breeds. He also happened to bump into his former family. While the best of today's event was getting a new job. The other day, when the neighborhood was attacked by the blood wolf, Angie told Gustav that they used to have a neighborhood observer that happened to be a step 4 Zulu-ranked mixed blood. He was called Old Mandaki. His work was generally a simple one: to patrol the neighborhood till midnight for any source of disturbance that had to do with mixed breeds. Mixed breeds occasionally appeared within the neighborhood at nighttime, but he had managed to fend off and sometimes even kill a lot of them. He was able to protect the neighborhood from mixed breeds below the serial rank. There was hardly any case of mixed breeds above level 5 appearing in the neighborhood. Once a mixed breed that had surpassed level 5 appeared in the neighborhood, the MBO will immediately be alerted and swing into action with speed. Level 1, 5 mixed breed could be handled by Old Mandaki since he was a step 4 Zulu-ranked mixed blood. Unfortunately, Old Mandaki passed away 3 weeks earlier at the age of 149. Chapter 57, School Announcement. Since then the neighborhood was exposed to danger. None of the mixed bloods in this neighborhood were Zulu-ranked. There was only one person who was Zulu-ranked, but that person wasn't a combat-type mixed blood. The neighborhood had occasional attacks of lower-leveled mixed breeds like once every month, but before Old Mandaki died the creatures started appearing every week. He was able to manage the situation before it went completely out of hand, but when he died it became a shitstorm for the neighborhood. There were about 57 buildings in that particular area where Old Mandaki protected. With Old Mandaki gone, a mixed breed managed to infiltrate a building and slaughtered an entire family. Angie was the only one that could stand up to the mixed breeds, but she could only drag out the fight till the cops arrived and killed it off with modern weapons. Now that Gustav had arrived in the neighborhood and they saw how he was capable of killing a mixed breed, they decided to make him an observer. They thought he was a step 4 Zulu ranked like old Mandaki. Gustav didn't bother explaining to them that he wasn't. He let them believe they were right. Of course, they knew Gustav still attended school, so patrolling all night would be impossible, but the job didn't require Gustav to patrol the neighborhood all night. He only had to do it till midnight. According to the 25-year history of this place, mixed breeds never appeared around midnight. The closest to midnight they had appeared was around 11 p.m. If Gustav patrolled till 12 and no irregularities were noticed, he would be done with the job for that night. Gustav and the men in the coffee shop had a lengthy conversation about this. These men were well-known figures in the community, so they were practically representing the neighborhood with their choices. Gustav charged them 30,000 a month. Old Mandaki used to collect 15,000 every month, but Gustav felt it was too low. Although his goal for doing this wasn't completely because of the money, he wouldn't do it for such a price, talk less of doing it for free. The men had no option but to accept Gustav's price since he wasn't backing down. Gustav walked out of his apartment towards the balcony area. He moved towards the edge where he could see the buildings in the surroundings. Some buildings were taller than this in the vicinity, but they were only a few. Most of the buildings around here were no more than 10 stories tall. He looked around, noting the structures and streets. From now on, this neighborhood is under my protection, I guess, Gustav smirked while saying this internally. He started his new job this same night. Gustav used that night time to know the neighborhood better. He had every single building color, structure, location etched into his head. The alleyways, streets, intersections, etc. He had memorized every part of the neighborhood. He also patrolled deeper into the sparse forest area behind. He discovered that the forest of trees wasn't sparse the further he traveled. The deeper he traveled into the forest, the denser the forest of trees became. Gustav had discovered something yesterday and he wanted to confirm it. When he got to a particular depth, he could see blue and green glowing lines forming a wall up ahead. The blue and green glowing lines were more than 1,000 meters from his position, yet he could see them. The wall they formed was more than 600 feet in height. He immediately figured that this was the border they were referring to. The second border, since according to his research there were 2 borders. One blocked the mixed breed within the city from entering into human territories, while the second, which was still up ahead, served as the division between Plankton City and Atrahia City. The distance between the 2 borders was said to be about 3,000 miles. This made Gustav wonder just how many mixed breeds were in between for there to be that much space. There was a long road towards his east that led to the outskirts of the city. The blue and green glowing lines barricaded the road on both sides, which proved that the road was safe to travel on since it cut through the middle of the forest ahead. This road was well constructed and it also led to the city behind. If a person was to find themselves within the second border, they would be traversing through the territory of mixed breeds. Gustav didn't move close to the glowing lines to check them out because from his position he could sense immense danger coming from those lines. He decided to turn back after observing the border for a few more minutes. The rest of the night was uneventful and by midnight he headed back to his apartment to have a good night's rest. 3 days later. Nothing interesting had happened during the last 3 days. Gustav had been doing his job as expected, but nothing had happened recently. He still researched about the borders in his free time and had learned more about them in these past 3 days. Gustav was now interested in traveling through the second border after everything he discovered. The only issue was he couldn't leave the city right now. He wasn't chanced due to all his activities. The next morning Gustav was up again around 5 am as usual. Today was a Thursday, which made it another school day. Gustav wasted no time in getting ready for school and in about 10 minutes he was done. When he came out of his apartment, Angie was at the door waiting for him. He wondered why she would decide to go to school this early just so she could follow him, but he couldn't find the answer. He just felt she was pretty weird. They headed for school together and went their separate ways after taking a bus to the nearest stop to both their schools. Gustav headed for his favorite kitchen to go do his morning job. Today was a pretty boring day in school again. Gustav was starting to get bored with school work. He couldn't wait for the MBO entrance test to take place, but that was still 3 months away. Miss Amy told him not to slack in channeling his bloodline because Zulu rank may be the threshold for taking part in the test, but that didn't mean only Zulu ranked mixed bloods would be participating. When Gustav heard that, he suddenly felt a rush of excitement. He had been focusing more on the system than channeling his bloodline because he didn't want to become way stronger than the participants of the test. He didn't want to arouse intense suspicion, so he was channeling his bloodline slowly, especially after he found out that with every increase in rank came about a substantial multiplication of strength. He wanted to get enlisted into the MBO camp before he would go full force on increasing his bloodline strength and coupling it with the system altogether. Now that Miss Amy had said this, he decided to reach the next rank before the entrance test took place. The serial rank. School ended today with exciting announcements. There will be a 3 days exchange event between high schools holding in Atrahia City High School, 1 month from now. Echelon Academy has been invited to participate. Class 3 students will be attending this exchange event. The principal of the school sounded this announcement in the ears of the students within the school hall. Gustav, who was seated far behind, had a smile on his face as he heard the announcement. Just the chance I have been waiting for to cross the border. Chapter 58, Miss Amy's Speculation. There will be a 3 days exchange event between high schools holding in Atrahia City High School, 1 month from now. Echelon Academy has been invited to participate. Class 3 students will be attending this exchange event. The principal of the school sounded this announcement in the ears of the students within the school hall. Gustav, who was seated far behind, had a smile on his face as he heard the announcement. Just the chance I have been waiting for to cross the border. After the announcements, students from Class 3 went home with faces full of excitement. Exchange events were always exciting. Traveling to another city and also getting to meet students from other schools. Another reason why it was exciting was that there were always duels between schools. Students in Class 3 were prepared to show their prowess over there, especially those who had already achieved the Zulu rank. These were the reasons why most of them were feeling excited, but Gustav's reason was different. He just wanted to cross the border for research purposes. He didn't even plan on getting involved in the events. He only tagged it as a sightseeing event. He wasn't interested in their duels. Gustav went to Miss Amy's office afterward and they traveled towards the dojo. Blam. 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 Inside the small dojo, sounds of collision could be heard. Gustav and Miss Amy were sparring once again. Blam. Blam. Gustav spun around and threw his left foot towards Miss Amy's face. Miss Amy reacted by slapping Gustav's left leg towards the side, causing his body to tilt in midair. And now you're wide open again. Miss Amy voiced out. Gustav's chest was facing her at this moment while in midair. Miss Amy threw out her palm towards Gustav's tummy area. Gustav, who was in midair, suddenly rotated his body anti-clockwise at a very fast speed, causing her palm to miss him by a centimeter. Ah! This kid! Miss Amy was astonished as her hand only phased through the air after extending it forward. While still being in midair, Gustav reached out his palm to grab Miss Amy's outstretched arm. This kid's agility increases by the day. How is he improving so fast? Miss Amy wondered while staring at Gustav's hand headed for her arm. Grab. Gustav landed on his feet in a crouched format with his right hand stretched up. He smiled as he stood up properly. Miss Amy, I finally touched. Ah. Gustav's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something after staring at his hand. In his grip was a prosthetic arm, while he noticed that his wrist was gripped by Miss Amy. He thought he grabbed Miss Amy, but it was the other way around. Miss Amy, no fair, you used more strength than you were supposed to, Gustav voiced out as Miss Amy let go of his arm. Haha, what were you expecting? The world isn't fair and you of all people should know that, Miss Amy stated with a burst of light laughter. What a shameless way of justifying cheating, Gustav muttered. Did you say something? Miss Amy smirked at him as she asked. Nope, I was just praising Miss Amy's exclusive methods, Gustav said with a smile. Gustav understood what she meant. On the battlefield, no one would reduce their strength to fight you just because you happen to be weaker. Gustav stared at the prosthetic arm he was holding with a look of astonishment. It seems Miss Amy can use her bloodline to create anything instantly, Gustav said internally. He was very close to touching her arm earlier, yet she was able to create a prosthetic arm instantly. Her speed was enough to fool him, making him think he had grabbed her. The prosthetic arm was exactly like hers. Gustav had touched Miss Amy severally during their sparring sessions. Southwest H. He could close his eyes and still be able to recognize her arm if he touched it, yet he didn't notice that he wasn't holding her arm till he saw it with his eyes. Troyan. The arm dispersed into light particles while Gustav was still holding onto it. Gustav realized that this was the first time Miss Amy was using her bloodline ability in a spar against him. He analyzed the difference between Miss Amy's bloodline and Yuhiko's bloodline and noted the difference. Both were creation bloodlines, but Miss Amy's was the type that could materialize things out of thin air. She only needed a thought to create something. As for Yuhiko, she could only transform one thing into another. Yuhiko's creation bloodline allowed her to turn matter into anything she willed, but she still had limits. Also, she wasn't able to transform an item in an instant. If she wanted to convert the air around her into something else, it would take more time. The bigger the object she had in hand, the faster and better she could convert the item. Miss Amy didn't have that limitation, but she also couldn't convert an item into something else. So their bloodlines were similar but also different. If any one of them could read Gustav's mind, they would find his analysis very scary because it was true. Gustav noted everything about their bloodline abilities down to the details in his mind. He had been analyzing Yuhiko's years back since she was his crush. As for Miss Amy, he only analyzed hers at this moment. Now he only needed to see a person use their bloodline ability once for him to be able to analyze it. Gustav, what will you do in the exchange event? Miss Amy leaned with her back against the wall as she inquired. Nothing, I'm only coming along with them to sightsee, Gustav answered. So, you won't be joining your classmates to form a team in the duel against schools? Miss Amy inquired with a playful smile. Miss Amy knows me well enough to understand that I prefer to be alone than to work with those spoiled brats, Gustav answered while seating on the floor. Oh, wouldn't it be boring for you to just go there and do nothing? Miss Amy asked with a smirk because she believed Gustav could not attend this event without getting into some kind of trouble. I'd rather be bored than associate with stupidity, Gustav replied. Oh, is that so? Miss Amy still had that mischievous smile on her face as she questioned. Seeing the smile on her face, Gustav already knew that Miss Amy had something in mind. Miss Amy wasn't the smiling type, she only ever did this around Gustav. Yes, I'm 100% sure that I won't participate in this event in any way, Gustav answered. I doubt that, Miss Amy answered. Gustav stared at her with a look of seriousness. Since you like bets so much, let's make a bet, Miss Amy suggested. Gustav's face shone confusion as he exclaimed. Some hours later, Gustav had arrived in front of his apartment building. His mind was on today's announcement in school. The exchange even was 1 month from now. The only problem Gustav had now was, how would he make it work since he already started this night job? Chapter 59, Channeling Beast Transformation Bloodline. While walking towards his apartment, everyone around stared at him with a look of amazement. Dash, welcome back, Gustav. Dash, good afternoon, Gustav. Dash, how was school today? Different people greeted him from different angles. Some teenage girls around also greeted him with smiles. One of them was even winking at him. Gustav just nodded his head in response to their greetings and climbed the stairs to head towards his apartment. He got to the corridor and met Angie standing in front of his apartment door again. This time she was clothed in jeans shorts and a butter-colored sweater. Immediately she saw Gustav, she ran towards him. Gustav, why didn't you tell me that you were the new observer for our neighborhood? She questioned Gustav immediately she got to his front. Well, you didn't need to know that information, Gustav replied with a dismissive look and kept walking forward. He now understood the reason for the warm welcome in front of the building. Although he was always greeted warmly whenever he arrived, today's welcome was much warmer. It was obvious that the neighborhood was now aware of him being the new observer. Angie followed him from the side, waiting for him to say more, but to her disappointment, those were the only words he muttered. It's dangerous, Angie stated while looking down. What if you get killed? She asked with a crestfallen look. Gustav didn't reply, he just kept walking until he got to the front of his apartment. Gustav, I want in. Let me join you, she said while grabbing Gustav's cloth from behind. Immediately Gustav heard that he knew what she was referring to. No. Gustav replied while opening the door and walking in. But I can assist you. What if you get in trouble? I swear I don't plan on taking any cuts from your pay, Angie spoke with a look of worry. The answer is no. Gustav said with a fierce look and was about to close the door when Angie said something. I'm now a Zulu-ranked mixed blood. Gustav held the side of the door and stared at her for a few seconds before replying. Congratulations, bye. Bye. Slam. Gustav slammed the door after congratulating her. Angie pouted her lips after the door was slammed in her face for the second time. So mean, she hugged her chest after muttering those words. Inside his apartment, Gustav had a frown on his face. She's definitely going to come and bother me again, he muttered with a sigh. Gustav understood Angie's character and he knew she wouldn't want to back down, but he also couldn't back down on this since he had to keep his abilities a secret. Angie was overcaring and it made Gustav get pissed off sometimes, but other times he saw her as an untainted soul. He didn't want to be disturbed by her persistence again, so he thought of a way to avoid her. No matter how nice Angie was, he would never risk letting her find out about his multiple bloodlines and abilities. Gustav walked towards his room and sat on his bed. No need to hold back with my bloodline, I cannot risk failing the entrance tests, Gustav said internally and proceeded to cross his legs. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. His concentration peaked as he sensed where his bloodline channel points were located in his body. This was when Gustav also noticed the other two bloodlines within his body. Atomic Manipulation and Beast Transformation bloodline. Gustav noticed that the channel points of these two bloodlines within his body were already channeled through the third point like his original bloodline earlier. The difference was, the channel points of both bloodlines weren't as large as his original bloodline. Gustav already understood that he would also have to channel the other two bloodlines to the fourth point to get them to the Zulu rank. This had him wondering, if all the bloodlines got to the Zulu rank, what changes would it bring? Gustav originally wanted to focus on his original bloodline so he would become a second-step Zulu rank soon, but at this moment he changed his mind. He could tell that becoming a 3-time Zulu rank would bring some good benefits. So right now, Gustav decided to focus on channeling Beast Transformation to the fourth point. 3 hours later it was already 7 p.m. It was time for Gustav to begin his night job. He had managed to channel Beast Transformation bloodline further. Even though he didn't get it to the fourth point yet, he was still alright with the progress. Gustav stood up from his bed and pulled off his school uniform. There was a mirror positioned on the left side of the wall. Gustav walked over to it and stood in front of it. He was surprised to see just how much he had transformed in 3 months. He was 5 feet 4 inches in height right now. His face had become so smooth and his eyes were dim but fierce, giving him a very charming and vibrant look. His pupils had a shade of gold mixed with brown. His chin was long and slanted on both sides, looking like a V. Whenever Gustav went out, people always mistook him for the son of a billionaire due to his unique looks and fierce expression. None of them knew he was very far from being a billionaire's son. Gustav walked towards his wardrobe and picked up black jeans pants and a black sweatshirt. His former closet used to be empty, but this one was full of clothes. In no time Gustav had worn his clothes and was ready to leave. His reason for being on all black was to blend into the environment. Although the streets were always brightly lit even during the nights, the same couldn't be said for the forest area behind the neighborhood. Gustav moved towards the right side of the room and tapped the surface of the wall thrice. Tap. 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 A small part of the wall slid upwards, revealing the view of the streets and the structures on this side of the building. This opening was actually a window that had been there since Gustav rented the place, but he only found out about it 2 days ago. The window was as wide as a door, placed in a landscape format. Gustav placed his right hand on the edge of the window and looked downwards. Luckily this part of the street was not usually populated. He could hardly see people moving around down there. Gustav leaned his body weight on his hand and lifted his body to perch on the window. Whoa! The winds blew into his face and caused the strands of hair in front of his head to jump around. A normal person would be scared seeing the distance from here to the ground, but Gustav was no longer a normal person. Sway. Gustav jumped forward and his body started descending with speed towards the ground. Form. Blam. In a few seconds, he landed on the ground, causing a small thudding sound to ring out. Unlike before when he jumped off this building and made a loud sound, this time there was hardly any sound. Dash has been activated. Gustav activated dash and speed off towards the sparse forest behind the neighborhood. Swoosh. He had breezed through the street in a few seconds, causing mild winds to scatter across the place. Just as Gustav had predicted, a certain teenage girl was waiting outside his apartment. She stood in front of his door and repeatedly checked the watch in her hand. Why is he taking so long? Chapter 60, Laboratory Facility. Gustav arrived in the sparse forest region in a few seconds. He stopped running after using dash twice. He stood in front of a 312 meters tall tree. He crouched his knees a little and pushed himself upwards with force. Tum. He leaped 5 meters above the ground and grabbed onto the tree when he got to that height. His fingers sunk a few inches deep into the bark of the tree as he began climbing up. After avoiding the branches and leaves, Gustav arrived at the top of the tree. He stood on one of the branches and stared at the vast land around him. His perception had increased to the extent that he could sense movements from 40 meters away. His perception was able to cover around 40 to 45 meters radius. It was so sharp that even the movement of an ant couldn't escape his senses if he concentrated to the max. This was Gustav's routine for the past 3 days. He moved from place to place and climbed up the trees while spreading out his perception. He would also go back to the neighborhood areas to observe a particular area for the night before heading towards the sparse forest area again. His energy had increased now compared to before, so he could use dash repeatedly and still save up a lot of energy. After checking around for some time and not noticing anything, Gustav jumped down from the tree. Blam. Immediately he landed, he activated dash again and moved to another part of the sparse forest. In an underground facility, laboratory pieces of equipment could be seen all over the place. Androids moved about the place, transporting pieces of equipment from one place to the other. People in white garments could be seen all over the place. A strong stench of chemicals permeated the environment. A man in a blue office suit stood in front of a glass wall. He had dark brown hair that was smoothly packed towards the back. His expression was stiff and cold. Unlike Miss Amy, who had a nonchalant expression, and Gustav, who was cultivating something similar, this man was more of the uncaring type. The look in his eyes was so cold and uncaring. He looked like the kind of person that wouldn't flinch even if the entire world was burning. The transparent glass wall in front barricaded an experimentation testing room that was similar to the size of a basketball court. Inside the glass wall, an experiment was about to begin. A large greenish-looking rock was placed inside the room within the glass wall. This rock was about the size of a normal door but wider than 3 meters. A large muzzle similar to the looks of an armored tank barrel was pointed at it. Unlike the normal tanks used in the military of the old ages, this tank's body parts were like human legs. It was like joining a large gun to the lower part of a human body, but it was obvious that this wasn't a human body. Although it looked like it, this was a mechanical AI tank. It could move across the battlefield with 16 times the speed of a normal tank, and it carried firepower that was more than 100 times greater than a military olden days tank. It was violet with a shade of blue. Right now it was pointed at the rock in front, ready to blast it apart. Blue, red and purple rays of light could be seen gathering at the muzzle from every direction. Sir Young, we've loaded it with the 5 different mixtures of energy crystals. It should be able to cause at least 1000% more damage than it used to. A man wearing a green spectacle without any temples spoke from the side. H&M, good, let's get it over with, Young answered with a solemn voice. But Sir Young, with this amount of energy packed together in one, we're walking through uncharted territories. We don't know if the MN glass walls will be able to contain the force and residual impacts of the blast. The scientist said with a tone of urgency. The other scientists in the vicinity had looks that suggested that they agreed to the man's statement, but they didn't have the guts to voice out their thoughts unlike him. It's impossible for me to do this on the surface without arousing suspicion. The MBO will probably send someone to investigate, and I don't need those clowns sticking their nose into my business. It can only be done here. As Young came to this conclusion in his mind, he spoke. The energy compressor has been amplified. He asked. Yes, the scientist answered. The nanites reorganization have been upgraded to the latest version. Young asked again. Yes, Sir Young, but... Before the scientist could complete his statement, Young interrupted him. Carry on with the experiment. The tone of his voice left no room for negotiation or argument. The scientist nodded with a defeated look and turned to face the glass wall. Fire the L-Mecha cannon after the countdown from 5, he shouted out. The other scientists within the room had expressions of discomfort when they heard that, even though they were trying to hide it. 5. The scientist started counting down. 4. 3. As he was counting down, the purplish, red, and blue rays converging around the muzzle of the cannon increased exponentially, gathering an immense amount of energy to its tip. 2. 1. Fire. Immediately after the scientist counted down completely, the rays of energy that had accumulated on the muzzle finally shot out. Zwun. It traveled in a straight line towards the green rock and arrived before it in an instant. The circular multicolored energy that shot out made contact with the rock and something marvelous happened. The circular energy blast that was contained to the size of a football earlier started expanded upon making contact. Zwunun. The scientist's eyes widened as the energy kept expanding till it covered half of the entire space within the glass walls before. Boom. It exploded with unfathomable force, carrying a destructive wave of energy that spread across the surroundings. The entire vicinity was blasted into smithereens, including the glass walls. Chapter 61, Savarinia Serpent Mixed Breed. Boom. It exploded with an unfathomable force, carrying a destructive wave of energy that spread across the surroundings. The entire vicinity was blasted into smithereens, including the glass walls. They were supposed to repair themselves whenever they were damaged, but they were blasted to pieces before the energy even made contact. The energy raged across the vicinity for a few more seconds before the place became calm again. The small mist slowly began to dissipate. But even with everywhere becoming calm, the environment was riddled with destruction. Everything was in shambles. Pieces of equipment blasted to pieces, same with the scientific AIs. The mecha cannon that fired the energy had melted to the point that only half of the legs were left. The upper part where the cannon was joined to was nowhere to be found. As the mist dispersed completely, corpses with incomplete body parts could be seen scattered across the place. Limbs missing body parts sprawled across the place. Black blood splattered across the walls. It was obvious that the blood was burnt due to the immense radiation from the energy blast. The roof was almost blasted open completely. Surprisingly, a man in a blue suit stood opposite where the blast occurred. Not a single blood stain or speck of dirt could be seen on his suit. He was as neat as ever, his looks contrasting with that of the environment. This was none other than Young, and his face was still laced with coldness and aloofness even after seeing the destruction around him. It still didn't crack. Young stared at the green rock positioned in place. Just like him, the rock didn't have a single scratch on it after the immense explosion. "Jack, we're going to have to move to the next facility," Young stated as he turned around. The scientist wearing spectacles was right behind him. He also didn't have a single scratch on his body. "All right, Sir Young," he answered with a sigh after looking around. Not a single scientist survived. They were all torn apart by the energy. What a waste of good brains, he sighed internally again. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a dark silhouette streaked towards them from the other end of the room and arrived before Young. The man that appeared before them had a buff build and a half-green mask covering his face. "Young Master Young, I've found his whereabouts," the man spoke. Young's expression slightly changed when he heard that. "You know what to do. It must be done immediately before that woman is alerted," Young replied with a cautious look. The man nodded and turned around to leave. "Eden," before he could leave, Young called out to him. "If that woman catches you, you'll die," Young stated with a heavy expression. "Be as quick as possible if you want to survive, because even I cannot save you if she's involved. And besides, if you fail, you don't need to be alive. You're better off dead," Young said while walking forward. Even with the mask on his face, it was obvious that Young's words had struck fear into his heart. He nodded and streaked out of the room, leaving behind shadowy after images. "Jack, get the rock, we're leaving," Young commanded as he walked forward. Gustav was currently standing behind one of the last buildings that led to the forest region. He stared at the wall behind the building with a smile hung on his face. "You've kept me waiting for too long. Finally," Gustav muttered with a look of excitement. A black figure that looked like a serpent was crawling on the wall. The difference between this and a normal serpent was the size and some other body differences. The length was about 7 meters and its width was comparable to 20 able-bodied men joined together. Its head had a red line cut across it and its tail was like that of a scorpion's. The tip of its tail was extremely pointed and dark purple. A level 3 Savarinia serpent mixed breed, defensive scales that can bounce off the 90% of physical force thrown at it, and it also has a deadly venom in its tail. Gustav analyzed the mixed breed. He had researched about mixed breeds enough to recognize this one at first glance. The mixed breed who noticed Gustav right from the time he appeared here finally leaped out. Tum. Gustav was still on the ground, so the serpent was practically leaping downwards. The speed of the serpentine mixed breed was fast enough to make it cross over 70 feet in a single second. Gustav activated dash and ran towards the left. Swoosh. While dodging the body of the serpentine mixed breed, he transformed into the mutated bull. Shush. After sliding forward for a bit, the serpentine mixed breed paused and twisted its neck area towards the side to stare at Gustav. It was staring at Gustav, wondering why he was no longer looking human. Gustav didn't give it the chance to think for too long before dashing forward again. His speed was still greater than that of the serpentine mixed breed, and he arrived in front of it while swinging his fist towards its head. Shwai. The serpentine mixed breed threw its tail forward towards Gustav in response. Gustav noticed the tail coming and swerved towards the left to dodge while still moving forward. He arrived at the left side of the snake and threw his fist towards its neck area. Bang. Gustav's fist landed on its body, but he was the one who was thrown backward. Ugh! Gustav exclaimed in pain as his body was blasted several feet backward. Looks like I didn't research properly. 90% of the force is actually redirected towards the attacker. Gustav figured this out after receiving the full brunt of his own attack. The pain was still coursing through his body as he wondered how his punch was so painful. The serpentine mixed breed didn't wait for Gustav to stabilize himself before swinging out its tail again towards him. The speed of the tail happened to be faster than the serpentine's body movement as a whole. Gustav's body was still moving backward from the force of the first attack. Before he could stabilize himself, the tail was already a few inches from making contact with his face. Swoosh! Using his quick reflexes, Gustav grabbed onto the tail from both sides and used it to push himself backward. Shush! His feet slid across the ground as the tail pushed him backward. Venom have permeated host system. Toxin immunity has been activated. Gustav saw the notification appear in his line of sight just as he let go of the serpentine mixed breed tail. Looks like even touching its tail is dangerous. But not for me. Gustav secretly thanked his stars for the toxin immunity. The serpentine mixed breed thrust its tail forward again, trying to pierce Gustav, but this time Gustav jumped backward, dodging its range of extension. SSHHHSSS. He slid backward by few feet after landing. He had distanced himself from the mixed breed by about 600 feet now, which bought him about 2 seconds to think. Normal physical attack will be useless, so I have to mix it with that. 0 seconds. Immediately after dash ended, Gustav activated sprint and ran dash towards the serpentine mixed breed again. The mixed breed, who was wondering why the human didn't die from touching its tail, swung out its tail again. The tail was sweeping towards Gustav from the left. Tum. Gustav jumped high up and landed on the large tail. Atomic disintegration. Gustav's hand was coated in a white glow as he ran across the body of the serpentine mixed breed. Chapter 62, The Power of the Blood Wolf. Gustav ran across the body of the serpentine mixed breed with hands coated in white light. The serpentine mixed breed swung its tail upwards, trying to throw Gustav off balance. Instead of losing his balance, Gustav used the force to propel himself forward. He leaped more than 5 meters across the air. His body descended with his glowing white fist outstretched. Bang! Gustav's fist landed on the head of the serpentine mixed breed. The large creature's head shook slightly. Unlike before, Gustav was only thrown back a little by the force because the white light annihilated most of the force that was supposed to be sent back to him. Gustav landed back on his feet after making a low grunt. The atomic disintegration was only powerful enough to disintegrate part of the force, which meant he would still receive damage from any successful attack against the serpentine mixed blood. The serpentine mixed breed only received 10% damage. In fact, it hardly received any damage at all because apart from sending back physical force, it still had hard scales that would protect it normally. Gustav dashed towards the side again and punched towards the left eye of the serpentine mixed breed. Gustav was almost twice as fast as the creature, so it didn't notice the fist until it was about 10 inches away from its eyes. The serpentine mixed breed opened its mouth wide. As Gustav's fist was about to make contact with its eyes, he suddenly felt danger. Tum. He immediately leaped upwards as a pillar of purplish light shot out of the serpentine mixed breed's mouth. It missed Gustav's feet by an inch. The creature didn't wait for Gustav to descend from the air before raising its head to face upwards and fired the beam again. Gustav looked down while being in midair and noticed the beam headed for him. He twisted his body towards the left, dodging the beam as he controlled his body to descend faster. The beam passed by his side, but the intense amount of heat it carried slightly burned a hole in his cloth around Gustav's left rib area. The creature noticed it missed Gustav and shot out the beam again severely. Thwai. 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 It looked as if Gustav could fly with the way he kept twisting his body in midair to dodge the beams as he descended. He dodged every single one of them. Sprint has been deactivated. Dash has been activated. Blam. He landed on the ground and dashed towards the left again, dodging the purplish beam. Although his speed wasn't as great as before when using dash, it was still a bit faster than the attacks of the serpentine mixed breed. Thwy. Thwy. Swy. Swy. It shot out beams while also sending its tail towards Gustav. Gustav was able to dodge every single beam and its tail sweep, but he couldn't find a way to attack the creature. He could only attack its body if the tail swept towards him, but it was useless since 90% of the attack would be redirected back towards him. From Gustav's observation, the places that could be attacked on the creature's body were its eyes, but Gustav couldn't get close to its face. Gustav thought about the best way to deal with the creature without having to harm himself while dodging the attacks. After dodging for a few more seconds, his eyes widened as he realized something. Don't I just need to penetrate it? Immediately this thought came to his mind. Gustav turned around and distanced himself from the creature. Dash has been deactivated. Gustav was now more than 500 feet away from the creature. His body reduced in size as he transformed back into human form. The serpentine mixed breed slithered towards him violently. Mutated blood wolf transformation has been activated. Gustav's body transformed rapidly. Brown furs grew out of his body as his eyes turned dark red, glowing with viciousness. He grew to over 2 meters tall with a robust figure similar to that of a bear. Four sharp claws about 9 inches long protruded from both of his paws. Grrrhhhhhrrr. Gustav didn't know where it was coming from, but he suddenly felt the will to shred the serpentine mixed breed to pieces. His eyes were fierce and he felt a wave of bloodlust trying to take over his sense of reasoning. This time his sweatshirt couldn't take his buff build and started tearing apart. Only his pants were left in a better state. The serpentine creature headed for him earlier paused and stared at him for a while. It was just like when Gustav was transformed into the mutated bull when fighting the blood wolf. The serpentine mixed breed also had a look of confusion, wondering why the human would be able to transform not just once but twice. Gustav calmed his raging bloodlust as he recalled what needed to be done. Grrrhhhhhrrr. He raised his right paw before dashing out. His speed was still generally the same when using bull transformation, but he was more flexible in this state. Dash has been activated. Gustav activated dash again, boosting his current speed by a lot. Thwy. 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 The serpentine mixed breed started shooting out those purplish beams again. The danger he felt from it was just as much as before, so he still dodged. He was already running out of energy after activating dash and sprint severally, so he quickly headed for the body of the snake since he couldn't move towards its head. Shwai. The serpentine mixed breed swung its tail out towards Gustav again. This time Gustav didn't even try to dodge the long tail headed for him. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Gustav raised his right paw up as the tail headed for him. His 4 claws were coated in whitish light. He gathered power into his right arm before swinging it down, towards the incoming tail. The intensity at which his claws descended upon the tail of the serpentine mixed breed causing a ripping sound to echo across the place. Shinin. His claws made contact with the tail and smoothly severed it from the body of the serpentine mixed breed. Bam. The tail fell to the ground and dark purplish blood jetted out it. Shulkiki hiss. The serpentine mixed breed made a loud and painful noise that was similar to both hissing and screeching. Host has learned the skill, /. Gustav noticed the notification, but he didn't focus on it. While the serpentine mixed breed was thrashing around in pain, Gustav dashed towards it again. It noticed Gustav and shot out another beam, but now it was slower than before, which gave him the chance to dodge easily while closing in on it. Swoosh. Gustav arrived before the huge face of the serpentine mixed breed, whose mouth was still wide open. Before it could shoot out another beam, Gustav's claws were already swinging upwards towards its face from below. Slash has been activated. Chapter 63, Familiar Voice. Slash has been activated. Gustav's claws tore 4 deep gashes across the jaw area of the serpentine mixed breed, causing its head to tilt upwards as it screeched in pain. Blood kept jetting out, but Gustav didn't stop there, as his left arm was already swinging from the side with a follow-up attack. Slash. 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 Gustav's claws furiously slashed across the neck and face of the serpentine mixed breed. Dark purplish blood splattered across the place as he kept slashing non-stop. Cuts that were deeper than 30 inches could be seen all over its upper body. Claws marked that made the internal part of its head visible. Gustav suddenly jumped up while raising both arms before swinging them down with full force. His claws from both paws formed a white visible arc of light as it came down upon the head of the serpentine mixed breed. Slash. The head of the serpentine mixed breed was cleanly severed in two. Plop. Half of its head fell to the ground as purplish blood jetted out from its incomplete head like a fountain. Gustav's body was already bathed in purplish blood, but he wasn't bothered. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr lifted it by the neck and brought it towards his face before taking a bite. Crunch. Gustav bit the rest of its head off, causing more showers of blood. You killed a Savarinia serpent mixed breed. 7,000 EXP. The notification brought him back to reality as he stopped himself before taking another bite of the Savarinia serpent mixed breed. Another beast transformation bloodline found. Does host wish to add Savarinia serpent transformation to beast transformation bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav stared at the notification for many seconds while still holding onto the neck of the serpentine mixed breed. He could taste the blood of the creature in his mouth, and surprisingly it tasted good. He already guessed that this was because of the blood wolf transformation. He felt disgusted by the fact that he would look like that if he transformed to the Savarinia serpent mixed breed, but upon thinking about it for a few more seconds he concluded. Its scales are capable of reflecting and sending back 90% of any physical attacks. It can shoot out a deathly toxic beam from its mouth. Its only flaw is its appearance, Gustav analyzed. He was only able to cut the scales open with the power of the blood wolf and atomic disintegration combined. It didn't work for the bull transformation because he was using fists. The compounded force was easier to bounce off even when he coupled it with atomic disintegration, while for the blood wolf, his claws were able to cut fast and deep enough with the help of atomic disintegration to penetrate the scales. The scales were responsible for bouncing off physical attacks, but when it was cut through, its ability to perform that function was discarded. Gustav had already analyzed all these after his first exchange with the serpentine mixed breed. No matter how disgusting, power is still power, Gustav concluded. He never knew when such power would come in handy, so decided to go accept it. Yes, Gustav called out in his mind. Extracting Savarinia serpent. Extraction process, 1%. Around midnight Gustav got back to his apartment. He immediately went to the washroom to take a bath after removing his pants. SSHHHSSS. SSHHHSSS. The sound of dripping water could be heard inside the bathroom. Gustav stood underneath the shower as he analyzed the previous battle. The water falling on his head gave him a cool and refreshing feeling, which made him take note of some things that he didn't think of earlier. To think it would still take me that long to defeat a level 3 mixed breed even after I have increased in strength, Gustav said internally. Now he understood that not everything was all about being high-leveled, because originally he should be able to defeat this mixed breed with ease, yet it took him time and he would have even been defeated if he didn't know what to do. He now understood that different kinds of bloodlines abilities could really give boons to the owner. A level 4 mixed breed might not be able to defeat the Savarinia serpent mixed breed due to its attributes. He had decided not to be careless when facing any creature with a bloodline, because there were a lot of bloodlines out there. There might be some that gave the owner ridiculous boons which could help them in defeating creatures higher ranked than them. Gustav finished taking his bath and went back to the living room. He moved towards his reading chair after putting on pajamas. My web board is about 3 inches away from where it used to be. Gustav stared at the circular web board on his reading table with a contemplative look. I'm pretty sure it was 3 inches towards the left before. Gustav was able to notice this minor detail. He suddenly became cautious and started checking around his apartment. He checked every part of his room, bathroom, toilet, kitchen, etc. After checking everywhere and seeing nothing else looking suspicious, Gustav moved back to his living room. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Gustav held his chin as his suspicion eased up a bit. The security measures of this area is pretty bad, so maybe I should put personal security measures in place. The next day Gustav woke up by his usual time. He finished preparing and headed for school with Angie. Of course, Angie kept questioning him about the night before and whether he even left his apartment. She knocked severally and stood in front of his apartment till around 11 in the night before her mother called her to come back to the apartment. Gustav only told her he left for his work earlier and she didn't need to bother about it. Gustav didn't even mention anything about killing another mixed breed. He decided it was better kept under the wraps, but he also figured Angie's father should receive a report. Angie kept staring at him weirdly inside the bus, thinking he was telling a lie, but after seeing the serious expression on his face she didn't know what to believe. Should I tell him? I heard sounds coming from inside his apartment yesterday night. Angie wondered internally. She didn't get enough time to ponder about it before they got to their destination. Gustav wasted no time in getting off the bus and bidding farewell to Angie. Angie decided to throw it to the back of her mind and head towards school. I'll argue about this with him later. The school was pretty much lively today, but boring to Gustav. All of his classmates were excited about the upcoming exchange event. Some perverted guys were already thinking about how they would get hookups with girls from the other schools. It was a 3-day event, which meant accommodations would be put in place. Also, in their free time they would be able to mess around and do whatever they liked. Gustav only shared their enthusiasm for the event because he was going to be traveling past the border. Oh, I forgot to ask Angie if their school was also invited. Gustav remembered this and decided to ask Angie later. The day went by uneventful again, but Gustav was already plotting something internally. Just like that, another 3 days had gone by and it was Monday again. During this time the wariness Gustav felt when he entered his apartment the other day had faded away. But even with that he still decided to install security protocols in his apartment. Gustav was walking towards his apartment from the stall with 2 boxes in his hands. Miss Amy gave him a free day because of the security protocols he wanted to install in his apartment. He got to a corner in the second street and was about to turn left when he suddenly felt a sense of dread. He paused and looked left and right repeatedly but couldn't see anything around him. He turned around, still, there was nothing. Just as he wanted to step forward, thinking it was a misinterpretation of his perception. Don't move, kid. He heard a voice behind him. Chapter 64, Successful Kidnap. The voice sounded really familiar to him. The person had appeared behind him almost in an instant. Gustav's face darkened. I didn't even sense his approach even though he's within my range of perception. For your own good you shouldn't move, the person spoke again. This is the same guy from the forest. Gustav recalled. Now that Gustav wasn't as weak as he used to be, he could sense how dangerous this person was. He now understood that if the system didn't teleport him home, there was no way he would have managed to escape. Sprint has been activated. Gustav wasted no time in activating Sprint. He didn't have to think twice about it. All his senses were telling him right now was, run. Gustav crossed over 150 feet in one movement after taking a step forward. Wind blew fiercely as his figure streaked across the street. Instead of running towards the neighborhood, he was running towards where he was coming from. Gustav turned his neck around to look back as he crossed the 200 feet. Immediately after turning around, he saw a palm covering his entire line of sight. This time I won't mess around with you. The voice sounded out again as Gustav's vision was blocked completely. Grab. It was way too fast for him. Even though he was currently using Sprint, this person was like 10 times faster. Before Gustav could even react to the grip, his body was lifted in the air. Don't blame me for doing this. You're a disobedient kid. Those words drifted into his ears before he suddenly felt his body descend with speed. Bang. His head slammed into a very hard surface, causing him to pass out immediately. The person who had done the deed grabbed Gustav by the head and lifted him. On the street, a man in a tight-fitted black bodysuit and a half-green mask could be seen lifting a boy off the ground. The ground had cracks across the surface and a small pool of blood could be seen in the middle of the cracks. The man was currently holding onto Gustav, who had blood smeared all over his face and blood kept streaming down his head. His eyes were closed and his arms were stationed on both sides of his body without making any movements. It was obvious that he had passed out. Did I use too much power? He passed out pretty quickly, the man said internally as he stared at Gustav while still lifting him above the ground. He was really feeling a sense of urgency and wanted to get things done as quickly as possible. We'll fix him with healing meds. Time to get out of here. After he came to this conclusion, he pressed a green button placed on the left side of his head. The people on the street currently were surprised to see what was happening. They only saw both of them appear out of thin air due to their speed, and before they knew it the boy's head had been slammed onto the hard ground, causing it to split open. A black car that was similar to the length of a limousine drove into the street in midair and stopped before the men holding onto Gustav. The doors opened up and he threw Gustav in before entering himself. Whoosh! The car blazed across the street after turning around. In a few seconds, they were out of sight. Chatter. 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 Dash, what's happening? Dash, who was that boy? Dash, he looked familiar but everything happened too quickly, I couldn't catch a glimpse of him very well. Dash, we need to call the police. Voices of the people that witnessed the scene could be heard. Truly none of them were closer than 500 feet from the scene of the incident. Apart from that, it didn't even take up to 1 minute before the scene ended, so they were not able to see Gustav's face. This street was only 2 streets away from where Gustav's apartment was located, so it also happened to be among where he protected during the night. Had they seen him clearly, they would have recognized him. 30 minutes later. Inside a dimly lit room, a person was strapped to a long bed-like chair. A black cover cloth was placed on this person's head and metallic hands that extended from the bed-like chair held onto the person, tightly preventing any chance of escape. At the left corner of the room, 2 men in tight-fitted black bodysuits stood side opposite each other. They seemed to be in a discussion, and the man wearing a half-green mask held a purplish and blue helmet. This helmet had some aqua-colored stones embedded all over its surface which crackled with electricity. We can't waste time in projecting and watching his memory since it happened 3 months ago, the men in green mask spoke with a tone of urgency. Boss Eden, I can only suggest that we make use of the truth function and ask him specific questions to make our interrogation faster. The other man suggested. Let's go with that, we don't have the time to be sorting through his memories. We'll ask him specific questions about that day. Although he might become a vegetable due to his young age, we will have to risk it. No matter how powerful she is, she won't be able to trace who turned him into a vegetable. The men with the green mask known as Eden agreed. After concluding, they walked towards the person strapped on the chair. After arriving before him, Eden grabbed the piece of clothing and pulled it off, revealing the face of a blonde teenage boy. The teenage boy, who was obviously Gustav, stared at the men with a cold look. Good thing you're awake now, looks like the healing med worked just fine. If you had just listened and didn't run, I wouldn't have had to crack your skull open. He said with a slightly bitter tone. Who are you and what do you want? Why are you after me? Why did you break into my apartment? Gustav threw a series of questions at the men with a look of wariness. You don't need to know who I am. All I want is for you to tell me what happened 3 months ago in that forest mountain area. I'm sure you already remember me from that day. Eden spoke while bending down to stare into Gustav's eyes. Now tell me what happened to the mountain. There is no way you didn't witness what happened since you were in your school uniform. It means you were there the whole night. Especially after I found out your residential address is far from that place. I don't even care about how you evaded me during these 3 months, all I want to know is what happened in that mountain region. Eden stared intently at Gustav as he questioned. Gustav stared back at him for a few seconds before speaking. Beats me. I have no idea about what happened to the mountain, Gustav said with a look of certainty. Why kidnap me when you should be calling a neurologist to investigate? Gustav asked with an irritated expression. Oh, you're not meant to answer until after wearing this. Eden replied while raising the helmet. What is that? Gustav suddenly became wary upon seeing the helmet cackling with electricity at the top. Chapter 65, Brain Tweak Helmet. Oh, this is something that will help you in spouting the truth. Eden pushed the helmet towards Gustav's head and tried to put it on for him. I won't let you. Gustav shifted his head towards the side, causing the helmet to be placed on his neck. Behave yourself. I don't have the time to mess around. Eden shouted out and shifted the helmet towards Gustav, who was still moving his head around trying to dodge it. Grab. Eden grabbed Gustav's chin with his left hand and forcefully held his head in place before placing the helmet on his head. NH. No, GRHH. Gustav muttered some incoherent words while trying to move his head, but it was to no avail. The grip was so powerful that he could hardly make noises. He could already tell what the function of the helmet was, but he was powerless to try and stop it. No. 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 Gustav kept screaming inwardly. He didn't want the secret of the system to be exposed, but he wasn't strong enough. This was the brain tweak device, and one of its functions was to force a person to answer truthfully to any questions asked. Even if he decided to transform, he wouldn't be able to break through the bonds holding him down. Even if he could break through, the men in front of him was more powerful than he was, and that would also reveal his ability. Activate it, Eden said to the men beside him. The men nodded and clicked on a button behind the helmet. Crackle. 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 The electric sparks on the helmet grew in number and size, causing Gustav's eyes to widen in pain. In a few seconds, his eyes turned listless. Eden stared at Gustav's expression, which looked like he was awake but also asleep. The brain tweak device is currently functioning, the men beside him stated. What is your name? Eden asked. I am Gustav Oslov, Gustav answered like a robot. He looked like a puppet at this moment. Good, it works with no issue, that's the brat's full name, the men beside him confirmed. Now tell me what happened in that mountainside 3 months ago. Tell me what happened from your time of arrival in that forest, Eden commanded. Gustav, whose eyes still looked like that of a lifeless puppet, started speaking. On that day, I went to the forest to go commit suicide. In the neighborhood, more than 30 minutes had gone by and people were still talking about what happened. Angie was walking across that particular street trying to trace Gustav. She had been waiting for Gustav to arrive since she saw him leaving his apartment earlier. Since he said he was going to get some things at the stall that was only 3 streets away, she expected him to have arrived by now. She noticed the people outside their houses talking to some cops. Why are the cops here? She wondered as she moved closer to check out what was going on. So you can't describe the face of this person? Officer, not only were we distant from the scene, but they were also moving too fast for us to see their figures properly, and when they stopped moving, a car arrived instantly to pick up the kidnapper and the boy. Angie could hear the discussion between the police officer and one of the people in the neighborhood who witnessed the crime. Kidnapper. Angie moved closer to listen properly. So from his figure, you could tell that it was a kid. Yes, officer, the boy that was taken away was certainly a teenager. And from their movements, the boy included, they are mixed bloods. They are definitely mixed bloods. The boy also suddenly appeared just like the men, so it's very obvious that the both of them are mixed bloods. At this point, Angie was already starting to have a bad feeling in her heart. She kept listening, feeling like some important information was coming next. So there's no way to identify this boy. Officer, if you were here when it happened, you will understand what I mean. Their figures were practically blurred due to their speed. With the way the situation is, we might not be able to do anything since we can't get a single form of description. Officer, if I remember correctly. Although they moved quite fast, I'm sure the boy had blonde hair. Yes, blonde hair. They moved about quite fast, but I could at least point out that color. Immediately after, Angie heard that her mind froze. Blonde hair. Although it could be another person, since having blonde hair wasn't exclusive to a single person, but Angie knew that only one person in this neighborhood had blonde hair and was also a mixed blood that surpassed her in the speed she had always been proud of. She started panicking. Oh my god. What do I do? She didn't try to go meet the police because she knew that in this situation they wouldn't be able to do much or do anything at all. The cops around here were weaker than Gustav, so for him to be taken meant there were stronger forces at work here. She kept thinking of who she could go meet. She suddenly remembered something. He always headed for the Gami dojo after school to train with his teacher. She's the only one I can go meet. Angie remembered asking Gustav why he never came home with her. At first, he didn't want to tell her, but after she disturbed him for an answer repeatedly, he finally gave in and told her about the dojo. Angie quickly sped off towards the nearest bus station to hitch a ride. This was the first time she was feeling so tensed. She didn't know if she would be allowed to enter into the dojo, but she had no choice but to try. 5 minutes later, Angie alighted from the bus, and ahead of her was a huge 700-floor-story building. She quickly ran towards it. The 4 bulky men in front of the entrance noticed her and called out to her to stop running. Angie paused her steps in front of them and politely asked for permission to go in. Young girl, I don't know who you are and where you have come from, so I will explain to you. This is the Octavia Group business building. Without proper identification you can't get in. Please, it's an emergency. I just need to inform a teacher here about her student. Angie pleaded. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in. Call the teacher on your communication device. I don't have any means of contacting her. Please let me in. It's urgent. Angie kept begging, but the guards wouldn't listen to her. They asked her to leave, but she didn't comply. She kept begging and shouting. Her voice even attracted the people within the vicinity. Some of them that were coming out from the building had looks of disgust and suggested for her to be thrown far from the premises. Even with the looks of contempt and disgust, Angie kept begging. The guards couldn't take it anymore. One of them moved forward to grab her when a voice was heard from behind. "Falco, what's happening?" A smooth feminine voice made him pause. The guards turned around and noticed the lady in red walking out of the building. "Young miss," the guards bowed slightly to her as she walked over. Chapter 66, Finding Gustav. This young lady is disturbing the peace of surroundings. She keeps asking to go in without an identification, the guard said to the lady in red that had just arrived. "Please, I need to see her, it's urgent, the more time we spend here the more dangerous it becomes." Angie shouted out again. The guard turned around to grab Angie again after she shouted that out. "Falco, wait," the lady in red commanded. She walked towards them and stood in front of Angie. "Who is this person you're referring to?" she asked. "Maybe I can help you pass the message across," she proposed with a friendly look. "She's a teacher here. Her name is Miss Amy." Angie responded to the lady. The guard's eyes slightly widened. "She's looking for young miss." The guards were surprised by this revelation. Angie noticed the reactions of everyone around her were a little bizarre, including the lady who was staring at her with a contemplative gaze like she was trying to figure out whether they had met before. Tell me, kiddo. Why are you looking for me?" Angie heard the female ask her this and her mouth hung open in surprise. "You're Miss Amy?" Angie asked. A few minutes later Angie had finished explaining everything that happened to Miss Amy. Miss Amy's expression was surprisingly looking bright after hearing that. She had a smile hung on her face as she stared at Angie. The guards felt a chill run down their spine when they saw the smile. Everyone knew that she wasn't the type to smile unless something disastrous was about to go down. "Angie. That's your name, right?" Miss Amy asked. "H&M, Angie nodded in affirmation. "What are we going to do, miss?" she inquired. "Not we," Miss Amy answered. Suddenly a chill spread through the air as Miss Amy's smile grew broader, which made Angie look confused. She wondered why Miss Amy would be smiling, but she could undeniably feel the chill spreading across the place. "Go home, I'll take care of this," Miss Amy said and walked forward. The ice-cold tone at which Miss Amy spoke left no room for debate. Although Angie was still worried, she had no choice but to comply. She stared at Miss Amy's back, which was currently getting farther and farther away. "Miss Amy, will he be all right?" Angie shouted this out subconsciously. Miss Amy paused in front of her hoverbike before tilting her head towards the left to stare at Angie. "I don't know, but for the sake of the captives, he better be all right," Miss Amy answered. The amount of bloodlust her words exuded caused the guards along with the people in the vicinity to shiver subconsciously. Miss Amy sat on her bike and started the engine before zooming off. A few minutes later Miss Amy arrived in front of a well-secured and barricaded area. This place seemed to be swarming with different kinds of security operatives that moved around the vicinity. Most of them were laced in armor-like uniforms. The space within the walls that barricaded this environment was as wide as a small city. The tallest building in Plankton City happened to be located inside this well-guarded stronghold. Miss Amy stared at the rocket-shaped building up ahead that happened to be so tall that its top couldn't be seen. She sighed in dissatisfaction before moving towards the entrance of the stronghold, where tons of guards clad in intimidating-looking sci-fi-like armors could be seen. Inside the darkroom where Gustav was kept captive, Eden stood in front of Gustav, who had just finished speaking. "Is that all?" he asked. "Yes, that was everything that happened during the time I was within that forest." Gustav's eyes still had a listless look as he spoke. Now we know everything that happened," Eden said with a low tone. Miss Amy stood in front of a large room filled with holographic computers and a multitude of technological pieces of equipment. A group of people in orange uniforms could be seen moving from place to place within this room. Some were handling the computer devices which showed the state of different places in the planet. Beside Miss Amy was a man clad in dark orange uniform with black stripes. He sported light green hair and was pretty short in height. Around 4 feet 5 inches in height. "To what do I owe this visit, Amy?" he said with a playful tone while chuckling. "I don't have time to mess around, I need you to use the Orion satellite to track someone for me," Miss Amy stated without extending any greetings. So sharp, so straight to the point. But seeing your urgent looks, ha ha ha, I have to use this to my advantage and make a deal with you first, the man smiled sheepishly as he spoke. Miss Amy kept glared daggers at him before answering. Fine. It's time to get this kid back before that woman figures out anything. We'll decide what to do next after giving young Master Young feedback about his narrative, Eden said while pulling off the helmet from Gustav's head. Canfer, take him back to his apartment, Eden called out to the other men. The men nodded and started unhooking the metallic hold strapping Gustav to the chair. After he completed that, he tapped Gustav. Get up, kid. He demanded, but there was no answer. Hey kid, get up. He called out again, but there was no response once again. The men stared at Gustav's face in confusion and noticed that his eyes were the same as before. Listless. Boss Eden, I think this one is gone, Canfer said while raising his hand and placing it in front of Gustav's face. He waved his hand repeatedly, looking for signs that Gustav had regained his normal consciousness, but there was no reaction whatsoever. He grabbed Gustav's arm, raised it and dropped it. The arm dropped back towards Gustav's side like he was dead. He's underaged, so it's normal for this to happen, just get him out of here, Eden said with a slightly annoyed tone. The man nodded and lifted Gustav upon his right shoulder before walking out the exit. Inside the technology room, Miss Amy was still speaking to the short men. Accepted, just find him for me, Miss Amy said to the men, who showed a shocked expression on his face. You accepted without even listening to my demand first. The men said that with a dumbfounded look. What if I make unreasonable demands? He questioned. Do not waste my time, Zach, find him for me, or do you wish to die? Miss Amy's face darkened as she threatened him. Chapter 67, Punishment. The smile on the man's face disappeared as he noticed her glare. Ahem, give me his life signs, Zach demanded. His life signs. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, she heard a ring. Train. 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 Miss Amy took a small button from her sleeves area and placed it on the left side of her head. Miss Amy's eyes slightly widened in astonishment as a masculine voice drifted into her mind. Gustav. Are you all right? She voiced out with a worried tone. Good, where are you? She replied with a tone of relief. Zach watched from the side with a confused look. He could already guess that she was communicating with the person she came to search for, which had him wondering what exactly happened in the first place. All right, I'm coming, Miss Amy said and removed the button from the side of her head before turning around. The deal is off, Zach, she said and walked out of the room. Zach stared at her back and sighed. So much for getting my hopes up. I thought I could finally get her to do something for me. Eden stood at the left corner of the darkroom. He was speaking to someone with a communication button glued to the side of his head. These days, easy communication was possible with the use of these technological buttons. Calls could be answered with a thought, so there was no need to bring out the device. It was mostly used on the battlefield for communication. A person could be fighting battles and receiving instructions at the same time. Also, in this age where bloodline abilities existed, some mixed bloods could listen to people talk from afar, but with this, it would be impossible for someone to eavesdrop on your conversation, since the voice of the person on the other end was going directly into your mind and not your ears. Yes, young Master Young, we just finished interrogating him using the brain tweak helmet. Yes, he recounted the whole train of events. Yes. Yes. I was surprised also. Everything adds up now. Yes, young Master Young. I will give you the full details once I return. Eden's voice could be heard multiple times. Should I also inform him about how that kid happened to use a speed that was on par with a serial ranked mixed blood? According to the information gathered, he's only an F grade. How would he be able to use such power? Eden wanted to ask Gustav about this, but there was no time for that. Well, he's now a vegetable. This practically spells the end for him, so I don't think Master Young needs to know, Eden concluded. All right, young Master Young, I will be leaving the facility in a few. Understood, he voiced out before the call ended. After the call ended, Eden walked towards the bed-like chair that Gustav was strapped on before. He arrived before it and reached out his hand to grab the helmet when... boom. The wall behind him blasted apart. Huh. Eden turned around in shock to look behind him, but he saw nothing. He suddenly felt wary. Who's there? He shouted out while looking left and right. Show yourself, He shouted out again as his arm suddenly turned shadowy and he raised it. "I will kill you if you don't reveal yourself before me." He started walking forward slowly with a look of caution while looking left and right severally. Sometimes he would even rotate just to check behind him, but even after doing that for more than 1 minute, he still didn't see anyone. What is going on? There's no way the wall just exploded on its own. He could see the bright corridor from the space within the broken wall up ahead, but he couldn't understand how the wall could explode by itself. It didn't explode by itself, I'm responsible for that. He suddenly heard a cold feminine voice whisper into his left ear. "Who are?" He quickly turned around while speaking, only for him to notice a fist headed for his face. Bang. A loud bone-cracking sound rang out upon collision, causing Eden's face to cave in as the fist buried itself 2 inches deep into his face before throwing him backward. Whoosh. The half-green mask on his face broke to pieces, revealing a half-burnt face. Splurt. Part of his face cracked open as blood came spilling out of his face while he was being catapulted backward in midair. He couldn't even scream in pain due to the destruction of his face. Bang. His body slammed into the wall and broke through it. Bang. 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 His body kept crashing through the walls in a straight line until it finally came to a stop, several hundred feet ahead. From within the darkroom, the body-shaped holes within the walls could be seen. Swoosh. A red figure dashed through the holes with intense speed, causing more parts of the walls to break and expanding the size of the holes. The figure came to a stop before the body of Eden, which was laying on the floor with a sunken face. A fountain of blood was spilling from his face and head. The figure, who happened to be Miss Amy, raised her foot and stomped down upon his face again. Bang. The sound of flesh being mangled and hard skull cracking resounded across the place as blood spilled across the floor. "You really have guts. For you to lay hands on my student." Miss Amy's voice was cold as ice. "How dare you? Stomp. How dare you? Stomp. How dare you? Stomp. How dare you?" This time she raised her foot very high and stomped on his chest. Bang. Her foot crushed his sternum and down his lungs, causing another splatter of blood. Miss Amy raised her blood-soaked foot and placed them on the floor back. Her blue shoe was soaked in blood. She noticed the man was no longer moving and squatted to pick him up. She held onto his head that was battered beyond recognition and raised it. She picked a pill out from her storage device and looked for his mouth, which was almost missing due to the disastrous way his face looked. She placed the pill in his mouth. "You're not dying on me yet. You still have a lot of pain to go through at my hands," Miss Amy voiced out while dragging him by the hair towards the darkroom where Gustav was held captive. Eden's face was slowly recovering, along with his chest and lungs. His body was healing up at a very fast rate, as it would seem Miss Amy gave him a very high-graded healing medicine. Miss Amy dragged him back into the room and lifted him. "You will tell me who you work for and why you came after him," Miss Amy stated with a threatening tone. Eden was starting to regain consciousness after the initial beating. He shivered upon seeing her face. Ash-colored hair, beautiful but very cold looks. It reminded him of young Master Young. "It's her. I'm finished." A cold stream of sweat ran down his bloody back. "Before you tell me what I want to hear," Miss Amy said while dashing towards the wall on the right and holding onto his hair. Swoosh. She arrived before the wall and paused her movement before smashing his face into it. Bang. Chapter 68, Torturing the Abductor. Bang. Eden's face crashed through the wall, causing debris to scatter across the place. Miss Amy dragged him by the hair again and dashed towards the wall on the other side. Bang. She slammed his face into the wall again, causing it to collapse entirely, but she still wasn't done yet. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. She repeated the same action severally until there were no walls left within the vicinity. Only corridors that led to different places within the facility could be seen. But it would seem Miss Amy wasn't satisfied with the pain she had inflicted on him. She clenched his hair tight and used it to lift him. Eden's face was practically crushed again. His teeth were missing, his nose completely caved into his face, both eyes were swollen and bleeding. Miss Amy brought out another pill and placed it in his mouth. He started healing up once again. Immediately he regained consciousness. He started pleading for mercy, but Miss Amy acted like she couldn't hear him. There were no longer walls, but the ground was available. She lifted him high before slamming his face down with intensity. Boom. This time it sounded like an earthquake as the ground split open. Cracks covered a radius of over 500 feet from the point of impact. Miss Amy lifted Eden by the head again and raised him high up before slamming his face back onto the ground. Boom. 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 Boom boom. The entire structure shook like it was going to come crashing down as Miss Amy slammed Eden's face into the ground repeatedly. A small pool of blood was already forming within the 3 feet wide hole that Eden's face had created from being slammed on the ground repeatedly. Miss Amy raised Eden by his hair again and placed another healing pill in his mouth. Please, Just KLLME, Eden voiced out hoarsely. Kill. Miss Amy said rhetorically. It's too early for that. I haven't even started, Miss Amy, as she dragged him across the ground towards the bed-like chair on the left side of the room. You strapped him on this chair, didn't you? Miss Amy asked another rhetorical question before she lifted him again and placed him on the chair. Eden was like a weak and defenseless chicken before her. Miss Amy strapped him to the mechanical chair that was glued to the hard ground. She held onto Eden's head again and stared into his eyes with a devilish smile on her face. How do you think it would feel to lose a body part and have it regenerated only for you to lose it again and have it regenerated once again? Wouldn't the repetition of this procedure be magnificent? Eden's eyes widened in fear as he heard that. No, please, no. He started begging once again. Miss Amy acted like she wasn't listening and moved towards his right. She grabbed his right arm and released it from being strapped. Why don't we start with this one? Miss Amy said with a smirk. No, please don't. Eden tried pulling his arm back as he begged. Miss Amy smiled once again while her grip on his arm became stronger. No, please don't do. Eden was still trying to plead with her when Miss Amy pulled his arm with force. Yank. The sound of tendons and cartilage forcefully being ripped apart reverberated across the room. Kairar. He screamed out in pain like a pig being slaughtered as he stared at his right shoulder, which was spraying out a fountain of blood. His shoulder was missing an arm. Miss Amy raised the arm she tore off his shoulder and threw it towards the side. Kairar. Eden was still screaming in pain. He had never felt such pain since his arm had never been ripped off his shoulder before. Snot and tears filled his face. It was obvious that he was going through indescribable pain at this moment. He wanted to pass out to escape from feeling such pain, but he couldn't. He could only keep screaming out as he watched his shoulder squirt out more and more blood. Oh, this is just the beginning. There's more to come, Miss Amy said as she walked over to Eden's left side. Eden, who was still in pain, slowly turned his head towards the side as he felt his left arm being gripped. His eyes were filled with dread as he saw Miss Amy holding onto his left arm. He wanted to plead again, but before he could, Miss Amy pulled his left arm with force again. Muscles and ligaments disconnected as his left arm was pulled out of its sockets. Kair. Eden screamed out again after losing his second arm. Blood squirted out of the left side of his shoulder. Miss Amy threw the second arm away and moved towards his legs. In Gustav's apartment, he sat on his bed with a small triangular-looking device in his hand. Why is Miss Amy taking so long? Gustav questioned no one in particular with a low tone. If she plans to check the place out, it should only take a few minutes. It's been almost an hour now, Gustav muttered. He looked around with a contemplative expression. To think I'd actually be taken because of the mountain phenomenon. Gustav's mind recalled the last day's event. After his head was slammed to the ground by Eden, he pretended to have passed out. The man was stronger than him, so trying to escape by using more power or transforming would only reveal more of his secrets, which would end up in disaster for him. Since he would still be taken either way, he decided to pretend that he had passed out and made use of that opportunity to observe where he would be taken to using his perception. His perception granted him the ability to see his surroundings with his senses even if his eyes were closed. He memorized the path that the car took, the turning, and movements. None of them escape his senses. When he was strapped on the chair and noticed the brain tweak helmet, he thought that would be the end for him, since he might end up spewing the truth about everything. To his surprise, something happened when the helmet was placed on his head. Host brain functions are being hijacked by external forces. Mental fortitude needed for blocking mind invasion, 25. Host has acquired enough mental fortitude to block mind invasion. Mind invasion has been successfully blocked. Chapter 69, Gustav's Ploy. When Gustav saw the notification, he was extremely shocked, but he was quick-witted enough not to show the expression of surprise on his face. He decided to act like his mind was actually being manipulated. Gustav pretended to be mind-controlled by the brain tweak helmet. The information he gave them about the mountain phenomenon was the same as what the locals around there gave. He only added more details to it than they did. He mentioned that there was an outburst of purplish electricity that sent destructive charges across the body of the mountain after the star slammed into it. Since he happened to be closer to the mountain than others, Eden didn't have a shred of doubt in Gustav's words. Gustav was able to easily deceive them with his actions due to the fact that they were in a hurry to get the information out of him and return him to his apartment. If they had studied him a bit more, they may have figured it out. Alas, they didn't. He could tell that they were tense, but he didn't know why. Gustav also faked brain damage so they wouldn't feel cautious towards him. It would have been weird if he wasn't affected, since the brain tweak helmet could even turn adults as old as 22 years into vegetables. He was able to get a proper outline of the facility and the routes that led him there when he was being taken back to his apartment. He also sensed a destructive force within the facility that made him feel really suspicious towards the abductors. They were already suspicious for trying to abduct him in the first place and successfully doing that now. He could already sense that they probably worked for a big shot in the city, since they could go around abducting people however they wanted. Gustav was afraid they knew about the system earlier, whenever he recalled almost being abducted 3 months back, but now he had confirmed that they didn't know anything about it. They were only suspicious about the energy that radiated from the mountain after the impact of the blast that led to it being halved. Gustav knew the energy probably came from the system which was now inside him, so it would definitely be a disaster if he revealed that. Gustav thanked his stars that he stuck with even distribution, if not his mind would have probably been taken over. The destructive force he sensed within the facility made him feel more suspicious about these unknown people. Immediately he was returned to his apartment. He contacted Miss Amy. He was surprised that she already knew that he was abducted, since it happened only about 2 hours ago. He explained the situation to her and where the facility was located. He had been returned to his apartment an hour ago, which was also when he spoke to her. Gustav had tried contacting Miss Amy again after this, but he couldn't connect to her device. Gustav decided to open the system interface to check on his attributes. Host attributes. Name, Gustav. Level, 5. Class. EXP, 1850/25,000. HP, 320/320. Energy, 150/150. Attributes. Strength, 34. Perception, 34. Mental fortitude, 34. Agility, 34. Speed, 34. Bravery, 34. Intelligence, 34. Charm, 34. Attributes points, 24. He had evenly distributed all the points and kept stored some for emergencies, so even if his mental fortitude wasn't up enough, he would have been able to add more points to it in that situation to save himself. Doesn't this mean mental fortitude can protect from anything that has to do with mind control? This made Gustav see mental fortitude in a new light. He didn't see it as a necessary stat beforehand, yet he placed points in it like the others. Now that he understood what it could do, he realized that it could turn out to be a very useful attribute. Protection for the mind was absolutely necessary. His perception and intelligence had also helped him today. He was able to properly analyze the routes taken to get to the facility due to his perception, while his intelligence helped him in memorizing every single turn and swerve. He was even able to calculate the distance from the street he was abducted down to the facility. The facility happened to be an underground laboratory located towards the east of the city. That particular area wasn't too far from the mountain he usually visited when he tried committing suicide. He was able to easily describe how to get there to Miss Amy. Gustav checked some other things before he stood up and walked towards the door. He was tired of sitting around. The suspense was already killing him. He wanted to know what was happening and if Miss Amy had checked out the facility like she said she would. He had decided he would visit that mountain region again. His apartment door slid open and he walked out. Immediately he arrived in the corridor, he saw Angie approaching his apartment from the other end. Gustav. Angie voiced out in confusion as she stood in place with a surprised look. Hey Angie, Gustav kept walking forward with a smile on his face. Angie ran forward and grabbed hold of Gustav. Are you okay? Did they harm you? She asked while checking Gustav's body for injuries. I'm okay, Gustav smiled warmly while answering. Thanks for informing my teacher, Angie, he added with a look of gratitude. Angie was smitten by his charming smile, which was very rare. She stared at him for a few seconds before turning her head towards the side in embarrassment. It's nothing, she replied. How did you know I was abducted? How did you escape from there? Both of them asked at the same time, with Gustav being the former and Angie being the latter. Hee, Angie smiled sheepishly. I'll answer first then. Gustav was about to reply to her when he sensed something and stared at the stair area. Come. 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 The sound of heels colliding with the ground could be heard. A female in black top and blue jeans entered into the corridor from the stairways. She noticed the duo and started walking towards them. Angie also heard the sound of footsteps and turned around to see who was approaching. Miss Amy. Gustav and Angie voiced out together. Miss Amy arrived before them and also stared at Gustav in a similar way to how Angie did. Are you okay? She asked with a worried tone. I'm fine, Miss Amy, nothing of consequence happened, Gustav answered. Miss Amy nodded with a relieved look. Did Miss Amy go shopping? Angie voiced out with a look of bewilderment as she stared at Miss Amy's wear, which was different from what she saw her clothed in earlier. Oh, I couldn't help it since my wares had stains. Although the color of the stains has certain similarities with the color of my initial clothing, it won't be sensible to keep wearing it, Miss Amy explained. Gustav didn't have an idea of what Miss Amy was putting on earlier, so he didn't make much of her words. Gustav, let's go, we have to talk, Miss Amy said and walked forward. Angie, I'll see you later. Gustav turned around and walked towards Miss Amy. By Gustav, Angie waved at Gustav as she spoke. Miss Amy got to Gustav's door and it slid open for her without having to use keys. Gustav's mouth hung wide open as he saw that. His jaw was nearly falling to the floor. How did you get it to open without a key? Gustav asked Miss Amy after entering his apartment. Your security details suck over here. A burglar could easily break into your home, Miss Amy answered bluntly. Looks like the installments of security protocols are really needed, Gustav sighed internally. By the way, Miss Amy, how did you know that this was my apartment? You've never been to my apartment, Gustav asked with a dumbfounded look. Are you sure about that? Miss Amy smiled with a playful look. Ugh. Gustav exclaimed with a look of confusion. Anyways, we have other important things to discuss. Miss Amy's voice suddenly became solemn when she said this. Chapter 70, Assurance. Author's note, read the author's note below and check my comment in the comment section. Thank you all, smiley face. Did you discover the place? Gustav asked while sitting on the couch. Miss Amy also sat opposite him. Did your abductor look like this? Miss Amy brought out a rectangular device and tapped on the screen. A holographic image of Eden wearing his half-green mask was displayed. Yes, that's him, but he wasn't alone, there was also another. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, another holographic image was shown. This time another face was displayed. It was a man sporting yellow hair and beards. Gustav recognized this man as the second person within the room, who also happened to be inside the car that they used in transporting him to the underground facility. Yes, he's also one of them, Gustav stated as he pointed at the projected image. Good, looks like the hospital didn't receive the wrong guests. On hearing that, Gustav could already sense that something must have gone down. Miss Amy, what did you do? Gustav asked. Nothing much. Just put a group of people in a state where they'll never be able to bother anyone again. While Miss Amy was speaking, more projections were displayed one after the other. Gustav was only able to recognize 3 earlier, the rest of the 7 were unknown to him. Looks like Miss Amy went on a full raiding session. That's probably why she came so late. Gustav was gobsmacked as he came to this realization. Miss Amy, did they say anything about who sent them? Gustav inquired. About that, it's a very tricky person. This person happens to be the brother of Hung Jo, your former classmate. His name is Young Jo. Miss Amy revealed. Also the first son of the Jo technological industry that helps the MBO create their weapons, armors, and other tools, Miss Amy added. Gustav's eyes slightly widened in realization. Is it because of that? Gustav asked. No, far from it. He has no idea about what you did to Hung Jo. You just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, Miss Amy responded. Gustav sighed in relief after hearing that, but if I wasn't there I'll probably not receive this power, Gustav shrugged internally. There was no way he would change his decision of going to that mountainside to experience the same thing all over again if he traveled back in time. He's the type that is very shrewd, cunning, and meticulous. Even though I've found out that he's responsible for this, there is no way to deal with him on the surface, but I have managed to place the MBO on his tail, so he will have to lay low for now, Miss Amy said. She noticed the slight look of distraught on Gustav's face and added, "You don't have to worry about it, such people won't come after you again, I can guarantee that. You just have to focus on your path. I won't deal with your peers for you, but when it comes to big bullies like these old bastards that are beyond you, I'll step in," Miss Amy assured Gustav. Thanks Miss Amy," Gustav smiled while replying. Miss Amy returned the smile for a few seconds before her face became solemn again. "I found what you were referring to. And just as you said, it was truly something dangerous," Miss Amy stated. "What is it, Miss Amy?" Gustav asked with an intrigued look. That facility has been experimenting on mixture of energies," Miss Amy replied. "Mixture of energies?" Gustav asked with a confused look. "Are you aware of the different energy crystals mined underground?" Miss Amy asked. "Yes, my FA. The man who biologically brought me into this world works as a miner, so I know a bit about it," Gustav said with a contemplative look. "There are several hundred mines all over the world, but only 7 different energy crystals exist which can be used for different technological purposes. According to a ton of research, due to their diversity." Gustav's eyes suddenly widened when he got to this point. Mixing them can cause a catastrophic disaster since they happen to be unstable together. Miss Amy nodded in affirmation. "It is against the law to mix them. A crime punishable by death because experiments like that have been performed in the past which led to the destruction of an entire city," Miss Amy said with a dark look. Gustav gasped in shock upon hearing that. Destruction of an entire city? It was nearly unbelievable for him, but he had to believe it since it was coming from Miss Amy's mouth. In this age, destroying an entire city was practically an impossible feat because different technological security protocols are put in place. If an alien race tried to invade in this age, they would find out that the Earth is not an easy target. This made Gustav believe it to be impossible for a city to be destroyed no matter how powerful the cause was supposed to be, but now his beliefs were being overthrown again. The amount of energy that is created from mixing the power contained within the energy crystals is capable of causing extinction to all races living on Earth, and according to the Slarkovs, this was one of the reasons for the destruction of their planet thousands of years ago, Miss Amy explained, with a slightly worried tone. Gustav couldn't imagine how powerful such energies were after hearing this, but it made him wonder why anyone would try mixing them since they have been proven to be dangerous. This is his doing, but the reasons for him mixing those energies are unknown. It might be a little hard to tackle him since he's very good at hiding his tracks. Even this incident cannot be connected to him," Miss Amy said. "Then what do we do now?" Gustav asked. "Not we, this matter is none of your business anymore, it's up to the MBO to investigate now. I'm only telling you about it because you kind of got involved. He's probably forgotten about you now since you have nothing to do with whatever he's planning," Miss Amy said. Gustav nodded in understanding to her response. "You did well in quickly informing me about the location. Now those people will owe me a favor. I should take you out on a date again," Miss Amy voiced with a smile, "but I'll probably be busy for a while." "I don't mind, whenever you're ready, Miss Amy." Gustav was now feeling slightly relieved, but there was still a nagging feeling deep down, like he could sense that this still had a kind of connection to him. He decided to place that feeling behind him. Chapter 71, Baiting Charles. The next morning Gustav woke up at his regular timing. He still couldn't forget yesterday's events, but Miss Amy's assurance made him feel less cautious. He still went for his usual neighborhood watch last night, even though he knew mixed breeds were unlikely to show up, and truly none showed up. Gustav got prepared for school and left with Angie once again. Several minutes later he had arrived at the school and headed for the kitchen to start his morning job. Boss Danzo had noticed the changes in Gustav. Him growing colder and colder by the day. Although he never showed Boss Danzo that side of him, Boss Danzo was vigilant enough to notice this. He decided he would talk with Gustav one of these days. During the school activities, the students were paired in the training hall to spar with one another due to the upcoming exchange event. Gustav was paired with a student of class 3D and who also happened to be a D-grade mixed blood. The spars were for the purpose of training them, and it started last week. Gustav had been revealing a bit of his prowess since last week. He had been drawing attention to himself for some reason which was unknown to everyone. He would never use any bloodline abilities when sparring, but he would dodge every single attack from whoever he was sparring with, causing them to feel humiliated about not being able to touch him. Although he didn't reveal much, this was enough for him to draw attention to himself, since a mixed blood below F grade was able to avoid attacks of other higher graded mixed bloods. Everyone was busy with their sparring partners. There were many small circles in the hall. Everyone faced the sparring partner they were paired with, inside the circles. The small circles were barricaded by a blue glow that blocked the attacks from phasing out of the space so it wouldn't hit another person by mistake. There were hundreds of this small circle, and each one was as spacious as a boxing ring. Gustav was also within one, positioned at the west corner of the hall. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gustav swerved left and right as he dodged the circular balls of energy that were being sent at him. Swoosh! He sped towards the left side of the student he was sparring with. The student reacted by covering his right hand in a glow of blue energy before punching towards Gustav. Swoosh! Gustav dashed towards his back, causing the student to miss him. The student turned around and swung his hand towards the back, hoping to hit Gustav, but he was still too slow as Gustav dodged him. Gustav dashed towards his front again. The student was already starting to get frustrated, so he summoned a lot of blue energy balls. Pop. 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 20 of them appeared in midair and surrounded him. He sent them towards Gustav with speed. Each energy ball was the size of a fist. Swai. The balls traveled towards Gustav, cackling with a force that could easily tear a hole through a person. 5 of them appeared in front of him at the same time, only leaving small gaps between one another. Gustav moved towards the middle with speed as turned his body sideways. Since he didn't want to make use of dash, his normal speed was only a bit faster than these balls, so trying to dodge all of them seemed pretty impossible. Size manipulation. Immediately after Gustav said this in his mind, his body suddenly deflated. His chest and back seemed to be caving in like a balloon that was being deflated. He became so flat that he could be mistaken for plywood. Doing this, while his body was turned sideways, allowed the balls to miss him and keep flying forward. The student's mouth was wide open after seeing Gustav's performance. How was he able to do that? He wasn't the only person that saw Gustav do that. 2 more people whose circle happened to be positioned on their right saw him. Time to change partners, their instructor voiced out. The one on the left side was glaring at him with a weird look. Hey, Gustav, why don't you spar with me this time? The male student proposed. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and had short orange-colored hair. He had a slim body but a very confident look that was very similar to a prideful one. His eyes were sharp and brimming with life. This student was the person Gustav had been aiming for since reasons unknown. He wanted to spar with him to check out something, but he needed him to be the one to propose the spar. Charles Yemen. Gustav stared at him for a bit before answering. Sure. Gustav walked towards his circle while the student that was sparring with Charles earlier walked towards Gustav's former sparring partner. Hoo-hoo, Gordon, watch how it's done. It's pathetic that you can't land a single hit on him, Charles said with a look of contempt as he stared at Gustav's former partner. Some of the students around had forgotten that they were supposed to be sparring right now. They decided to watch Gustav spar with Charles. Gustav not receiving a single hit since this training started was already ticking off some people, but they didn't have the guts to go meet Gustav and ask for a sparring session with him, due to fear of being humiliated. Now that they were seeing that Charles and Gustav were about to spar, they believed Gustav would receive his retribution today. The blue glow barricaded the circle and they were surrounded by it. The same happened in the other circles, but some of them seemed to be focusing on Gustav's and Charles' circle instead of sparring. Surprisingly, their instructor, who happened to be watching from afar, didn't say anything about the students not minding their business. You seem to have gotten quite stronger recently. Hoo-hoo-hoo, that won't help you in this situation. Charles laughed like a maniac as he stared at Gustav. Is this speech necessary? Don't waste my time with it. Gustav voiced out with a look of boredom. Charles's face twisted upon hearing that. Then I won't show you any mercy, Charles spoke with a dark look and dashed towards Gustav. Red electric snakes danced around his body as he arrived in front of Gustav after taking only a single step. Gustav swerved towards the side, dodging him by only a small margin. Charles noticed that he missed. He reacted by raised his hands and conjuring red electricity in between his palms before extending them out towards Gustav. A thick snaky line of red electric charges blasted towards Gustav. This was when Gustav finally activated dash. The speed of the snaky electricity was extremely fast and he had already predicted this, so he activated dash before Charles was able to send it out. Gustav turned towards the right, causing the red electricity to miss him by only a few inches, but that wasn't all that happened. Gustav could feel a force from the electricity that was pushing him backward. He distanced himself more from the electricity charge while dash was still activated and felt the force decrease. If not for his activation of dash that practically slowed down everything around him, that force would have knocked him backward. Chapter 72, Observations. Just as I thought, it truly has gravitational force, Gustav analyzed as he moved towards Charles's back and tried to touch him. Due to the usage of dash, Charles was still moving in slow motion, but his eyes were able to follow Gustav. Charles wanted to change the direction of his attack to Gustav's new location, but even though his eyes were able to follow, his body movements were still slower. Gustav arrived behind him and pushed out his palm to touch Charles's back. Zun. When Gustav's palm was 3 inches away from touching Charles, it paused and was unable to move forward. Gustav was astonished but not surprised, cause he already sensed the force surrounding Charles that repelled any form of contact. Charles turned around and hurled his fist coated in electric snakes towards Gustav's chest. Gustav dodged it of course and dashed backward. How in the world is he able to move like that? Charles was shocked at Gustav's movement. The other students watching were just as shocked. They had no idea why Gustav would be able to move like that. Now I understand why his bloodline is compared to B- grade even though it's a C grade. That's pretty powerful, Gustav analyzed from the other side as both of them stared at one another with wary looks. Charles was already a Zulu rank 2, but Gustav noticed his strength was decent than most Zulu ranked mixed bloods he had faced recently. This was mostly attributed to his bloodline ability that had gravitational force mixed in. Just because you can move that fast doesn't mean you can defeat me, you. Before Charles could finish his statement, Gustav gave a low bow and spoke. Thanks for the sparring session. After saying this he walked out of the circle. Hey wait trash. I must trample you under my feet before you leave. Charles shouted out, but Gustav didn't reply. He kept walking till he left the area where the spar was taking place. Charles had a look of anguish as he saw Gustav ignore him. Chatter. 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 The hall became noisy after seeing that brief spar. Dash, isn't he supposed to be weakling? Dash, why is he able to move that fast? Although they have heard the news of how Gustav uses enhancement drugs, they were not so stupid as to not see that something was different about him. They couldn't tell what was happening, but they knew it would be impossible to make use of such drugs every single time, which further made them confused about the source of Gustav's improvement. Seeing the stares of everyone around him, Charles was enraged and started shouting for Gustav to come back into the circle so they could continue their spar, but his calls fell on deaf ears. Hey instructor, I'm leaving, Gustav waved to the instructor as he headed out. The middle-aged looking male instructor stared at Gustav with a look of confusion. Your class will be representing the school in the exchange event. Training is necessary, he voiced out. Nah, I'm not interested. Besides, what would trash do in such an event? You're better off with those failures behind me, Gustav said and walked out with a smirk. Ah. The entire hall erupted in chaos after hearing Gustav's statement, but he wasn't fazed. He dipped his hands into his pockets and kept walking forward without looking back. The aloofness on his face along with the way he walked made everyone stare at him with a look of astonishment from behind. Even the instructor was shocked, but he couldn't do anything. He heard about Miss Amy training Gustav and suspected that his current improvement might have something to do with that. Also, he couldn't force Gustav to stay back since he had decided he wasn't participating. Gustav walked towards his personal training room within the hall. First phase completed, Gustav said internally with a smile as he stood within his training room. The day came to an end again quite uneventfully if Gustav's act was subtracted. After his training with Miss Amy today, she told him their training days would be shortened to 3 days a week. Gustav could tell that she seemed busy. She wasn't in school throughout the day. Even though he was still bothered by what happened recently, he decided to place it behind him and focus on the task at hand. Gustav arrived at his apartment and met Angie waiting in front of his door. Hey Angie, Gustav greeted after seeing her. Hey Gustav, Angie answered with a sweet smile. Is there a problem? Why are you standing at my door? Gustav asked with an inquisitive gaze. He was starting to wonder if this would become a regular routine for her. Yes. I mean no. I mean we have to talk, Angie stuttered repeatedly before completing her sentence. Gustav's left eyebrow slightly went up before he replied. I already know what you want to talk about. The answer is no. Go home, Angie, Gustav said and proceeded to open his door. Angie grabbed him from behind. What if you're abducted again? Angie said with a worried tone. That won't happen. And even if it does, you won't be able to do anything about it, Gustav said and proceeded to open his door. I'm sure I can help, I'm at Zulu rank already, Angie kept insisting. The answer is no, Angie. Gustav walked forward, causing his cloth to slip from her grasp. Sleeve. The door slid open and closed back after Gustav walked in. Gustav frowned after entering his living room. Why is she so persistent? He pondered internally. After thinking for a few seconds, Gustav sighed. She was smart enough to figure out that I was abducted and informed Miss Amy, so I have to give her the benefit of the doubt at least, Gustav said internally and turned around to open his door. He walked out and arrived at the corridor. You're still here? Gustav voiced out in surprise. Angie was still standing beside his door. I was leaving already, Angie pouted as she spoke, but she still stood in the same position. Chapter 73, The Race. I wanted to give you a chance, but since you said you're leaving, then all right, bye, Gustav said and turned around. Eh? When did I say that? Angie said with a frantic look as she reached out to grab him. I thought you were leaving. Gustav turned around with a look of confusion. No, I'm not leaving, please give me a chance, Angie said with a pleading look. Gustav chuckled internally after seeing her reaction. All right then, Gustav said with a solemn look. Your bloodline grants you speed, right? Gustav asked. Angie nodded in affirmation. If you can beat me in a race, I'll let you join me during the night patrols, Gustav proposed. Angie's eyes slightly widened. Beat you in a race, she questioned with a doubt. Yes, if you cannot do this, then I'm afraid you can't work with me. Gustav crossed his arms and leaned his back against his door while waiting for a response. But this is unfair, you're obviously faster than I am, Angie said with a crestfallen look. Then you won't be of much help since I can do what you're supposed to be good at, better than you can, Gustav said and proceeded to turn around once again. Wait. I agree. Angie quickly stopped him before he headed in. Gustav smirked while facing the door before turning around. His face had returned to its usual aloofness after turning to face Angie. Good. Remember, if you lose, you mustn't disturb me about joining me to observe the neighborhood, Gustav stated with a solemn voice. Angie nodded in response. Good, let's go. Gustav said and proceeded to walk forward. Where are we going? Angie asked. Just follow me. Gustav said with a commanding tone. Angie complied and followed Gustav. Some minutes later, Gustav and Angie had arrived at the sparse forest area behind the neighborhood. They stood in a particular spot where small trees could be seen scattered around. Gustav finally stopped walking when he arrived in between two trees that were spaced apart by 50 feet. We will be racing to that tree over there. Gustav pointed at a particular tree ahead that was more than 15 meters tall. It was one of the tallest trees around here, so even though it was a bit far, it could still be seen clearly. Their current distance from here to there was over 2,000 meters. The first to touch that tree wins, Gustav exclaimed. All right, Angie answered and got into a running stance. Gustav had remembered that Angie's speed before she got to the Zulu rank was around 40 feet per second. So he believed that even though she had gotten to the Zulu rank, she should at most have increased by 2 times. Which meant it would still take her more than a minute to get there, while he only needed to activate dash and he would be able to arrive at the tree before 1 minute was up. New quest has been issued. Race Angie without activating a speed-related ability. What the heck is this? Gustav stared at the notification with a puzzled look. Why now of all times? Is the system trying to shit on my head? Gustav couldn't understand the reason behind this sudden quest even though he tried. If he decided to try completing the quest, he would be using his normal speed, and at the moment he had no idea about Angie's current speed. There was no way to figure out if he was faster or not. I can't lose this race and risk her coming along with me every night, Gustav pondered with a slightly worried look. Is everything all right? Angie asked from the side after noticing that Gustav kept staring forward weirdly. Yes, are you ready? Gustav asked. Angie replied with a small nod. On the count of 3, Gustav also got into a running stance. He crouched his knees a little as his face looked a bit more serious than it used to. 1. He started counting. 2. He stared forward at the tree ahead with concentration. 3. Immediately Gustav called out the third number. Both their bodies bolted forward with extreme speed. Zwash. Zwash. Their bodies blurred slightly as they traveled across the sparse forest region. In one movement they had both crossed 70 feet, causing mild winds to generate from their body movement as they streaked past small trees. They streaked past trees like phantoms, getting closer to the goal as seconds passed. Both of them were currently moving at the same amount of speed. Angie was surprised that she was able to keep up with Gustav as they raced. She moved slightly to the left as she ran, dodging a tree that was formerly in her path. Swerve. Swerve. Just like her, Gustav had to dodge several small trees on his path, but even with that, no one had surpassed the other in distance after running for 15 seconds. Tap. 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 Their tapping footsteps could be heard as they fiercely ran across the forest, causing small clouds of dust and leaves to gather in a straight line following their footsteps. Gustav and Angie already knew they were at the same level of speed at this time, so they both pushed themselves to move faster. As 30 seconds passed by, they crossed 1,000 meters. They were only about 1,500 meters away from the tree now. They both kept pushing as their speed increased to 80 feet per second. Gustav was already thinking about using dash as they closed in on the tree. He noticed that Angie was getting faster as they ran. Gustav had already pushed his normal speed to the limit, yet she was slowly surpassing him. He couldn't let Angie win, but he also didn't want to lose the quest. This put him in a dilemma. As they were 500 meters away from the tree, Gustav was starting to catch up with Angie again. She seems to be running out of stamina. Gustav turned his head to the side to stare at Angie after noticing that she had slowed down. Chapter 74, Unexpected End. Huh? What's she doing? Gustav noticed that Angie had closed her eyes while running, yet she was still able to dodge the trees along her path. Angie, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. If I'm going to win, it must be by an outstanding gap. As Angie said this in her mind, another horn could be seen growing out of her forehead. She initially had 2 horns, but with this, it became 3. Swoosh. Her speed suddenly increased exponentially. She started racing ahead of Gustav. What? Gustav was surprised to see Angie suddenly grow another horn, which caused her speed to increase. In 5 seconds she had already surpassed Gustav by almost 50 feet. Gustav was struggling to catch up with her at this point. As they crossed another 100 meters, Gustav noticed that she was increasing the gap between them more. I have to use it, Gustav said in his mind after noticing the increase in the gap between them widened even further. Add 10 attributes points to speed. Plus 10 attributes points has been added to speed. Swoosh. Gustav's speed also increased by a notch and he started closing in Angie. Right now they were only 300 meters from the tree. Gustav was starting to close in the gap. From 50 feet, it reduced to 40 and then to 30 in a few seconds. Both of them were moving at a speed of around 100 feet per second, so even though Gustav was closing up on her, he calculated that she would still get to the tree before he did. At this point, they were around 100 meters away from getting to the tree and Gustav was 7 feet behind Angie. Add 5 attributes point to speed, Gustav said internally. Plus 5 attributes points has been added to speed. Swoosh. Gustav's speed suddenly increased again. It was like adding nitro to a rocket launcher. In the next 3 seconds, the tree was already in front of Gustav. SHSSHHH. His feet slid across the ground after he came to a pause suddenly. Tap. Gustav placed his hand on the tree as he arrived before it. He sighed in relief and turned towards the left to stare at Angie. Huh. Angie was also staring back at him and they both had their hands on the tree. Atai. Gustav had the urge to facepalm. Angie also had a crestfallen look on her face. I didn't win. They both removed their hands from the stem of the tree and turned around with a contemplative expression. There were trails of dust in the direction they were coming from. Angie's third horn slowly went back into her head. She had a fatigued expression on her face. It was obvious that what she just did took up a lot of her energy. "So, what's going to happen now?" Angie asked with a slightly timid look. "Quest has been completed. Rewards: 5,000 EXP. All attribute stats +1. Gustav noted the completion of the quest and the rewards. "I had to spend almost all my saved up points because of this, and yet." Gustav was disappointed at the rewards. He has decided that the next time he was given a quest similar to this by the system, he would ignore it. "You didn't win," he said to Angie. Angie looked more down upon hearing that. "But I also didn't win. Since it was a tie, I'll give you a chance based on my conditions," Gustav added. Angie's eyes widened in excitement. "Really?" she questioned. "Yes, but only if you can accept my conditions," Gustav stated. "I accept your conditions," Angie voiced out with a smile. "What? You haven't even listened to them yet?" Gustav had a "you must be kidding me" kind of look as he stared at Angie. "I don't care what they are." "I accept," Angie said again. "Oh, is that so?" Gustav said with a smirk as he moved closer to Angie. Angie nodded cutely. "What if I asked you to do something shameless?" Gustav said as he moved his face closer to hers. Angie gasped in surprise as she stared at Gustav's face that was only several centimeters from hers. "Something shameless." Angie's face started turning red as naughty imagination streamed into her mind. Gustav kept moving his face closer to hers while still smirking. "Yes, if I asked you to do something shameless, would you agree to it?" Gustav asked again. Angie had to keep moving backward till her back was placed against the tree. Gustav extended his arm forward and placed his palm on the body of the tree beside Angie's face. He moved his face closer to hers again while leaning on the tree with his hand. Angie's face had turned completely beet red at this moment. Gustav looked so devilishly charming with the smirk on his face as he looked into her eyes without breaking contact. Their faces were only 3 centimeters from touching. "Well, would you?" Gustav asked again. "Why yes," Angie shyly looked away as she answered. Gustav was kind of surprised by her answer. He moved his hand away from the tree and turned around to walk forward. His face had gone back to being poker-like. "All right then," he turned around to face her once again. Angie stared at his expression with a look of confusion. She could call Gustav a devil with the way he was acting. One moment he was cold and the next, he was seductive, only for him to go back to being indifferent. "I have a few conditions in mind," Gustav started speaking again. A few hours later, Gustav was already back in his apartment making more research on mixed breeds. Occasionally his thoughts would drift back to his race with Angie. He still wondered why she said she would agree to any of his demands regardless of what it was. Till now he didn't understand her thought process, because other people would definitely not agree if he made absurd demands. If she continues this way, she's going to be badly hurt in the future, Gustav analyzed, but he hadn't thought of a way to help change her mindset. This night he would be patrolling alone, since one of his conditions to her was, she would only work with him on specific days of his choosing. 3 times a week, but he would pick the days himself. He had decided that he would only let her come with him on the days after he had defeated any mixed breed that appeared during the week. Chapter 75, Plans in Motion. 2 days had gone by again in a flash. Gustav was currently in the dojo, taking a break after training with Miss Amy. He and Miss Amy sat on the floor with their legs crossed as they discussed. "Miss Amy, I've been wanting to ask, why do we have to wear yukatas when training?" Gustav said with an intrigued look. "You don't know about the history of this place?" Miss Amy asked while turning to stare at him. Gustav shook his head in denial. Miss Amy decided to explain after seeing that Gustav had northwest idea about this place. "This entire building is owned by a business group named Octavia. It's one of the most affluent business groups in the city," Miss Amy explained. "The group is owned by a powerful family which originated from an ancient country known as Japan. In the olden days, Japan was one of the countries in an ancient continent named Asia that practiced martial arts. This yukata was a traditional outfit that originated from there. The family that owns this building also owns the dojo. They implemented their culture so it wouldn't be forgotten," Miss Amy concluded her explanation. Gustav now had a look of understanding. He already knew a thing or two about the ancient countries and part of their history, so Miss Amy's explanation made sense to him now. "Miss Amy, that family, do you have a kind of connection to them?" Gustav asked what had been bothering him for some time now. He had noticed the way Miss Amy was treated with respect around here. It made no sense that they would fear and respect her that much if she didn't have some kind of connection to the family that owned this building. Miss Amy squinted her eyes before replying. Who knows? Do I have a connection with them? Miss Amy shrugged and stood up. Let's continue, Miss Amy said. Gustav had a look of suspicion, but he decided not to pursue the matter. He stood up and continued his training with Miss Amy. Another day went by again. Today was a Thursday. For the past 3 days, Gustav hadn't visited the training hall to join his peers to spar. His classmates were still suspicious about him, but what he did the other day was starting to die down. They decided to focus on the upcoming exchange event. As for Angie, Gustav let her follow him on the night patrol for the last 2 days. The first night that she joined him, her father and mother came out of their apartment to plead with him to protect Angie in case of emergency. Angie felt very embarrassed and she kept asking her parents to stop, but they refused. Gustav just nodded at them and left with Angie. He wasn't bothered since he already calculated that it wasn't time for a mixed breed to appear yet. He would only let Angie come with him on nights where he was sure that a mixed breed wouldn't show up anyways. He had asked Miss Amy about this weird phenomenon of mixed breeds crossing the border. She also couldn't understand why or how that was happening, but she promised Gustav that she would look into it when she had the time. For now, Gustav would still have to keep protecting the neighborhood, and he didn't mind since it was also bringing in money for him. He had also been selling parts and organs of mixed breeds secretly, which to his surprise also brought in a good amount of money. Gustav found out some time ago that organs of mixed breeds were also used to make drugs. He also found out that some restaurants cooked some luxurious meals using some of their organs. In school today, Gustav patiently waited for the day to end. He had been planning something for the past few days. It was time to put some of those plans in motion. The latter part of the day for Class 3 was always spent within the training hall. They would train there till the day ended. Trying. The sound of the closing bell reverberated across the school. Finally, school activities came to an end for the day. Class 3 students started streaming out of the hall in groups. Chatter. 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 Friends moved together, chatting with one another in excitement as they walked out. 2 tall students, in particular, were walking together with each other. One had orange-colored hair while the other had black hair. Both of their hairs were the shoulder-length type, but they were quite tall. The one with the orange-colored hair was 6 feet 2 inches while the other was 6 feet. Charles, are we going there today? The one with the black hair asked with a smile. Hoo-hoo, you bet we are, Gordon. I've held myself back for a week now with all this intense training. I must relieve all this pent-up stress. Charles replied with a mischievous smile. Hee hee, yes, we should relieve our pent-up stress, Gordon answered back with a smile. Suddenly his face froze up. Speaking of relief, I must relieve my bowels. I need to head to the bathroom. Gordon's face squeezed up as he spoke. Eck, again? Charles asked with a slightly frustrated look. I won't take long, please just wait, Gordon said and turned around to head for the bathroom inside the hall. TCH, I wonder what he ate. Charles had a slightly pissed off look as he stared at Gordon, who was running towards the hall. Charles moved towards the side to wait for Gordon. 15 minutes later, Gordon was jogging towards Charles from the direction of the training hall. His face had a look of relief. He arrived before Charles and spoke. Let's go, Charles, he said. You sure you're up for it today? Charles asked with a slight tone of worry. Haha, why not? I wouldn't give up having fun with those sexy sluts for the entire world, Gordon replied. Besides, we have to release our pent-up stress from all the intense training we've been going through, Gordon added. Alright, let's go then, Charles said and turned around. They moved towards the parking lot and arrived in front of a floating velvet-colored car. The car was similar in shape to a sports car like the old days Lamborghini and Bugatti. The differences were, it was floating above the ground, it had a whitish kind of flame oozing from underneath, it looked way neater and futuristic, it was thrice the size of those kinds of sports cars, lastly it was at least 10 times faster. There was already a driver waiting for them. He bowed to both of them politely before they entered. The driver got in and started the car. Zwunun. The sound of the engine was so smooth and soothing, it sounded pleasant to the ears. Swee-hi-hi. It zoomed off with speed into the distance. Chapter 76, Running Stomach. The interior of the car was so good-looking that it could be compared to a jet's cockpit. A guard on all black sat beside the driver's seat. He wore black shades also and had dark red hair, while the driver looked like a typical pushover with his scrawny build and honest-looking eyes. "Yo Ren, take us to that place," Charles voiced out from the back seat. "As you wish, young master," the driver replied politely and pushed a button forward before grabbing hold of a small bar-like handle and pushing it forward. Swoon. The car turned left at an intersection and kept speeding forward. Its speed was so fast that it blurred through the road, streaking by several vehicles. In Plankton City there were hardly any roads that had speed limits, but there was still some kind of speeds that were over the limit. An example would be moving at over 1,000 miles per hour, which was exactly how fast the car was moving. The thing was, no one could complain when they saw what type of car it was. A new modeled Vimpolo from the new Vimpolo Marcus series. A type of car that only the biggest shots in the city could afford. Their car arrived in front of a 5-story building. This part of the city was one of the busiest. It was always bustling with activity. People moved to and fro across the area. A lot of males and females streaked into this building that they arrived at. Most of the females that were walking in were laced in revealing garments. Most of them wore skimpy skirts that almost revealed their thighs completely, while some wore tight-fitted short gowns that revealed a lot of their cleavages, giving passers-by a sight for sore eyes. A glowing sign was hung up on the building that said, "Maiden's Haven." This was a well-known business place in the city that the so-called righteous citizens would see as a sinful place. It was the combination of a pub, a club, and a first-class brothel. It was obvious that Charles and Gordon frequented this place to have fun. Charles and Gordon got down from the car. They had changed from their school uniforms into something more casual. Even with the casual wear, you could still tell that they had an influential background. The men standing at the entrance bowed to them as they walked into the building along with their guard, who followed behind. Normally there was a queue to get in, but both of them got special treatment. Even the ladies on the line were whistling at them before they entered to get their attention. Immediately they got in after passing through the corridor. Loud music blasted into their eardrums. Dance to the beat, don't you want to get stoned? Move to the rhythm, drop that S-bomb. Flow with the bass and get high on fun. *CK them little bitches right in the holes. Some dirty music was playing out and strippers could be seen dancing on poles in front. The lights and the atmosphere gave off a party vibe. There were seats positioned at different corners and people sat on tables with drinks placed in front of them, while some people were on the dance floor. Mostly ladies wriggling their butts. "Young masters, welcome back," a beautiful female in short green and red gown approached them while greeting. She had long blue hair and pink bunny ears. "Will it be the usual room today?" she asked. "Of course. That's the best place to have big fun, don't you think, Gordon?" Charles tapped Gordon as he spoke. "Huh. Oh yes, that room would be better," Gordon, who was absent-minded earlier, answered hurriedly. "You're still having that stomach upset?" Charles asked after noticing his weird behavior. Yes," Gordon answered with a slightly pained look. Tap. "Don't worry, once we're having fun with those beauties it will pass," Charles tapped Gordon's shoulder while assuring him. Gordon nodded with a smile. "Madame Farrell, get that room ready for us, and hoo-hoo, we want fresh blood today," Charles whispered into her bunny ear. The lady nodded with a smile and walked away while both of them picked a place to hang around in the meantime. 1 hour later they were in the last room on the last floor. The room was luxurious with 2 large beds big enough to contain 15 people each. There were 7 beautiful females in revealing outfits serving drinks to Gordon and Charles. They danced and moved across the place seductively, swaying their hips towards Gordon and Charles. Laughter filled the room as they drank to their heart content and touched the bodies of the females in a dirty manner. Both of them had 1 female each sitting on their lap. Charles's right hand was currently inside the bra of the one on his laps. He blatantly fondled her breasts from underneath the bra while talking to Gordon. The lady was moaning loudly into his ears and he kept laughing with excitement when he saw her expression. "Gordon, it's about time we ravished the beauties here, hoo-hoo-hoo," Charles said with a lewd smile hung on his face. Gordon smiled back, but just as he wanted to reply his face twisted in pain. "Ugh." He threw the girl on his lap off him as he held onto his gut. Charles frowned. "Not again," he voiced with a disappointed look. Gordon stood up while holding his gut in pain. "Get out. All of you," he shouted. The females were wondering what was happening. "I said get out." he shouted again with his face squeezing in pain. The female scampered out of the room after hearing him shout for the second time. "Hey, you didn't have to chase them out, you could have just gone to do your thing in the bathroom," Charles said with a look of annoyance. Gordon kept holding his tummy while squatting slightly. "Help me, Charles," Gordon said with a pained voice. "What the hell did you eat?" Charles voiced out in dissatisfaction. "I ate our regular so I doen't know. Eventhe pills didn't work," Gordon said with a pained expression. "Eck, alright," Charles replied and went to assist Gordon up. "Help me to the bathroom," Gordon added. Charles placed Gordon's hand on his shoulder and helped him to the bathroom within the room. Immediately they entered the bathroom, Gordon smirked and withdrew his arm from Charles's shoulder with force. Before Charles could react to that, Gordon suddenly straightened himself up and reached out to grab Charles's face. He lifted Charles off the ground with one arm and dashed towards the wall ahead. Swoosh! Immediately he arrived before the wall which had a mirror placed on it. He slammed Charles's head into it. Bang! The mirror cracked and pieces were sent flying in all directions. Blood trickled from the point of impact, across the surface of the mirror, towards the wall, and down to the floor. Chapter 77, Extreme Confusion. Charles was in extreme pain and confusion as his head was pinned to the broken mirror on the wall. Gordon pulled him away from the wall and lifted him before slamming his head onto the toilet seat. Bang! The seat broke into several small pieces and water squirted out of the hole. Gordon picked Charles up again and lifted him before slamming his knee into his jaw. Splurt! His upper and lower teeth were forcefully gnashed against one another, causing pieces of teeth to fly out of his mouth along with blood. He felt his skull vibrate due to the intense force from the kick. Charles hadn't even been given the chance to react to any of the attacks, they were all too sudden and fast for him to try and counter. He couldn't even understand what was happening. The runny stomach, the look of pain, where was all that now? Another thought that came to his mind was, when did Gordon become strong enough to beat him in such a manner that he wouldn't be able to fight back? I need to activate my bloodline. This was the only way Charles felt he could escape from these chains of attacks. Bang! He slammed into the wall on the other side. Gordon dashed forward and threw out his fist towards Charles's chest. Just as his fist was close to making contact with Charles's chest, red electric snakes suddenly started appearing around Charles. These red electric snakes swam around his body. Gordon's fist was stopped several centimeters from touching Charles by a strange and invisible force. His fist couldn't move any closer. "Wh at are yo you do ing Gordon. I'll kill you!" Charles shouted out with a look of anguish on his blood-soaked face. He proceeded to throw out a fist coated with red electricity. Even with his injuries, he was still as quick as ever, but to his surprise, Gordon swerved and dodged his fist with ease. "This time is not gonna be like the last time," Gordon voiced out as he threw out his palm towards Charles's chest. Charles wasn't even given the chance to process Gordon's statement before the palm tore through the invisible force protecting him and slammed into his chest with force. Bang! Krryycchh. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Charles's chest caved in and his back slammed into the wall more. Charles's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That wasn't the end of it. Bam! 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 One after the other, Gordon's palms kept slamming into Gordon's chest. He interchanged it between left and right repeatedly, and due to the speed, Charles's body remained pinned to the wall as he couldn't do anything but watch the attacks rain down brutally upon his body. Bam! The final palm strike caused his ribcage to collapse entirely as blood jetted out of his nose, eyes, and mouth. Why? He managed to mutter this question before his eyes closed up and he passed out. Plop! His body fell to the floor limply. For revenge, and also, because I want your bloodline. Since Charles had passed out, he was unable to see the evil smirk on Gordon's face as well as his reply to him. Gordon turned around and walked towards the door. Click! He locked it and walked back towards the body of Charles. He slowly squatted in front of him and placed his hand on Charles's neck. You will suffer the same fate as your friend. Didn't you both enjoy bullying and torturing me back then? Gordon's voice had changed into that of another person. This voice sounded smooth and light, masculine voice. Neither thick nor thin, more like soothing. Gordon's fingernails extended in length and pierced into Charles's neck, causing blood to drip towards the floor again. Hours ago when school ended for the day. Gordon and Charles left the training hall together, but Gordon had a running stomach, so he asked Charles to wait while he went to use the toilet in the training hall. Gordon ran across the hall corridor with a sweat-filled face until he finally got to the bathroom located at the end. What he didn't notice was, there was a sign that said the bathroom was being cleaned up. He didn't notice this due to the way he was feeling extremely pressed. He entered the male's bathroom and walked towards one of the cubicles ahead. He also didn't notice that immediately he entered through the bathroom's door, a shadow streaked through the entrance before the door closed up. He arrived in front of the cubicle unbeknownst to him that there was someone following behind him. This person's footsteps were silent, so he didn't notice. Just as he pushed the door open, a hand grabbed onto him and pulled him backward. Ah! He moaned out in discomfort, but his voice was cut off by the palm that forcefully covered his mouth. He grabbed the hand and tried removing it from his mouth, but it would seem the assailant was way stronger than he was. The palm pressed more against his mouth as he felt an arm wrapping around his neck. Ghhhhhhh. The arm tightened strongly around his neck, forcefully depriving him of oxygen. He kicked and clawed intensely in pain. He even tried using his elbows to hit the person in the guts, but it was like the person couldn't feel any pain. Whoisth is. Hour. Ethewysostr on, G. No matter how much he hit the person behind him, they didn't stop choking him. Tears were already spilling from his eyes as he felt his throat being crushed. He tried activating his bloodline ability, but he couldn't focus with his brain short-circuiting due to lack of oxygen. After a few more seconds, his eyes rolled to the back and he passed out. The person who was holding onto him kept squeezing for a few more seconds before letting go of him. Plop. Gordon's body fell to the floor without any signs of movement. Not much of a hassle to defeat the likes of you, a thin masculine voice was heard after the body fell to the floor. Chapter 78, 99.9% compatibility rate. Not much of a hassle to defeat the likes of you, a thin masculine voice was heard after the body fell to the floor. It was a man in black pants, a red t-shirt and a blue jacket. The man had an oblong-shaped face with long brown hair reaching his back. He stared at the body below as his fingernails extended to 3 inches in length. He squatted before the body of Gordon and grabbed onto his neck before lifting his head slightly off the ground. Let's get started then. The man had a huge grin on his face as his fingernails dug into Gordon's neck. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with energy transmutation bloodline, 0% per 100%. Analysis complete, 27%/100%. Host compatibility with energy transmutation bloodline is 27%. Host compatibility with this bloodline is lower than average. Does host still desire to acquire this bloodline? Yes/no. This is a first, the man muttered inwardly. This man was Gustav. He had changed his appearance into that of a teacher in the school, which was why he was looking this way. What happens if I acquire this bloodline the way it is? Gustav wondered as he stared at the notifications. Acquiring a bloodline that is lower than 50% compatibility rate ends up being less than F grade after successful extraction. Gustav stared at the new notification that popped up with a look of understanding. I'm guessing this is why the bloodline grades decrease when I acquire them. If the compatibility is 100%, I should be able to extract it successfully into my body without it decreasing in grade, Gustav analyzed. He was so amazed by this revelation that the system just replied to him after a few seconds had gone by. Wait. You answered me. Gustav voiced out with a look of surprise. He noticed the message that popped up earlier disappear and get replaced with that, which meant speechlessness. It's been 3 months already, Gustav added with a contemplative look after remembering that the system didn't communicate with him for that long. What does the host expect? A good morning and night greeting every day. It was Gustav's turn to be speechless. Host should return to his activities after all. Your hands are full at the moment. These words appeared after that for a few seconds, then disappeared. Hey, what exactly are you? Gustav questioned. There was no reply this time. Hey. No reply again. Gustav called out several more times, but the system didn't reply to his call. Gustav knew it would be foolish to keep calling out to it, so he decided to continue what he was doing previously. It doesn't matter if the compatibility is low, so long as I can extract it. I will have another bloodline added to my collection which would give me more options when making use of recreation. This was Gustav's thought process as he decided to accept the bloodline. Yes, Gustav stated. Host has decided to acquire this bloodline. Bloodline extraction will now begin. Bright glowing crimson-colored veins appeared on the neck of Gordon, who was laying on the ground. The veins extended deep down his neck, down his chest area, and kept going inwards. The bright glowing crimson veins transported that same color of blood upwards, towards Gustav's fingertips that were dug into his neck. The crimson glowing blood started flowing into Gustav's fingernails towards his wrists, straight upwards. His veins also glowed up with the same color. Bloodline extraction process, 50%/100%. Gustav had thought it would take longer to acquire the bloodline, but to his surprise, it took a shorter time than he expected. Congratulations! Host has acquired energy transmutation bloodline. In 5 more minutes, he saw the notification appear in his line of sight. Gustav withdrew his fingernails from the neck of Gordon, which was dripping blood. He waved his hand, causing the blood on his fingernails to splatter across the floor. His fingernails retracted, going back to their previous length as he brought out a healing medical pill from his storage device and placed it in Gordon's mouth. You don't get to die on me yet. You must also go through the humiliation of being called trash, Gustav voiced with a smirk as he brought out a rope and some other items. He tied Gordon up and also gagged him before placing him beside the wall. Now that he has lost his bloodline, he won't be able to escape from here until someone sees him, but by then it will be too late and I'll be done with Charles, Gustav said internally as his body slowly transformed into that of Gordon's. Hair color, eye size, skin tone, height, hair length, everything about Gordon's looks were perfectly copied. Gustav pulled off his clothes and changed into Gordon's school uniform. Since Gordon was taller and bigger than he was, wearing his regular school uniform wasn't an option. After Gustav was done, he walked out of the bathroom and placed the cleaning sign properly in front of the door. Those past events led to this moment where Gustav was about to take Charles's bloodline. From when Charles brought him to the bathroom, he already activated Dash and used his speed to throw Charles out of balance. He used Palm Strike repeatedly earlier to break through the gravitational force surrounding Charles's body upon activating his bloodline. Charles's downfall was already certain from when he was fooled by Gordon's appearance, which was actually Gustav. Gustav had taken him by surprise from the first attack, dealt a lot of damage. This wasn't like the training session in school, so he wasn't going to hold back when fighting Charles this time. Charles was pretty much stronger than the rest of the Zulu-ranked mixed bloods he had fought until now, but he still fell short of Gustav's prowess when he used his full strength. Gustav was still squatting at this moment. His nails still dug into Charles's neck. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with gravitational charge bloodline, 0% per 100%. Analysis complete, 99.9%/100%. Host compatibility with gravitational charge bloodline is 99.9%. Does host desire to acquire this bloodline? Yes/no. Gustav stared at the notification with a look of amazement. Chapter 79, Monthly Quest completed. Does this mean I might be able to extract this bloodline without it being reduced in grade? Gustav wondered. He felt this was probably going to be the case and was eager to confirm it. Yes, he muttered with an intrigued look. Host has decided to acquire this bloodline. Bloodline extraction will now begin. Gustav saw the bar start to move after the notification appeared. He waited for about 5 minutes before notifications started popping up in his line of sight. Congratulations! Host has acquired gravitational charge bloodline. Monthly quest, acquire a C-grade bloodline has been completed. Rewards. All stats +2. New attribute has been unlocked, defense. 200,000 EXP. Host has leveled up. Host has leveled up. Host has leveled up. Notifications rang out repeatedly in his head. Originally he would be feeling headache from hearing the sound of numerous notifications, but right now it was like music to his ears. He stared at the notifications and smirked. Now those are what I call rewards, Gustav voiced out in excitement. He brought out 2 pills from his pocket and placed them in Charles's mouth before tying him up and gagging him like Gordon. After Gustav was done, he looked around the bathroom and noticed it was in a messy state. He would have choked Charles like he did with Gordon, but it would only prolong the fight. If Charles were to activate his bloodline while Gustav was making contact with him, Gustav would get numb temporarily. He already suspected that even with all the squeezing or whatever he decided to try, Charles would still be able to activate his bloodline regardless, so he decided to go with a heavy beating. Gustav brought out a small black bottle and opened it. He moved around the scene and poured out the content in different spots. A bluish powdery substance poured out and spread across the surroundings. There was no difference between the state of the room earlier and now. Only Gustav knew the purpose of the powder, since it didn't change anything in the atmosphere. After doing that, Gustav washed his hands at the faucet and put his looks in order before leaving the bathroom. He walked out of the room and arrived at the corridor that led to the stairs. His expression right now was that of a haughty young master. Exactly how Gordon acted. While walking across the corridor, the guard that followed them here was coming from the opposite direction. He saw Gustav coming from the other side and bowed slightly. Gustav stared at him with disgust before speaking. "Don't disturb Charles, he's busy right now." "Young master, I can't do that, it's already late, his father will be expecting him," the guard answered. "All right then, go. I wonder how Charles will deal with you after you disturb his pleasure time," Gustav said and kept walking forward. The guard's face paled as he heard that. "Young master, what about you? Why are you not joining him?" The guard turned around and asked. "Because I'm done, you big oaf. I'm going to wait in the car, you better don't disturb him until he's done," Gustav said without turning around. He walked towards the stairways ahead and walked down the stairs. The guard kept staring in the direction where Gustav headed for a few seconds before gulping down spit and walking towards the room where everything went down. He got to the front of the door and reached out for the button that controlled the opening and shutting of the door. He stopped himself when his finger was only a few centimeters from touching the button. "Let me wait for a few more minutes," he said, and moved to the side of the entrance to stand. Gustav, who had already gotten to the elevator that led down, sighed in relief. A drop of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. "That was an expert that is on the same level with the person who abducted me." Gustav cleaned the drop of sweat on his head as the elevator descended. Gustav wondered where Gordon and Charles got the guts to speak to him anyhow they willed. The way he spoke to the guard earlier was similar to Gordon's method of speaking. Disrespect, haughtiness, and lack of regard. Does this mean background matters more than power, or does power matter more? Gustav couldn't see someone as powerful as Miss Amy bowing to some group of brats as they trash-talked her. He knew the guard wasn't as powerful, but even with that, he didn't expect that someone at that level of strength would just choose to be a lackey. He couldn't wrap his head around it no matter how much he tried. He placed that behind him as the elevator reached the ground floor. The ground floor was always crowded due to it being accessible to everyone regardless of their status. Immediately Gustav walked amidst the crowd of people. He transformed into a random person and left through the exit. An hour later Gustav was in his bedroom reminiscing about today's event. It went just as planned, but it could have gone really bad, had that guard decided to enter the room. "I wonder if they'll attend school after all this." "Probably not. Those bastards can't take the shame after all, but it doesn't change the fact that they'll be seen as trashes from now on," Gustav muttered with a look of gratification. He felt shape-shifting was really convenient for getting a lot of sneaky deeds done. His mind went back to how he started planning all this last week. Last week he asked Boss Danzo about a recipe he could add to any meal that would cause severe diarrhea. Originally this illness was something that could be fixed by downing a single healing pill, but Gustav asked Boss Danzo for specific recipes that would cause the illness to remain even after downing a bottle of healing pills. Boss Danzo asked what he needed that for, but Gustav answered that it was only for research. Boss Danzo gave him some concoctions that could be mixed to achieve that effect. After getting how to mix the concoctions, Gustav used them to prepare an odorless and tasteless oil. This morning he used that oil to cook a separate meal. Gustav had been able to access the second floor of the high school cafeteria since he started training with Miss Amy. There were times he would assist the chefs in serving food to the mixed bloods. He decided to do that again today and made use of the opportunity to serve Gordon that special food. Chapter 80, Uproar. Gustav had been studying both of them for the past week. He knew Gordon's feeding timetable, so he was sure about the meal he was gonna get today. Of course, when Gordon and Charles came to buy their lunch together, they didn't forget to throw snide remarks at Gustav when they saw him selling food at the counter. Gustav knew that they would come to his side of the counter once they saw him, which was one of the reasons why he decided to help the chefs serve food today. This was what led to Gordon getting the special meal. Since then he had been having a runny stomach and had to visit the bathroom countless times. Gustav, who everyone thought would never attend the sparring sessions again, was always close by whenever it was going on. He had been watching them since after break. His plan paid off when Gordon ran to the toilet after the day ended. That was where his plan truly kicked off. The other time when he sparred with Charles and Gordon, he was inspecting their bloodline abilities on a closer scale. Charles especially, since Gustav wanted to find out if he could break through the gravity barrier that always surrounded him after he activated his bloodline. From when Gustav made contact with the gravity field that always surrounded Charles, he calculated the amount of force that would be needed to break through it, and he realized that palm strike skill could achieve that. Gustav was glad that everything worked out as planned, and he had already put several things in place to make sure these deeds were not traced back to him. After contemplating about a few more things, Gustav opened the system interface to check his stats. Host attributes. Name, Gustav. Level, 8. Class. EXP, 69, 500/150, 000. HP, 1250/1250. Energy, 900/1000. Attributes. Strength, 37. Perception, 37. Mental fortitude, 37. Agility, 37. Speed, 52. Bravery, 37. Intelligence, 37. Charm, 37. Defense, 5. Attributes points, 19. Gustav stared at the new stat with a contemplative look. Defense. I'm guessing it might have to do with strengthening my body or something, he analyzed. It's too bad I spent most of my attributes points on the race with Angie, Gustav sighed in dissatisfaction. Add 5 points to defense. Gustav commanded. Plus 5 points have been added to defense. He only had 19 attributes points to spare at this moment. He always liked to save some in case of emergency, so he didn't add more to defense after this. He decided that he would use the daily stats to increase defense until it up to par with the rest. I wonder if my body is steadier now. Unlike the other stats, he could hardly feel any difference when he increased his defense stats. He decided he would try it out later. It was evening already, so it was time for his patrols. He suspected that a mixed breed would show up today, so he decided for Angie to skip today's patrol so he would do it alone. The next day, Gustav woke up by his usual time and went to school. Last night, just as he expected, a mixed breed showed up, and it was a level 1 this time. It didn't take Gustav longer than a few minutes to kill it and add it to beast transformation. This happened to be a mutated ape mixed breed. It looked like a monkey with white furs, but it was as big as a gorilla. Its features were in its ability to corrode any object it touched. Gustav felt it wasn't needed since he already had atomic disintegration, but on second thought he decided to extract it. He decided that the next mixed breed he considered useless would be sold to a lab without any extraction being performed on it. From the information he gathered earlier, mixed breed corpses would sell for good prices in laboratories, but he never for once tried to do that. If the laboratory researches the corpses and found out that their bloodline was missing, it would arouse suspicions. Now that he could transform into anyone he willed, he could use a different character and form to do business with laboratories. Not a lot of facilities around this part of the city had see-through technology security protocols that could scan a person's internals, which could potentially put shape-shifting to shame. This was why Gustav wasn't worried about them noticing that he wasn't in his original form. Gustav walked to school after getting to the usual stopping point for him and Angie. School cafeteria. During the break period, Gustav was sitting on the second floor taking his lunch. He always stays behind, so no one usually noticed that was there most of the time. Sometimes some of them would see him and not even recognize him. Chatter. 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 The hall was noisier than usual today, with discussions coming from different angles. Just as Gustav expected, the news about what happened to Gordon and Charles had circulated. Hey, did you hear? Gordon and Charles lost their bloodlines. What? How did that happen? No one knows, but Charles said Gordon was responsible for the incident, while Gordon said it was an unknown man. That doesn't make any sense. It can't be Gordon if he also lost his bloodline. Have you heard that something similar happened 2 months ago to Ben? What? Ben also lost his bloodline. Yes, the person said to be responsible was a terrorist mixed blood who was also accused of being the one responsible for putting Hung Jo in his current state. Ovalid is the only terrorist suspected in the meantime, but he never had any means of taking any mixed blood's bloodline before, so no one knows if it's all just a cover-up so the government can have someone to blame. Damn though, what is really happening? Is the city not safe anymore? More like what's happening in this school, since such unfortunate events has only happened to students that attend this school. Gustav listened from the side with a barely noticeable smile on his face. There's more to come. Chapter 81, Boss Danzo's Advice. There's more to come, but I should be cautious and keep it on the low for now. Gustav's thought process was like this because, before did this, no one was wary and everyone practically let their guards down. Now that it had become a hot topic, everyone was cautious now. No one wanted to be the next Gordon or Charles, so everyone was watching their backs. Gustav could tell that it wasn't going to be easy when next he decided to steal a student's bloodline now that things had developed to this state. He wasn't too bothered though, because aside from Hung Jo, Ben, Paul, Charles, and Gordon, there were only about 2 persons left that bullied him. Hung Jo was top of the list while the rest of these 2 left were at the bottom. The rest of his classmates only talked down on him and called him trash, so he wasn't really planning anything for them, but he had decided to face slap a lot of them in the MBO entrance test. Either way, he decided not to try anything intense like what he did the day before. Gustav finished his meal later and left the hall after exchanging greetings with some of the chefs. The latter half of the day was spent training Class 3 students again. The instructor was a little bit bothered about Gordon and Charles's situation, but it didn't affect his plans overall since there were way more students that were better than both of them in Class 3. The students showed more of their prowess and potential so they could fill in the spot that Charles and Gordon occupied. Class 3 had over 100 students. Although everyone would be attending, everyone couldn't represent the school in duels. Charles happened to be picked as part of the duel team members while Gordon was picked as a substitute, which was why students were showing their prowess today. They wanted the 2 empty slots that were currently available. Also, those that planned to be picked as the captain of the team had to always show their prowess. It would still take some time before the instructor would pick a captain. The school practically ended noisily before everyone went to their houses. Another 3 days passed by and it was Monday again. His weekend with Angie was a pretty interesting one since he was helping her push her speed to the limit by giving her some tasks during the night observation. Angie was starting to wonder if mixed breeds were avoiding her presence. She was always so happy when no mixed breed showed up. Gustav realized that she didn't want the neighborhood and him to be in any form of danger, but she had no idea that he was purposely making her come out to patrol with him on days when he was sure there'll be no mixed breed appearing. Gustav headed for school once again with her and arrived at school several minutes later. He was inside the kitchen cooking some meals when Boss Danzo asked to speak with him. Both of them went to the corridor to exchange conversation. "Hey lad, how have you been doing lately?" Boss Danzo asked with a worried tone. "I'm fine boss, why do you ask?" Gustav was a bit dumbfounded by the sudden question. I'm just concerned for your well-being is all," Boss Danzo replied. I understand boss, so why did you want to see me?" Gustav asked with an intrigued look. "I just want to give you a piece of advice, it's up to you to listen," Boss Danzo spoke. "I know you've been wronged by lots of people, your family, your peers, and practically the society, but son, I've noticed you're getting more colder and colder by the day. I don't want you to become like the people you hate," Boss Danzo added. "Now I'm not telling you to like them or forgive them, I'm just saying don't be like them, be better. If you plan to take revenge on them in the future or anything, don't involve the innocent," Boss Danzo stated. Gustav nodded with a look of understanding. "Of course Boss Danzo, I won't become like those rotten people. I have my own way of doing things is all," Gustav replied. "Good, very good. Gustav, do you know who a true man is?" Boss Danzo asked. Gustav had an intrigued look on his face after hearing that question. He didn't want to end up saying something dumb, so he asked, "Who is a true man?" "A true man is one with principles that forbid him from turning a blind eye to someone being inflicted with the pain he has gone through," Boss Danzo stated. Gustav had a contemplative look on his face after hearing that explanation. "Gustav, are you a true man? Do you have such principles or a similar principle?" Boss Danzo asked with a profound gaze. Gustav stood there speechless. He didn't know how to reply. "Now mind you, my boy, I'm not asking you to become a hero. Becoming a hero in this vast world is not only useless but will also bring about your death. I'm only telling you not to turn a blind eye to something you know you can truly change. If you see a person is being inflicted with the same pain you went through and you have the ability to put an end to it, don't turn a blind eye. You don't have to be a hero, but being numb to wicked deeds and the likes of those who are a nuisance to the community makes you no different from the people you hate." Boss Danzo patted Gustav's shoulder after speaking and turned around to leave. As Boss Danzo walked 2 steps forward, Gustav spoke, causing him to pause. Boss Danzo, why should I care about being a monster when no one gives a damn about turning me into one? Why won't I turn my back on the world when it turned its back on me? Why would I bother trying to save people that I believe, if were in my shoes today, wouldn't bother trying to save me when I'm in trouble? Why would a selfish world such as this deserve even an iota of my mercy? Gustav asked in successions while staring at the floor. In his eyes, only sorrow could be seen. Chapter 82, Using Recreation. This topic seemed to have opened a lot of scars for him. Good questions, my boy. The answer is something that I'm sure you know deep down but don't want to admit it, Boss Danzo stated while turning around to face Gustav again. Which is? Gustav asked. There are people who are actually decent in this world. Boss Danzo replied, and those kinds of people are the type that deserves your mercy since they've never hurt anyone. Boss Danzo turned around once again and went in, leaving Gustav to wallow in his thoughts. Even when the day ended, Gustav couldn't stop thinking about what Boss Danzo said. Maybe he was truly turning a blind eye as he got more powerful. If Boss Danzo had told him to become a hero outright, he would have turned him down instantly, but the way he spoke made a lot of sense to Gustav. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I know for a fact that I haven't harmed anyone who didn't deserve it. Gustav stopped the internal battle going on within his mind with this. Everyone left for home after school came to an end for the day. Gustav also left for home since today was a free day for him. Miss Amy wouldn't be training him today. Although he could still go to the dojo and do self-training, only one thought was in his mind right now, and that was to try out recreation. The only problem was he hadn't decided on the bloodlines he would combine. Beast transformation was still a no, along with atomic manipulation. He didn't know if he would be able to use them separately after the transformation. Same with his genetic transformation bloodline. The two he could use in performing the experiment were the ones he extracted from Gordon and Charles. The reason Gustav was feeling reluctant about he liked Charles's bloodline and what it could do. He didn't want to use recreation on it, but there was no other bloodline he could use, so he had to come to terms with it. When he thought about it more, he realized that this was a better option since he wouldn't be able to use the abilities in public places. If he did, they would be recognized, but with recreation, they could turn out to be something different when mixed, and no one would be able to recognize the abilities. Gustav got home later and sat on his bed to test it out. Now that I think about it, will recreation work without the need for requirements like the bloodline acquisition? Gustav wondered. But after thinking about it for a while, he decided trying it out would be the best way to know. Activate recreation, Gustav said internally. Recreation has been activated. Gustav felt hot on the inside all of a sudden. Wow, what's that? He wondered. He could feel the bloodlines around the channel points bubbling with intensity. Which bloodlines does host wish to combine? The system asked. Combine gravitational charge and energy transmutation bloodline, Gustav commanded internally. Host has decided to combine gravitational charge and energy transmutation bloodline. Gravitational charge plus energy transmutation. Calculating compatibility rate, 0%. Calculating compatibility rate, 17%. Calculating compatibility rate, 37%. Gustav watched as the system calculated the compatibility rate. In a few seconds, it was done. Compatibility of combination is 58%. Does host still wish to combine both bloodlines, yes/no? Gustav was about to say yes when a warning notification popped up. Warning. Combining these bloodlines might create a bloodline that will be dangerous to others as well as the host. Gustav read the warning notification with a look of amazement. This can only mean two things. First, the bloodline created from the combination of both bloodlines will be powerful. Second, it will be so powerful and hard to control that I may harm others and myself with it if I'm not able to control it, Gustav analyzed. Surprisingly, he looked quite excited instead of looking disturbed. Now I'm looking forward to this even more, Gustav said inwardly before giving the system his answer. Yes, combine the bloodlines. Combining energy transmutation and gravity charge. Gustav suddenly felt a cool and soothing feeling welling up from within. Recalibrating bloodlines to their initial genetic form. Mixing endoplasm, antimycogen, cellulose. Different notifications begin to pop up in his line of sight as Gustav felt his body undergo different kinds of internal changes. Combination process will begin. Combination procedure, 0.01%/100%. Gustav watched as the percentage moved up slowly. Combination procedure, 0.19%/100%. Even after 2 hours, it was still at 0.19. Gustav's mouth was slightly opened in frustration. At this stage, it will take at least 2 days, Gustav sighed internally. He thought it would be fast like bloodline acquisition, but he was wrong. Recreation didn't have requirements like bloodline acquisition, but the process was really slow. It was time for Gustav to go do his usual night routine. He didn't know if his movement would affect the combination, but he had to move or he'll cancel the combination entirely. Gustav stood up and went to change his clothes. The soothing feeling he was getting from the combination came occasionally, but he was able to ignore it and move. The soothing feeling always made him want to lie down and relish the enjoyment coming from within, but at the moment he had to block the feeling from affecting his movement. Gustav went out for neighborhood inspection after a while with Angie. He arrived back at midnight and just as expected, no mixed breed showed today. The only reason why Gustav was feeling disappointed was because of the notification that was still displayed in his line of sight. Combination procedure, 12.7%/100%. This is gonna take a while, Gustav said internally. This meant he would have to go to school the next day, this way. Gustav went to school the next day with the combination still in process. Sometimes the soothing feeling would be so good that Gustav would have the urge to moan, but he would hold it in. If he suddenly started moaning in classes, people would think he had gone from being trash to being possessed. He wasn't really bothered by his classmates' thoughts about him right now, but he would prefer not to add more to the weird list. Chapter 83, Embarrassing Situation. Gustav checked the percentage of the combination procedure almost every hour in school. It was still moving as slow as ever. Even after the entire day had passed, the procedure was not still completed. While he was training with Miss Amy, she noticed his weird state and asked if all was well. Of course, Gustav replied that everything was all right. Sometimes he would get a soothing feeling that caused his actions to delay. Even though it was only for a split second, Miss Amy would notice it because Gustav hardly paused for a millisecond during a battle. His brain was always in full mode, thinking and plotting. Before his first attack has landed, he was already preparing for the second and third, but this time it wasn't quite so. He already decided that the next time he was going to try out recreation, he would lock himself indoors until it was done combining the two bloodlines. Miss Amy could see Gustav staring into thin air sometimes, which gave her a weird feeling, but since he said he was okay, she decided not to pursue it. After their training ended for the day, Gustav went home immediately. He didn't want to stick around to embarrass himself by mistake or something. He got home and sat on his bed. He distributed today's points from completing daily tasks first. He placed everything in defense since he wanted to raise it as high as the rest. Add 5 points to defense. Plus 5 points has been added to defense. Gustav was finally starting to sense a little bit of change in his body after defense reached 15 points. He would have loved to test it out, but at the moment there was nothing he could use to test out his defense, and he was more worried about recreation right now. He decided to check the progress again. Combination procedure, 57.89%/100%. Gustav lied on his bed in frustration after seeing the progress. He knew it would still take till the end of the next day before it would be done. Gustav was thinking about staying indoors the next day, but he decided not to because of his training with Miss Amy. He only trained with her 3 days of the week now, so he didn't want to miss any days. Gustav. The night quickly passed once again and the next day came. Gustav was feeling excited when he woke up because he was sure the combination would be finished today. He checked the progress once again. Combination procedure, 78.57%/100%. He got prepared to leave home for school. After Gustav got to school, he started feeling a kind of hotness from within. Gustav hissed in pain as he felt his blood bubbling again. Combination procedure, 80%/100%. He noticed it was at 80%, which meant it was closer to completion. He guessed that this was the reason for the burning feeling within. After a while, the hot feeling was replaced by the refreshing feeling again. Gustav was already starting to regret coming to school because when the feeling of hotness came, he was forced to stop his steps. Also, he noticed something around his pants area that he never thought would be possible for him to develop right now. He walked to the kitchen and asked Boss Danzo for a break today. This came as a surprise to Boss Danzo, and he asked if Gustav was alright. Gustav only told him he needed to rest, and Boss Danzo gave his consent. Gustav went to class and sat there alone. It was still very early in the morning, so there was not a single student to be seen in the class. Gustav just sat there trying to calm his urges till students began to stream into the class. The first two who arrived were surprised to see him in class by that time. Unlike before, where they might have uttered snide remarks, they ignored him and went to their seats. When the class became filled, discussions of the upcoming exchange event could be heard again. Gustav just blocked his mind from the class and focused on calming himself. Throughout the day, he was absent-minded. He later went to the dojo to train with Miss Amy after the day had ended. Pa. 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 Miss Amy was currently using a long staff-like weapon to spar with Gustav. Gustav was holding onto a red weapon that was a mixture of a gun and a broadsword. He rotated 3 times, slamming the sharp part of the weapon onto the staff on Miss Amy's hand. Miss Amy used the lower part of the staff to slap Gustav's weapon towards the side before rotating the staff and slamming the tip on his head twice. Bang. Bam. Gustav fell to the floor after taking that hit. He laid down like a log of wood and breathed in and out profusely. He stayed in that position for a while. What's wrong with you lately? Miss Amy asked with a look of worry. I'm fine, Gustav said and got back up. Let's get back to. Before Gustav completed his statement, he suddenly felt hotness welling up underneath his gut. Ah, Gustav exclaimed with a look of discomfort. Are you all right? Miss Amy asked as she noticed sweat forming on Gustav's face. I'm fine, Gustav muttered again as he felt the hotness being subdued and being replaced with a feeling of intense coolness. He sighed in relief and stared at Miss Amy. I'm fine, he said once again, only for him to notice that Miss Amy's eyes weren't on him. Instead, her eyes were focused on a certain part of his body. Oh, I see why you've been spacing out lately. Going through puberty, eh? Miss Amy voiced out with a smirk while staring at Gustav's lower half. Gustav followed her line of sight down and stared at himself. His eyes widened as he saw the huge bulge protruding in between his upper thighs. The bulge was so huge that the yukata he was putting on couldn't hide its liveliness. Gustav quickly turned around and with a look of embarrassment and used his hands to cover his privates. It seems to have grown bigger since the last time I saw it, so much life and vigor. I wonder if you've been thinking of doing that with a girl lately. Anyways, congratulations, you've gone from having a thumb to a. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, Gustav interrupted her. Miss Amy, why in the hell are you staring? Gustav voiced out in dissatisfaction. You pointed it at me like a gun. Of course, I'll stare at it, Miss Amy said with a burst of playful laughter. Chapter 84, Traveling Out of the City. Gustav felt like entering into a hole to hide at this moment. His face had become slightly red. Damn recreation, how could you embarrass me like this? Gustav still used his palms to cover up his bulge. The bulge was still as strong as ever and it didn't seem like it would be coming down soon. Excuse me, Miss Amy, Gustav said and ran towards one of the rooms. Miss Amy smiled playfully before answering, you're free to go masturbate for a few minutes. Just make sure you clean up properly. Gustav, who had entered the room, heard that and nearly tripped over himself. He moved towards the bathroom and locked himself in. He sat on the toilet seat in front and checked the progress of the combination. Combination procedure, 99.89%/100%. Gustav felt the bulge earlier was because the combination was almost done. Only a few more to go. Gustav decided to wait for it to finish combining before deciding to leave the room. Even with the low amount left, almost an hour went by before Gustav finally saw the notification appear in his line of sight. Recreation successful. The feeling of discomfort mixed with comfort finally disappeared and Gustav could no longer sense both bloodlines within his body, he could only sense one right now. Energy transmutation and gravity charge bloodline have been successfully mixed. A B-grade bloodline has been created. Gustav felt like his eyes were deceiving him. B-grade bloodline. He muttered softly with a surprised look. He stared at the new notification that appeared, which displayed the name as well as the ability of the new bloodline. Wow, Gustav exclaimed in surprise after reading what the bloodline could do. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks had gone by in a flash. During these 2 weeks, Gustav had spent the time training and he had also killed 2 mixed breeds in the past 2 weeks. His defense now had the same amount of points as the rest of his attributes. He had also been learning how to make use of his new bloodline, but he was still lacking in controlling it. Gustav wore a red leather jacket and pants that were tight-fitted, making him look athletic. He was heading to school at this moment. He wasn't the only one headed to school like this. Other students also had red leather jackets and pants on. An insignia of their school was placed on the right breast pocket area. Immediately Gustav got to school, he noticed that everywhere was bustling with life. It was still 6 a.m. in the morning, so this was a pretty abnormal time for students to be in school, but it was finally time for the exchange event to take place. The students streaming into the school were students of Class 3. They all had excited looks on their faces as they headed towards the school hall where the principal would brief them before they were asked to board the bus. It looked as if they weren't traveling anywhere since they weren't packing any pieces of luggage, but the students of Class 3 had packed their luggage and all their necessities inside their storage device. No one would need to carry pieces of luggage when traveling since storage devices were available. The principal briefed them in that hall about the rules and what they would be experiencing over there. How they had to be respectful, which Gustav called bullshit internally. He talked for about 5 minutes more before leaving the podium and telling the students to head towards the bus. 3 big violet-colored buses floating above the ground were waiting for them in the parking lot. All the teachers were allowed to come with them, but some of them decided to stay back. Miss Amy included. She already told Gustav beforehand that she wouldn't be attending, so he had to be careful in Atrahia City, which according to her, wasn't as safe as Plankton City. The students went into the buses one after the other. Each bus was big enough to contain up to 40 people, and there were a little over 100 students in Class 3, so the buses were enough to contain everyone. Even when Gustav entered, he was still thinking about the neighborhood. He killed a mixed breed last night, which meant mixed breeds were unlikely to appear again until after a week. The exchange event was only 3 days, so he had enough time, but he was still worried. He kept thinking, what if another mixed breed attacks the neighborhood while I'm gone? Gustav was only traveling with them because he wanted to cross the border and inspect it on a closer scale. He didn't even want to stay there for more than a day after crossing the border, but no one was allowed to leave until the exchange event was over. Gustav sat at the back inside the bus, beside the window, and brought out a headphone. He wasn't privileged to have this before, but now he would listen to music as they traveled, even though he knew traveling wouldn't take long due to speed. Besides him was a girl with white hair who occasionally stole glances at him from the side, but he wasn't paying attention to anyone on the bus. The bus engine finally started and then it zoomed off. Zwunun. Just as Gustav expected, when the bus arrived outside the school premises, it turned towards the road that led to his apartment area. The bus streamed across the road in midair. There was a large teleportation ring ahead which it drove into. Zwii. They were in a world of blue and black for a few seconds before an opening appeared in front of their bus. Zoom. The bus entered the opening and they arrived at the edge of the city where Gustav's neighborhood was located. He wasn't surprised since this was the closest route to get to Atrahia City. He already did his research earlier. The bus kept moving forward. It passed through the road that led to the middle of the forest region behind. In a few seconds, they were already traversing across the road in between the sparse forest region. Gustav could already see the border up ahead. The familiar blue and green glowing lines on both sides of the road could be seen. Normally Gustav was always on the left side of the sparse forest region. He never went to the right, but now he could both sides. The bus kept driving and was closing in on the barricaded route up ahead. Once it crossed the next 3,000 meters, it would finally be in between the barricaded borders which were on the right and left side of the road. Zoom. It only took a few seconds for the bus to arrive in between. The students could no longer see the forest areas on the left and right. Only glowing walls in form of blue and green lines could be seen. The walls were thousands of meters tall and very long, so that was all they could see for miles. A notification popped up in Gustav's line of sight immediately the bus arrived in between the barricaded borders. Energy installment has been activated. Chapter 85, Arrival. Energy installment has been activated. What? Gustav stared at the notification with a look of panic. The green and blue lines barricading the road on both sides suddenly started to twitch and blink. At first, it was barely noticeable before the lines started blinking repeatedly and swaying. Before extending towards their bus. Gasp. Dash, is it supposed to do that? Dash, why does it look like it's getting closer? Dash, it's moving. Dash, it's coming. There was panic in the bus as everyone noticed that the barricaded glowing lines on both sides started pulling towards them like it was elastic. The lines were causing the space within the road to reduce. The barricaded lines were boxing them in. Even the teachers on the buses couldn't understand, they were trying to make sense of what was happening. Why is the barrier moving towards our bus? These were the thoughts on their minds. Gustav's face was twisting in discomfort as the lines kept extending towards their bus. Everyone knew what would happen if it made contact. Their bus was likely to turn into ashes due to the intense amount of energy radiating from the lines converging towards. We're gonna die. Ruckus. 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 Chaos erupted in the bus as some of the students started screaming out in fear. Everyone calmed down. One of the teachers in front shouted out. They also couldn't understand why this was happening, but they still tried calming the students down. All of a sudden the lines stopped extending towards them. They suddenly started to retract before completely moving back to their initial position. The teachers sighed in relief as the bus quieted down after seeing that happen. They were about to make a move if the lines came any closer. The teachers assured the students again that they were safe and a test was probably going on, which was the reason for this. The bus went back to its liveliness after a while, and what happened here was quickly forgotten. At the back left corner, Gustav had sweat running down his forehead even though the temperature in the bus was well conditioned. He sighed in relief as he stared at the notification that appeared in his line of sight. Energy installment has been deactivated. Excess energy accumulated disappeared. Good thing I was able to stop at this time. It didn't even allow me to control the amount that is being gathered. I would have surely exploded to pieces. Gustav was internally grateful that he was able to stop the ability before the lines made contact with the bus. Even though what happened a while ago was very dangerous, it also made him inspect the border on a closer scale. It was just as he suspected, the border was made from energy crystals. He remembered the dangerous force he sensed within the underground facility was similar to this but not as unstable. He felt that this was related to the fact that the dangerous force was energy crystals being mixed. The other difference was, he felt a certain kind of resonance with a particular bloodline inside his body. Beast transformation bloodline. Even with the fast speed of the bus, traveling through the middle of the border took up to 2 hours. It was more than 3,000 miles after all. When they were getting to the end, they could see the road ahead blocked completely by the red and blue lines. They could also see men in armor-like outfits standing there. A small building was also constructed. The men in armor-like uniforms inspected the bus with a triangular machine that was more than 2 meters tall. It scanned the bus with blue rays of light before an opening was created within the lines-like barrier which the bus drove through. After driving through the opening, they had arrived in front of a long and wide bridge. The forest and the first border were behind them, while in front of them was the large bridge which had a body of water underneath it. There was a spatial ring on the bridge which the bus drove into. Since the incident passed, Gustav had been listening to music and looking through the window to check the environment. Zoom. The bus entered into the spatial ring and arrived on a road in the middle of plain fields. There was nothing to be seen on both sides for miles. Ahead a huge sign could be seen. Welcome to Atrahia City. It was floating in midair ahead. Some blue-like flames were responsible for suspending it in midair. They could finally see the big city up ahead. From what they could see, the structures were similar to that of Plankton City. They passed through the city checkpoints after some procedures and were now driving through the city. Gustav was surprised that, unlike Plankton City, there was no border preventing mixed breeds from coming in. Which had him wondering how they prevented mixed breeds from coming in, because, since they arrived in the city, not a single one could be spotted. If they weren't using a border to block mixed breeds, shouldn't the city be full of them? Another thing was he couldn't see the teleportation circles that existed in Plankton City here. There were structures on the roads constructed for easy movement of pedestrians. There were several differences between Plankton City and Atrahia City. Atrahia City seemed less advanced in technology. Some of the things he could see as they traveled across the road were floating structures. There was a particular building they passed through that was actually floating across the surface of the ground. He suspected that this was a normal thing around here, and he wasn't wrong. Plankton City specialized in spatial constructions and some other things, while Atrahia specialized in flights and spacecrafts. According to their history, they could make anything fly, including a house. A house could be turned into a jet. Something could be seen in the skies, positioned in the middle of the city. They had no idea what it was due to its distance from the ground, but they noticed that it looked like a spaceship. After the bus traveled for some minutes, turning left and right repeatedly, they could see a 300-story building that was looking extremely luxurious. The glass panes of the building were so smooth and shiny that it could be mistaken for a body of clean water. This particular area was bustling with activity. People moved to and fro across the area. People in luxurious outfits could be seen streaming into the vicinity. In front of the vicinity, which was barricaded, a sign could be seen that said, Atrahia Lodgings and Resorts. After the bus received clearance, it was allowed to drive in. What appeared in their line of sight once they arrived inside was a neat and beautiful environment. There were small houses located in several parts and a water body that was similar to a beach positioned on the west. The bus dropped the students in the parking lot and the teachers asked everyone to follow them after they got down. Chapter 86, More Discovery. The other buses also arrived and everyone got down and followed the teachers and principal. The people within the environment stared at the hundreds of students with a look of astonishment. They gave off a particular kind of lively vibe with the red outfit they were clad in. From their young faces, they could already tell that these were students. The students walked towards the large 300-story building up ahead. Once they got to the front, a man and young lady clad in business outfits came out of the building to receive them. "Ah, Mr. Irwin, welcome to Atrahia City." The men walked towards Echelon Academy principal, who was a bald man. They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. The men also greeted the rest of the teachers and waved to the students before they walked into the building. The interiors were very beautiful and neat looking. The ground floor was designed to look like they were in a garden of different types of flowers. These were actually projections coming from the walls and floors. It wasn't actually a garden. A feminine statue made of ice block could be seen in the middle. It was oozing so much coldness from the looks of things, but the environment was warm. Beautiful ladies in pink robes could be seen moving about the place. They were workers here. The environment gave off a soothing vibe. The students were lodged in at the reception area before they were taken to the 234th floor. Male and female students were not allowed to stay together, so the floor was divided into two. The first half was given to boys and the second half were given to girls. 5 students would occupy a single room. The rooms were shared and Gustav happened to be in room 786C along with 4 other male students, of course. Gustav was given the key to the room and the 4 followed behind him. 2 of them with unwilling faces while the other 2 weren't bothered. Why did the principal give this trash the key? One of them couldn't just help but voice out with dissatisfaction. Idiots will always complain over every single thing, Gustav muttered with an unbothered expression. The student who spoke earlier was a boy with dark green hair. When he heard Gustav say that, his face twisted in annoyance, but before he could retort, the other student beside him tapped him and gave him an eye signal. He decided to keep quiet after receiving the signal. They got to their room, which was big and luxurious enough to contain even 10 people if they wanted. 5 beds were placed in 5 separate spots. 2 on the left and 3 on the right. The walls were practically screens as they displayed different kinds of digital images. The room had a balcony up ahead that was very wide. Gustav picked the bed closest to the door, which happened to be on the left side, and brought out his luggage from his storage device. He placed his bag on the bed and turned around to leave the room. The students have been told to head to the multipurpose hall 2 hours from now. According to their principal, other school students would also be there and Atrahia City High School principal would be addressing everyone. It was still around 8 a.m. Gustav wanted to familiarize himself with the environment for the next 2 hours. It was his first time visiting another city after all. If he had a guide, he would even leave the hotel to see other places, but he didn't, so he still had to stay within the vicinity. There were different places within the hotel. One of the places Gustav visited first was the mountain forest side, which was said to contain exotic and rare animals. Gustav wanted to use this as a form of research since it was hard to see normal animals nowadays. Almost all the life forms on Earth had mutated. The combination of Slarkovs and humans was also a kind of mutation. He wasn't the only one moving around the vicinity during this time. Some other students decided to check out the environment too. The forest area was a kind of highland located on the east side of the hotel environs. Gustav went together with a group because according to the protocols of the place, moving alone around there wasn't allowed. Almost 2 hours later, Gustav was returning to his room on the 234th floor. Elephants, tigers, baboons, chimpanzees, squirrel. So more creatures existed outside of mixed breeds, Gustav muttered softly with a contemplative look as he stood within the elevator. He had seen different kinds of creatures today and he was surprised to find out that more normal animals existed. He thought every creature besides humans, Slarkovs, mixed bloods, birds, and a few other normal animals that he had seen before, would be mixed breeds. One couldn't find these animals in Plankton City. That was the reason for his surprise. He got out of the elevator and walked to his room. Room 786C was the 23rd room on the left side within the corridor. Gustav arrived before his room and used the facial recognition registered there, after their entry earlier, to gain access. He walked into the room, which was noisy earlier but quieted down upon his arrival. He stared at his bed and noticed someone lying on it. "Where's my luggage?" Gustav asked with a cool gaze. The person lying on his bed was the same student who was dissatisfied with the principal giving Gustav the key. The boy with the green hair was named Wally. "Why don't you look over there?" Wally pointed at the balcony area. Gustav followed his line of sight and noticed his rectangular luggage sitting there. "And why are you on my bed?" Gustav asked another question. "Haha, because this bed is mine now," Wally voiced out with a burst of light laughter. The rest of the students were also in their beds. The bed beside the one Gustav picked was occupied by Wally's friend, while the two on the right were occupied by the other two. The only other bed available was the one closest to the balcony. "Oh, I see," Gustav said with a smirk and turned around. He moved to the door and used the key to lock it so no one would be able to leave even if they tried to use facial recognition. Click. The clicking of the door was heard. Gustav turned around after he finished locking the door. "Why are you locking the door?" Wally asked. Chapter 87, Senseless Beating. "Why are you locking the door?" Wally asked with a look of suspicion. Gustav didn't reply to him. After he locked the door, he turned around and started walking towards Wally. "Why are you folding your sleeves?" Wally asked another question. "So I won't get blood on them," Gustav answered while walking towards Wally and folding both his sleeves. Wally was still looking confused, but before he could think any further, Gustav had arrived in front of him. "Hey trash, if you think." Before he could complete his sentence, Gustav swung his fist towards Wally's left cheek. Bang. The force of the punch sent Wally bodies towards the side. Bam. His face slammed into the wall and blood started trickling down his forehead. Gustav didn't even wait for a second more before sending another punch towards his face. Bang. The fist slammed into his left cheek again, sending him crashing towards the wall once again. Bam. The right side of his face slammed into the wall, causing him to tilt towards the left side after contact was made. Bang. Bam. Bang. Bam. Bang. Bam. Bang. It became like a game of tennis as Gustav kept punching Wally's face towards the wall, causing the same action to repeat itself numerous times. The other boys in the room had their mouths wide open in shock as they watched Wally continuously receiving numerous punches. They couldn't fathom what was happening right now. Isn't he said to be trash? Why is Wally receiving such a beating and not fighting back? They had such questions running through their minds as they stared at the unbelievable scene. Currently, Wally's left cheek was very swollen and red like a huge boil, while the right side of his face had blood trickling down. There was a huge swell on his forehead and eye. Even with all this, Gustav didn't stop. He kept punching Wally's face, causing his head to slam onto the wall, then bounce back to him before receiving another. "If you're not beaten up, you won't receive sense," Gustav voiced out as his fist kept swinging out like lightning. It wasn't that Wally didn't want to fight back, instead, he couldn't. He hadn't even been allowed to complete a thought since Gustav's fist started raining upon his face. He was helpless and defenseless like a chicken before Gustav. "You bastard trash, what are you doing to Wally?" Wally's friend who occupied the bed in front lunged towards Gustav. His arm turned into a blade and he stabbed it forward at Gustav. Gustav, who was still punching Wally, suddenly swerved to the side, dodging the blade smoothly. While Wally's friend was still moving across the air, Gustav swung his palm towards his cheek. Pa! A hot slap reverberated across the place as the boy slammed his forehead onto the floor after receiving the heavy slap from Gustav. Bang! Immediately Wally's friend's head hit the floor. Gustav swung his foot at his face. Bam! His foot slammed into the boy's face, catapulting him towards the wall. Gustav stretched out his leg and slammed the boy's face into the wall again with his foot. Blam! 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 He stomped on his face repeatedly before placing his foot down. The boy had already passed out from the intense and multiple kicks. Gustav turned around to face Wally, who was currently laying on the ground. He grabbed onto Wally's head with his right hand and lifted him again. Wally's eyes were still rotating due to the intense punching session he received earlier, so he hadn't come back to his senses. Pa! Gustav gave him another slap to the face. Kyer! He screamed out as his swollen cheek busted with blood splattering across the place. For placing your stinking body on my bed, I should at least break a few bones, don't you think? Gustav voiced out as he grabbed Wally's left arm. Wally, who was still screaming in pain, tried yanking his hand back, but it was of no use. He couldn't contend with Gustav in terms of strength. Gustav clenched tightly onto Wally's wrist and twisted it. Krryykkk. A loud sound of bones breaking could be heard as Wally's right arm was twisted anticlockwise. Kyer! He screamed out again. Gustav grabbed his fingers. We're not done yet, he muttered with a smirk. Pop. 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 The sounds of bone popping reverberated across the room. Wally's fingers had been broken. They were bent completely to the back. Gustav. One of the boys on the other bed called out with a look of fright. What is it? Gustav asked with an intense glare. Do you intend to partake in his suffering? He asked. The boy had his mouth wide open, and all the words that he wanted to say initially got stuck in his throat. I can assure you that if you plan on assisting them, you will suffer the same fate. If you think it's a bluff, stand up from your bed, Gustav warned with a smirk. The boy shut his mouth after hearing that and sat on his bed properly without the intention of standing up. Based on what he had seen here, he knew that he had no chance against Gustav. Also, he felt Wally brought this upon himself, so why would he join him to partake of his suffering? Even though he didn't completely agree with what was going on, he decided to sit down silently and watch, same as the other boy. That's for the left arm. Now let's move to the right. Gustav brought his focus back on Wally, who was still whimpering in pain. Wally stared at Gustav with a look of unwillingness as he tried wrestling himself out of Gustav's grip again, but it was of no use. Gustav held Wally up with his right hand now and used his left hand to clench Wally's left arm. Krryykkk. Another round of screaming started again. Several minutes later, Wally was hanging from the ceiling with a rope. His hands were tied behind his back, and as his body loosely hung above the ground. His clothes were pulled off, and he was currently wearing white panties. There were red marks all over his body, and his expression depicted that he had gone through hell. Even if he wanted to use his bloodline at this moment, he couldn't due to the beating he had received. Also, it would be pointless since he would just be beaten to submission again. Wally's eyes slightly opened wider, and he stared at Gustav like he was looking at a demon. Now, do you still want my bed? Gustav stared into his dim eyes and asked with a threatening gaze. No, pplease luti mego, Wally begged. Alright, I'll let you go, but you have to understand that my service isn't free, Gustav said with a smile. Service? Wally questioned with a look of confusion. Yes, service. I spent more than 30 minutes teaching you manners. Do you think I wouldn't receive payment for that? Gustav said with a solemn look. Wally felt like he was going to pass out again from hearing Gustav's words. This is the most shameless bullying I have ever seen. He felt just Gustav's words were enough to anger even the devil. Come on, don't waste my time, Gustav voiced out again. How much? Wally forced this question out of his mouth. Not very expensive, 20,000 rad should do. Gustav replied. Ak, to nty,000 rad. Wally felt like he didn't hear properly. Are you going to pay or what? Mind you, I have a recording of you hanging from the ceiling, Gustav whispered into the ears of Wally, whose eyes widened upon hearing that. If you want, I can post it on the net. I'm sure you'll get lots of views and likes, Gustav said and turned around. I agree. I just need to transfer it to you, Wally quickly shouted out to stop Gustav from walking away. Ah, you've made me spend too much time in trying to convince you. The price has gone up to 30,000 now, Gustav said while shrugging. Wally nearly had a mental breakdown upon hearing that. But. Before he could complete his sentence, Gustav cut him short. If you keep arguing, the price will keep increasing. Are you sure you want that? Wally quickly stopped arguing and agreed to the new price again. Gustav nodded and let him down. The transaction was done and Gustav had gained another 30,000 rad. Gustav allowed Wally and his friend Dojer to use healing pills. By the way, you all are free to tell everyone what happened here. It's not like they'll believe you anyways. Gustav laughed lightly and stepped out of the room. It was already time for students to gather in the multipurpose hall. Every floor was very large, so each one had a hall, but this floor's hall wasn't the one that was going to be used. They would be using the hall that was located on the 150th floor, which was where Gustav was headed right now. He already left the boys in the room to their thoughts. He wasn't bothered because he knew they wouldn't even have the guts to mention what happened there, in the public. While heading there, Gustav saw a notification appear in his line of sight once again. Hidden quest complete. Chapter 88, The Call. Hidden quest completed. Dominate your roommates. Rewards. Plus 10,000 EXP. Plus 5 extra attributes points. Gustav smiled as he traveled towards the hall. Looks like dealing with idiots always comes with rewards. Inside a large and luxurious-looking hall, teenagers in different outfits could be seen streaming in. They moved in groups as they walked into the hall. Those wearing the same color of outfits were moving in together. These were students from different schools in nearby cities that were also invited to participate in the exchange event. Students from the same schools sat around one another, so it was like a bundle of colors packed together, making the hall look a certain kind of unique way. Gustav sat amongst this large crowd, of course. The principal of Atrahia City High School walked to the podium to address the students. He first welcomed them to the Atrahia City and proceeded to explain how the event was going to be for the next 3 days. The students from other schools were going to tour the city and also tour Atrahia City High School the next day. The day after, they were going to be exchanging knowledge on different subjects and topics. Although it was called exchange of knowledge, in reality, it was actually a quiz based on the knowledge and intelligence of the students. Calling it an exchange was a way of covering up the true meaning. The third day, which was the final day, was when the duels were going to take place. The students were pretty much very excited to hear about all this, but they didn't expect that there would be also exchanging knowledge. Which students can I pick to represent us in the exchange of knowledge? Principal Irwin, who was seated behind the podium along with other dignitaries, was thinking hard about this. The truth was, when it came to knowledge on normal subjects, the mixed-blood students of Echelon Academy in Class 3 weren't very good at this. Unfortunately, no Slarkovs or human came with them. Only mixed bloods from Class 3 attended this exchange event. Most of these mixed bloods only cared about how to increase their strength and were hardly concerned with studying. Obviously, Principal Irwin didn't think that something like this would happen. If he did, he would have brought along students that weren't only muscle-brained. The principal of Atrahia City High School kept speaking about some other things for a few minutes before leaving the podium. A round of applause resounded as he walked back to his seat. The vice principal came on the stage and announced the names of the schools participating in the exchange event. There were up to 12 schools participating in the event. 2 happened to come from Plankton City, which was Echelon Academy and Black Rock schools. The rest of the schools were Cheryl High, Brayer Bullet High, Eagle Wings High, Reflection Academy, Mount Eve High, etc. All of these schools were from neighboring cities. There were about 1,000 students present in the hall at this moment. After the vice principal finished announcing the list of schools participating in the event, he mentioned the time that students were supposed to gather for the tour and how they were going to be grouped. Since they wanted students from other schools to mingle with one another, they decided that students from different schools would be grouped together. Gustav just listened from his current position while yawning occasionally. He wasn't even interested in the exchange event anymore. He wasn't only a bit interested in seeing different parts of the city. After a few more minutes, the meeting ended and students were permitted to return to their rooms. Of course, they were also free to wander around the vicinity. The students left the hall in droves. Gustav was walking within the large crowd when he heard his name. Gustav Oslov, come to the east side of the hall. A loud voice announced. The students of Echelon Academy recognized this voice. It belonged to Principal Irwin. His voice was louder than a mega speaker, which was why it reverberated across the entire hall. This was Principal Irwin's bloodline ability at work. He could amplify sound multiple times if he wanted to. TCH, what does he want? Gustav was irritated by being called out like that and being referred to as Oslov. The students from other schools were already wondering who this Gustav was for him to be called out like that. They had no idea what he was being called for, but they felt he had to be a big shot. Only the students of Echelon Academy were shocked and confused at Principal Irwin's call. They wondered why Principal Irwin would want to meet with the well-renowned trash of their class. A girl with long black hair had an uncomfortable look after hearing Gustav's name. She seemed to be moving with a group of friends earlier but paused in her tracks upon hearing his name. "What are you doing, Yuhiko? Let's go." One of the girls around her brought her out of her thoughts by calling out to her. "So RRY, let's go," she muttered in a low tone and proceeded to keep moving with her friends. Gustav had to turn around and start heading back into the hall after hearing the call. He was practically moving against the current since everyone was heading out, but surprisingly no one made contact with him till he got to his destination. He arrived at the east side of the hall and noticed Principal Irwin and Vice Principal Mark waiting by the side. The principal seemed to have a look of relief when he saw Gustav walking towards them. Gustav arrived in front of them and stared at Principal Irwin with an aloof look. "What did you call for me, Principal Irwin?" Gustav asked in a cool tone. "Good thing you're here, Gustav," Principal Irwin started by saying. "As you must have heard, there will be an exchange of knowledge the day after tomorrow. That is what they called it, but I'm sure someone as smart as you are must have figured that it's just another competition," Principal Irwin added. Chapter 89, Refusal. "What exactly are you getting at, Principal Irwin? Please go straight to the point," Gustav demanded with an irritated expression. Principal Irwin gave a wry smile and continued speaking. "We hardly have any good student who can represent us, so we're hoping you can take our beloved school into account and be the main student who represents Echelon Academy for the exchange of knowledge." Gustav stared at the principal, then at the vice principal before staring at the principal again. "Why should I represent the school? I'm a useless trash after all," Gustav asked with a look of confusion. "You're not trash, Gustav. We all know that none of the other students are academically as bright as you are. Please don't let our school name be dragged into the mud during the knowledge exchange. We need to maintain our prestige. The other schools will not let us hear the end of it if our school comes last. They will not hesitate to poke fun at us, so please we implore you to represent the school," Principal Irwin proposed once again after a lengthy explanation. Gustav stared at him for several seconds with a poker face, causing the atmosphere to be awkward. "No. I'm trash." Gustav turned him down and turned around to leave. "This trash will mess up your glorious school even more, so you should pick one of those students who are not considered trash." Gustav started walking away after saying that. "Wait," Principal Irwin called out to him. Gustav paused his steps and turned his head around to stare at him. "What can I do to make you represent the school? Is there something you want?" Principal Irwin asked. Gustav smirked internally. "So many things. Sadly, my hands are tied here," he recalled something while speaking internally. "I'm not interested," he replied and turned around to leave. The principal wanted to call out to him again, but Gustav had already disappeared into the distance after walking at a very quick pace. The vice principal had a look of displeasure on his face. "Can't we just force him?" Vice Principal Mark proposed. "I'm afraid we can't even lay a finger on him," Principal Irwin said with a defeated expression. "What do we do now, Principal Irwin?" Vice Principal Mark asked. "We have no choice but to pick from the long list of mixed bloods that came with us. Let's pick those who don't have very bad grades in other subjects," Principal Irwin sighed after he finished speaking. Gustav had left the hall at this moment and was heading back to his room. He snickered internally as he remembered what happened a while ago. All of a sudden I'm no longer trash now that y'all need me. Hypocrites. Gustav had the urge to laugh till he was rolling on the ground. "Fools, I would have made y'all spend some money if not for my bet with Miss Amy," Gustav said internally with a big grin plastered across his face. "Gustav." An excited feminine voice called out to him from the side of the corridor. Gustav turned to look at the person who had called him. He sighted a gorgeous female leaning on the glass walls at the right side. She had silver and pink shoulder-length hair with two small horns protruding out of her forehead. She was clad in a black sports outfit, making her figure look extremely athletic and attractive. "Fancy meeting you here," Gustav smirked as he walked towards her. "Angie." "Gustav." Both of them voiced out at the same time as they approached each other. Angie's face glowed up. "I knew it was going to be you when I heard that name," she voiced out with a look of excitement. "Oh, I see. For someone who's meeting a student from an opposing school, you seem rather excited," Gustav said. Well. Angie's face turned a shade of red as she joined her palms together. "Is there any reason why you waited for me here?" Gustav asked. "Huh? Is there supposed to be a reason?" Angie asked with a confused but cute expression. "Of course. Or you're already used to the habit of waiting in front of my door and you just decided to use this place as a door also to block my movement, Gustav said with a contemplative look. Now you make me sound like a stalker, Angie said while looking down. Yes, you are a stalker, Gustav answered bluntly. Angie's face looked more down upon hearing that. Haha, I'm just messing with you, Gustav laughed lightly and proceeded to walk forward. Gustav, you meanie, Angie voiced out while pouting and stomping her feet on the floor. You coming? Gustav said while turning around to stare at her. Huh? Where are we going? She asked while walking towards Gustav in front. Sightseeing. It's cool if you don't want to come, it won't do you any good to be seen with trash, Gustav turned around to keep walking. Trash? What's that? I don't care about that. Who said I don't want to come? I'm coming with you, she increased her pace and caught up with Gustav. Gustav just smirked and kept walking. Alright then, let's go. Gustav arrived back in his room after at night around 8 p.m. He had spent more than 6 hours with Angie. They walked around the hotel visiting different places floor by floor. Where they spent a lot of time was in an arcade park where games were played. Gustav was surprised to see so many fun games and gadgets. He especially liked the virtual reality games a lot where he only had to use his mind to play. There were quite a lot of them, but the one he liked the most was one where he was piloting a spacecraft. He had always wanted to go to space, so the feeling of being completely immersed in the game, which was like going to space for real, was second to none for him. He learned how to play and even competed with some people there. Most of them kept asking if he was actually a beginner, like he said he was, due to the way he learned fast. I guess it's not as boring as I expected it to be. Hopefully, tomorrow's tour brings some fun like this too, Gustav muttered while lying on his bed. When he arrived a few moments ago, the room became silent. His roommates didn't have the guts to converse normally in his presence. Gustav wasn't bothered by this. In fact, he was hoping it continued this way for the next 3 days. The silence wasn't a bad thing to him. Chapter 90, Friend Request. The next morning, students woke very early and prepared themselves for the exchange event. The students were grouped into hundreds. About 8 students from every school were placed in a group. Students from other schools were given the chance to mingle with one another this way. They were put in buses according to their groups. According to Atrahia City High School principal, the groups would be visiting different places in the city so there won't be a crowd in a particular location. Which meant, when Group A was visiting the heart of the city, Group B would be in another location at that moment. Same with other groups also. At the end of the day, they would all visit the same places but at different times. Gustav was placed in a group with some mixed bloods from his class who mostly glared at him with contempt, mixed with wariness. Their group was headed for a place known as Site Number 47 at the coast of the city. There were 5 girls from his class in the group. The remaining 3 were boys. Only 2 of the 7 students didn't glare at him in a weird manner, but the same couldn't be said for the rest. One of them in particular couldn't look him in the eyes. She would occasionally turn to look at him, then turn her face away in embarrassment. Why am I placed in the same group with him? She bit her lower lip in frustration as she wondered. This was Yuhiko, the same girl that received a beating from Gustav in the dojo. When Gustav entered the bus with these students, he didn't even take a single glance at any one of them. No wonder the air smells foul, it stinks of trash. One of the girls sitting beside Yuhiko voiced while glaring at Gustav. Right, Yuhiko? She asked Yuhiko, who was absent-minded. Hey, Yuhiko, she called out again after noticing the absent-minded look on Yuhiko's face. I said, doesn't it reek of trash here? She asked again while turning to the side to stare at Gustav, who ignored her jaunts. Yuhiko heard that and her eyes slightly widened as she turned her face to stare at Gustav. Gustav turned his head to stare at her also. His expression was brimming with extreme aloofness as he made eye contact with Yuhiko. I guess this world will never lack idiots. What will you say, Yuhiko? How will you respond? Gustav leaned his arm against the window side and placed his jaw on his fist as a small smirk formed on his face. Yuhiko quickly turned her face around in embarrassment and stared at the person sitting beside her. Shut up, bitch. Yuhiko shouted out and gave her a slap across her cheek. Pa. Everyone was shocked at the sudden development. What was the reason for Yuhiko's extreme reaction? Even Gustav hadn't expected that she was going to react that way. WHYDDYOUSLAP me. The girl held her face and voiced out with a look of pain and confusion. You can see that we're in a public place, in another city entirely, we're supposed to be united. Learn to have manners, Yuhiko said with a look of justice. The students within the bus stared at her saint-like expression with a look of understanding. The Echelon Academy students in the bus too knew Yuhiko for her saint-like attitude, so they also felt it was understandable. She's standing up for the trash even though he had the guts to ask her out in the past. This was their thought process. Gustav already knew what the situation looked like, but he wasn't bothered. He only laughed internally. The students from other schools started wondering why the girl referred to one of their own as trash in the first place. A girl with white hair walked over to Gustav's position and sat beside him. Gustav noticed that she was the same girl that sat beside him during their trip to Atrahia City. Hello, she greeted Gustav in a low tone. Gustav turned to stare at her for a few seconds before turning back to face the window. What do you want? Gustav questioned with a look of suspicion. He felt it wasn't a coincidence for them to sit together twice, especially when she was seated in another part of the bus earlier. Also, he felt that anyone from his class who tried initiating a conversation with him would have some kind of ulterior motive. Another thing was she was also kind of popular in class 3, but she was the type that always refrained from putting her nose in other people's business. From what Gustav remembered, she was easygoing but also ignorant. He didn't have any reason to dislike her, but he also didn't have any reason to like her. I just want to be friends, she said in a friendly manner. I'm Matilda, she said while stretching out her hand towards Gustav in a bid to shake him. I'm not interested, Gustav said without turning to even look at her. Matilda had to drop her hand back down before she started speaking again. Isn't this city nice? There are a lot of things here that aren't present in ours, she spoke with a smile while looking through the window. The bus was passed through different routes and they had streaked past several flying structures in the process. Some mechanical-looking birds also flew across the air in some parts of the city. Some trees planted around had purple, red, white and several other colors of leaves, causing the city to look naturally colorful. Gustav was fond of nature too, so her words kind of caught his attention, but he still decided not to reply to her. The combination of nature and technology is beauty at its very peak, she said with glittering eyes while looking through the window. You're starting to sound like a buzzing mosquito, what exactly do you want? Gustav asked with a look of displeasure. Ouch, that's a bit mean, she said with a wry smile and looked at Gustav's face hoping for some kind of reaction, but to her disappointment, Gustav still had the look of aloofness on his face. I just want to be your friend, she said with a pleading look. You've been attending Echelon Academy for years, it's a bit too late to try and become my friend. What are you aiming to achieve by being the friend of trash? Gustav turned around to face her and stared into her eyes after he threw his question at her. The look he gave made her flinch back a little. Chapter 91, Site number 47. He has truly changed. I can't find a single bit of cowardice in his eyes, look or manner of speaking. Matilda was mesmerized by the way he stared at her without breaking eye contact. I think we both know that you're not trash. At least not anymore, she said while turning her face away. Gustav stared at her suspiciously for a few more seconds before turning to face the window again. I don't know what you're talking about, Gustav said. So you're going to keep playing dumb, eh? Matilda asked. Gustav's suspiciousness towards her was raised by a notch again. So you're also gonna keep playing dumb by not telling me your motive for approaching me? Gustav also questioned her. His face was still looking aloof and calm even though he was suspicious towards her. Yuhiko had been stealing glances at Gustav's seat, which was on the left side and 2 rows behind. Why would Matilda approach him? Why are they talking to each other? What are they talking about? Yuhiko kept turning her face towards the back to steal glances at them occasionally. The girl beside her had noticed this her weird behavior but was scared of questioning her due to what happened earlier. She was suspicious about everything now. The way Yuhiko acted with her due to Gustav, and when she also noticed Matilda conversing with Gustav. Gustav kept ignoring Matilda during their journey to site number 47. 15 minutes later. They had arrived at the coast of the city several minutes ago. This was also the first time Gustav was seeing the sea. He stared at the large body of blue waves that extended for miles with an astonished look. He had only read about it and seen pictures. Site number 47 was located a few miles forward and very close to the sea. To everyone's surprise, site number 47 was not just a place, it was structure. They could already see a large grayish-looking spacecraft before they arrived there. It looked like a divine entity with the way it stood proudly in position. Although it was looking aged, it still had a kind of majestic feel to it. It was shaped to look like the body of a frog without a head and limbs, but the number of technological gadgets placed on different parts made it look menacing. It was as large as 30 soccer fields placed together. It would be impossible for them to visit every part of it if there weren't teleportation circles inside that could assist them with easy travels. This particular location was where one of the very first spacecraft of the Slarkovs landed. It wasn't an ordinary spacecraft like the rest. It was the spacecraft that was used by the chief of Slarkovs, which was why a lot of historical value was placed on it. It had stopped functioning for thousands of years, but it was seen as a relic of old. This spacecraft was one of Atrahia's city's pride and joy. The city was actually founded by the chief of the Slarkovs. When the students were being shown different places inside the ship, they were also being told this information by the guide. Gustav now understood why he had been seeing more mixed bloods that had looked similar to that of Slarkovs within the hotel. Just like Plankton City, the population of humans and Slarkovs had also thinned out, but the mixed bloods here had looked similar to Slarkovs than those in Plankton City. In Plankton City you could hardly find a mixed blood that had any form of resemblance with Slarkovs. Angie was a rare case. It would be hard to find others like that. Gustav remembered seeing mixed bloods with tentacled beards. Some with heads shaped like the mouth of a fish and others with horns like Angie. All these traits came from the DNA of Slarkovs. The guide took them to the lodging room, which was larger than the entire 7th floor Gustav lived in back in Plankton City. After they visited the lodging rooms, he took them to the kitchen. A lot of them were surprised. The spacecraft has a kitchen. The guide noticed the look of confusion on the student's face and explained. Traveling through space isn't a few hours or one-day journey. Depending on the distance, it could take months or even years. Traveling from the Earth right now with the fastest spacecraft to where the Slarkovs planet used to be located would take 2 to 3 months. Back then, when spacecraft weren't as fast, it took the Slarkovs 3 years of journeying through space before they got to Earth, the guide added. It just so happened that the Slarkovs' home planet was more than 3 galaxies away, which meant they traveled millions of light years before getting to Earth. Gustav was surprised that it took that long, and yet Earth was said to be the closest habitable planet for the Slarkovs. What if the Earth wasn't habitable and they had to journey farther? Now he understood why having a kitchen within the spacecraft was necessary, even though it still surprised him. They moved towards the engine room next. The engine room was also pretty large. Even with Gustav's knowledge of technologies, there were still some things that he had never come across. Different buildups were connected to one another. A cylindrical-shaped red device hung in the middle of them all. Also, they could see large square-shaped appliances that were interconnected by large wires thicker than the bodies of 2 human beings placed together. Hypothroblastic megahunter. Magnetic antimatter distributor. Gustav kept muttering some of the items that he could recognize. He was taking note of the way these items were used together in the engine room. The guide stared at him with a look of surprise when he heard Gustav mentioning some of these things with accuracy, but decided not to say anything. Analyzing energy left within a strobic tank. Gustav suddenly saw this notification pop up when he stared at a large grayish-looking tank-like device. Energy left, 0.000000000273%. Gustav stared at the notification with a surprised look. Good thing it didn't activate the other ability this time, Gustav sighed internally in relief. The guide was about to take them to the next location when Gustav called out to him. "Excuse me, you said there was no energy left within the spacecraft anymore, right?" Gustav asked. Yes, the spacecraft had become obsolete thousands of years ago after the Slarkovs descended. There's not a single drop of power left here, the guide said with a look of certainty. I think. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, another notification appeared in his line of sight. Energy installment has been activated. Oh, not again. Chapter 92, Dangerous Species. Energy installment has been activated. Oh no, not again. Gustav stared at the notification with a wary look. The guide was about to continue his explanation when the entire engine room suddenly lit up. The way the lights came up shocked everyone. The tank-like structure had electric arcs running through its body for a few seconds before a purple glow coated its entire surface. What is going on? Didn't they say it had no power left? This was the question in the minds of everyone. All of a sudden, a loud mechanical voice rang in their eardrums. Dangerous species on board. Danger level of this species is above threshold. Annihilation of dangerous species shall now commence. Immediately those words drifted into the ears of everyone. A large cannon-like weapon pulled out from above the ceiling and a red beam of light gathered around the nozzle. "Everyone get to the exit," the guide shouted out with a look of panic. Immediately everyone turned around to run. The cannon shot out the red beam. Boom. Gustav, who was still trying to stop energy installment activation, saw a world of red appear in front of him. It was insanely faster than he could react to, but he subconsciously raised his arms in front of his chest in an X format to block the beam. Bang. It slammed into him with tremendous force, causing his body to be catapulted backward by 500 feet. Ugh! Gustav exclaimed in pain, with his body was flying backward in midair while the red beam covered his entire being. Boom. Gustav's back slammed into the wall of the engine room, causing a 2-meter dent similar to the shape of a human to appear within. Mist circulated from the point of impact, making everyone's vision unclear. Immediately after that beam was shot out, the engine room darkened again and the cannon lost power. Gasp. Everyone stared in the direction where Gustav was blasted to with a look of surprise, confusion, and panic. Chatter. 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 Dash, is he dead? Dash, he's definitely dead. Dash, that wasn't a simple weapon. Dash, isn't the spacecraft more than 1,000 years old? How does it still have power? Voices of the students within the crowd could be heard. Now that the engine room had lost power, they weren't leaving anymore. They were more curious about what happened to Gustav. They stared at the guide, who was currently in front of the dent and was also calling for other personnel to arrive in the engine room as soon as possible. The students of Echelon Academy already believed that Gustav was already dead. Only Matilda had an expression of intrigue, while Yuhiko had her mouth slightly opened in shock. Everything happened way too fast. Even the guide was unable to stop what had just happened. The guide was also a mixed blood, but there was no way he'd be able to move freely when more than 100 students were running out of the engine room in panic. The mist still covered everywhere, so visuality was limited. The guide reached out his hand towards the dent. He wanted to try expanding the dent with his physical strength so the inside will be exposed and they would be able to see if Gustav was still alive or not. Before the guide's hand could touch the dent, he felt the walls beside the dent vibrate a little. To his surprise, a face pushed itself out of the hole, followed by shoulders, torso, and the rest of the human body. Are you all right? The guide was surprised to see Gustav come out of the hole unscathed. The upper part of his uniform was burnt to a crisp, exposing his well-toned chest and abs. "I'm all right," Gustav said while nodding. Internally he sighed, "There's no point in pretending that I'm not, since regeneration is automatic." Gasp. The students were in shock after seeing Gustav come out of the hole without a single scratch except for his partly burnt uniform. The students of Echelon Academy were even more shocked seeing this. They questioned how possible this was in their minds, but the only answer they came up with was, impossible. They felt it was impossible, yet it happened right before their very eyes, leaving them in confusion. Matilda, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She had a look of awe, but her expression did not have a single shred of surprise, almost like she was expecting this. "Look at that body, he must be a powerful mixed blood," someone from the crowd of students voiced out. Obviously, this person wasn't a student of Echelon Academy, and it happened to be a female. These words made the other girls stare at Gustav with a look of interest. Some of the girls had their eyes focused on Gustav's body and face. "He's hot," this was the thought on some of their minds, especially after seeing the way he looked so uncaring even after taking that hit. "How are you unharmed?" the guide asked. This was also the same question on everyone's mind. "It wasn't as powerful as it was supposed to be, I guess. It's been thousands of years, so it's normal for its weapons to be weak," Gustav explained. The guard felt this explanation was very plausible, but what didn't make sense to him was the fact that he sensed a lot of power in that attack earlier. According to what he sensed, the power it radiated should be more than what kids of Gustav's age would be able to handle. He stared at Gustav with a look of suspicion. "Are you sure you're all right?" he asked again. "I'm fine. It was no more than a scratch because of how weak it was. It only carried a moving force, not a destructive one," Gustav said once again. The students from Echelon Academy now had looks of understanding. They knew it would be impossible for Trash to survive such an attack if it wasn't weak. On the surface, this was an explanation that made them feel relieved, but deep down they felt that it didn't add up, because even a hit like that, no matter how weak, was supposed to put a weakling like Gustav in a hospital. Only the students from other schools totally believed since they had no idea that Gustav was referred to as trash. The other personnels arrived and everything was explained to them. They were also shocked and started inspecting the place while the students were guided out of the spacecraft. Gustav took clothes from his storage device and changed his outfit in a secluded part of the spacecraft. This was how their tour of the spacecraft ended. Chapter 93, The Ancient Market. The students were taken to another part of the city after this. Gustav was now the topic of the day. The students within the bus kept talking about how he took the beam. They believed it was weak just as he explained, but to them it was a marvelous feat. He captured a lot of attention with what happened earlier. He didn't want to attract this much attention towards himself, but what happened within the spacecraft was very much unexpected. No one knew that such an ancient spacecraft actually still had power. If not for defense, regeneration, and energy installment, I wouldn't have survived that. Gustav recalled the power of the beam as the bus took them to another location. But I also think that the security system was activated in the first place because of energy installment. Gustav came to this conclusion because the security system didn't power on until after energy installment activated without his permission. Gustav recalled the entire process again. When the beam slammed into him, several notifications popped up. Absorbing energy into hidden gravitational space. Gravitational space filled. Excess energy is being transferred. He figured that this was the reason the rest of the power in the beam was only enough to inflict injuries on him instead of death. His entire arm was burnt after he slammed into the wall, but it was able to heal up quickly. His defense also played a very important role. Host attributes. Name, Gustav. Level, 8. Class. EXP, 82, 500/150, 000. HP, 1200/1250. Energy, 9892800/1000. Attributes. Strength, 40. Perception, 40. Mental fortitude, 40. Agility, 40. Speed, 57. Bravery, 40. Intelligence, 40. Charm, 40. Defense, 40. Attributes points, 30. He didn't feel as much pain as he felt he was supposed to, even though he felt much danger from the beam when it was shot out. He could have tried dodging the beam, but he was trying to control energy installment because it gives off obvious signs that it was absorbing energy, just like what happened in the bus. Due to this, he stood in the same position. It called me a dangerous species. What does that even mean? Gustav wondered before staring at the panel again. He noticed something when checking the attributes panel for the second time. What's with the energy stats? Energy, 9892800/1000. Gustav was surprised to see the impossible figure in front of the energy stats. He recalled that he received a notification earlier about the excess energy being transferred somewhere. It looks like the excess energy was transferred to the system. This is... How is it so much? Gustav was surprised by this. The energy left inside the astrobic tank was 0.000000000273% of its original, and yet it was able to give this amount of energy to both the system and my hidden gravitational space. Gustav couldn't imagine just how much energy the astrobic tank would have contained 100%. He felt 100% might be too overwhelming to think of, since 0.000000000273% could do this much. What do I do with all this excess energy, and how long can it be retained? Gustav was wondering when another notification popped up in his line of sight. Host has acquired enough energy for a system upgrade. System will be upgraded 2 days from now. Countdown, 1 day/23 HRS/59 minutes/59 secs. Gustav squinted his eyes in surprise. The system can be upgraded. 2 hours later, the group Gustav was placed in had visited about 3 other places that were also seen as historical places. One was a museum and the second was a government technology corporation within the city. During their journeys, lots of students from other schools had initiated a conversation with Gustav and tried to get close to him, but as usual, he wasn't interested in any of them. He only exchanged conversation with a few of them. Matilda kept sticking by his side during this journey. Even though he tried to shake her off, she would find a way to stay beside him. She was being rather persistent, and Gustav was starting to compare her with a certain girl, except for the fact that the other girl didn't have an ulterior motive. Right now they were headed to a place called the Ancient Market. Just like the name suggested, it was a market but not the usual modern-day markets. Everything sold within that market was relics of the past. The bus arrived in front of the market, which was crowded, and they got down. The ancient market was the only place for buying and selling within the city that was truly like markets of ancient times. Gustav could see rows and columns of stalls constructed neatly around the place. The teachers told them to follow behind as they visited stalls one at a time. The market was so vast that Gustav felt some students would get lost here without a guide. The teachers also told them that they could decide to buy something if they wished. They would go from stalls to stalls observing ancient antiques. Some students who wanted to show off their wealth would decide to buy some things that they didn't need. After a while, the teachers noticed that the students were practically causing a roadblock as they went from one stall to another, so they decided to split up. There were only 2 teachers that followed, so they wanted to split the group in half, but Gustav raised his arm to give a suggestion. 50 students moving with one teacher is still a crowd, so I think dividing the group into a quarter would be better, Gustav said. We only need to get a map of the market so 2 students who can read maps can lead the other 2 groups. We can decide on where to meet after an hour has gone by, he said, concluded his explanation with this. The teachers felt it made sense and agreed to his suggestion. They wanted him to be one of the leaders, but Gustav turned it down. His reason for suggesting something like this in the first place was he wanted to get the chance to disengage from the group and wander on his own around the market. Chapter 94, Mask Stall. After the teacher agreed to Gustav's suggestion, a female student from Cheryl High and a male from Echelon Academy were picked to lead the other 2 teams. They were given a digital map of the market in form of a bracelet. The 4 groups separated into 4 different directions after that. Gustav was placed in the group with the female lead. Gustav followed them as they walked towards the southwest of the ancient market. They had decided that in 1 hour, they would be meeting back here. The streets within the market were pretty much crowded since people came here a lot. Maltita just happened to be placed in the same group with Gustav, and as expected, she didn't stop pestering him. "You're not gonna get anything?" she asked while walking beside Gustav. "Nothing has caught my attention yet," Gustav replied while looking around. He had been ignoring her statements and questions since, but he decided to reply to her this time since they happened to be in the same group. He couldn't get rid of her anytime soon. "Everywhere is full of items I've never seen before," Maltita said with a look of astonishment as her eyes traveled from store to store. "Dash, I like that black box, I want to get it." "Dash, you mean the radio, sir?" "Dash, oh, is that what it's called?" "Yes, it was used in the past to communicate messages to the masses." "Dash, how much does this gourd cost?" "Dash, that's not a gourd, mister, it's a calabash. It was used by an ancient continent known as Africa to fetch water and keep palm wines." "Dash, wow, that's nice, it will be a great addition to my antique collection. How much does it cost then?" "Dash, what is this statue thingy?" "Dash, it's an ancient craft of Greek gods made using clay and other traditional materials." Customers interested in different kinds of antiques conversed with the store owners and bought what they desired. The students would occasionally separate to buy things from stores around before converging towards one point to continue their journey. Maltita noticed a stall ahead where some traditional outfits could be seen. They had traditional patterns that were not used in this age. "I want to check that place." She pointed at the store while turning towards the side to stare at Gustav. She noticed that he was no longer beside her. She paused her movement and turned to look around her. Gustav was nowhere to be found in the surroundings. How did he leave my side without me noticing? At this time Gustav was already on the other side of the street. He had made use of silent advancement and dashed to leave the group without any of them noticing. Another thing that made it easier was, he wasn't putting on a school uniform like the rest, so he could easily blend into the crowd. Due to the accident that took place in the spacecraft, he was now clad in a blue hoodie and black pant trouser. He didn't have to use shapeshift to disappear from their midst without their knowledge, even though he could use it however he liked at the moment. Maintaining shapeshifting took up a lot of energy points, and Gustav had a lot of that at the moment, but he also knew that it would be stupid to shapeshift in an open place. Swoosh! Gustav dashed across the street with speed, checking out different stores in the process. After a few more seconds he came to stop in front of a particular stall. I might be needing one of these in the future, Gustav said internally as he walked towards the counter. "Welcome, young lad," the owner greeted. The owner of the stall was an old man with white beards. "Which of them are you interested in?" the old man asked. Gustav looked around, checking the merchandise one after the other. This was a mask stall. There were different kinds of colorful plastic and wooden masks displayed. Some of them were placed on stands positioned on the right and left sides of the store. Gustav was already interested in a few that he noticed, but he was still finding a hard time picking one. "Young lad, if you're having a hard time deciding, you can tell me the ones that caught your attention. I'll be sure to give you a slightly descriptive tale on the symbolism of each mask," the old man said with a smile. Gustav felt his expression must have made it obvious to the old man that he was having a hard time deciding. Gustav moved to the right stand and stretched out his arm to pick up 2 masks. He placed them in the counter-like table in front, then walked towards the left stand to pick up another mask before performing the same action. 3 masks were placed on the counter-like table at this point. Gustav stared at the old man, waiting for him to speak. The old man stared at the 3 masks for a few seconds with a profound smile on his face. "Young lad, you really have good eyes," the old man complimented while reaching out to pick up the first mask. "Let me start with this." He held up the mask. The mask was shaped to look like a demon with 2 long horns at the top. The red color made it look even more menacing. This is an ancient mask that symbolizes spirituality and protects against demonic beings and monsters. Also, in the past, people that wore these kinds of masks were said to fight against these kinds of monsters to protect people, the old man explained. Gustav stared at the menacing-looking mask with a contemplative look. So people that wore these in the past were some kind of saviors. This was Gustav's thought process. The old man dropped the first mask and picked up the second. The second mask looked like the face of a whitish gorilla. This is also an ancient type of mask that symbolizes strength, brutality, and viciousness. Warlords back in the days wore these kinds of masks since they were the bloodthirsty kind that killed others without a shred of mercy. The old man said and proceeded to put down the second mask. Gustav still had a look of contemplation. He hadn't made his choice yet. The old man picked up the third mask, which also happened to be the most beautiful out of the 3. The third mask was shaped to look like the face of a white and red fox. It was mostly white, but there were parts of it that had reddish designs. Most of the reddish designs were rhombus-shaped. Chapter 95, Picking a Mask. This particular one, as you can see, looks like a fox, so it symbolizes more than one thing. They are very simple to understand but also contradictory. The old man paused for a brief moment before continuing. Back then, it was said that this mask symbolizes spiritual blessings which are received from paying tributes to gods and other supernatural creatures. Whenever people wore it back then, it would be to worship their gods before offering a sacrifice. The second symbolism is a simple one. Just as the name implies, it's a fox. People that also wore this type of mask were the ones who were crafty and deceitful. They could be the type that is both vicious and heroic should they choose to. Their ability to fool others is said to be the highest. The old man finished explaining and dropped the third mask too. "Which of the 3 has caught your interest, young lad?" he asked again. Gustav had a look of contemplation on his face. He stared at the 3 masks with his eyes moving from one mask to the other while contemplating their ancient symbolism. "I'll go for this one." After some time, Gustav pointed at the third mask. The old man smiled in return and packaged the mask for Gustav before calling out the price. It was only 150 rad, so Gustav was able to easily purchase it. The old man waved at Gustav as he left the shop and mixed into the crowd. After a few minutes had gone by, he was surprised to see Gustav approaching the shop again. "Did you forget something, young lad?" he asked with a concerned look. "No, I didn't forget anything," Gustav answered, had the old man wondering why he would come back in the first place. "I want to purchase the other 2 masks," Gustav said. When it was close to evening time, the students finally returned to the hotel. Today had been pretty adventurous for them. Gustav also returned with the students. In the ancient market, Gustav was able to easily meet up back with the rest of the students because he memorized all the routes, twists, and turns he took when leaving them earlier. He got back to their meeting point without using a map after the time was up. On his way back, he bumped into Angie in the ancient market. At first, he was surprised to see her and wondered why she would be there alone instead of being with her group. Upon listening to her explanation, Gustav had the urge to facepalm. Angie was disconnected from the herd of students because she noticed a kid who was lost within the sea of people inside the market. She decided to help that kid find their parent, and after doing that she was unable to locate her group anymore. The group was also trying to locate her but was unable to. The ancient market was a really big place, so it was very easy for people to miss each other. After bringing her back with him, the teachers contacted the other group and informed them about Angie being found. On arriving back at the hotel, Gustav was walking towards his room when he heard someone call out to him. "Gustav, please wait." Gustav paused his steps and turned around. He already recognized the voice. "Principal Irwin," he said with a low tone. Principal Irwin was headed towards him from the entrance, and he was able to call out to Gustav before he got to the elevator. "What can I do for you, Principal Irwin?" Gustav asked. "Gustav, the Exchange of Knowledge event is tomorrow. Please lead the group that will be representing Echelon Academy," Principal Irwin begged. "Not this again," Gustav sighed internally. "I'm not interested, Principal. Find someone else. There are lots of candidates for you to choose from. Please don't bother me again," Gustav said with a look of disinterest and turned around. "By Principal Irwin," he said, and proceeded to enter the elevator. He didn't wait for Principal Irwin to try and convince him, because no matter what, he had decided not to help Echelon Academy in any way. Principal Irwin glanced at the elevator that had closed up with a provoked look. "Looks like I have to call her. I'm sure he will listen to her," Principal Irwin muttered. Just like that, the night had gone by and the next morning had come. The students were currently headed for Atrahia City High School. Today was when the exchange event would truly start, and tomorrow was when it would end. They had used the entirety of yesterday to visit important places in the city. The only place they weren't able to visit that was also known as one of the most important parts of the city was the spacecraft stationed in the middle of the skies above the city. Yesterday they were told that this was where the MBO branch was located within the city, and it was off-limits to non-MBO personnel. Even citizens of the city couldn't visit the place. Gustav felt that the only difference between this one and the one in Plankton City was, one was located on the ground while the other was in the skies. Just like Atrahia City, the MBO branch in Plankton City was also off-limits to non-MBO personnel. They arrived at Atrahia City High School after some minutes of traveling on the road. Atrahia City High School happened to be located in a highland area, so when they got down from the bus and started walking, it felt like they were climbing stairs. With the large size of the school, if a normal human was to walk around, they would easily get tired because it was constantly like climbing the stairs, but it wasn't really a difficult thing for the students since the physical fitness of mixed bloods were higher than normal. Multitudes of students flocked into the school's hall and took their seats. Surprisingly, when Gustav took his seat, he was accompanied by two beauties. One sat on his left and the other sat on his right. The students around would occasionally turn their heads to stare at him and point fingers. Most of them murmured into their friend's ear, but Gustav could hear the words of those within his perception range. "That's him. He survived the attack of the engine room spacecraft without suffering a single scratch." Whenever Gustav heard this, he would wonder if his explanation yesterday didn't enter into the ears of the students. He had given a perfect cover-up explanation, yet the scene was still trending in the lips of the students. "I welcome you all to Atrahia City High School. The exchange of knowledge will commence in a few minutes." A loud voice reverberated across the hall. Chapter 96, Exchange of Knowledge. "I welcome you all to Atrahia City High School. The exchange of knowledge will commence in a few minutes." A loud voice reverberated across the hall. The students stared at the middle of the hall. The hall was arranged in such a way that the large stage was placed in the middle. Beside it was another podium where transparent seats that looked like simulators were placed. A giant screen was placed above, it hung from the ceiling. The seats on the second podium were arranged in a kind of circular format. The person on the stage introduced Atrahia School to the audience and spoke for a few minutes about how the exchange of knowledge will be held. A participant from a school will ask a question and the rest of the students would think of an answer. They would answer the question in the most descriptive method possible. If the answer was correct, they would receive 5 points. If no one could answer the question, the participant who posed the question would have to explain it. If that happened, the 5 points would go to them. According to the rules, questions from any subject could be brought up. It was done one turn after the other. 3 participants represented a school, but only one could ask a question until it got to their turn again. It would keep rotating from one school to another. Another rule was the question posed wasn't allowed to surpass high school level difficulty. The screens up there were programmed to display the questions asked by the students, grade their difficulty level, and analyze the explanation of the students. I will now call on the schools and the students representing them. The person on the stage right now was the vice principal of Atrahia City High School. When you hear your name, please come over to the stage and sit on the seats reserved for you. Faruko Adrias, Petra Jenkins, and Brenda Serial from Cheryl High. The vice principal called out. From within the crowd, 3 students in white and purple school uniforms walked towards the stage. 2 of them were females while 1 of them was a male. The principal proceeded to call out the next names after the first set of students settled down. Artemy Ankles, Friar Ezekiel, and Johnson Adrian from Brayer Bullet High. 3 students clad in green and blue uniforms moved towards the stage after the vice principal called out. This was how students were being called out for the next 10 minutes. Eagle Wings High, Reflection Academy, Mount Eve High, Salvation Academy, Ascension Academy, Black Rock Schools. Finally, it got to Echelon Academy's turn. Maltida Avens, Draco Turk, and Gustav Oslov from Echelon Academy, the vice principal called out. Gustav had a look of confusion upon hearing his name. Why was my name called? He observed his surroundings and noticed that his classmates had the same look of confusion. Although they knew that Gustav was academically brighter than they were, they hadn't expected that Gustav would be picked by the principal. Maltida already stood up when her name was called, but she paused her steps when she heard Gustav's name and turned around. "Let's go together then," she proposed. "I'm not going, you can head over," Gustav said while remaining in his sitting position. Angie was seating on Gustav's right all this time. She didn't understand why Gustav would not be interested in representing his school. "Gustav, aren't you gonna go?" she asked with a confused look. "Not interested," Gustav answered while staring at the first stage where dignitaries were seated. Principal Irwin was staring at him from there with a nervous expression. Maltida noticed the look of disinterest on Gustav's face and turned around to head towards the stage. Gustav felt a vibration in his sleeves area and pulled a blue-colored button from his sleeves area before placing it on the side of his forehead. "Yes, Miss Amy." Gustav spoke with a straight look. "Is there a good reason why I should?" He spoke again. "I get a cut." Fair deal. Besides, he only asked me to participate. Does this interfere with our deal in any way?" "No." "All right then." Gustav ended the call with Miss Amy after 2 minutes. At this time, the students participating from all the schools present today had been called out completely, including Atrahia City's high school. They were wondering why Echelon Academy's 3rd seat was still missing a person. Chatter. 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 The hall was noisy due to that. Gustav suddenly stood up from his seating position and started walking towards the front. The noisy crowd quietened and everyone turned to stare at him. Gustav didn't even mind the looks of everyone, he kept walking towards the second stage with elegance. Everyone figured that he was the one who didn't come out earlier. Gustav climbed onto the stage with an unbothered expression and sat on the 3rd seat reserved for Echelon Academy. Maltida was in the middle while the other male student was sitting on the 1st seat. The 3 seats were placed side by side and there was a circular glass panel in front of the participants. "Now, like I've said earlier, the rotation is based on numbering," the vice principal said again. On the glass panels, different numbers lit up on the surface. Echelon Academy's glass panel had the number 4. This meant that they would be the 4th to ask a question. "Let the exchange of knowledge begin," the vice principal said and went back to his seat. 3 faces were displayed on the large screen at this moment. The first school that would be asking a question was Cheryl High School. The girl in the middle proceeded to stand up and speak. "Our first discussion will be about the laws of gravitational exploration," she said. "If a spacecraft was getting pulled into a level 27 wormhole, what would be the best line of action for the captain?" she asked. The screen above projected the question and the difficulty level. The difficulty level wasn't above the high school level. A red glowing button appeared on every school's panel. The first school to tap on the panel would be allowed to answer first. TCH, is this even a question? Gustav snickered internally, but he didn't take any action. Beep. The first school to tap on it was Brayer Bullet High. They were fast enough to tap on the red display before others. A male student stood and started answering the question. The strength of a level 27 wormhole can be calculated based on the size and the attraction force it emits. The pilot could choose to do a split-second analysis and gauge if the amount of attraction force can. The male student kept speaking for several minutes before concluding. The force of acceleration upon using that amount of speed drawn from the emergency tanks would free it from the clutches of the wormhole after performing the previously mentioned procedures. After he finished speaking, the screen analyzed his answer for a few seconds before the result was displayed on the screen. On the screen, big green letters that said, "Correct," were displayed and a table appeared where 5 marks were placed in front of Briar Bullet schools. The audience applauded and the student sat down with a smile on his face. The next school that was meant in line was Eagle Wings High. A female student stood from their midst and mentioned a topic based on mechanics before posing her questions. The question and answer session continued for several minutes before it got to Echelon Academy's turn. During the previous 4 turns, Echelon Academy was unable to answer a single question and Gustav had not even tried to touch the red display button since the start. Now that it was Echelon Academy's turn to ask a question, Draco quickly stood up with vigor and posed a question. A particle is moving around in a circle and its position is given in polar coordinates as x equals rcos, and y equals rsin, whereas the radius of the circle, and theta is in radians. From these equations derive the equation for centripetal acceleration. After he finished posing the question, he stood with a smug look on his face. Pin drop silence. The student stared at Draco like he was retarded. A regular physics question. Someone from the audience voiced with a look of ridicule. Even the students on the stage had expected something a lot more technical, but they were disappointed. Is this what Echelon Academy has to offer? This was the thought on most of their minds. Gustav was already laughing internally when Draco asked this question. Immediately after the question was asked, he had already solved it in a second internally. He wondered why the principal would choose such a bum. One of the students from Atrahia City High School tapped the red button and stood up to answer the question. Without loss of generality, we only need to look at the equation for the exposition, since we know that centripetal acceleration points towards the center of the circle. Thus, when theta equals 0, the second derivative of x. The student kept explaining until the screen above showed that he had successfully answered the question. Draco sat down with a look of shame. Principal Irwin had the urge to facepalm from his sitting position. He was already starting to feel frustrated after noticing that Gustav just sat there with an unbothered expression. He didn't look like he was concerned with what was going on or like he had intentions of participating. This kid. Why isn't he trying to answer any question? Principal Irwin questioned internally with a dark look while staring at Gustav. Chapter 97, Opponent Sighted. Gustav just sat with a look of disinterest as the event carried on. The next school participants went on to ask their questions. Atrahia City High had the number 12 on their panel, so they were the last school in line for asking questions. When it finally got to their turn, a slim-looking white-haired male stood up and stated that his question was going to be based on spacecraft before posing a question. The Slarkov spacecraft that landed about 2,000 years ago functioned with what type of engine? He asked while pushing his glasses up. Silence. The student stared in confusion after hearing that question. It was a question based on old technology, which no one paid much attention to these days. The question was displayed on the large screen and according to evaluation, it wasn't above high school level difficulty. After a few seconds of silence, one of the schools tapped the answer button and stood up. A hyperthalamic endrophibic Magit series, said to. Before he could answer completely, a loud beep resounded in the environment. This was a sign that the answer was wrong. The student sat down with a crestfallen look after hearing that. After a few seconds, Salvation Academy tapped the answer display button. One of their female students stood up to answer, only for her to also miss it. After this, another school tried answering the question, which led to the same outcome. They were all getting it wrong. This happened 7 times in a row. About 7 schools had tried answering in 10 minutes but ended up missing the question. 5 more minutes had passed and not a single school tapped the answer display button during that time frame. The male student had a small grin on his face and pushed his glasses up again, causing a kind of profound reflection of light to bounce off the frame. The students had looks of contemplation as they thought hard about the answer. Gustav stared at the students around like they were clowns. A few minutes ago they all had looks of haughtiness on their faces like they had knowledge on everything that existed in the universe, but now their pride had been shattered by a question he considered to be simple. Hey, Gustav, why aren't you trying to answer any question? Maltita asked Gustav, who was slouching on his seat with his legs crossed. Why should I? Gustav replied with an unbothered expression. Because you're here and not in the audience. Draco replied from the first seat before Maltita could. He was starting to get pissed at Gustav's nonchalancy towards the event. I didn't ask to be here. Gustav leaned his jaw on his fist as he slouched even more. You. Draco pointed at Gustav with a look of anger. The other students on the stage were wondering why they would be arguing instead of thinking of an answer to the question. "You know the answer to the question, right?" Maltida asked while staring at Gustav. "I guess we'll never know," Gustav answered with a slight yawn. Draco was incensed upon hearing that. "You little piece of shit. Do you really not plan on answering any questions all through?" Draco said with a look of anguish. He could understand why the principal would decide to pick Gustav. No student in Class 3 could say they had more knowledge than Gustav on topics like science, history, and the likes. This was also one of the reasons why he was bullied. Although he was seen as trash due to his bloodline, he still had academic intelligence which outstripped that of every student in Class 3. Some of the students that bullied him were jealous about the fact that trash was better than them at something. They just couldn't stand it that the so-called trash could do something that they couldn't. Gustav didn't bother answering Draco. His look of disinterest was answer enough as it is. Maltida also noticed that with this Gustav's new attitude there was nothing they could do to convince him. The other students on the stage stared at Echelon Academy's team with a look of pity. They just had to bring a liability along, this was the thoughts in their minds. When the 5 minutes mark hit, a beep resounded in the hall, meaning all of the students had failed to answer the question, so the student who posed the question would have to answer it. The male student with the glasses moved to the middle of the stage with a smug smile and started explaining the type of engines used by the Slarkovs for their spacecraft in the old days. The engine of the old-age Slarkov spacecraft was constructed from a mixture of 3 fundamental properties which uses a mitten crystal as fuel. The explanation went on for about 10 minutes. While the student was voicing out the explanation outwardly, Gustav was answering inwardly. After the student was done with the explanation, the screen lit up with a purple mark which meant the explanation was graded excellent. All this time the others had only been getting green ticks when they answered a question, but his answer to the question happened to be better explained. Cheer. 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 Dash, as expected of Holland. Dash, such brilliant explanation from Holland. Dash, he's the most knowledgeable here, after all, the students from other schools won't be able to hold a candle to him. From the side of the hall where Atrahia City High School students were positioned, cheers could be heard. Some of them praised the student who had just finished explaining. This same student had managed to answer 7 questions out of 19 prior to this. He looked like the typical wimp with his glasses and tiny build, which was why he wasn't noticed at the start. The other students practically didn't notice his presence until he started answering questions correctly and managed to score 35 points for Atrahia City High School. Now they were feeling intimidated and saw him as a great opponent. Holland went back to his seat after explaining, and the event continued. It was Cheryl High School's turn again. Chapter 98, Persistent Principal. A male student stood up this time to ask the next question. To his disappointment, his question was quickly answered by Holland again. As the event went on, other schools were getting more and more intimidated by Holland's intelligence and knowledge. Out of 7 questions, he had already answered 3 during this time. Echelon Academy was finally able to get up to 15 points after Maltida answered another question. She had given the correct answers to 2 questions in total, while Draco had only answered incorrectly. As for Gustav, he only watched the entire scenario. Principal Irwin was already sweating in his seat as he watched the event play out. An hour went by and every school had taken turns 2 times. On the ranking board, Atrahia City High School was in the lead. 1.